Since Sichoyu took Siali to visit the research results, Lu Dingyuan has not followed Siali and the others. I walked to the door and sat quietly on the bench next to it to read a book. His task was to pick up and protect Siali. He was advised to avoid looking at the research results, which were classified information, to prevent any accidents or unnecessary misunderstandings. The atmosphere inside the room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the occasional beep 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 signal from next door. It was so quiet that even a mouse walking by would stop and reflect on whether its footsteps were too loud. Tada! In this incredibly quiet environment, there was a sudden knock on the open door. Siali had just started sketching and wasn't very focused to begin with, so when someone knocked on the door, she immediately turned around to look. The person who came was an acquaintance. It was the same impatient man who had been standing at the door earlier. Siali, is it really not okay for the room to be this quiet? Could it be that their breathing is too loud for the neighbors to hear? The middle-aged man sitting at the very doorway turned to look outside, adjusted his glasses, and asked with some puzzlement, "Is there something you need?" The man frowned. "Do any of you know how to repair signal transmitters? It seems there's something wrong with our signal transmitter." The middle-aged man standing by the door happened to be an electronics engineer and had some research experience with signal transceivers. Hearing this, his brows furrowed immediately. "Which machine are you talking about?" The young man was a bit impatient, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. "The newest one. They've been trying to decipher the latest coded messages for the past few days, but even though it's the same signal, the coded messages played back by the transceiver are always different. After several days of research, no one could figure out why the same information was transmitted in completely different cipher bands." The room full of codebreakers were incredibly agitated, each one like a firecracker, going back and forth, repeatedly trying to decipher the code, but ultimately they couldn't reach a common answer. After ruling out many possibilities, everyone came to the same conclusion: the machine was broken. When the middle-aged man heard the young man mention the newest machine, he quickly shook his head. "We can't fix that machine. We had previously seen the broken machine that the other side had brought over, and we said at the time that it was completely unrepairable. There's a problem now, and we still can't fix it." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately became anxious. How can it not be fixed? Wasn't the design blueprint for this machine provided by your research lab number 2? Besides you mechanical engineers, who else in our entire research institute is a mechanical engineer? You can't just deliberately stop us from fixing things because you don't get along with our research lab number 3, can you? Aren't you just hindering socialism? The middle-aged man at the door turned red with anger at his words. "I already said it wasn't us. What's the point of lying to you?" Sitting on the bench, Lu Dingyuan glanced at Siali but did not expose him. Instead, he stood up and said to him, "The transceiver we had before was not repaired by the people at the Research Institute. Instead, we got the design drawings from someone outside." Upon seeing Lu Dingyuan in military uniform, the young man's arrogance subsided somewhat. "Where's that person? Could we have him come and fix it for us? They owe you something and you think you can just fix it because they say so?" Without waiting for Lu Dingyuan's reply, Siali, who was sitting in the corner, directly retorted. "People who flaunt their authority, engage in moral blackmail, and act as if it's their right to take advantage of others are utterly detestable. With this aggressive attitude, isn't it obvious that they're bullying those people in research lab number 2 who have high moral standards?" However, his moral blackmail only works on honest people. It has absolutely no effect on her. As long as she lacks morality, no one can morally blackmail her. The young man was immediately displeased upon hearing Siali's words. "You're a newcomer. What right do you have to speak?" "Siali, I drew that picture." "Youth." Everyone present. The young man looked as if he had been slapped hard across the face. There was no real injury, but his face was flushed red and swollen. He immediately became angry and embarrassed, saying, "Now that you've joined the Research Institute, we're all colleagues. Don't you think you should cooperate with the others?" Siali grinned, crossed her legs and slumped in the chair without any regard for her image, and said with a chuckle that she thought it was perfectly natural. "I don't think so. I'm here to do scientific research, to research my own research results, not to be someone else's laborer. When you ask for a favor, you should have the right attitude. We don't accept being taken advantage of." The young man had never been so openly criticized before. Hearing the young man's words, Siali laughed even more unrestrainedly. Her tone was not much different from that of a scoundrel who harasses young girls on the street, but her attitude was even more infuriating. "Did you graduate with a degree in comedy? Or did you just not get your disability certificate? Everyone says that the design drawings for your machine are the same ones I drew, and they even asked me what research achievements I have. Can you see such a big machine? Are you blind? Using me as a tool, yet trying to suppress me from a moral high ground. How can you be so shameless as to be so far ahead of normal people? Do you really think the whole world is your parents, and that you have to spoil them all?" The young man's head was spinning with anger upon hearing this, and he began to tremble. He glared fiercely at Siali. You refuse to fix it, huh? You wait. I'll go find the manager and argue with you. Siali laughed dismissively, completely disregarding the person in front of her, and even impatiently waved her hand. Go quickly. I want to see who else you can bring here. I really don't believe that anyone can force me to do something I don't want to fix. Just because grandparents are good-tempered and tolerant doesn't mean he can tolerate it. If you don't fight back in the early stages of bullying, the bully will label you as someone who can be bullied, making it difficult to turn the tables later. She came here to earn military merit, gain power, protect her family, get her father back on his feet. Her father was reinstated, and then she went home to live off her parents. Ultimately, it's all about living a carefree life without having to work and having a great mood. If she's being exploited every day, she'd rather fight them to the end than give up this unhappy online marketplace. The young man was furious at his words, and with a cold face, he turned and left. The people in Research Lab number 2 were somewhat worried about Siali. Research Lab number 3 is the research lab that their institute focuses on developing and that has produced the most results. If Xia goes against those people like this, she's likely to suffer a loss. Lu Xiaoying looked at Siali with some concern and said in a caring tone, Xia, let's talk this out. His attitude was indeed not very good, but it's not worth getting criticized by the leader because of this. Siali looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why did the boss criticize me? Because I didn't fix it for him. As she spoke, she flicked the tiny design sketch in her hand, her expression gradually turning innocent. I have my own projects too. I haven't even finished my own work, and they're forcing me to do their work. Does that mean I'm always in the right? The people present. Siali was just a young girl in her early 20s with very delicate skin, plus she was pretty. When they're not acting like rascals, they look incredibly well-behaved, which is deceptive. Her innocent little expression immediately softened Lu Xiaoying's heart. It seems, that makes sense, doesn't it? Lu Dingyuan felt a bit of a headache. If the people in Research Lab number 3 started arguing with Siali about this, it might escalate to the point where it would be impossible to control. I'll go talk to them. You're not allowed to go. Before Lu Dingyuan could finish speaking, Siali's face turned cold. She sat down in her chair with her legs crossed like an old man, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Dingyuan. This wasn't my fault to begin with, so there's no need for me to pull strings. If we don't shut these people down today, are we going to have to call someone over to mediate every day? The truth is out in the open, and I don't believe he can find anyone to distort the facts. If any leader were to blatantly lie like that, they wouldn't deserve to be a leader. Siali didn't lower her voice when she said this, and since the door to the research room was already open, her voice clearly carried into the corridor. The middle-aged man brought over by the young man heard Siali's words, and his face immediately darkened. Reaching the doorway, he looked at Siali with displeasure, his voice filled with anger. Little girl, what a big mouth you have. Feng Hao was frantically checking in the lab whether the signal was transmitted correctly and whether there were any errors in their calculations. He was completely overwhelmed. As the office director, he was in charge of everyone in the room, and he was also in charge of the progress of the decryption. He spent several days calculating, but couldn't come up with a precise answer, which caused a row of blisters to form on his lips. Just as I was worrying about this, Mi Zhang, whom I had just sent out to find someone to repair the signal transmitter, returned. They also brought back a person from Research Lab number 2 who refused to help them fix the signal transmitter. He didn't believe it at all at the time. The people in Research Lab number 2 are all veteran revolutionaries. They are very classy in their work. If anyone is accused of disregarding the overall situation, it is impossible for them to do so. These veteran revolutionaries could never have done such a thing. But Mi Zhang confidently asserted that the new girl who came to the number 2 research lab next door was incredibly arrogant, looking down on the people in their number 3 research lab, and even saying that they were all gigolos, making some very unpleasant remarks. It would have been one thing if they had just said some harsh things, but after saying a whole bunch of things, they also prevented other people from coming over to fix their signal transmitter, which made me extremely angry. Thinking that he shouldn't wrong the young girl, he came over in person to see what was going on. If there was anything that couldn't be resolved, he would deal with it as soon as possible, prioritizing the overall situation. As soon as I arrived, I heard this little girl spouting nonsense. How could such an important place as the Research Institute have attracted such a person? It takes until you're 30 to finish a doctoral program. What could a young woman in her early 20s possibly know in a research institute? Isn't this just like a joke? Upon seeing this, the young man named Mi Zhang immediately gave him a look that said, "See? I wasn't wrong," and looked at his office director with a hint of shared indignation in his voice. "Boss, you saw it too. This woman is just so... We're all fighting for the revolution right now, and she's become arrogant and complacent just because she's achieved a little success. Is that really a good thing to do, dragging our organization down like that?" The people in Research Lab number 2 turned pale when they heard Mi Zhang's words. Although they were socially awkward and not good at talking, it didn't mean they couldn't tell right from wrong. This person is clearly trying to smear Xia. The middle-aged man standing at the door immediately stepped forward, blocking the doorway with displeasure, and glared angrily at the young man in front of the two men. Don't try to distort the truth here. It was clearly you who spoke harshly first. Mi Zhang knew that these people were as tongue-tied as cotton waistbands. Having a mouth was no different from not having one at all, and they couldn't win an argument with him on right and wrong. His face immediately turned cold as he said, "Didn't he say he wouldn't fix it?" The middle-aged man immediately became furious, "But you were the one with the bad attitude first." Siali watched as the middle-aged man in their office was about to argue with the young man in the research lab next door about who had the better attitude, without mentioning that the young man had come over first to provoke them and belittle them. Siali suddenly felt a headache coming on. With this level of fighting ability, what kind of fight can they possibly have? If they keep arguing, won't it just turn into them being petty and refusing to fix the machine next door? Although that is indeed the case, how can we let others seize on this kind of leverage? Looking at the increasingly furrowed brows of the boss next door, he said in an unpleasant tone, "See the attitude of your subordinates? They practically want to force people to be their slaves. You came back after filing a complaint and are still so confident about causing trouble. Do you owe me something? You say we have to do whatever you say? Is Research Lab number 2 subordinate to Research Lab number 3? Or do all the departments in the Institute have to revolve around you? You allow your subordinates to cause trouble with impunity. Do you think you're a bad leader?" Feng Hao frowned. Mi Zhang's attitude was indeed a bit bad, but wasn't the argument caused by their refusal to help repair the machine in the first place? Feng Hao, Research Lab number 2 and Research Lab number 3 have always kept to themselves and complement each other, rather than opposing each other, even in terms of research. If your Research Lab number 2 has any complaints about our Research Lab number 3, you can bring them up openly. There's no need to obstruct us in our work. Even if we bring this up with our superiors, we'll still be in the right. You're such a young girl. Why are you stopping others from fixing our transceiver? What are you up to? Please do not disrupt the atmosphere of the Research Institute. If this delays the deciphering of the spies' secret messages, can you bear the responsibility? Normally, if anything in their office broke, and they asked the people in Research Lab number 2 to fix it, these veteran revolutionaries would immediately cooperate without hesitation. As a result, this young girl came along and acted like a troublemaker, not only disrupting the peaceful atmosphere, but also delaying the work process. Isn't this just causing delays? Siali laughed freely, with a hint of mockery in her voice. Deciphering it is your business. What does it have to do with us? Feng Hao was furious. Now that the machine is broken and can't operate, is it none of your business that the cracking process has been delayed? Siali curled her lips into a cold smile, her tone laced with sarcastic mockery. We're all in charge of machinery, not your after-sales department. We manufactured machinery so you could receive signals from the US, and you think we made a mistake. Our responsibility is to study our findings. What does that have to do with your responsibilities? They take credit for what we've created, then come back and belittle and exploit us, the creators. Do you think that's the right thing to do? Siali is not one of those researchers who doesn't explain much. She's very eloquent. She then proceeded to recount in detail everything that Mi Zhang had done since she arrived at the Research Institute. Without any embellishment, the matter was presented as it truly was. Hearing this, Feng Hao's face flushed slightly, while Mi Zhang's face turned completely pale. Mi Zhang immediately turned to his boss and said in an extremely aggrieved tone, "Boss, don't believe her nonsense. You know very well who I am. You can't believe this young girl's rubbish. You must believe me." Feng Hao frowned, about to speak, when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. A woman in a white coat rushed to the door and said anxiously to Feng Hao, "Director, the same part has been deciphered. The higher-ups say that the United States is about to launch a coastal operation, and the time is tomorrow." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room tensed up instantly and turned to look at the woman at the door. Even Lu Dingyuan, who had abandoned the battlefield and let Siali do his thing, suddenly stood up, frowned, and stared intently at the person entering the door. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao's expression changed drastically. He lowered his voice and asked urgently, "What's the specific time and location? What are they planning to do? Have you figured it out yet?" The woman shook her head, her expression not very pleasant. "The parts concerning locations and specific details are all things we've heard many times, but haven't been able to agree on. It hasn't been cracked yet." Feng Hao's face was grim. He turned to the people in Research Lab number 2 and said, "This is urgent. We can deal with any unpleasantness later. I hope you can send someone with us to repair the machine first." The group exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes involuntarily falling on Siali, who had returned to her seat and was sketching as if nothing had happened. Seeing that they had no reaction, Feng Hao became somewhat exasperated. "How can you possibly help? Don't you have any sense of the bigger picture? We are all working for the sake of China, so can't we put aside our personal grievances and unite against a common enemy? It wasn't easy for the organization to rescue us. How can you bear to let China suffer? The people in Research Lab number 2 were somewhat helpless when they heard what he said. The middle-aged man wearing glasses at the door said, "It's not that we don't want to fix it for you. It's that we can't. We had already told researcher me that we hadn't figured out that particular model when we first received it, and we can't repair it now. Although there are already designed drawings, they can recreate a new one by simply copying the materials required for this US signal transceiver are not available in China. They are materials monopolized by the US. The 2 signal transceivers that were previously replicated were only a tiny amount of material that the organization had managed to obtain from the United States after a great deal of effort. There's no way we can make a new one." He sighed and simply pointed out a clear path for Feng Hao, whose face was pale. However, this machine was designed by Comrade Xia, and if we're talking about who among us can actually repair it, it's only Xia. If you sincerely apologize, they might help you. Before Siali arrived, they had heard Si Qiuyu mention Siali when they chatted with her. The child is a good child, but his temper is still young and impetuous, and he can't accept any kind of unfairness. Unlike older people, whose edges have long been smoothed out, they naturally can't stand being bullied. But she wasn't an unreasonable child. As long as she explained things to him properly, he had already come to their research institute, and naturally, he was there to serve China. She wouldn't stubbornly refuse to let him fix it. Feng Hao was surprised. He hadn't expected that such an exquisite design was drawn by such a young girl. No wonder the organization had specially recruited him. Although he felt that Xiaoli's actions of threatening with his abilities were a bit excessive, he still felt that the overall situation should be taken into consideration. He turned to Mi Zhang and said, "Go apologize." Mi Zhang's expression alternated between pale and flushed, clearly indicating that he did not want to lower his head and apologize. What was wrong with what he said before? These people in Research Lab number 2 didn't have any achievements to begin with, so isn't it only natural for them to cooperate with the work of other research labs? He shouted defiantly, "Director, why should I apologize to someone who doesn't cooperate with the organization and lacks a sense of the bigger picture?" As he spoke, he turned to Siali and glared at her angrily. "Do you know that by doing this you might very well let those spies who want to harm China escape? Not only might you let them escape, but you might also let their evil schemes succeed and harm China's interests. Out of a momentary sense of loyalty, you stubbornly refuse to get it repaired, but you're harming the interests of all the people of China. How can you be so selfish? Don't you feel ashamed of what you've done?" Siali remained engrossed in drawing the design, not even raising her head, and said casually, "I can fix it for you. You two can give up any bonuses, salaries, and subsidies from the Research Institute for the next year, and I'll fix it for you." Mi Zhang was immediately enraged by his words and roared furiously, "Why? If it weren't for the occasion, he would have asked the woman in front of him if she was sick." Siali said slowly, "You're so concerned about the big picture, yet you don't agree immediately? Do you realize that by doing this you might very well let those spies who want to harm China escape? Not only might you let them go, but you might also let their evil schemes succeed and harm China's interests. For your own benefit, you're blocking my access to the repairs, which is detrimental to the interests of all the Chinese people. How could you be so selfish? Aren't you ashamed of what you've done?" If Mi Zhang's tone just now was indignant and highly inflammatory, now Xiaoli's tone was calm and without any fluctuation, her voice light and indifferent, as if she were simply stating what she had bought on the street that day. But it is precisely these words, devoid of any emotion, that make the deep sarcasm all the more palpable. What was there for those present not to understand? This was clearly a rebuttal to Mi Zhang's attempt at moral blackmail. Siali didn't even look at the ugly expressions on the faces of the 2 people next to her, and said leisurely, "For the sake of the big picture, sacrificing this little bit is nothing, right? Isn't this your own theory? You can sacrifice anything for the sake of the big picture, even your own legitimate rights. Have you suddenly realized that it's okay to criticize others, but only hurts when it hits you?" The 3 people in Lab 3 stood at the door, their expressions not very pleasant. Although they are protected and don't go out or spend money, their families are still outside. Their monthly wages and receipts would be secretly delivered to their relatives by the South Island Legion. To put it bluntly, they still had to support their families. How could their families survive without wages? Everyone present knew that Siali's actions were blatant retaliation, a response to their previous so-called moral blackmail. But there was no other way now, so Feng Hao softened his tone and said, "Comrade Xia." Siali didn't even look up. "If you don't agree, then go back. That's not our job anyway. I wasn't rescued from a place where I couldn't survive by the country, and my original agreement with the South Island Legion was to come here to conduct mechanical research, not to provide after-sales service. I have my own work to do. Please don't disturb me." The room fell silent. Lu Dingyuan wanted to persuade Siali, since if they really wanted to take action tomorrow, the sooner they took precautions, the better. But he thought Siali wasn't a person without sense of propriety, so he didn't bring it up. Mi Zhang wanted to argue further, but Feng Hao stopped him by raising his hand. Feng Hao stared intently at Siali, remaining silent for a long time. The silence lasted for more than half a minute before he finally spoke. I can do without any subsidies or salary from the Research Institute. Please go to Research Lab number 3 and repair our signal transceiver. Time is of the essence. Those spies need to move on to other operations soon, and we can't afford to delay any longer. Siali looked up at him, her gaze somewhat ambiguous, but she didn't say anything, only slightly raising her chin towards Mi Zhang. What about this one? Feng Hao, researchers also have families to support, and I will make him apologize to you. Siali, I don't need to apologize anyway, he wasn't sincere. If you don't want to deduct his salary, then just give him a demerit. They use the charge of bullying veterans. Nowadays, seniority and background are highly valued. Regardless of how these veteran revolutionaries are doing now, they are still extremely respected in public. If this crime gets out, he won't be able to climb any higher in the future, and he won't even be able to face people in public. Siali shrugged indifferently. It's all up to you. I still have work to do. Please don't disturb me. After thinking for a moment, he added, it's best to prioritize the overall situation. Everyone present. Is this girl's heart only as big as the eye of a needle? Feng Hao closed his eyes, turned to look at Mi Zhang, and gestured with his eyes to reassure him, but said aloud, it's just a year's salary. This news is extremely important to us right now. Please calm down. That look in his eyes was clearly a reassuring look, as if he was telling you to agree first, and then he would think of another way to appease you. Although Mi Zhang was unwilling, he knew that there was no better way now, so he could only grit his teeth and look at Siali. I understand, if you don't want it, then don't. Go and fix it right away. Feng Hao frowned at his attitude, but remained silent. This woman's behavior was indeed somewhat aggressive. I just hope she keeps her word. Hearing him say that, Siali casually pulled out 2 pieces of paper and placed them on the table, along with 2 pens. Write it down. All your salary and subsidies are voluntary donations. I will then send them to the higher-level leaders. Did you know that military orders were projected onto the wall of the South Island Corps? If anyone outwardly complies but inwardly defies me, I can help you become notorious within the base. She wouldn't do something like taking these people's information out and spreading it, or harming them to death. After all, these people truly fought for China. She couldn't bring herself to suffer this injustice in silence, so let them die. As long as one is willing to sacrifice their face, they become omnipotent in every sense of the word. Although Mi Zhang was furious, he had no choice but to admit defeat since the knife was already at his neck. He could only temporarily resign himself to his fate and sign the unequal treaty, with Feng Hao, feeling so heartbroken he was about to vomit blood. That's a year's salary and subsidies. I wonder if the director will actually give him that. Siali was a woman of her word. After the 2 finished writing the notes, she put the 2 pieces of paper away, stood up and said, let's go take a look. Everyone in the room breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Siali's words. They were genuinely worried that Siali might refuse to repair the transceiver because of the poor attitude of the people in Research Lab number 3. That's something related to spies. Siali is a person who always keeps his promises. If he said he would help fix it, he really would. Without any hesitation, he walked straight out the door. The people in Research Lab number 2 were all people who had just been recognized as uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers. How could they feel at ease and reassured when they saw the youngest person in the entire research lab going to the wolf den next door? They were all extremely worried, so they all went to the next room together. The doors to both Research Lab 2 and Research Lab 3 were open. Research Lab 2 could easily hear the beeping signals coming from Research Lab 3, and the people in Research Lab 3 naturally heard what had just happened in Research Lab 2. When Siali and his group entered, the group's gazes towards Siali were not very friendly. Not everyone thought Mi Zhang was right, but Siali's actions were indeed aggressive and threatening, making him seem like a completely unpleasant person. Feng Hao led Siali to a transceiver and said to her with a furrowed brow, both of them seem to have problems. The received frequencies are not quite the same each time. Even if both are turned on simultaneously, the received signal will be different each time. Siali was quite puzzled when she saw the machine working normally. Wasn't this thing only recently manufactured? How could it break down so quickly? Although he was thinking this to himself, he didn't say a word, and he shut down all the other paths. After all, in this era without warranties, no one can be sure of the machine's quality. The machine's cover was opened with tools, and the internal parts were carefully examined, but no damage was found. He then incorporated his lightning-based superpower into the circuitry, allowing his superpower to run alongside normal electricity within the machine for a cycle, and frowned. Siali said definitively, "This one isn't broken." Feng Hao didn't say much, but simply led Siali to another machine. Then try this one. Following the same pattern, Siali disassembled the machine again and examined it carefully, her expression becoming somewhat strange. She wasn't the only one whose expression turned strange. The mechanical expert who came with her also did. Siali looked up at Feng Hao and said with great certainty, "This machine isn't broken either." Impossible. Before Feng Hao could speak, Mi Zhang, who had always been dissatisfied with Siali, spoke up first to refute him. His gaze towards Siali was filled with anger, and "You don't even give Xia your meager salary." Mi Zhang was already furious because of the salary issue, which had caused him both loss of face and money. Now, the people from Research Lab Number 2 had brought up the matter in Research Lab Number 3, which made him even more resentful. The voice involuntarily rose several decibels. How could there be two machines playing at the same time but on two different bands? They're clearly the same machines. It's not that you're deliberately refusing to fix it, but do you simply not know how to fix it? As he said this, he seemed to have found the answer for himself, looking at Siali with a knowing expression, his eyes filled with anger and disdain. If you didn't know how to fix it, you should have said so earlier instead of wasting everyone's time. They kept asking for this and that, saying all that. Is it fun to disrupt our work progress? You're determined to deduct my salary and give me a major demerit. You'll stop at nothing to stop you. You're a black sheep. If this woman can fix the machine, he can tolerate it for a while. But now it's obvious she can't fix it, so what else does he have to worry about? Not to mention his salary, he'll even get his face back in front of everyone. The people in Research Lab Number 2 had seen the things Siali had researched. Because they are experts, they know how important these things are to current technological progress and what a major technological revolution they represent. Hearing the young people in Research Lab Number 3 slander and insult Siali like that, even someone with a good temper couldn't hold back. The people in the two research labs immediately started arguing. Feng Hao couldn't stand it any longer, so he slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. He shouted loudly, "Stop arguing. The machine is broken now, and we've only cracked half of the information. If we don't have time to organize an operation tomorrow, who knows how much we might lose. Now is not the time to argue. The thing we should be doing right now is thinking of a solution." He looked at Siali and asked, "Comrade Xia, are you sure this machine isn't broken?" Siali nodded and said with certainty, "Absolutely not broken. Everything is working perfectly. It's probably because the people on your side aren't very bright that they can't figure it out." She used her powers to walk around inside. She couldn't possibly not know the machine was broken. In order to prove Siali's point, the mechanical researchers in Research Lab Number 2 also said something. "Although we may not be able to fix this thing if it breaks, we can still tell whether it is working properly. The machine is definitely not broken." The two sides were very angry when they started arguing, and they said a lot of things to each other. Siali's words didn't seem abrupt at all. They only made the two groups want to pick up their weapons and argue again. Feng Hao quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet, frowned, and calmly replied, "Since it's not a problem with the machine, then is there a problem with our cracking method? Is it possible that we haven't discovered the pattern in their signaling, which is why we can't decipher it correctly? Let's calculate it again carefully and see if we can deduce the correct answer." As he said this, he looked at the people from Research Institute Number 2 and said in a sincere tone, "The re-derivation requires a lot of calculations. Time is of the essence, so I hope you can put aside past grievances and help with the calculations. The matter is urgent, concerning national security. Let's deduce the results as quickly as possible and strive to complete the deployment before tomorrow." That makes perfect sense. Ultimately, everyone is doing it for the sake of China. Although most of the people in Research Lab Number 2 were physics majors, they were also quite good at math, and they immediately agreed to help with the calculations. Siali casually found a stool to sit down and didn't help with the math. She simply leaned back lazily in her chair, her eyes gazing upwards into the distance, silently listening to the constantly beeping frequency. As the beeping continued, her expression gradually became somewhat strange. A strange thought suddenly occurred to me. The reason why the people in Research Lab Number 3 couldn't deduce the information might actually be because they weren't thinking straight. The drip-drip sound kept ringing in the room, mixed with the scratching sound of pen nibs scratching on paper. Everyone in the room temporarily put aside their differences in order to decipher the secret message as soon as possible and give themselves enough time to prepare for tomorrow's operation against the spies. In this state where everyone was tense and highly focused, a sudden sound came from inside the room. What's different? These two signals are clearly the same. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads and focused their attention on Siali, who had spoken. Mi Zhang frowned and said, "Don't joke around. It's not like you're the only one with good hearing. Everyone's listening here. How could everyone else have misheard and only you have heard it correctly? She's clearly just trying to save face and is deliberately trying to get attention here." Siali rolled her eyes, not wanting to waste any more time arguing with him. He said directly, "Even if you disassemble this machine, the signals emitted by the two machines are the same. It's just that sometimes the pause in the middle is too short, and the two similar ones sound like one beep dot. When she had some doubts earlier, she used her supernatural power to attach herself to the machine and check the current. Although the discontinuity in the middle was slight, there was indeed a discontinuity, and it also had a certain pattern. This directly confirmed Siali's thoughts. If we had a pulse tester now, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. If it weren't for the so-called operation tomorrow, she wouldn't have said a single unnecessary word to them. Everyone present, but if, as Siali said, they misheard the signal frequency from the very beginning, then any further calculations would be futile and a waste of time. A middle-aged woman with her hair up in the bun in the number 3 research room frowned involuntarily when she heard the office director say that. Director, this comrade Xia is not a professional in our field. Even if he manages to produce a signal band, we cannot confirm whether it is correct or not. Normally, we could try it slowly, but the US is taking action tomorrow, so we don't have time to experiment repeatedly tonight. It wasn't that she was targeting anyone specifically, but there really wasn't that much time right now. If it was wrong, it would take them several hours to recalculate it. They don't have that much time to waste right now. And just as Mi Zheng said, if it really was just a matter of intermittent listening, how could so many people have listened for so long and not a single person have noticed it? Siali rolled her eyes, looking completely nonchalant, and simply gave up. Then you can continue down this wrong path, regardless of right or wrong, and see if you can figure it out by tomorrow morning. Everyone present. The woman blushed after Siali's words, but she also knew that there was some truth to what Siali said. They are currently giving 2 different signals, and neither can be guaranteed to be correct. Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Si Qiuyu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, please calm down and think carefully. There must be other solutions. Feng Hao's gaze fell on Siali. Comrade Xia, could you please draw out the frequencies you hear? That way, we can calculate them separately. Regardless of which is right or wrong, we need to try everything possible now. Getting accurate information is the most important thing. No one had any objection to what he said. Siali also felt that this was not a difficult task. It was just a matter of drawing a dotted line diagram. He picked up a piece of paper at random, wrote down the dot line diagram he had heard on it, and handed it to Feng Hao. Soon, the 3rd research lab went from worrying about cracking 2 different signals to worrying about cracking 3 different signals. Everyone sat there engrossed in their calculations, while Siali sat in the last row, feeling incredibly bored. She couldn't possibly expose her private space to others, not even to take out something for amusement. With nothing better to do, he scanned the room aimlessly before finally settling on Lu Dingyuan, who was sitting by the door reading a book. She got up and walked over, stopping a step in front of Lu Dingyuan. He lowered his head and asked Lu Dingyuan in a low voice, "What book are you reading?" Lu Dingyuan looked up and saw Siali standing in front of him, her gaze fixed on the book in her hand. "The military training manual is a required course for us." Siali nodded, looked up and shifted her gaze from the book to meet Lu Dingyuan's eyes, feigning curiosity at the opportune moment. "Is it good?" Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan was somewhat speechless. He handed the book over and asked, "Want to read it?" Siali took the book as if nothing had happened. "Since you've brought it up, I won't stand on ceremony." After saying that, he took the book and left. Why wouldn't I want to see her come over? Sitting there all alone with nothing to do is so boring. Luckily, someone brought a book with them. Lu Dingyuan, who was forced to sit idly by having his book stolen from him, was speechless. Everyone in both research labs was doing math. Since it was so boring, why didn't she join them? The people in the 2 research labs worked in silence for more than 3 hours, without even drinking water. "I figured it out." The middle-aged woman, who had previously disagreed with Siali's proposal of another option, suddenly shouted excitedly. "The exact coordinates have been calculated. The time is 8 a.m. tomorrow, and the location is approximately 30 kilometers west of Nanshui Bay." Although she felt that the information Siali gave her was unreliable, she still diligently calculated the numbers once the groups were assigned to her. But to her surprise, it actually calculated the precise location. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly gathered around. "Great! Quickly upload the time and coordinates to the higher-ups, so as not to delay everyone's time." They can actually calculate that? That's amazing! Everyone was thrilled, their eyes shining as they looked at Siali. Some even shouted, "Comrade Xia, your hearing is amazing. You can even tell from such a short distance." Everyone was excited. The people who had been calculating the other 2 sets, either you can't figure out a single one, or you can figure out 2. Either way, it's a headache. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the previously cheerful atmosphere vanished instantly. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't good, Siali sincerely suggested, "Why don't we send people to both places? Anyway, our South Island Legion has quite a few people." Everyone turned their heads and looked at Siali's South Island Legion training uniform and fell silent. "As someone in the military, is it really appropriate for you to say that?" Lu Dingyuan, who was sitting at the door, spoke up at the right time. If we can confirm these two locations, and the number of people is not too large, we can indeed split our forces into two groups. However, there's a time lag between these two pieces of information. If it's a large-scale operation, and our first group took action at 8 a.m. to confirm the information is false, it could very well alert the actual operation. If the two messages are sent at the same time, that's fine. At worst, they can split up and ambush in two different places. But now there is an hour and a half between these two times. If they send a large number of people at 8 o'clock, even if they do it quietly, the ship will inevitably make a commotion when it sets sail. They might be so frightened that they might not show up again. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao frowned. If only we had a machine that could accurately test the continuity of sound. As he spoke, he looked expectantly at Siali. Comrade Xia, you work in the mechanical field. Is there any way you can confirm this? He realized that this Xia was quick-witted and had outstanding professional skills. He was not the young man he had previously thought was just there to coast along. He was truly capable, which is why he was admitted through a special exception. Although Siali looked down on the way the people in Research Lab number 3 worked, she still had a sense of the big picture and didn't complain about the matter. After a moment's thought, I realized that if I had a pulse tester, I should be able to plot the wavebands. But right now, probably nobody even knows what a pulse is, so there's definitely no such thing. After a moment's thought, she turned to Sichioyu and asked, Uncle C, do we have a sensitive galvanometer in our lab? Although this thing is an old relic, it's undeniably both sensitive and easy to use. Most importantly, it has certainly already appeared with the current level of technology. Sichioyu nodded in response to her question, yes. I'll go get it for you right away. As Sichioyu spoke, she jogged out of the door of Research Lab number 3 and returned shortly with a cube-shaped galvanometer with a dial. Not only did they take this thing, they also took the toolbox. Lily, take a look, is this okay? Siali took it, glanced at it, and nodded, saying, okay, I'll make a few changes. She found a few parts and some wires in the toolbox and connected the galvanometer to the transceiver. A group of people surrounded her, their eyes fixed on the tools in Siali's hands, their hearts pounding in their throats. Feng Hao's expression was particularly solemn. If this machine could be improved, it would definitely bring a lot of convenience to their future work. But with just a few simple things, can such an ingenious machine really be improved? You know, when this machine first came to them, so many people didn't know how to fix it. Siali, an ability user who awakened dual lightning and air elemental abilities at the beginning of the apocalypse, can be considered a veteran electrician after experiencing 10 years of the apocalypse. Connecting an electrical wire was a piece of cake for her, and as for those minor improvements, they weren't difficult as long as she understood the principles. In no time, she had connected all those small parts to the transceiver. He put the tools back in the toolbox, dusted off his hands, and said, okay, let's plug it in and try it. The galvanometer would swing whenever current passed through it. I modified it slightly so that current would pass through the galvanometer whenever it made a beeping sound. A sensitive galvanometer is sensitive to current. As long as the sensitivity is set to be high, even a small amount of current will cause its swing amplitude to be particularly large. This makes it very clear whether or not there has been an interruption. To put it simply, whether the beep sound stops or not will only depend on whether the clock face moves. Everyone was astonished, and those standing on the outer circle immediately went to plug in the power. Beep, beep, beep. The signal beeps of varying lengths sounded again. The people gathered in a circle looked at the dashboard and exclaimed in surprise, it's moving. Feng Hao quickly said to the others, quickly, get a notebook and write this down. The person behind him immediately responded, yes, and hurriedly went to get a pen and paper. The scene was silent, everyone staring at the sensitive galvanometer whose pointer swung back and forth with each beep. After taking notes once, Feng Hao anxiously leaned over to the person taking notes and asked, how is it? Which one is correct? The person taking notes compared the several sheets of paper back and forth, feeling a little awkward, but still exclaimed with delight, Comrade Xia is right. Seeing that they had confirmed it, Lu Dingyuan frowned and said to Feng Hao, Director Feng, please decipher the specific information in the coded telegram as soon as possible. I will take it back to the unit for deployment now. Lu Dingyuan looked like he was about to hold a big meeting tonight, his aura solemn, which made Siali click her tongue in amazement. It seems Lu Dingyuan is going to be staying up all night with Commander Lu and the others. It seems being a soldier these days is really tough. Feng Hao naturally had no objection and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll do it as soon as possible. Now that it has been determined which one is correct, there is no need for further discussion, and everyone in both research labs throws themselves into the calculations. About half an hour later, Feng Hao gave Lu Dingyuan the final answer and earnestly instructed him, from now on, Lu Dingyuan, with a stern face, solemnly accepted the paper and saluted, rest assured, We will do our utmost to protect China's security. After saying that, he took the paper and turned to leave, his eyes scanning the crowd, trying to find Siali and ask her if she wanted to come with him or wait for someone to come and pick her up. As soon as he turned around, he found the person standing behind him, extremely close, almost touching him, less than a step away. He was startled and almost instinctively attacked. Lu Dingyuan, why does he feel that this person is doing this on purpose? With a stern face and an intimidating gaze fixed on Siali, he was about to speak when Siali said with a reproachful look, "Keep moving forward. Why are you stopping?" They almost crashed into each other. That tone of accusing the wicked first was truly infuriating. Lu Dingyuan was now certain that the little girl was doing it on purpose. If it were truly unintentional, she wouldn't have explained that last sentence to him at all. Suppressing the rising anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." The two left the research institute quickly, one after the other, and drove back to the South Island core. In research room number 3, Siali and Lu Dingyuan both left, leaving behind only a group of serious researchers. Feng Hao turned to the people in research lab number 2 and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, our attitude wasn't very good before. We had some prejudice against your outdated industrial technologies. I will discipline my subordinates from now on, and that situation will never happen again." After today's incident, he finally understood that all professions are interdependent. Comrade Xia solved their huge problem using only a few simple parts. They used to look down on the people in research lab too, because they hadn't produced any results, and also because they, as owners of more advanced technologies, looked down on those older industries. But now he understands that it's not because those in the machinery industry are less advanced than them, but because any industry, if placed in the right position, can play a huge role, and they have no reason to look down on people. The people in Lab 2 were initially quite angry, since what the people in Lab 3 did today was indeed rather unethical. But upon hearing Feng Hao, the department head, sincerely apologize, the anger in her heart immediately dissipated. Lu Xiaoying waved her hand. "What's done is done. We were all fighting for the country. However, it's fine if you have opinions about us old guys, but you should at least restrain yourselves in front of Xia. They're all young and hot-blooded. Conflict would damage unity." Feng Hao naturally had no objection to this. After witnessing Xiaoli's improvements to the signal transceiver, many people in research lab number 2 had a change of opinion about these outdated technology industries that only know how to make machines. It's not just those people who use their knowledge to decipher and analyze signals who are high-end, sophisticated, and classy. Top talents in mechanical physics are equally impressive. The people at the research institute put aside their differences, and the atmosphere was just right. Siali was driven by Lu Dingyuan, and they sped back to the military dependence compound. Upon returning to the military dependence compound, the two parted ways. Lu Dingyuan went to find Commander Bai, while Xia Li leisurely strolled home. The Xia Zhengwo couple already knew that Xia Li would be going to participate in the researchers' work. When she returned in the evening, they gave her a few words of advice and then went to bed. After washing up, Xia Li lay on the bed and played on her phone for a while. No internet is no problem. As long as her lightning-type superpower remains intact, she can play single-player games forever. "I played a match. 3 game until late at night, and when I looked at the time, it was almost 1 a.m. She was thinking about the early morning training tomorrow, which required her to get up at 5:30, so she forced herself to close her eyes and go to sleep. It's practically impossible to get someone who often stays up late to suddenly go to bed early. Siali tossed and turned in bed, trying to fall asleep as soon as possible, constantly reminding herself, "Sleep during the day and wake up at night, and I'll be the devil myself. I sleep at 1 a.m. and wake up at 6 a.m., drinking millet porridge in the ICU. I sleep at 2 a.m. and wake up at 6 a.m. Even the king of hell says I'm in good health. Sleeping at 3 a.m. and waking up at 6 a.m., burning oneself at the crematorium. Sleeping at 4 a.m. and waking up at 6 a.m., the urn containing ashes is rectangular. I sleep at 5 and wake up at 6, the tombstone is tied to me." I kept repeating it over and over, and the more I repeated it, the more energetic I became. I stayed up until 2:30 in the morning before I finally managed to fall asleep. Siali felt like she had just fallen asleep when, in a hazy state, she suddenly heard the sound of a horn, and her brows furrowed slightly. Before she could react, the door was pounded on by a series of urgent knocks. Xia Zhengwo shouted anxiously from outside the door, "Xia Li, get up quickly. The emergency assembly call has sounded. Hurry up and assemble." Xia Li. Although Xia Li didn't want to get out of bed, she still managed to jump out of bed quickly, dressed herself in no time, and rushed out in less than a minute. Before leaving, he shouted to Xia Zhengwo, "I'm leaving. I want sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch, Dad. Have Mom make them for me, and make sure they're extra sweet and sour." The sound gradually faded away with the wind, but the phrase, add more sugar and vinegar, lingered in the air for a long time, almost spreading throughout the entire residential compound. Veteran Xia Jiangwo, who woke up immediately upon hearing the emergency assembly call to wake his daughter. Having led troops for so many years, I've never seen a daughter like him. Not only does she wait for someone to call her when the assembly call sounds, but her mind is also filled with thoughts of ordering food. What on earth is this girl thinking all day long? Siali ran quite a distance before realizing that something seemed a little off. I looked up at the sky, and it was still pitch black, completely unlike what it looked like when the reveille was sounded at 5:30. But the colleagues who ran out with me and the constant bugle call, Siali? What's going on? Why wake someone up in the middle of the night? Is it like those novels where people are woken up in the middle of the night to train their alertness? He glanced down at his watch as he ran. 3:30. Siali. She only slept for an hour, and this time even the king of hell didn't praise her good health. He simply put her on the tombstone list. I ran quickly to the playground. Although she was fast, the family quarters were farther from the playground than the single dormitory, and when she arrived at the playground, there were already many people standing there. Scan the crowd, locate your group, and run over quickly. The crowd had already begun to line up. Siali, standing in the queue, asked Zhao Chang with some confusion, "What's going on?" Zhao Chang arrived early and had already found out what had happened. "I heard that Decrypt has cracked a spy's information. We're going out to sea to catch the spy in a bit." Siali? This message sounds familiar. Before Siali could think any further, Lu Dingyuan had already stood in front of the crowd and begun to give a speech. Everyone was fully prepared and ready to go, and there was complete silence. As Siali listened to Lu Dingyuan's strategic plan, the expression on her face gradually turned ferocious. Good heavens. Even if she's incredibly useful, you can't use her like this. I get up at 5:30 in the morning to train. After training all day, I have to go to the research institute to do research after get off work in the afternoon. After finishing the research, I go home and sleep for less than an hour before I have to take the results of my research at the research institute to carry out a mission. It's clearly a 24-hour day, yet she's working 3 shifts non-stop all by herself. Even Huang Shuren's old ox wasn't used this badly. After all the deployments were completed, Lu Dingyuan ordered, "Go to the logistics department to retrieve the equipment and set off now." Everyone rushed toward the equipment room in a neat and orderly fashion, moving at a very fast pace. Siali deliberately lagged behind the crowd, her forehead veins throbbing as she approached Lu Dingyuan, her voice tinged with annoyance. "You don't use people like this, do you?" Lu Dingyuan instantly understood what Siali meant, but now was not the time to explain. He simply said, "I'll apply for leave for you in a couple of days." Normally, with Siali's military rank, he would only have 2 vacations in 3 years, and even then, it wasn't something he could apply for whenever he wanted. Approving her leave whenever she wanted was already considered giving her special treatment. But is a vacation what Siali wants? It's one thing for her to work 2 jobs, but to get a follow-up quest after a quest is assigned. Even game developers aren't this rip-off. Knowing that so many people were watching, I didn't have time to waste. I took a deep breath and ran to get my weapon. He ran halfway, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran back to Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan frowned when he saw her run back again. "The mission is urgent, and we're about to depart." Her constant disobedience to orders shows no semblance of discipline. If it were an ordinary soldier, he would have already started training, his face stern, his voice tinged with anger. Still, what's the problem? "Siali, I don't have a gun. When you join the army, every new recruit will have a gun presenting ceremony after they are assigned to their company. At this point, the soldier will receive a rifle that is uniquely his own, and it will accompany him for some time during his service. But today is Siali's first day in the unit, and their company commander said that a gun presentation ceremony will be held tomorrow. In other words, Siali does not currently own a gun." Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan had no choice but to frown and say, "Come with me to the logistics department. I'll apply for a set of temporary equipment for you first." With that, he strode towards the logistics department. Siali ran behind him, pouting as she said resentfully, "I thought you'd chase me back if I didn't have a gun." Lu Dingyuan. How could you be so optimistic? Siali received her own set of equipment and quickly put it on. The whole process was smooth and fast. The moment she put on the equipment, her entire aura changed, becoming incredibly sharp, like a blade about to be drawn, which made Lu Dingyuan turn his head to look at her. The way he put on his gear so cleanly and the menacing aura he exuded made him seem more like a seasoned veteran than someone who hadn't been trained. She is completely different from those women who, despite their fierce temperament, are still physically weak. If he hadn't seen her father chasing after her and beating her every day these past few days, and if Siali hadn't appeared so disorganized and undisciplined, he would have thought that her sharp edge was the result of her father's strict training since childhood. Before leaving, Lu Dingyuan retorted to Siali, "You'll be going." Siali agreed rather half-heartedly, "Okay." She was probably the first platoon leader since the founding of the People's Republic of China to run alongside the deputy platoon leader. Everything was ready to go. The men of the 1st Battalion ran out of the office building and quickly jumped onto the military trucks. The car started, carrying more than a dozen people, and headed towards the shipyard dock. The group quickly boarded the ship at the dock. This was a secret operation, so it was impossible to go out in a large ship. Therefore, the ships they traveled on this time were usually small gunboats and some small boats. Siali and his group were assigned a small gunboat made in 1962. Siali didn't know much about ships before, but she had been on a ship during the apocalypse. Seeing such an old antique, I was immediately filled with wonder and couldn't help but wander around the boat, looking here and there, touching everything, just like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time. Zhao Cheng saw their platoon leader standing on the deck, touching and looking at the cannons on the deck. He quickly walked over, reached out and touched the gun emplacement as well, proudly introducing it to himself. "This is a Type 62 patrol boat that our China just manufactured not long ago. I heard it uses the most advanced technology, and the cannons on it are much stronger than those of the previous small gunboats. There aren't many ships on our southern island, and we never expected to get to use this small gunboat on this mission." Siali. Seeing his proud demeanor, Siali felt too embarrassed to say aloud, "The reason I looked at the ship wasn't because I thought it was advanced, but because I thought old relics were rare, so I came to take a look." "You only have cannons, but no torpedoes?" Zhao Cheng was delighted when he heard Siali's words. She was clearly an expert. None of these naval personnel disliked warships. They would immediately perk up when the topic came up. Zhao Cheng didn't think there was anything wrong with not having torpedoes at all. He explained to Siali, "This type of warship replaced the 57mm gun at the bow with a 37mm gun and removed the 450mm torpedo tubes on both sides. The freed-up tonnage and space were used to install two 25mm anti-aircraft guns. This reduced the tonnage from 130 tons for the Type 0109 to 115 tons, while increasing the speed by 0.5 knots. Our Navy's main tasks are coastal patrol, escort, and anti-infiltration, which is why we have such a high demand for artillery. We would rather remove anti-ship torpedoes than not install artillery." After all, the opponent's strength wasn't great, and there were few opportunities to use torpedoes. It was more practical to dismantle them and install artillery instead. Hearing his straightforward words, Siali nodded in agreement, but inwardly thought, "Isn't it all because of poverty and lack of skills? Ships of this tonnage in later generations could still be equipped with both cannons and torpedoes. However, since it is produced domestically, it is a significant improvement." Siali chatted casually with Zhao Cheng, glancing at the other ships. "We only have 3 ships? Why isn't ours moving faster?" Zhao Cheng answered quite sincerely, "This was arranged by our battalion commander, who told us to bring up the rear." Siali. What a load of rubbish. Normally, such an advanced ship should be positioned at the very front, but they are quite far away, almost 800 meters from the front, already on the outermost edge. It's like they're hiding at the very back, which is a bit ridiculous. It's obviously a safe zone. She guessed that this must have been arranged by Lu Dingyuan, but since she had already come on a mission, she should have charged forward instead of hiding in the back. However, with a little thought, one can understand the intricacies involved. As a semi-researcher, Lu Dingyuan would naturally not leave her in danger, but now that she has joined the army, she is the only one not taken on major missions, which could easily arouse suspicion. So they gave her the best equipment and let her openly slack off during missions. "Do you usually take this boat when you go on patrol?" Zhao Cheng immediately showed a surprised expression. "How is that possible? Our unit usually treats this ship very well. They've only been in our hands for a short time, and they're in high demand, so they're prioritized for the Bohai region. Our division commander talked to the higher-ups for a long time before they finally gave us a few. We still use the old small gunboats when we go out to patrol the sea. This is my first time on this ship." Siali thought to herself, "Just as I thought," and without asking any further questions, continued her tour. The ship was designed for 36 people, which happened to be all from Siali's platoon. Apart from the one who was navigating the ship and a few guards, everyone else followed Siali to tour the large ship and study its weapons and equipment. Only when they reached the vicinity of the ambush site did the group hide their boats behind the rocks and stop to wait for the American agents to arrive. It was just past midnight, and the sky was still dark. Siali's boat was slightly larger than the others, and the reef they were avoiding was more like a small, rocky islet the size of a small hill. With no one arriving, everyone was getting drowsy. The weather on the South Island is quite hot, and Siali usually rolls up her sleeves, but now she has to let them down. It's not for any other reason than that there are just too many mosquitoes here. Those buzzing bees seem to greet people more warmly than their own mothers, showering them with their breath. Siali sat on the gunwale, leaning against the bed, feeling drowsy and her mind wasn't very clear. Hearing the buzzing of mosquitoes in his ear, he completely forgot that he had come to a new world and thought he was in the apocalypse. He subconsciously used his lightning-type ability to kill the mosquitoes. With a snap sound, a small white electric spark was lifted into the misty air and disappeared in an instant, just like an electric mosquito swatter. But the soldiers on the ship were all there to carry out a mission. Although they were exhausted, they remained vigilant. The sudden electrical explosion was particularly noticeable in the quiet air, and everyone immediately went on alert. Zhao Cheng immediately surveyed the surroundings beforehand, and even after finding no one around, he still lowered his voice and asked warily, "What's that sound?" The person next to him immediately denied it. How could there be any sparks? There's no one around here. Another round-faced young soldier whispered, "I think I just saw a mosquito fly up to our platoon leader, and then it just popped open." The crowd, the topic is getting increasingly out of control, heading in a direction that is not scientific. Siali was affected by the atmosphere around her and instantly sobered up, realizing that things were going badly. He immediately started spouting nonsense with a straight face. "Did you see wrong? How could a mosquito explode in midair? It didn't eat gunpowder. We have so many mosquitoes here, are you hallucinating?" The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat conflicted. Logically speaking, they couldn't possibly be mistaken. From a practical point of view, how could a mosquito possibly explode in midair? It's not a small bomb. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Someone asked in a low voice, "Do you think it's possible that this is a new type of attack by the enemy?" I remember learning in books that some countries use bats to poison animals and strap bombs to rats. Are they even using mosquitoes now? Upon hearing his words, everyone tensed up instantly and instinctively became wary of the mosquitoes around them. The battlefield is ever-changing, and even the smallest problem can become the key to victory or defeat in a war, so carelessness is absolutely unacceptable. Siali looked at these people speechlessly. Even if he wanted to use mosquitoes to make biological bombs, with the current level of technology, how much power could such tiny mosquitoes have? They wouldn't even be enough to light a cigarette, would they? The windproof lighter also has electricity, but the current is definitely greater than the current she used to shock the mosquito. These people have such outrageous imaginations. Siali pretended to be nonchalant, took out a small bottle of insecticide from her spatial storage, put it in her pocket, and then sprayed it in midair. It's definitely because there are too many mosquitoes that you're overthinking things. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How could a mosquito explode on its own? You must be seeing things. As she spoke, she sprayed insecticide into the air with the hand in her hand. This was an insecticide formula concocted by her wood-type ability users using mutated plants during the apocalypse. It can kill not only ordinary mosquitoes, but also mutant mosquitoes. There were a lot of mosquitoes earlier, but since everyone was out on a mission, she didn't feel comfortable spraying them. There's no point in being embarrassed now. The most important thing is to make these people forget about the electric mosquito incident. Everyone agreed that it made sense, and they were just about to say that they might have seen it wrong when they watched as mosquitoes flying in the air fell to the ground with a series of thuds wherever Siali's insecticide passed. The mosquito-killing effect was comparable to a free fall with death on its hands. In just a few seconds, a small patch of blackness appeared on the deck, filled with mosquitoes that had fallen to the ground. Everyone looked down at the small patch of dead mosquitoes on the ground and fell silent. Siali looked down at the small patch of dead mosquitoes on the ground and fell silent, even stopping her spraying. Zhao Cheng opened his mouth and said, "Platoon leader, did you spray poison? Why are these mosquitoes dying so quickly?" They had used mosquito repellent like Lucian, but they had never seen any mosquito repellent that worked so well, killing a whole bunch of mosquitoes on the spot. Even poison gas experiments don't kill people this quickly. Siali. She never expected that the apocalyptic insecticide would have such a great effect in the ordinary world. Zhang Ming asked in a weak, low voice, "Platoon leader, where did you buy this mosquito repellent?" "My girlfriend's workplace has a lot of mosquitoes, and I'm thinking of buying her a bottle too." Siali. Looking into his sincere eyes, and out of consideration for the day she had beaten him up, Siali silently handed him the bottle of mosquito repellent. "You can just open your mouth and spout nonsense without thinking. I traded eggs with an old lady on the street before I came from Liaoqing. I guess you won't be able to buy it if you don't run into her. You can give this bottle to your boyfriend first. She has another bucket of this in her space, but there's no way she could take out a lot to share with everyone. Otherwise, once the bucket is used up, where will she get mosquito repellent from the mutated plants for them?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. He reached out and took the mosquito repellent from Siali's hand, smiling sheepishly as he thanked her. "Thank you, platoon leader." After the incident of mosquitoes exploding on the boat, everyone on the boat was no longer sleepy and waited quietly. Siali glanced down at her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the visibility at sea had not improved with the daylight. In fact, it was getting increasingly blurry. Zhao Cheng muttered under his breath, "These people are really cunning. They deliberately chose a foggy day. This is obvious. It must have been calculated in advance. Otherwise, if you want to do anything sneaky, you have to do it at night, for fear of being discovered. How could you possibly choose an 8 o'clock time?" Everyone present understood this principle, and the crowd, while remaining on guard, also cursed the United States together. After nearly 10 minutes of cursing, just when everyone felt that their relationship had become much closer because of cursing a common enemy, a red light suddenly flashed 5 times in the thick fog in the distance. "They're here." Zhao Cheng tensed up immediately and said in a low voice, "5 enemy ships in total. Everyone, get to your positions. Don't let them escape from our..." The sounds of cannon fire and gunfire suddenly rang out in the distance, and warnings broadcast through loudspeakers echoed across the sea. Their ship was positioned on the outer defensive line of the encirclement, and its main function was to check for gaps and prevent anyone from escaping from their side. But people in their positions are generally not drawn into the fighting. They only need to be on guard at the outermost perimeter. A thick fog blanketed everything, making it impossible to distinguish men from women from a meter away. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Siali, the platoon leader, just took office yesterday. He has never boarded the ship with them or carried out any missions together. To be honest, once she got on the ship, she had no idea what she was supposed to do. She couldn't help with the current situation at all. Seeing everyone constantly focused on the direction of the battle, she began to wander around aimlessly. My gaze swept around, but with this level of visibility, I couldn't see anything clearly anywhere. Everything looked the same. While she was idly doing nothing, she had a vague feeling that there was a darker patch of misty white fog not far from their ship. The slightly deeper patches are gradually moving away from them, heading further away. Upon seeing this, Siali frowned deeply. It's not some fantasy world. How could a small black floating object possibly run across the sea? With such a large size, only ships sailing on the sea can float across it. Siali immediately reached out and patted Zhao Cheng beside her, staring at the direction the small black block had moved, and said in a serious tone, "Look over there. Did a boat pass by?" Although she said that, she was basically certain in her heart. What's floating on the sea could be a ghost, if not a ship. Zhao Cheng was startled by her reaction and immediately turned to look at her. Even if his eyesight is better than that of a normal person, it is still within the normal range, and is completely different from that of a human like Siali, whose 5 senses have been evolved by superpowers. He frowned, stared intently for a moment, and then said definitively, "I didn't see it." "Are you sure it's a boat?" Siali answered without hesitation, confirmed. Sailing in dense fog is dangerous. Those people who sailed out in such fog certainly weren't trying to escape China under the cover of fog. They were probably just trying to cover their tracks. "Let's quickly steer the boat over there and catch up with them. Don't let them get away." This is not the era of satellite navigation. Even the most experienced fishermen who are familiar with the sea would not go out to sea in such foggy weather, otherwise they would very likely drown and never return. Those 5 ships risked so much to come out, certainly not to get close to their coastline and gather information before leaving, as the news suggested. If it were really just to gather information, encountering so many of them lying in ambush would have meant running away instead of lingering there. Zhao Cheng quickly understood what was going on. "But even if I understand it, I still disagree. But the battalion commander told us to stay here and not to leave without permission no matter what happens." The battalion commander had told him that their platoon leader was a very capable person and that he must protect the platoon leader no matter what. It's too risky to just go there like that. Siali was not one to follow orders, and now that he saw people trying to run away, he naturally couldn't just sit and wait to die. He retorted directly, "Can't those 10 or so ships over there surround 5 ships? We're completely useless here. Besides, we're here to arrest people, and those people are clearly just trying to cover for us. Who knows what those people took away? What if it was a leader who was knocked unconscious, or some important document? We've let someone important escape. How are we going to clean this up?" Zhao Cheng hesitated, but battalion commander. A general in the field may disobey orders from others. "We're closest to that ship now. By the time they get here, everyone will have run away." Siali's expression was unfriendly, his eyes fixed on the direction the boat had disappeared in. He said angrily, "Is he your platoon leader, or am I? Listen to me. Just shout it out once. Go after them now and set sail quickly." Zhao Cheng had no choice but to order his men to set sail and chase after the ship. In order not to alert the enemy, Zhao Cheng even had people use flashing lights to signal the main ship. He then quickly ordered men to set sail and chase after the ship that had disappeared into the thick fog. Inside the ship that quietly departed from the South Island, a woman with distinctly Eastern features was half squatting on the ground, tilting her head slightly upwards to meet the eyes of an elderly man sitting on a stool. gently comforting him with one word after another. Don't worry, we have now left the South Island and will soon be able to leave China. You will definitely have a great future. We will definitely keep our promise to you and bring your family out as soon as possible. Just come with us without worry, everything will be fine. The old man opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly heard a series of warning shouts, like being yelled at the top of one's lungs, coming from the back of the cabin. We are the Marine Corps of the Southern Islands of China on a maritime patrol mission. The ship ahead, please stop immediately. I'll say it again. The boat in front, stopped immediately. Siali and his men relentlessly pursued the ship ahead, with people inside shouting into the ship's loudspeaker. If it were an ordinary fishing boat, it would definitely stop in this situation, and they wouldn't harm innocent people. But the ship in front of them was clearly not an ordinary vessel. The more they shouted, at this moment, the fog on the sea gradually dissipated, and Siali and his companions were able to see the silhouettes of the ships ahead. It was a fishing boat that was only slightly larger, but otherwise quite ordinary, and it was not equipped with any weapons. But this unassuming fishing boat was surprisingly fast, almost as fast as their small gunboat. They chased after it relentlessly for a long time, but still couldn't catch up with the ship in front. Siali frowned upon seeing this and immediately ordered Zhao Chang, tell him that if he doesn't stop, we'll open fire. Zhao Chang was helpless. Although he also wanted to fire a cannon and pierce through the fleeing ship, reality didn't allow it. We are now 12 kilometers away from the coastline. This is not our exclusive territorial waters, but an exclusive economic zone that borders other countries. Logically speaking, since they didn't attack first, we can't directly fire cannons to penetrate their ship. We can only issue a warning. Siali turned her head and looked at him incredulously. No one can escape from our side? Zhao Chang, no. In fact, he could really understand their platoon leader. When he first joined the army, he wished he could just blast those spies' ships to the ground with a single shot. But once they realize the country's difficulties, they generally won't act rashly. Now, being oppressed by that powerful force, our relationship with Russia has also deteriorated in recent years. Whenever we make a mistake, the United Nations sends endless condemnations, which then force the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue apologies. They cannot cause trouble for their colleagues in the organization and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just for a moment's pleasure. Siali felt a surge of anger after hearing Zhao Chang's explanation. The U.S. can sail its aircraft carriers around in China's territorial waters without any problems, but when they chase after someone they know is problematic, they can't even fire a shot. The gap between countries is simply too great, and the people of weaker countries also feel aggrieved. She even had the bizarre thought that it would be enough for someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to apologize. If possible, she could have her second brother go instead. She wouldn't feel bad at all. Siali took a deep breath. Then warned them, if they don't stop, we'll fire a warning shot. Zhao Chang? Siali looked at Zhao Chang's bewildered expression and said, didn't we say we couldn't fire the cannons at them? If we can't hit them, then it's fine. When the time comes, we'll fire a cannon to scare them and bring them back. Then who will be willing to go down into the deep sea to retrieve the wreckage of our shells? If no one says anything, how will anyone know we've opened fire? Zhao Chang, that makes some sense, but how can they be so undisciplined? He wanted to say something more, but seeing Siali's "I'll beat you up if you say another word" expression, he immediately shuddered. I really wanted to ask, what if the number of shells doesn't match when we get back? But I swallowed the question and quickly turned around and ran off to relay the order. His expression was flustered, and his voice trembled slightly. Didn't you say you wouldn't fire the cannon? Didn't you say that at most you'd be captured and taken back, and there would be absolutely no danger to your life? Why are they firing now? The woman's expression was grim as she gripped the old man's arm tightly to prevent him from falling. I felt so nauseous inside. How did she know why they fired the cannons? According to international conventions, they absolutely cannot fire. Has China gone mad? On the boundless sea, a fishing boat and a warship, even if they are old-fashioned warships with little power, their combat strength is still clearly different. Siali stood on the deck, looking at the ship swaying in front of her without slowing down at all, and hearing the loudspeaker shouting, "Ship ahead, stop," over and over again. She really wished that the cannonballs would just fall on the ship and end it all. After chasing for a while, Zhao Chang suddenly ran over and reported to Siali with a nervous expression, "Platoon leader, there are 3 ships coming up ahead. They don't have any national flags on them, and we don't know which ones they belong to. Under normal circumstances, ships will fly the national flag when they leave territorial waters. Ships that don't fly a national flag are either pirates or have ulterior motives and want to hide their identities. But in the current situation, even though the other side ship is not as big as theirs, the other side has 3 ships while they only have 1. Regardless of their motives, their confrontational approach is not a good thing." Siali didn't know where those 3 ships were either. They came, but they were firing cannons here, and those people chased after them. Something was definitely wrong. Watching the small fishing boat continue moving forward, Siali gritted her teeth. Really? We can't fire the cannon? Zhao Chong, no. Siali pursed her lips, looked at the 3 ships heading their way, and gritted her teeth, saying, withdraw. Zhao Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately saluted, yes. He turned and jogged off to give the order. Siali grew angrier the more she thought about it. Before the ship changed course, she took out a grenade from her equipment. As Siali watched the ship gradually sink, she felt half relieved, finally feeling less frustrated than before. Zhao Chang, who had run back, shouted in shock, platoon leader. How are you going to explain this when we get back? Siali glanced at him, grinned, and put on a feigned innocence. What? How do you explain? Zhao Chang was somewhat incredulous, his voice rising several octaves. How could you drop a bomb to blow up the ship? And it's not just our ship here, there are other ships too. What if they go back and report us? Siali pointed to the ships in the distance, her tone very calm. How far away are we from them? Zhao Chang didn't quite understand what he meant, but he estimated the distance between the 2 boats. It must be between 350 and 400 meters, right? Siali grinned, shrugged indifferently, and replied rather nonchalantly, at this distance, can a person throw a grenade? You try throwing one for me. We don't have a grenade launching system on our ship, so why are you saying I bombed it? I could say they were hiding weapons and blew up the ship themselves. The US record for throwing a grenade is 50 meters, and Russia's is 72 meters. I'll admit it if anyone, from any country, can throw a grenade that far. Zhao Chong. The others in the platoon. It's like opening the door to a new world. That said, wasn't their platoon leader a bit too strong? The boat successfully turned around, and their small gunboat began to head back. Siali watched as the people on the 3 ships rescued everyone from the small, sinking fishing boat and decided to turn away and never look again, preferring to stay out of sight. It's better not to look at things that you can't change, otherwise all that's left is frustration. She had just found a place to sit down when she heard a series of hurried footsteps behind her. Zhao Chang, with a serious expression, ran over quickly. Platoon leader, those 3 ships are catching up. Siali? They've got some nerve, daring to follow us. Aren't they afraid someone might ambush them? She asked with a serious expression. They're all catching up. Can we fire the cannons? Zhao Chang hesitated for a moment. Logically speaking, since they didn't attack, we can't open fire. But according to their platoon leader, the enemy ships were also loaded with cannons, and as long as they were not discovered, it would be impossible to tell who fired first in the battle. Thinking of this, Zhao Chang immediately shook off the dangerous idea from his mind. How could you do that? That's against the rules. Siali looked somewhat displeased. They've already caught up and we still can't fire? If our ship were to fight, could we defeat them? Warships all have different models, and Zhao Chang and his classmates attend classes every night, so they definitely know more about them than she does. Zhao Chang looked up at the 3 warships, considered it for a moment, and then shook his head hesitantly. Our weapons and equipment are indeed better than theirs, but they have 3 ships, and it's hard to guarantee that they haven't modified the armories on board to confuse our judgment. Similar things have happened before. We need to make a quick assessment. Naval warfare isn't as flexible as land warfare. If they catch up, it will be too late. Siali assessed the distance between the ships and confirmed that with his current lightning-type ability, which was less than level 3, he absolutely could not cause them any harm. He decisively ordered, shout again to tell them not to come any closer. Led them in the direction Lu Dingyuan and his group are heading. If we can catch them, great. If not, oh well. It would be best to bring them into China's territorial waters, then they can fire their cannons at will. However, this possibility is very small, and the other party is not stupid. Siali rubbed his chin, secretly thinking about how to sabotage a ship and bring everyone on board back. Otherwise, since they had already disobeyed orders and come out, Lu Dingyuan would definitely have gotten angry. Although she wasn't afraid, she didn't want to cause trouble. The prerequisite for finding fault with someone is that you are in the right. If someone finds fault with you, it will be harder to find fault with them later. Bringing back some of the gifts from nature from the ship's loudspeaker immediately blared again. Attention, everyone on board. Please keep your distance immediately, or we will issue a warning. Attention, everyone on board. Please keep your distance immediately, or we will issue a warning. The people on the ship. The warning siren sounded again from the Type 62 warship. It sounded particularly prominent against the empty sea. Inside one of the 3 warships, the main ship. The Asian woman who had just comforted the old man stood next to another muscular man, her brows furrowed as she looked at the returning ships outside the ship, her tone full of disapproval. David, our mission this time is to bring the people back safely, not to engage in battle with the Chinese Navy. Continuing this pursuit is dangerous. Please return to base immediately. David, the commander-in-chief, remained unmoved by her words. He looked at the fleeing warships ahead and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Annie, don't be so rigid. Now is the best time for us to fight back. Look at that dilapidated warship ahead. Its weapons are so outdated, yet it dared to chase after us and even puncture our ship. Don't you feel angry? If we hadn't rescued you in time, they would have killed you. Moreover, this is our best chance to retaliate. If we can capture the people on this ship and destroy this warship that they consider to be very advanced, it will greatly benefit our future prospects. Honey, they only have one ship. What are you so afraid of? Don't you trust the military strength of the United States? And still disagreed, but what if something else happens to us? What if their reinforcements arrive? If anything happens to the people we're protecting, we'll have no way to explain it to our superiors. David's expression was one of utter helplessness. He shrugged and said, what good will it do if they come? If we don't fire, they won't dare to fire. If we open fire and can't win, we can go to the nearby islands and island nations. They will all help us. And what we protect. Everyone knows that he doesn't have the power to have the US poach his talent. The reason we went to so much trouble to bring him out was simply to prevent China from developing. Even if something goes wrong, it's a problem for the Chinese Navy. What does it have to do with us? And was finally convinced by him and said hesitantly, then we must be careful. If we find anything wrong, please turn around immediately. David smiled and readily agreed, no problem. On the Type 62 naval vessel, the sea breeze whistled across everyone's faces, and their expressions were somewhat numb. Just now, they were chasing after the fishing boat in their warships, but now the roles have been reversed, and the fishing boats are chasing after them with 3 warships. The saying, fortune changes like the wheel, has come true in a way that's quite ironic. Siali remained expressionless. Who made the rule that you can't fire artillery in an exclusive economic zone? Zhao Chang knew his platoon leader was about to fire at the enemy again, and he felt a sense of helplessness. United Nations. Siali, how close do they have to be for us to attack them? Zhao Chang's expression was complicated as he answered again, as long as they don't attack us, we can't fight them. Now they are being relentlessly pursued by someone they know is problematic, yet they cannot retaliate, not even in a self-defense manner. Siali, who has always been short-tempered, immediately became furious. Doesn't the US fire within 100 meters? Why can't we fire? Zhao Chang looked conflicted as he recited what they had been taught in his ideological education class. We are a great nation, we must know how to be polite. Under Siali's murderous gaze, he suddenly changed the direction of his words. You said it yourself, that's the United States. They're not even talking about aircraft carriers. The cannons on their ordinary warships already have a range of 30 kilometers. Our own cannons still crack from time to time. How can we compare? Siali suddenly realized that sometimes telling the truth doesn't comfort people. Instead, it makes them feel worse. Zhao Chang's words were practically a direct statement. If you don't have the military strength to fight, how can... Before Siali joined the army, she only thought that after joining the army, she would secretly study machinery as a scientific researcher and get promoted. She hoped that she could help her father get his official position back so that she could live off her parents. She never thought that one day she would be able to empathize with the country's backwardness. She is now a soldier. In a backward country, people have to submit to everything. In places like the 1st Battalion of the South Island, the lives of ordinary people are not greatly affected. In the end, it is the people on the front line who suffer the most. When did she ever suffer such injustice in the apocalypse? Whether it's a zombie, a mutated creature, or a superhuman, if they enter her safe distance and don't listen after being told once, she'll turn them into something that's been roasted alive that very day. How could they possibly survive until the next day? At that moment, Siali realized something. Compared to fighting on the sea with ships, where the Navy is uncontrollable, she might be more suited to land-based warfare. But now it's clear that the die is cast, and there's no turning back. She's already enlisted through this exchange, and the team can't be easily changed. She can only stay in the Marine Corps. For the first time, Siali felt an inexplicable urge to change military strength. It had nothing to do with the grand ideal of protecting national dignity. It was simply because doing so would at least prevent her from experiencing this humiliation during her enlistment. As Siali watched the other boat move faster than theirs and the distance between the 2 boats drew closer, his gaze grew increasingly cold. Why not just not fire? Shout a couple of times, and if they still keep coming closer, then fire the cannons to intimidate them. No matter which country they're from, if they dare to fire on us, we'll retaliate immediately. We can't just keep waiting like this. Once they surround us with their 3 ships, it will be difficult to split our forces into 3 groups and pinpoint their positions on one side. We'll be the ones who suffer then. As she spoke, she raised her palm and quickly brought her fingers together, gesturing for everyone to come over. Keep 1 grenade for yourself and give me the remaining 3. Do as I say. Everyone on the ship sensed Siali's imposing aura, as if he was about to start a fight, and immediately became solemn, pulling out their equipment. On routine missions, each of them is only issued 4 grenades. They can't throw them very far themselves, so these grenades are obviously more useful to the platoon leader than to them. Zhao Chang saluted Siali and replied with a serious expression, yes. He then turned and quickly notified the other crew members. The loudspeaker issued another warning, but the commanders of the 3 warships, determined to gain military merit, naturally ignored the warning and continued to relentlessly pursue Siali and his group. At Siali's command, the Type 62 warships fired several shells without hesitation, which hit the sea surface next to the 3 warships, creating a large splash. The people on those 3 warships were probably surprised that the Chinese warships would actually dare to open fire on them. But they quickly realized what was happening and all the gun emplacements were now aimed at Siali's ships. The 2 armies began exchanging fire on the sea, bang bang bang. Once the cannons were fired, everyone realized that although the enemy ship looked ordinary, its cannons were much more powerful and had a longer range than theirs. If they hadn't taken the initiative to deter them earlier, keeping the 3 ships in one direction, they wouldn't have had a chance to fight back when they were surrounded from 3 sides, and would have been sniped in the middle. But the situation isn't much better now. Siali frowned as he looked at the attack that was clearly more concentrated than theirs. It's definitely not going to work out in a head-on confrontation with 3 opponents. Now they either have to destroy one of their boats or run for their lives, otherwise their small boat will be in danger once these 3 boats surround them. Once the ship sinks and they fall into the water, even if they manage to escape the pursuit, they will still be dozens of nautical miles from the shore, where there are carnivorous wild fish everywhere. The chances of everyone swimming back are extremely slim if she doesn't expose the space. This approach is clearly unacceptable. After thinking for a moment, Siali started throwing grenades at the enemy ship as everyone else opened fire. While modern grenades are still quite powerful, they are nothing compared to those of later generations. Siali silently took out 2 hand grenades from her spatial storage, which she had used to blast mutated beasts during the apocalypse, and began to secretly carry them out. On the other side, Lu Dingyuan and his men had just captured all 5 ships, and he was giving serious instructions. First, send the wounded to get bandaged up. Once they're properly restrained, tie them up. Where are the ships from the 4th platoon of the communications unit? After a fierce firefight, followed by a hectic cleanup operation, the number of personnel from each side was not actually counted. After glancing around among his own men, he was immediately alarmed. Such a large ship simply vanished into thin air. Everyone. They've seen many individual soldiers die in the Marine Corps over the years, but this is the first time an entire ship has disappeared so quietly without sinking. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Where are they? In the silence, someone suddenly raised their hand and whispered, "Report." Just now, in the thick fog, I think I saw a light flashing, but the situation was too critical at the time, so I didn't pay much attention. Could it be a 4 rowboat? Upon hearing this, the people present fell even more silent. The fog was extremely thick just now, and even though the signal lights had excellent penetrating power, ships that were a little further away couldn't detect the flashing signals from the distant ships at all. Siali and her group were quite far from the station circle, so they were probably not among the closest ships to her and couldn't see the signal lights flashing on their ship. Not to mention, in such a fierce battle, it was impossible to clearly remember the signals from the outside. A bad feeling rose in Lu Dingyuan's heart, his heart tightened, and his face immediately darkened. Given Siali's personality, he most likely discovered something was amiss, and a single ship went after him. Why is she allowed to stay on the periphery instead of running around everywhere? What if something really happens to her? Does she have no sense of responsibility as a researcher? Lu Dingyuan's face was tense. His gaze fell on the communications company, and he called out, "Communications soldier. Contact the 4th platoon's boat." Even without the high-tech communication methods of later generations, warships in this era, it also has radio and telephone communications. However, this kind of communication was rarely used, firstly for fear of disturbing the battle situation, and secondly for fear that the signal would be intercepted by the enemy and alert them. But given Siali's unexplained disappearance, these considerations are clearly no longer relevant. Ping Yingjun never expected that their communications company, which was only sent out to assist in the mission, would end up contacting their own company first. Under the extremely unpleasant look on his battalion commander's face, he quickly saluted and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Under the pressure of Lu Dingyuan's increasingly tyrannical aura, everyone acted with extreme caution, afraid of doing anything that would displease him and cause him to vent his anger on them. I was a little puzzled. Their battalion commander is usually a very calm person, but this time he got really angry. Last time someone disobeyed orders and the warship was sunk, he didn't do this. Since the 4-player squad can't just follow others, why are they in such a hurry? Ping Yingjun quickly had his men contact Siali and his group's ship. Upon learning of their current situation, he was immediately overwhelmed with anger. He immediately yelled into the phone, "Do you even remember you're a communications company, not a commando unit? If you see a suspicious vessel passing by, would it kill you to contact the control center? Why did you go alone?" On the deck, Lu Dingyuan heard Ping Yingjun say, reporting to the battalion commander, "The 4th platoon leader, Siali, has led his men to pursue the suspicious vessel. They are currently engaged in combat 30 miles to the southwest. We must provide support as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Lu Dingyuan suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if it had all come to pass. His eyes blazed with anger, and he clenched his teeth, ordering in a deep voice, "Ships 2, 3, 4, and 5, take the people back. The rest of you, come with me to provide support." The warships immediately obeyed the order, and the 8 warships sped off to the southwest. On the boundless blue sea, the waves rippled, and 4 warships of different sizes exchanged fire, splashing up waves. On the Type 62 warship, cannons fired one shot after another, and Siali also threw the grenades in his hand at the enemy warship one shot after another, just like cannons. Her gaze swept across the enemy's 3 warships, finally settling on the one in the northeast corner, the one that was most severely damaged. Taking advantage of, with a loud bang, a hole of moderate size appeared in the hull, and as water poured in, the entire warship began to tilt to one side. This sudden turn of events startled both sides. Even the Chinese side was surprised that their cannons could actually shoot down the enemy ship. "Make a hole." Zhao Chang, who had been standing beside Siali to protect her, had a fierce expression on his face. "When did our Chinese cannons become so powerful? The cannon fire we just received only managed to create a large crater in the enemy warship. It would take several shots to expose it. How could this single shot have such power?" Amidst the flying artillery fire, the scene was utterly chaotic. No one could tell which shell or which gun emplacement fired such a powerful shot, and no one realized that what was fired was not a cannonball at all, but a grenade thrown from their ship. Siali, certain that no one would discover it, said without batting an eye, "Never mind why it's so powerful. Isn't it good that it's powerful? Quickly send someone to focus their attack on that ship." The men in the 4th platoon were originally transferred from combat units, so they naturally possessed this level of military capability. They were only puzzled for a moment, but soon, relying on their instincts honed through years of training, they united to launch a group attack on the most severely damaged warship. When Siali transmigrated, the apocalypse had already ended. Many of the weapons and supplies that were originally stored in her space were handed over and filled the national treasury in order to develop the new world. Now, she does not have many weapons in her space. Moreover, this thing is too conspicuous and not suitable for frequent use. That single grenade had already attracted everyone's attention. Continuing to fish in troubled waters was probably not an option. The group resumed their previous attack rhythm. This time, however, the other 2 American ships that had not been exposed began to move closer to the exposed ship, trying to draw some fire for it. On that ship that had been exposed and was gradually sinking, U.S. Navy personnel jumped in like dumplings being dropped into a pot. When there were 3 ships, Siali and his men dared to charge forward recklessly. Now that there are only 2 ships on the other side, their ship's advantage is gradually becoming apparent, and everyone is fighting even more fiercely. The men in the 4th row smiled. Zhang Ming adjusted the direction of the turret and said with shining eyes, "This was really fun. We've never had such a good time before. Even if we get scolded when we get back, it's worth it to sink the old American ship." The other 4th row teammate next to him smiled wryly upon hearing this, guessing that he would probably be given a demerit when he got back, but he was still quite pleased with himself. If he had to choose again, he would still choose the 4th platoon of the communications company. Life there is much more enjoyable than when he was a reconnaissance soldier. The enemy warship that had been sunk was beyond saving, so they simply stopped trying to salvage the sinking vessel. They took several speedboats down to rescue people, and the rest of the men, as if they had gone all out, took their positions and began to fight back. The 2 warships changed direction, making wide arcs to the left and right, and headed towards Siali's ship. Their intention was obvious. They wanted to outflank Siali's ship from both the front and the rear, thus diverting their firepower. As the arc of the 2 warships increased, the arms of the soldiers on Siali's ship who were adjusting the angle of the gun turrets with handles began to ache. Zhao Chang realized their intentions and said anxiously, "We can't let them encircle us, otherwise we won't be able to fight this battle." Siali thought for a moment, changed direction, and cut in the middle of their detour. Turning a warship around is naturally not as agile as turning a small fishing boat on the river. It takes a certain amount of time to row across. We can't wait until they get close before turning around, so let's just cut in from the middle and make them work for nothing. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately informed the person controlling the direction. The American soldiers watched helplessly as the Chinese ship, which was about to be surrounded by them, changed direction, cut straight between their two ships, rushed past them, and headed towards their ship, which was about to sink. A group of U.S. soldiers? Everyone felt that China's battle deployment was somewhat strange, which successfully created a situation where 3 U.S. warships surrounded 1 Chinese warship. The problem is that damn it. What on earth is the commander on that wrecked Chinese ship thinking? Could it be that she's planning to sail over our sinking ship? What kind of outrageous move is this? That's a dead end. Okay, their warship is sinking. It will be completely submerged in a while, and then the Chinese warship will be able to pass. But the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. This was blatant mockery. In his fury, he ordered without any politeness, chase after them. Open fire. We must take the ship. Seeing this, and felt uneasy. She frowned and looked at David, urging him again, David, let's get out of here as soon as possible. As you saw, the blast they just fired was incredibly powerful. If they have any secret weapons like that, our ships might not be completely undamaged. Moreover, so much time has passed, the Chinese warship must have already requested reinforcements. Wasting time here will put us in danger. Our mission this time concerns the trust of those Chinese who want to defect to us. We cannot afford to fail. David's forehead veins throbbed, and he turned to look at her with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, now that a warship has been sunk, do you think we won't be court-martialed if we go back now? We have no way out except to destroy this Chinese warship and shift all the blame onto him. Do you want to go to jail? Anne's face paled upon hearing this. She opened her mouth, but said nothing, tacitly agreeing to David's order. She is young and has a bright future ahead of her. She doesn't want to go to jail. Bang! The ship was hit by something, and the whole ship rocked. The crew members were horrified when they saw what was happening outside. They were not the only ones shocked. The Type 62 warship not far from them was also shocked. Siali stood on the swaying deck, gripping the gunwale tightly. The sight of the sea was enough to make his scalp tingle, and the hairs on his body stood on end. His eyes widened, and he blurted out, holy shit. On the once empty sea surface, hundreds of gray sharks darted about, and from a distance, the surface appeared to be covered with tiny triangles that cut through the water. These sharks seemed to be provoked, constantly ramming their bodies into the surrounding ships, even the one that was about to sink. Siali stared wide-eyed at the direction of the sunken ship. The once azure sea was now tinged with a faint red, and she felt a chill run down her spine. If this were on land, let alone fish, even a leopard might not be able to outrun her. But this is the sea. She can't exactly go down and swim with these fish, can she? It would be a miracle if it wasn't treated as a snack. Holding the rudder tightly, he decisively ordered, turn around immediately, don't go any further towards the sunken ship. The people over there fell into the sea and were injured. Their blood stimulated these sharks, who would have previously only seen them as larger targets. Run! 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 Zhao Chang and his group were also greatly alarmed. Generally, these large fish do not attack passing ships without reason when sailing at sea. The reason they attacked them was simply because the ship sank, and the people who fell in were probably unlucky enough to be injured. The smell of blood attracted sharks. Don't be fooled by the fact that these fish are smaller than their boats. They're incredibly strong and could easily puncture the boat with a flick of their tails. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. The crew of the other 2 warships also realized this, and instead of rescuing the people on the ship that had already sunk more than halfway, they sped away from the area patrolled by the sharks. But the sharks, perhaps enraged by the smell of blood, relentlessly pursued the 3 ships even after they had fled, as if determined to ram them all into the seabed. Siali gripped the gunwale, watching the... Given Xia's current level of technology, it would be a miracle if this dilapidated ship were more sturdy than those ships from the United States. Are there any other islands nearby? Let's find a small island to hide on. We can't keep going like this. If the ship sinks, we'll all become fish food. Zhao Chang and his men had served in the army on the South Island for several years and often went out on warships to patrol the surrounding area, so they were quite familiar with the terrain. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, he quickly thought of the nearest island. There is a small island 3 kilometers away. It is not very big, and it is covered by a primeval forest. We are generally fine as long as we don't go into the forest. Upon hearing this, Siali ordered, go there. The Type 62 warship sped up to maximum speed, like it was being chased by a ferocious beast, and fled for its life towards a nearby island. The sharks, when provoked, would occasionally ram their heads and tails against each other, causing the entire boat to rock violently. The people on board were terrified, fearing that the fish might damage the boat and force them to fall into the sea, joining the sharks' food chain cycle. Siali stood on the ship, swaying back and forth, and felt an itch to retaliate as he looked at the 2 warships that were following them in the same direction, not far away. It's obvious that the people on those 2 ships had the same idea as them, to find a small island to hide on first. But since they were unfamiliar with the area, they simply shamelessly followed them, hoping to reap the benefits and have the Chinese ships guide them. While cursing them for being shameless in her heart, Siali's mind raced, and she happily came up with a good idea. Her lightning-type superpower is currently below level 3. On land, it can turn a person into a black stick, but the ocean is a huge resistor with extremely high resistance. This enormous resistance prevented her from electrocuting the fish instantly, but stunning them was no problem. Using his supernatural abilities, he climbed up the ship's side into the sea and began electrocuting fish within a meter of his body. Centered on the Type 62 naval vessel, a small electric current zone quickly formed within a 1-meter radius. Tiny electric currents flickered back and forth within this small current zone, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet they successfully caused the sharks that came to ram their ship to roll their eyes back, achieving a dizzying effect. This effect is not very useful. The shark recovers quickly. Even though sharks are not highly intelligent creatures, as predators they still have the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. As soon as you get close to that huge thing, you feel dizzy, numb all over, and a little painful. Even if you're stupid, after being shocked a few times, you won't want to go near that ship anymore. This successfully caused the outer sharks to continue trying to ram Siali and his group's ship, but the inner sharks refused to continue approaching Siali and his group's ship and instead rammed 2 other ships that were running alongside them not far away. The people on the 3 ships gradually discovered that the sharks that were constantly attacking the ships were starting to develop preferreds. They especially liked to ram American ships. Even veteran crew members like Zhao Chang were a bit puzzled, staring at the sharks around the ship and thinking about all sorts of things. Zhang Ming muttered under his breath, "Everyone says the moon is rounder in foreign countries, but does that mean American ships are easier to ram than ours, which is why these sharks like to ram them? Is there something on their boat or some kind of paint they used that makes the fish in the sea so attracted to it?" Looking at the 2 ships not far away, one of which had been the target, Zhao Chang said with lingering fear indeed. "When we get back, we need to have our researchers thoroughly investigate what materials those warships were made of, so we can't use that material when we build our own ships in the future. Imagine being rammed by sharks in the open ocean. How awful would that be?" Siali regarding electric displacement material. "That's a good idea, but don't try it next time." Before the sonar was installed on the ship, the fish in the sea didn't care about your nationality. Everyone present was a small snack with firm flesh, but not very fishy. 3 kilometers is not far, and Siali soon saw the nearby islands. Zhao Chang said the island wasn't big, but that was in proportion to the difficulties they faced. Siali looked at it from a distance and felt that the island was quite large. At least because of the dense forest in the middle, it didn't look like the kind of small island that would be submerged when the tide came in. The boat soon docked. The sharks were probably scared by the electric shocks, or perhaps they didn't want to run aground. After seeing Siali's ship dock, they all swam away and continued to ram the other 2 ships. The crew breathed a sigh of relief when they realized the shark was no longer following them. "Zhao Chang," he said that, but he was heartbroken inside. They never take their precious boat out, and the moment it did, it got hit by a shark and has been there for so long. They were already breaking discipline by running out to fight others, and if they damaged the ship on top of that. Zhao Chang didn't dare to think any further. He had already mentally rehearsed how to write his discharge application. The shark swam away, and there were no wild animals nearby, so it seemed quite safe. Siali didn't stop them. "Be careful." Zhao Chang, yes. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Chang and his team returned after inspecting the boat. Siali looked at him and asked, "How is it?" Zhao Chang's face was relaxed, and his tone was somewhat relieved. "It's nothing serious. There were just a few shallow dents, but otherwise, it's not a big problem." Siali nodded. "That's good. Everyone take a short rest." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some, who had been under a lot of tension, relaxed and sat down on the deck. Zhang Ming looked at Siali and asked, "Platoon leader, those people should have landed on the island by now. Should we continue chasing them?" Siali thought for a moment. "Since we're already here, why don't we give chase? At least we can't let them get away, right?" Siali thought to herself, it would be too cowardly to let them get away now that things have come to this. Everyone else thought so too. Normally, when they go out to sea, they only make a show of force and would never actually fire on the enemy. This was the first time they had ever acted so recklessly. Everyone knew that not following the rules would definitely lead to punishment when they got back, so they didn't even want to think about it anymore. They simply let loose and did whatever made them happy. Zhao Chang thought for a moment and said, "I just saw that one of their boats was almost destroyed by sharks. It was struggling to survive and probably can't be sailed anymore. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't leave so many people behind. It might be a bit difficult for us to capture them all. How about we request backup and then go back to the island to chase them?" Siali had no objection. "Let's request support. But first we need to make sure those people can't escape." Everyone was a little puzzled. Zhao Chang blurted out, "Why aren't they letting them escape?" Siali didn't offer much explanation, only asking the others, "Has everyone rested well?" Everyone nodded. "We've had a good rest." Siali, "Then let's set off. Those people will definitely stay on the island for a while to avoid sharks. Let's search along the coastline and find their boat first." Everyone assumed that Siali could find people by finding the ship, so they didn't say much and cooperated to set sail again. Meanwhile, David and his crew, who were already half-stranded, were discussing the situation of Siali's ship, and helped the panicked old man off the boat and comforted him before walking to David with a somber expression. He said in an extremely displeased tone, "David, I hope you can give me a perfect plan so that we can return to the United States safely. Otherwise, I will expose your actions to the public." If it weren't for his stubbornness, they would have already transited through the island nation, and how could they have ended up in this situation? David, already irritable, was extremely impatient with this woman with long hair and short wits. "If I remember correctly, you tacitly approved of my actions before. Even if we go to court, you don't want to end up in jail, do you? And grew up in an orphanage and finally gained power and freedom. How could she give it up so easily?" He could only grit his teeth and say, "Then we'll leave you a boat, and I'll take my men back first. After all, that person can't get hurt, otherwise we won't be able to explain ourselves at all." David waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she should go do what she was doing and not bother him. "We only have one boat available right now, which is not enough to take so many people with us. We have no choice but to request rescue." The woman was so angry at his nonchalant attitude that she gritted her teeth. If something really goes wrong on their mission, they won't be able to cover it up. What are they trying to prove by pretending to be so arrogant? Sensing Anne's anger, David soothed her gently, saying, "How about this? I'll give you some men, and you can go hide in the mountains for a while, leaving markers along the way. We'll get enough boats in a bit, then we'll call you all to leave together." Annie frowned, puzzled. "You want Chinese ships?" David shrugged. "They probably couldn't have stayed on the ship the whole time while they were hiding from the sharks, so they'll definitely come looking for us. Even if they don't disembark, we can still seize their ships by luring them ashore." For a moment, Annie felt that David's approach was very risky. After all, the Chinese soldiers they encountered this time were completely different from those they had encountered before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased by sharks at sea. If we continue down this path now, who knows what unexpected situations we might encounter. But then I thought about it again. American soldiers eat steak, nutritious meals, and chocolate, while Chinese soldiers are lucky if they can even get enough to eat. Their military quality is definitely not comparable to theirs. Now that they outnumber China, David's approach may not be entirely unfeasible. "Okay, we'll leave markers along the way, so hurry up." The two sides reached an agreement and immediately split into two groups to carry out their respective actions. David, his face grim, led his men straight into the forest. He also remembered the location where the Chinese ship was docked. As long as they passed through this forest, they could launch a surprise attack on them. The United States has suffered huge losses. 2 warships and a modified fishing boat have all been lost in China, and all of them were lost in the hands of a very outdated warship. If he goes back without doing anything, where will he find a place in the military? He must bring that ship back, and everyone on that ship who has disgraced him must die. On the vast sea, along the Golden Coastline, a Type 62 warship braved the wind and waves, circling the island at an extremely fast speed. Siali and his crew practically huddled on the edge of the sea, fearing they might encounter the same group of relentlessly pursuing sharks again. Before long, they saw 2 small warships anchored on the shore in the distance. One of them was clearly much lower in height than the other. Everyone could tell at a glance that the ship had sunk to the bottom and was no longer usable. Zhao Chang's face lit up with joy. "Great. They really only have 1 boat left." As he spoke, he looked at Siali and said, "Platoon leader, let's follow their tracks into the woods and search. We're sure to find them." Although they hadn't said anything before, Zhao Chang knew that if they could catch these spies, it would be a way to make amends. But if they fail to catch the person and almost lose a ship, the consequences are predictable. This perfectly illustrates the saying, firing a cannon is fun for a moment, but it leads to a funeral. Siali nodded and pointed to the empty, good boat in front of her. "We'll go into the woods in a bit. Before that, have the men on board aim their cannons at that intact ship." Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Siali explained, "The boat is damaged, so they can't escape. Whether we catch the people first or the recruits catch them first, these spies will definitely not be able to escape. We've suffered so much at sea, are we just going to watch them escape by boat?" Everyone. This was the first time anyone had ever heard of such a thing. Instead of disembarking to search for people in the woods after discovering the enemy's ship, they blew the ship up first. This is absolutely immoral. But I love it so much. The crowd immediately accepted the order with great joy, and in less than a minute, all the cannons were aimed at the ship moored on the shore. Boom! The ship tilted to the side. Americans secretly observing from the shore. Are the Chinese people crazy? Next, those who were watching witnessed a one-sided, zero-abuse process of beating you to death even if you don't resist. The sound of cannons firing rang out continuously, and every shell fired from the Type 62 warship hit the only U.S. warship that was still in good condition. In no time, several large holes appeared on the side of the warship, the kind that couldn't be repaired no matter what. The American soldiers who remained hidden to watch the ship panicked and stood up, wanting to report the incident. However, they watched helplessly as the cannons on the warship were pointed at them. The woman standing on the ship's side simply made a hand gesture, and the cannons aimed at them opened fire. In their final moments, the only image imprinted in their minds was that of a very beautiful Chinese woman with an extremely vicious expression. Siali had good eyesight and saw that all the messengers who went to report the news were shot down by the cannons on the warship, which made him feel very relieved. I didn't expect that warships could be so effective at hitting land, even if they don't go into the sea. They're quite powerful. The group in the fourth row. How could it not be big? The cannons in naval warfare have a much longer range than tanks and the like. Having served in the Marine Corps for so many years, this was the first time they had ever seen cannons from a warship fired onto land. Fearing unforeseen circumstances or the U.S. military calling for reinforcements, the group decided to capture the man first. Siali waved to the others. You guys get off the ship first. I'm going to the equipment room. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, I don't think there are any people left on those two ships. Why don't we go over and see if we can bring back any radios or other unfamiliar items? The unseen naturally refers to Zhao Chang and his group. The two countries have different military strengths, and the technology on American ships is definitely much better than theirs. Instead of going through all that trouble and risking lives to steal it, they might as well dismantle it themselves now. The most enjoyable thing about defeating someone is definitely looting their loot box. So much stuff, why not take it all? The genes of post-apocalyptic humans simply can't suppress their desires. Zhao Chang's lips twitched upon hearing this. Those boats shouldn't be able to be moved if we leave them there. Anyway, the battalion commander and the others will come to help us in a while, so let's dismantle them together when they arrive. Let's go and apprehend them first. What if they escape after the rescue team arrives? After thinking about it for a moment, I realized it made sense. Then you can go down first. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask any more questions and were the first to disembark from the warship. Fortunately, Siali was extremely fast. He got off the boat just 2 or 3 minutes after they did. The Marine Corps has tracking courses, and everyone present is a tracking expert. Although Siali came from the harsh environment of the post-apocalypse, Zhao Chang rummaged through the broken branches on the ground, glanced at the direction where the footprints disappeared, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was heavy. They must have split into 2 groups. One group left more than half an hour ago, and the other group left about 15 minutes ago. The group that left later went in the direction we initially docked. Siali had not received professional training, so even if she knew which way a person went, she couldn't possibly predict when they would leave based on the broken tree branch. Hearing Zhao Chang, who is usually a timid little guy, speak so professionally, I was immediately taken aback. He seems timid most of the time, but he's actually quite skilled when it comes to technical matters. She thought for a moment and asked, are both groups of people soldiers? Siali's question was merely an inference. The small fishing boat was being covered from the beginning and was later picked up by others, which proves that what was being taken from the boat was very important. It's either an extremely important item or an extremely important person. If it's the former, then everyone is trained and they shouldn't split into 2 groups. But if it's the latter, then those taken away are most likely not soldiers. As expected, Zhao Chang decisively denied it, saying, among the footsteps left by the first wave of people who left, there were a few that were disordered. Judging from the footprints, the first group of people who left were likely untrained. Siali nodded and decisively ordered, chase the first wave. With Zhao Chang's skills on point and everyone else present contributing, the group quickly located Annie's team. Siali had just started training and was completely unaware of the sign language commonly used by the Marine Corps. He could only slightly lower his hand, make an 8 gesture with his right hand, and then make a throwing motion. Everyone instantly understood, pulled out their guns from their bags and took out their last hand grenade, just in case. If it were just Siali alone, she would definitely rush up and fight. But she still cared a lot about the lives of the row of people she had just acquired and hadn't even had a chance to get close to. In large-scale team battles, you definitely have to resort to surprise attacks. With a slight press of her hand, the entire 4th rank immediately raised their guns and launched a surprise attack. The sound of gunfire rang out in the woods, catching the group off guard. Siali watched as the group tried to protect one of the old men and run forward. He took out a grenade from his pocket and threw it directly in front of the direction they were about to escape. Bang! With a loud crash, the old man, who was trying to support himself, lost his balance and fell backward, taking Annie, who had been supporting him, with him to the ground. The formation of the troops charging forward was instantly disrupted, and several American soldiers nearby had to stop and take cover to fight Siali and his men. This group wasn't large, and Siali and his team quickly subdued and captured them all. The entire group of 4 didn't utter a single word or issue a single warning, completely disregarding any possibility that the villain dies from talking too much. Aside from being a little unethical, he has no flaws. A group of people, carrying rifles, moved in a circle toward the group of people who were crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. And gritted her teeth, her voice filled with anger, but she had to try to keep her tone gentle. "Don't kill us, we surrender." Siali grinned, her tone laced with sarcasm. "We've already captured you. What good is it if you don't want to surrender?" And other Americans. Siali ignored the woman and instead used his rifle to lift the chin of the old man who was squatting on the ground. Zhao Chang had no recollection of the old man in front of him, and his brows furrowed. "Have we met on the island?" "We'll know once we take it back for questioning." Siali nodded. "Interrogate them about where the others went and what their purpose was. Let's take them back to the ship first, then we'll go find the others." Their platoon had a total of 30 people, while the US had 3 ships. Even if some of them fell into the sea and died, there would still be people on 2 ships. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It would be unsafe to separate again. Despite their simple and honest appearance, Zhang Ming and his ilk are actually quite knowledgeable about theology. In no time at all, they had extracted all the information from the other party. It's not that Americans are spineless, it's just that the old man was so incompetent. Zhang Ming was just trying to scare him, and while the other dozen or so Americans were still giving him the cold shoulder, the old man confessed everything. Zhang Ming said with a strange expression, "Platoon leader, you think that old man looks familiar because he's a researcher from our South Island." He was dissatisfied with the current situation, corrupted by the United States, and agreed to go to the United States to conduct research. These people are all here to pick him up. Only one of the 3 ships was still operational, so there was no way to bring them all back. After landing on the island, they split into 2 groups. One group hid in the deep mountains, while the other group went to seize our boat. Siali. The others in the 4th row. It was quite sudden. Their platoon leader didn't want the Americans to escape, so he used his own boat to bomb the Americans' good boat to death. The Americans didn't have enough boats of their own, so they wanted to steal their boats. Neither of the 2 sides is normal. Siali rubbed his forehead. "Let's go. Let's take them back to the ship first, and then figure out how to capture the others." Unlike Siali, the others were not as calm, fearing that someone would take their boat away, so they walked back very quickly. Meanwhile, David, who had originally intended to take a shortcut to steal the ship, heard the sound of cannon fire coming from the direction of his own ship and realized something was wrong. He quickly led his group back to where the ship was moored. What came into view were 2 dilapidated warships, both with large holes in their hulls. His eyes widened in fury, and he felt an urge to kill every Chinese person in his heart. His gaze fell on the Chinese warship parked beside him, and he let out a cold laugh. He gestured to his men, seized their ship, and killed them all. David led his men to the warship, his face serious and utterly solemn. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. It seems that no one was left to guard the Chinese ships. If there were people on board, they would have attacked them long ago, but now they have safely approached the side of the ship. This shows that the Chinese group not only didn't leave anyone on the ship, but they didn't even have anyone around to inform them. His henchmen behind him also realized this, and his expression became very serious. "Boss, did they set up an ambush up there?" David didn't know either. But from a distance, there was no one on the ship. Who knew if those treacherous Chinese had set up an ambush on board? But no matter what, if they want to leave the island, they have to steal the ship. After a moment's thought, he ordered with a grim face, "This is indeed suspicious. Let's go up first." Everyone nodded in agreement. The group quietly and carefully climbed onto the Type 62 warship. When everyone was standing on the plank and saw that it was empty, they were all a little confused. "Really, there's no one here?" David's second-in-command blurted out. When David saw this, the veins on his forehead bulged. How much do they despise them to not even let those who stay behind go? What's going on? Why can't the ship start? The mechanic's expression was somewhat complicated. "I just checked, and the engine, electrical system, and turbine system on the ship are all missing parts." Although those parts were only a few centimeters or even just a few centimeters long, they were all the most important components of the mechanical assembly. Without them, the ship simply couldn't. David gritted his teeth. He previously felt he had everything under control because their military strength and numbers were superior to China's. Whether it's seizing a ship or engaging in a real battle, they have the upper hand and can leave the island before reinforcements arrive. But now, those damn bastards have stolen the parts. What if they're hiding in the forest and deliberately not showing themselves, just to delay the rescue? They don't have that much time now. He was furious, and with a serious tone, he ordered, "Go and capture all those people. The parts must be in their hands. They've most likely already called for backup. We must complete the mission as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Siali and his men quickly headed to their own boats near the coastline. Although they knew that the Americans would likely try to seize their ship in order to leave the island, they probably wouldn't damage it. But they know perfectly well what they did. They just blasted someone's perfectly good ship full of holes. Any navy would be furious to see their warship damaged like that, and would want to pin the person who damaged their ship to the ground and beat them up. It's hard to guarantee that their anger won't cloud their judgment and lead them to try and sabotage their ship as well. Besides, what if those people have a mental lapse and, instead of damaging the boats or rescuing the people on board, just sail away? We have to get there quickly. Clatter. Just as everyone was on their way, a crisp sound rang out, and Lan Xiaoxing in the crowd suddenly stopped, his expression stiffening. The others also stopped at the same time, turning around with shocked expressions. Siali was a little confused. Following everyone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lan Xiaoxing standing motionless, as if he had been frozen in place. Lan Xiaoxing's expression was grim. "You guys go first." He spoke with an air of righteous indignation, but his voice trembled slightly. Siali also realized that something was wrong. He asked tentatively, "Landmines?" She didn't immediately realize what was happening because no one had ever planted landmines to kill zombies in the apocalypse, so she wasn't very familiar with landmines. But judging from everyone's reaction and Lan Xiaoxing's state, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened, and my heart jumped into my throat. Lan Xiaoxing looked up at Siali, licked his cyanotic lips, and nodded slightly. Zhao Chong's expression was equally grim. He quickly walked to Lan Xiaoxing's side, squatted down, and checked the condition of the landmines. Siali had never taken this thing apart before and didn't understand it very well. She frowned and walked over to Zhao Chong's side. "How is it? Can it be disarmed? Have any of our Marines received professional bomb disposal training?" She remembered that Lu Dingyuan had said a lot before, but she couldn't really remember whether the bomb had been defused. Zhao Chang examined the area thoroughly, his expression becoming very serious. "I've studied it." But precisely because he had studied it, the expression on his face became even more unpleasant. "This is a double-layered landmine, and there is a certain risk in dismantling it." As he spoke, he turned to Siali and said, "Platoon leader, you guys go to the coastline first. I'll defuse the bombs here. Don't let the enemy steal our boat. If I were to pass away, please send my death benefit." Siali could tell from his hesitant attitude that he was unsure of himself. Is he completely immobile? Could we find something of similar weight to weigh him down and move him? Putting aside the fact that there are plenty of trees around here, there are also so many Americans. There's more than enough space for a replacement. Zhao Cheng shook his head at Siali. "No, these landmines are very sensitive. If you lift them even slightly, they could trigger an explosion." No one can be sure how much force he used to press his foot on the bomb. "Platoon leader, Xiaoxing is the one I brought to our platoon. Let me stay here and share the hardships with him. You all need to get out of here right now. What if he steals our boat? We brothers will be in real trouble explaining ourselves to our superiors." Even though Lan Xiaoxing was covered in cold sweat and his face was pale, he still joined Zhao Chang in trying to persuade him. "It's too dangerous here, platoon leader. Let's take the brothers and leave. Our South Island Legion only has a few Type 62 warships. We can't let anyone steal them." "Siali, human lives are at stake here. Just how much do you care about that ship?" His gaze swept silently over the two of them, and he pulled out several shiny metal parts from his equipment bag. He calmly reassured them, "You don't need to worry about the ship. I took a few important parts with me when I disembarked. Those people couldn't possibly manufacture the parts themselves on the island, so the ship couldn't move. And even if those people escape, it's fine. We still have so many men at our disposal. Right now, nothing is more important than your life." The crowd present thought, this is the first time we've ever seen a Navy officer disembark and take away ship parts. Is this the difference between a tech person and an ordinary person? But their platoon leader is indeed loyal. Siali ignored the changes in the expressions of the others, glanced at the group in the fourth row, and asked in an unusually serious tone, "Who is the best at defusing mines and has practical experience?" As soon as she asked that question, several people immediately took a step forward. "Platoon leader, I got a perfect score in this course. I used to defuse landmines with my mentor. I have good grades, and I've even seen others dismantle things." Several people responded enthusiastically, and one of, "You dare to brazenly tell us to leave when you're only 30% sure, and then come looking for us later? Do the spirits of heroes live on forever?" Siali wanted to study landmines and see how to improve the accuracy of mine disposal. But she dared not use her supernatural abilities to test this landmine that had already been activated. What if the other person is fine, but she accidentally detonates the landmine with a misfired spark? The people gathered here will all have to join her in the sacrifice. How can we dismantle both of them at the same time? Why don't you two discuss it and each take one, and try to dismantle both floors together? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head again. Let one of you dismantle it. There will only be two of you then. I can carry both of you, and even if it explodes, I can take you far away. Everyone present. Judging from your tone, it's like the landmine hasn't even detonated yet, and you already can't live without him. This will only make people more nervous. And that was indeed the case. Wu Ming was just nervous at first, but now, after hearing Xiaoli's words, his hands started to tremble. How can we demolish this? He swallowed hard. If only our battalion commander were here. He used to defuse these kinds of bombs when he was on the border, and he succeeded. All eyes were on him. Zhao Chang's expression was strange. So, you were watching our master defuse landmines, but it was our battalion commander who was watching? Wu Ming nodded decisively yes. Everyone. Siali had thought Wu Ming's 50% certainty was quite reliable, but after hearing his explanation, she suddenly realized he was unreliable. She looked up at Lan Xiaoxing, whose forehead was covered in sweat that was dripping down his jawline and falling to the ground. How much longer can we hold out? We reported our location to the camp when we disembarked, so they should be here soon. I estimate it will take at most 2 or 3 hours. She didn't know if others would come, but as long as she was here, Lu Dingyuan would definitely come to her rescue. Compared to the unreliable bomb disposal success rate of 30% to 50%, Lu Dingyuan, with his experience, is clearly more reliable. Lan Xiaoxing had one foot firmly planted on the bomb, with most of his weight on the other foot. He had one hand on Zhao Chang's shoulder, who was standing next to him, and looked at Xiaoli, managing a weak smile. Platoon leader, my legs are numb now. Normally, when they practice marching, they can lift one foot to the same height and stand still for half an hour without swaying, which is no problem at all. But now, because I'm so nervous, my blood circulation is a bit sluggish. After standing on one leg for just a short while, my leg, which is on the bomb, is already starting to go numb. It's not a matter of physical strength, but rather the organism's self-protection mechanism. Lan Xiaoxing took a deep breath. You guys should leave first. It's quite dangerous to be so close. We violated the rules this time. If we can take down all those people, we'll be fine. Don't waste your time here. Moreover, they outnumber us. If they catch up, we'll have to move even if we don't move, and we won't even have a chance to defuse the bombs. He knew very well that stepping on this double landmine meant he was likely in grave danger today. At least we can't let anyone else get involved. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhao Chang, patted Zhao Chang's shoulder with the hand. If you can't escape either, then even if it means I've dragged you down with me, I'll accept any punishment when we get down there. As soon as Lan Xiaoxing said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately became extremely tense. Xiaoli's expression was not good. This feeling that a person is still alive, yet is basically destined to die, was really not good. She turned to the others and ordered, spread out the ranks first, and maintain a perimeter of 30 meters. Report any enemy activity immediately. It's obvious that those people couldn't escape by boat, so they'll definitely come back for the parts. It's only a matter of time before they meet. But under these conditions, it's essential to ensure that Zhao Chang can safely dismantle the landmines without being affected by anyone. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. At least do what you can with a clear conscience. The 4 rows of men, yes. The group encouraged Zhao Chang and Lan Xiaoxing, and then tied the Americans to a nearby tree. Holding their guns, they moved outward step by step, standing 50 meters away from Siali and the others, their expressions serious and vigilant, like a pack of male wolves protecting their territory. Siali stood beside the two, her heart pounding in her chest, unable to settle down. His thumb unconsciously rubbed the knuckle of his index finger, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chang, who was carefully defusing the landmines, ready to use his lightning-based superpower to take the two of them away at any moment. Lightning can accelerate her speed. In the later stages of the apocalypse, when she possessed level 9 superpowers, she could run at the speed of the flash in the blink of an eye. But now he not only has to run by himself, but also has to carry 2 other people, and his superpower level isn't that high. She was certain she could survive, but there was no guarantee she would lose an arm or a leg. She hadn't felt this nervous in a long time since she came to this peaceful era. Just as everyone was on edge, Zhang Ming, who was standing guard on the perimeter, suddenly shouted in a defensive tone. Who? On the other side, inside a warship moored along the coastline, a group of Americans disembarked from a Type 62 warship, cursing and swearing, looking aggressive and with grim expressions, wanting to settle scores with Siali and his group. They had barely stepped off the boat when gunshots rang out from the woods to their side. Gunfire erupted, and the Americans were immediately engulfed in a hail of bullets, jumping and scrambling to escape with their heads in their hands. A commanding voice echoed from the woods, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Lay down your weapons." If they had shouted that first, David and his men might have been able to retaliate a little when they saw people. The enemy opened fire immediately, and several people were successfully ambushed, with bullets hitting their wrists and rendering them unable to fire again. Moreover, the other side used firearms to suppress them, and there were obviously a lot of them. These few dozen people had no way to escape. David watched as several of his men knelt down and hugged him. The leader put his gun on the ground and surrendered, his face extremely grim. But they had to face reality. They threw their guns to the ground, raised their hands, and shouted, "We surrender. Stop shooting." Commissar Wang, who was crouching under the leaves, made a gesture, signaling everyone to surround him closely. A group of soldiers pointed their guns at the Americans in the middle, cautiously closing in, and quickly apprehended them all. Seeing that the capture mission was complete, Political Commissar Wang continued with a very serious expression, "Take these people to the ship first. The rest of you come with me to find the 4th platoon of the communications company and search for any other foreign forces." He glanced at his own warship behind him, thought for a moment, and said, "Communications company. Sail our ship over there too, and we'll take your 4th platoon leader and the others with us in a bit." Ping Yingjun stood at attention, saluted, and replied in a firm and resounding voice, "Yes, sir." 5. Those Americans are so insidious. They actually sabotaged our warships and stole our parts. The ships are all different models. Why are you stealing our parts? This is utterly despicable and shameless. On the other side, deep in the forest. Hearing the sound of leaves being trampled, Zhang Ming immediately became alert and shouted warily towards the front, "Who's there?" A cold, stern voice came from afar, "It's me." A man with a chilling aura and a cold expression emerged from the shadows of the trees, followed by more than 20 people in training uniforms. It was Lu Dingyuan. Siali stood in the very center of the encirclement, on high alert, waiting for Zhao Chang to make a mistake and then run away with the two of them. Hearing this, he looked up abruptly, but before he could see who was walking towards him, he had already darted over in a flash. "Lu Dingyuan, come quickly and defuse the landmines." Lu Dingyuan, who originally wanted to get angry at this group of lawless people, only heard Siali's delighted shout of "a whoa" from not far away. Siali had already darted in front of him and pulled him towards the middle of the crowd. He didn't resist when he heard the reason. He just kept a cold face and let her pull him to Lan Xiaxing's side. Without saying a word, he squatted down and took the work from Zhao Chang's hands. When Zhao Chang saw that someone had taken over, he felt completely exhausted and sat down on the ground with a thud. I wanted to say something, but feeling the oppressive atmosphere around me, I decided to shut up and obediently learn from the side. Lan Xiaxing's legs were already numb, but now, seeing their battalion commander's suppressed anger, he dared not even let them go numb anymore. His legs started to cramp, and he didn't dare to move at all. Siali was completely unaffected by Lu Dingyuan's anger. Perhaps she knew in her heart that, even if Lu Dingyuan was angry, he would not abandon his responsibilities and refuse to defuse the landmines. Nothing in this world is more important than death. Watching Lu Dingyuan carefully defuse the mine, he asked anxiously from the side, "Can you defuse it? What are the chances of success?" As she spoke, she looked up at Zhao Chang and said very sincerely, "Why don't you go first? In case something really happens, I won't be able to take 3 people with me." Lu Dingyuan. Zhao Chang, sensing that their battalion commander's aura was even more oppressive. "Grandma, can you please calm down for a second? Can you see the battalion commander is already holding back his anger?" Lu Dingyuan knew that Siali was thick-skinned, and scolding her now would not have any effect. He said coldly, "Most likely, both of you should get out of the way." Of course, this dog is undeniably good-looking, but its cold and aloof personality doesn't qualify it as handsome. With a soft bang, Lu Dingyuan used his knife to sever the shrapnel from the layer of landmines below. "All right." Lan Xiaxing, who was covered in cold sweat, suddenly felt a sense of relief and sat down on the ground with a thud, almost bursting into tears of joy. "I thought I was going to die here today. Wah! It's so good to be alive." Siali looked at the young man crying like a dog with a heavy heart and said with Siali had never seen a landmine before, and feeling a bit curious, she leaned forward slightly and craned her neck to take a look. Lu Dingyuan looked at the little girl who suddenly approached and her somewhat fluffy head, and took a slight step back. He said in a cold tone and in a very low voice, "We will arrange mine-clearing courses for you in the future, and you will receive physical items at that time. Now, as we board the ship back to the island, we still have one score to settle." "Siali, what debt? The kind you can renege on?" Most of the people present were elite soldiers, each with their own set of hearing. As soon as Lu Dingyuan said this, everyone in the fourth row fell silent, and even Lan Xiaoxing, who was hitting someone, stopped. Don't ask, the only answer is that today's naval battle was incredibly fun. Breaking the rules and acting recklessly was truly enjoyable. Let's go. Get on the boat and go home. Watch out for landmines. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan sometimes truly admired Siali's mental fortitude and shamelessness. With a cold face, he said, "Come with us. Political Commissar Wang and the others will take your boat back to where you first landed." The location where Siali and his group last sent the signal was the place where they first landed on the island after escaping the sharks. Lu Dingyuan and his crew naturally targeted that area as well. Siali and his group not only had a key to the ship, but Lu Dingyuan also had one, so that if any unforeseen circumstances arose, the higher-ups could take the ship back. When the people in the fourth row heard Lu Dingyuan's words, their expressions stiffened, and their gazes all eventually fell on Siali. At this moment of great attention, Siali smiled slightly and pulled out a shiny, mechanical part from her small bag. He said smugly, with a gloating tone, "Nobody can steal my ship. Even military superiors wouldn't allow it. She's a professional at preventing backstabbing in this post-apocalyptic world." Lu Dingyuan. Everyone else in the 1st Battalion except for the 4th Platoon. Comrade Xia is indeed a mechanical researcher. He's got some skills. What could Lu Dingyuan do? He could only go with Siali and the others to sail the boat to the meeting point. Then, watching helplessly as Siali, under the indescribable gazes of the crowd, stuffed those parts back into their original positions, the Type 62 warship miraculously started up. Everyone present. Political Commissar Wang leaned close to Lu Dingyuan and whispered with admiration, "We should also have someone and Xia learn the skill, so we won't have to worry about losing the boat in the future." Although there aren't many people who would do something as despicable as stealing a ship during a war, there are all sorts of birds in a big forest. There have been reports of a ship full of people going off to fight, leaving only a few people to watch the ship, only to have the ship stolen when they returned. Once the special parts are taken, who can steal the ship? Lu Dingyuan showed none of the excitement of political Commissar Wang. His gaze fell on Siali's back, who had already started joking around with his subordinates and did not keep a low profile despite committing a crime. It's useless to learn it. Ordinary people can't use it. Whether it's an attack mission or a retreat mission, if the person who retrieves the parts encounters an unexpected situation, the others will be put in a passive position. This tactic relies on the premise that the person who takes the parts has the absolute capability to protect them and ensure their return to the ship when needed. It's estimated that among Siali's platoon, she's the only one who meets the criteria. It wouldn't be easy for other platoons to find someone like her. Political Commissar Wang immediately understood. Although he felt a little regretful, he knew that this was definitely not going to work. Besides their battalion commander and Xia, who is exceptionally talented in combat, who else can guarantee the absolute safety of the parts? He then changed the subject and let out a deep sigh. On your way back this time, think carefully about how to write the report. If you leave the mission alone and try to protect her, many people will probably cause you trouble, and the 2nd Battalion commander will be the first to jump out. You two, superior and subordinate, are truly of one mind and one heart, managing to thoroughly offend that petty person, MOC. If necessary, you can ask that girl to join you in making things up. She's pretty good at bluffing anyway. Lu Dingyuan. This is frustrating enough. Can you please stop adding to it? Inside the military region's office building, in Commander Lu's office, a series of roars, as if someone had practiced the lion's roar kung fu for decades, came from outside, along with the loud banging of iron sand palms on the table. The sounds could be clearly heard even through the thick wooden board. A short while later, the office door opened, and Lu Dingyuan, with a dark expression, Pinging Jun, looking utterly hopeless, and Siali, whose face seemed to say, "I heard you, but I may not have listened to you," walked out of the office. People in the corridor, whether intentionally or unintentionally watching the commotion, all turned their attention to the three of them. Commander Lu is quite old and has experienced a lot in his life, so he has always been very good at maintaining his composure. These three are quite formidable. They managed to anger such a composed old man to this extent. Commander Lu, who shared an office with Commander Bai, didn't know what had happened. He asked Commander Bai in a low voice, looking utterly hopeless. "Just as I thought," he said. "I knew it would end up like this sooner or later. What's wrong with your battalion?" It's enough to make Commander Lu so angry. "I remember that your battalion Commander Lu was known for being very strict with himself and had never broken any rules. Jiaping in the communications union was a kind-hearted man. Although he was strict with his subordinates, he always tried to keep the peace and never caused trouble." How could this have angered Commander Lu so much? Commander Bai really wanted to say, "The three of you came out together, and you called out the names of two of them. Why didn't you consider that the most likely reason is that you didn't call out the last one? Don't look down on women. When a capable woman gets going, she can be far more cunning than a man. With a sigh, not wanting Siali to draw too much attention, he could only vaguely say, didn't they go to arrest spies this morning? Those spies were cunning. They first sent out a team as cover, intending to secretly send our traitorous researchers away on another ship. The communications unit spotted the espionage agents trying to escape and gave chase, separating them from the main force. The ship was then punctured. He naturally knew that the reason Commander Lu was so angry was because Siali had secretly run away without regard for her own safety. Under normal circumstances, however, in an emergency, one should act expediently. As long as one gives the order to surround the enemy, chasing after them is not a big deal. At most, one might get scolded by Lu Dingyuan, but it wouldn't make the leader of the South Island Corps angry. He couldn't openly acknowledge Siali's special status, so he could only vaguely shift the focus to military preparedness. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu instantly understood. Which ship? Commander Bai, the newest one. Upon hearing this, Regiment Commander Lu gasped and smacked his lips, saying no wonder Division Commander Lu was so angry. Those 62 class warships of ours are the apple of our division's eye. Now, Division Commander Lu is probably heartbroken. Sigh, we're still too poor. Whether the boat is damaged is more important than our lives. Commander Bai's lips twitched upon hearing this. It's all right that the ship is damaged, but if anything were to happen to Xia, Commander Lu could easily fall ill on the spot. Of the three who were criticized, Ping Yingjun was the most innocent. Yesterday, he and his future wife celebrated in a letter because he had been assigned. He knew nothing about it, and yet he was dragged around and scolded first thing in the morning. Isn't this just bullying an honest person like him? That's so unfair. Ping Yingjun had a lot of complaints in his mind, but his face remained extremely calm as he turned to look at Lu Dingyuan. Battalion commander, I'll take. You should go back first. I have something to say to Siali. Before Ping Yingjun could finish speaking, Lu Dingyuan interrupted him. It's obvious that Ping Yingjun wants to take Siali away, give her a good scolding, and teach her a lesson. But Ping Yingjun doesn't understand Siali's temperament at all. If he were to be scolded like this, either Ping Yingjun would be led astray by Siali, or he would be so angry that he would die. There would be no other outcome. Lu Dingyuan felt that it was better to wait until Ping Yingjun got to know Siali a little better before letting him properly educate him. However, given Ping Yingjun's strict yet overly honest nature, the possibility of him understanding Siali is very small. Ping Yingjun felt that Lu Dingyuan's method of bypassing his superiors was a bit wrong, otherwise he wouldn't have been scolded today. She nodded and said, then I'll go back first. As he spoke, he glanced at Siali, his eyes conveying an unmistakable message of behave yourself. Siali. Seriously, considering you know nothing, I've been quiet enough under your thumb, okay? They didn't even take you with them when they led a team to chase down the spies. Ping Yingjun left, and Lu Dingyuan took Siali to his office. There was no one in his office at the moment. Lu Dingyuan turned to the side and said in a flat tone, come in. After Siali came in, he casually closed the door. Logically speaking, it's not a good idea for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, but he really didn't want their conversation to become public knowledge. Lu Dingyuan walked to the opposite side of Siali, lowered his eyes, and looked at her with a cold expression. Commander Lu has already said a lot. I hope you can give a correct explanation for your unauthorized actions this time, and learn from this experience. Just now in Commander Lu's office, Siali maintained a non-violent, non-cooperative attitude throughout, showing no sign of feeling that she was wrong. Commander Lu was also furious with her, and in the end, he could only vent his anger, scolding the three of them mercilessly, and telling Siali to go back and think it over carefully. But Lu Dingyuan felt that Siali could only understand what she herself wanted to do, and would never do things according to Commander Lu's wishes. Siali looked up, her clear gaze meeting Lu Dingyuan's without flinching, her tone as unrepentant as Lu Dingyuan had anticipated. Our mission this time was to catch spies, and my operation caught a spy, so the mission was accomplished. As a soldier, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I did. Lu Dingyuan thought to himself, just as I thought, and asked with a furrowed brow, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Do you think it's normal for a soldier to act recklessly and leave his post while on a mission? He lowered his voice as he spoke. You should know very well that when you join the military, you are first and foremost a researcher and only secondly a soldier. Developing more powerful technologies and enhancing the overall strength of China, that's your greatest contribution, not relying on sheer courage to single-handedly chase after spies with a ship full of people. If you were in any danger, wouldn't you realize the immense loss it would cause to the military and even the nation? Why would the higher-ups go to such great lengths just to bring you into the Corps? Do you really think it's so that you, as an ordinary soldier, will always be on the front lines? Do you even understand what it means to consider the bigger picture? Hearing his words, Siali's eyes also showed a hint of anger. She stared directly at Lu Dingyuan, whose eyes were blazing with fury, and her voice carried an aggressive tone. But, objectively speaking, I have already enlisted in the army. Should I, having already put on this uniform, cower and hide behind everyone else for protection? They just do their jobs day in and day out. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were on our ship, wouldn't you follow them? Having experienced countless battles and missions, Lu Dingyuan was not intimidated by Siali's prickly demeanor. I was furious with her extremely individualistic style and lack of collective spirit. I will follow them, but I will never leave without informing anyone. Don't tell me you didn't know there was a telephone on board, which could prevent the warning lights from being invisible in foggy weather. You simply know that if you report it, I won't let you go. At this point, Lu Dingyuan gritted his teeth and said, I can sacrifice myself. Any soldier on any ship other than yours can sacrifice himself. Because of our sacrifice, China has only lost a few, or even a few dozen, soldiers who charged into battle. China has nearly 800 million people. Even if some of us die, there are still millions of fine young men who can enlist in the army and become the next generation. And if you were in danger, had you considered the consequences? Lu Dingyuan stared at Siali with eyes blazing with anger, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage, his tone more serious than ever before. The other side has 3 warships for rescue, and their total number of people is more than twice yours. Although it's hard to admit, the individual strength of the US military is something we simply cannot match. If it weren't for good luck, your chances of winning with fewer troops would have been extremely slim, and everyone on board would likely have perished at sea, not to mention the possibility of being attacked by a swarm of sharks. Not only that, all the training the organization has given you will be in vain. Do you know how much effort it took to get your parents into our compound? Losing a researcher whose knowledge is decades ahead of current technology would be a devastating blow to China. Did you ever consider these consequences when you stubbornly pursued the spies? People are inherently different in value. Otherwise, why do you think China would go to such great lengths to bring back all the talented people from abroad, even sacrificing countless soldiers in the process? Siali looked directly at Lu Dingyuan, her tone serious, her words cutting to the heart. So what? Where are those researchers who were brought back now? Are they all like Sichoyu? Most of them are probably squatting in some unknown shed, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with finding your own solutions when facing difficulties. I know that you value researchers, and as a researcher, I should rightfully be protected by you. But I am not. Before I became a researcher or a soldier, I was myself. I am Siali. I know my own capabilities. I am capable of weighing the pros and cons. And I know which choice is the most advantageous. I admit. She stared intently at Lu Dingyuan, her eyes burning with rage. How could we not pursue them under those circumstances? Were we just going to live a life of hiding and complacency? It's so cowardly to back down after being bullied to that extent. Have you been suppressed by them all this time without feeling even a trace of anger? Knowing you have the ability, do you still want to be oppressed forever? If it weren't for those high-level superhumans like her standing at the forefront during the apocalypse, with everyone who had the ability contributing more and fighting against zombies and mutated creatures to the end without fear of sacrifice, how could there have been a new world later on? Lu Dingyuan has his own logic and way of doing things, and she also has her own experience and judgment. There's no way to force it. One of them felt that the collective interest should be prioritized and that individualism should not be emphasized too much, while the other felt that if I could do it, I should, and that I couldn't bear to suffer such injustice. The two, whose thoughts were completely different and whose tempers were not good, initially tried to reason with each other in low voices, but then they started arguing. As they argued, they began to make personal attacks, with one of them turning over her intestines and the other condemning her for all sorts of inhumane acts. In the office corridor, people from several surrounding offices craned their necks to see what was happening. Although the door to Lu Dingyuan's office was closed and no one could see anything, the sounds of loud arguing and banging on the table inside were enough to make it seem lively. Commander Lu never expected that after getting his hands on the gossip from Commander Lu's office, he would also get a piece of gossip from Lu Dingyuan's office. Commander Lu grinned, showing off his bright white teeth, and said to Commander Bai with a complicated expression, "Your new comrade Xia is quite something." He actually managed to make the usually calm Xiao Lu so angry. He's been living on our South Island for several years, and this is the first time I've ever seen him argue with anyone. He had always thought that someone with such a cold and aloof personality would never get along with others, would never utter a word, let alone argue with anyone. The result is good now. When they argue, their eloquence is quite good. The other person is a lesbian. Commander Bai was immediately in a real bind. I just hope Lu Dingyuan is strong in combat, otherwise if Lu Dingyuan is defeated, I, as the regimental commander, will have to take his place. At his age, he can't handle the trouble caused by the young, strong, and mischievous Xia. He was inwardly terrified and filled with anxiety, but outwardly he appeared calm, composed, and magnanimous. He said nonchalantly, "Which regiment doesn't have a few troublemakers? Others may not know, but surely we, the commanders, know. Most of those who become elite soldiers and generals are troublemakers. Sigh, I just hope my soldiers can grow up quickly so I don't have to worry about this every day." After saying that, he took the large tea mug and went to the boiler room, looking like he was going to get hot water, clearly not wanting to stay in this unpleasant place any longer. He sighed softly, like drinking water. Only the person drinking knows whether it's hot or cold. After a major battle, Siali walked towards his family compound with a somber expression. Today, she and Lu Dingyuan had a fight that ended with neither of them able to convince the other. They kept slamming their hands on the table, eventually breaking it in two. Political Commissar Wang then went to the logistics department to apply for a desk for Lu Dingyuan, which brought the fight to a close. Although she was thrilled to have a week off, she was incredibly unhappy. Not only was he unhappy about disagreeing with his boss, but he was also unhappy about being forced to write a 5,000-word self-criticism. However, thinking about the 3,000-word self-criticism that Lu Dingyuan was punished with, she suddenly felt a tiny bit of satisfaction. Mo Kajin happened to be walking over from the family compound. When he saw Siali, he immediately curled his lips into a sneer, his tone full of sarcasm. "I've never seen anyone get suspended on their second day of work before. As expected of someone who can provoke the interrogator during questioning, he's no ordinary person." Siali glanced at him, her tone blunt, and said, "My mom told me not to talk to strange old men when I go out. Old men who talk to women for no reason are all scoundrels. None of them are good people." After saying that, she ignored him completely and walked away. Mo, his face flushed with anger, roared at Siali's retreating figure. Siali didn't even turn her head. She turned and went back into the courtyard. Who wants to deal with such weak and pathetic trash? As soon as she got home, she saw her father looking at her with an indescribable expression. Siali's spine stiffened. She had thought her father would also turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or simply take off his shoes and chase her around a few times to get some exercise. After all, what she did today has definitely become gossip and is known throughout the compound. To her surprise, her father didn't get angry this time. Xia Zhengwo scanned his daughter up and down. "Are you alright?" Siali obediently replied, "No." Xia Zhengwo nodded and sighed. "If you're not injured, go wash up first. Your mother went to buy steamed buns, and we'll eat when she gets back. Your mom made you sweet and sour pork ribs with a strong sweet and sour flavor." Siali? Did old Xia somehow get someone's soul swapped with his? Why is he treating her so well? It's making her a little uncomfortable. Siali's gaze swept over Xia Zhengwo, and she asked very sincerely, "Dad, are you feeling unwell?" The fact that she wasn't beaten up so suddenly made her feel quite uneasy. Xia Zhengwo glared at his daughter speechlessly. "Are you itching for a beating? You're not used to not getting a beating all of a sudden." Siali thought to herself, "That's what I really think, but it's not to the point where I would deliberately seek out a beating when I don't need to be one." Xia Zhengwo sighed. "You are my daughter. Deep down, I don't want you to get hurt, and I especially don't want you to go to the battlefield. But the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. As a soldier, I am happy that my children are brave enough to face the enemy and go to the battlefield to defend our country. I think your pursuit of spies is not wrong, it's just that your actions lacked consideration. Their generation, whose country had almost fallen, from the highest national leaders to 8 or 9-year-old children, and even researchers, had all been on the battlefield. He always believed that only those who have been on the battlefield can possess such courage and spirit, and he always taught his son this principle." Unexpectedly, Siali had been busy all day without eating and was starving. She felt like she wanted to bury herself in a bowl and eat. "I ate 3 bowls of rice before I felt like I had something to eat." Li Xioli kept putting food on Siali's plate, feeling sorry for her. "Are you starving? Your boss is really something. He went out early this morning and has been busy all day without even getting a meal. When her husband was in the army, he would charge into battle and not eat for a whole day." She felt sorry for him, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when it comes to her own daughter, it becomes a case of the child is hungry, but the mother is in pain, and she repeatedly condemns her daughter's boss for being inhumane. Siali nodded in agreement, skillfully removing bone with her teeth. "Isn't that right? Lu Dingyuan is no human being." Li Xioli. Xia Zhengwo. Xialina's tone was filled with obvious resentment, leaving the couple momentarily speechless. Xia Zhengwo simply changed the subject. "Someone came today to inform us that Dabao will be able to arrive in Nandao tomorrow. Your mother and I originally wanted to pick him up, but then we realized it wouldn't be appropriate given our circumstances. Why don't you go to the train station tomorrow? My daughter just happened to get herself suspended, so I don't even need to ask for leave." Siali was stunned when she received the news that her eldest nephew was coming over the next day. Life was so hectic that she almost forgot about the little guy if her parents didn't remind her. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll pick him up tomorrow. She originally planned to take advantage of these few days to go to the research institute and persuade those old scholars to work together to improve the Type 62 military rifle. This will also prevent her, as a frontline worker, from having to board the ship again in the future, only to find that the old ship had such weak firepower that it couldn't defeat anyone and would cause her distress. But now that we're going to pick up my nephew, we can postpone going to the research institute. It's estimated that Lu Dingwan won't let her board the ship again anytime soon. Siali went straight to bed after finishing her meal, thinking she could sleep soundly until dawn and then go pick up her nephew. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door in the evening. Xia Jingwo stood outside Siali's door, his face looking rather grim. He called out to his daughter inside, Lily, the army needs to talk to you about something. They need you to explain what happened today. Siali looked puzzled as she got up. When she went outside and saw Commander Bai standing outside, she asked him directly. Haven't we already explained it once before? Why do we need to go again? And isn't something a little off right now? Why doesn't someone just send someone over to ask her a statement? Why does Commander Bai have to personally step in? Upon hearing Siali's words, Commander Bai's expression turned solemn, and he said in a very heavy tone, the United States has already learned about our capture of American soldiers. They denied firing first and demanded that we hand over our logbooks, the captured American soldiers, and an apology. Upon hearing this, Siali's face immediately darkened. Good heavens! This is such an obvious case of the thief crying, "Stop thief," and acting innocent after getting the benefit. She's never met anyone with a thicker skin than her before. If it were merely an internal power struggle within China, the South Island Legion could conceal it however they pleased. It was only Lu Dingyuan's battalion that went on the mission, so whatever they said was true. But now it is a struggle between two countries. The US is demanding the return of the people, seemingly determined to force them to apologize. Judging from the expression above, Commander Lu figured that the person would most likely be returned. In that case, Xia Li's irregular actions are extremely dangerous, and a compromise must be found to properly conceal them. While Xia Li was being interrogated, she was also asked the same question in several other interrogation rooms at the same time. The interrogator, expressionless and pressing, asked, "The American personnel said that you first used grenades to blow up the ship, which caused this dispute, and then used grenades to sink their ship. Is that true?" It's not that he's a Western worshipper, but given the current situation, if the military wants to resolve this matter for their own people, they must know the truth. Otherwise, they would be completely unable to cope with the opponent's move. Each interrogation room gave its own answer. Zhao Chong looked like an honest man. I don't know. It was too chaotic at the time. When we saw warships without national flags chasing after us, we didn't dare to fight them. We just rushed back in a hurry. Then I heard a loud bang, and when I turned around, the ship was already sinking. Was it the Americans who did it? Lan Xiaoxing looked shocked. That far away, how can you bomb it? It's several hundred meters away. You can throw a bomb over there? Are you crazy? Zhang Ming had a straightforward expression and a somewhat naive tone. I heard that ship was blown to pieces. Are our grenades that powerful? How come I didn't know? She leaned closer to the interrogator, looking utterly shocked, and asked, "Do you know?" After saying that, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I understand. It must be a new secret weapon from the US. They're crying wolf." Wu Meng, with a pained expression, rubbed his face and said, "How can you blow up a ship with a grenade? Are you crazy? It must be because our cannons are too good. Why don't you go and check the marks on the ship?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot. All 3 ships are gone." The interrogators were at their wits' end, wishing they could drag all 30 of those bastards out and give them a good beating. You can make things up if you want, since everyone knows you're making things up to escape responsibility. But can you at least refrain from making personal attacks while making things up? This is absolutely infuriating. At the same time, Xia Li also arrived at the interrogation room. They said they were going to interrogate her, but everyone knew in their hearts that there were definitely irregularities in their operation. However, under pressure from the United States, the South Island Corps would not hand over Xia Li. After the interrogators asked a few perfunctory questions, Commander Lu walked in. His gaze was fixed on Xia Li, his eyes filled with a strange look. When Xia Li's group returned, they had already finished verifying each other's statements, so they weren't afraid at all. She looked up at Commander Lu, her face clearly saying, "What did you say?" "I didn't understand. How can we throw grenades when the 2 ships are so far apart? Do the grenades we bought from abroad have that much destructive power? Could this be a new weapon developed by the US? Otherwise, why haven't we seen it before? Whoever reports me must provide evidence. If you want to frame me, then provide the proof." Commander Lu. When Commander Lu heard Xia Li's answer, He recalled what the people he had interrogated had said, and the serious expression on his face almost cracked. Good heavens! Those brats kept spouting nonsense, and none of them admitted anything. But this little girl actually summarized everything they said, and her logic was spot on. He would never believe it if you told him they hadn't coordinated their statements beforehand. Commander Liu just wanted to bring the person over for a routine investigation, so as not to give others any leverage. He had a vague guess that the grenade that could blow a big hole in the enemy ship must be a new type of weapon that this little girl had figured out herself. It's just that I hadn't taken it out before, but it came in handy this time. After all, this little girl has a history of creating Sugar Ivan using whatever materials she could find. Commander Liu didn't directly expose her, but slightly implying, I know about what you've reported. It seems those Americans are just talking nonsense. This matter involves diplomatic relations between the two countries, so it's best to investigate it thoroughly. However, since that kind of weapon of mass destruction was developed by the Americans, it would be best if it didn't appear in the country again in the next few months. No, in the next year or two. Then he added meaningfully, after all, even if it's a weapon unique to spies, the fact that it only appears in China and not in other countries makes people suspicious. A year or two later, inspired by the Americans, it's possible that the Research Institute could create a powerful bomb. Upon hearing what he said, Siali knew that Commander Liu's thoughts had strayed, but she did not expose him. The materials for those weapons used to bomb mutated beasts are now unavailable, even if one wanted to make them. At most, one can only manufacture substitutes, and of course, it is impossible to mass-produce them now. He decisively, saying with great approval, once they're manufactured in a year or two, we can take those weapons to other countries and let American spies spread throughout the world. The kind that's full of bad reputation. Those who bullied her, even if it's only been a year or two, or even 7 or years 8 later, will have to be repeatedly stabbed in various ways to make her feel better. Commander Liu was speechless, and his gaze toward Siali was indescribable. He muttered to himself, so, are we going to start World War III again? Sometimes he really didn't want to talk to this little girl. It gave him a headache as soon as he spoke to her. It had almost become a conditioned reflex. I can't just chase after someone's daughter and beat her up like Lao Xia did. It's really frustrating. He rubbed his throbbing forehead and waved his hand irritably at Siali. Go. Don't let me see you for a while. Siali obediently walked out, but as soon as she stepped out the door, she used the entire door panel to cover her body and stuck her head back in, looking at Commander Liu with eager eyes and asking sincerely, Uncle Liu, are comrades from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs going to apologize to the Americans this time? Commander Liu thought that Siali was concerned about the Chinese people and was afraid that they would be wronged, and felt remorse. He sighed inwardly and thought, an apology is out of the question. It's hard to say who fired first, and even if the other side insists, it won't make a difference. However, this matter will likely involve a lot of wrangling, and it remains to be seen whether the United States will impose stricter economic sanctions on China as a result. Don't worry too much, go back and rest. Hearing his words, Siali felt a little disappointed. She met Commander Liu's gratified gaze and sincerely offered her advice. If you really have a grudge against someone, why not find someone who can endure humiliation, persevere through hardship, and stand up for themselves even if they have to live off a woman, and who is particularly ambitious? I have an excellent candidate here, Uncle Liu. What do you think of Xia Hongqi? He's now married to a big, fat wife in Liaoqing, living off his father-in-law. As long as the higher-ups give him a few words of praise or a chance to promote him, he'll happily agree. It's just an intention anyway. Whether he'll actually be promoted is another matter. Don't you think he's a good fit? Elder Liu had known Xia Jiangwo for a long time and had even held Xia Hongqi in his arms, so he naturally knew who Xia Hongqi from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was. Enraged by Siali's seemingly sincere advice, veins throbbed on his forehead. He jumped up, grabbed the notebook from the table, and slammed it against the door. His cheeks twitched, and he roared angrily, Get out of here right now. He knew it. How could this little girl usually call him Uncle Liu? Not a single word she says is something a decent person would say. He shouldn't have thought that this little girl had any remorseful thoughts. She's just a stubborn troublemaker. It was all because he, who thought Siali would repent, was too naive to believe that this girl would return to the right path. Other people who are afraid of death would put a breastplate on their chest, but Siali had a large breastplate in front of her, so she was naturally not afraid of this small clip attack. At most, her hand went numb for a moment. Seeing that I had really angered him, I felt a moment of regret. With a wide grin, he flashed his head and disappeared in a flash. All that remained was the sound of the door slamming shut and a soft, muttered murmur. TSK, they can't even reuse waste. The people up there aren't very capable. Commander Liu, do I really have to kill your second brother? You treat your second brother like a good-for-nothing, and you even spread his shameful stories about living off women every day. Aren't you afraid your father will be driven mad? What kind of wretched daughter could be so wicked? After a long time, Commander Lu felt a pang of heartache for his old comrade in arms. Luckily, he doesn't have such an infuriating daughter in his family, otherwise he probably wouldn't be alive now. After Siali came out, she hadn't gone far when she ran into Zhao Chang, who had just finished being interrogated. Zhao Chang had just finished being interrogated. He had been interrogated for several hours and looked somewhat haggard. Upon seeing his platoon leader, he immediately broke into a big smile and strode over to him. "Platoon leader, you're out?" Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he asked in a low voice, "How are you?" "Nothing else happened, right?" This is asking Siali if she gave herself away. The statements had indeed been rehearsed beforehand, but there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any errors. Moreover, Siali was their superior, so the interrogation would definitely be. If Commander Lu hadn't thrown a notebook at her at the end, she would have thought she had just come here to chat with someone. "It's all right." He then lowered his voice and asked quietly, "How are those 3 warships now? Do we need to deal with them?" All she knew was that one of the 3 ships had sunk at sea, and the other 2 were on the shore of that nameless island. If the other party really wants the navigation record, it will be quite troublesome. Seeing that no one was around, Zhao Chang lowered his voice and whispered to Siali, "No need, it's already sunk in the sea." "Siali?" Siali looked at him strangely, her tone carrying a hint of something unspeakable. "How come they all sank into the sea?" "There are dozens of people in the US. If we really return them all, we can't expect them all to have amnesia, can we? After those people go back, they will definitely tell their motherland the truth. They might even deliberately make false accusations for their own selfish reasons. How can we cover for them?" Zhao Chang suppressed a laugh upon hearing this. "The man who interrogated me was a soldier who enlisted with me. He mentioned it to me when he asked me questions. Our battalion commander took some men there this afternoon. Those ships have now sunk to the bottom of the sea due to the rising tide." Siali's lips twitched. The sentences, "Our battalion commander took his men there this afternoon, and those ships have sunk into the sea because of the rising tide," are fine on their own, but put together they are suspicious. Siali understood instantly. Where does the high tide come from when it's neither early nor late? This is clearly manipulated. However, the United States is quite far away from them, and by the time the Americans arrive, several days will have passed, and whether the tide rises or not is up to them. The ship is gone, and the navigation logs, traces on the ship, and all evidence have vanished. Even if they wanted to investigate, they couldn't find anything. TSK, I didn't expect Lu Dingyuan to be so ruthless. I was originally planning to sneak back onto the ship tonight, sail it out, fire a few shots at those other ships, and destroy the evidence. It seems that it's no longer necessary. Zhao Chang, looking terrified. Your Majesty, you just violated regulations and are still suspended from your post, yet you still want to sail the boat out at night to do bad things? You're going to be court-martialed any minute now. His mind was racing with all sorts of random thoughts, and in the end, he could only anxiously approach Siali and whisper a reminder. "Platoon leader, I know you can easily drive the boat away without a key, but you absolutely mustn't let this get out. If other people find out, and one day our corps loses a ship, the first person they'll think of is you. Besides, stealing a warship carries a penalty ranging from imprisonment to execution. You really need to think this through." Zhao Chang felt that the 2 days he spent as Siali's deputy platoon leader were more exciting than his previous years of military service. Why does their platoon leader always have so many dangerous ideas in his head? Siali found his anxious look amusing and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I usually don't do such impulsive things, and even if I did, I would never let anyone find out that it was me." He said this aloud, but secretly he was thinking about it. Their Marines must frequently go aboard ships for training. Could she follow suit and create a modified ship, just like she did with the modified car, and gain the right to use ships at will? Although the possibility is small, we should always have dreams. What if they come true? The two exchanged information for a while, and waited for everyone in the platoon to come out before everyone dispersed. Knowing that someone higher up was protecting her, Siali ate and slept peacefully after returning home. The next morning, she got up early to prepare to pick up her unlucky nephew. Early in the morning, Siali had just gotten up and gone out to wash up when she saw Li Xioli wearing an apron, washing and picking vegetables with a cheerful expression, and even her steps were light and quick. Although Comrade Xia didn't say anything, he was in a great mood, sweeping the ground with a broom while humming an unknown tune. Anyone could tell that the couple was in a very good mood today. When Li Xioli saw Siali get up, she immediately looked up at her gently and said, "Li, you're up. Have something to eat first, then we'll have a good lunch." Although it's already 10:30, which is completely unrelated to breakfast, eating too much now might make it impossible to eat lunch. However, as a doctor, Li Xioli still felt that no matter what time her daughter got up, She had to eat 3 meals a day on time for her to be healthy. Siali had just woken up, only her eyes were awake, but her stomach wasn't, and she didn't want to eat anything. Hearing Li Xiuli's invitation, he glanced at his watch and said, no need. It should be almost time for the meeting with Xiao Chang. I'll go pick him up first, and we'll have lunch together. After thinking for a moment, Siali looked at the happy look on the elderly couple's faces and suggested again, why don't you two come with me to pick them up? Since we're just staying home anyway, the meat and vegetables were marinated last night, and you've already prepared the vegetables, so I don't think I'll need anything else you've cooked, right? Old Xia has swept the floor more than 10 times. He started sweeping last night, and even swept away the paint on the floor. Xia Jiangwo and his wife did indeed want to go. Their grandson had suffered so much in northeast China, and they wished they could sprout wings and rush over to see if he had recovered his health. But they can't go. Their identities are too sensitive. If they really go with her, any unexpected incident could cause trouble for her daughter. They were indeed concerned about their eldest grandson who had suffered greatly, but they couldn't show favoritism, lest their concern for their grandson implicate their daughter. Xia Jiangwo waved his hand at Siali with a look of disgust. Go ahead, there are still many things to do at home. Your mother and I will need to stew these dishes in a little while, so they'll be ready to eat when you get back. Siali glanced at the time and realized that the stew was indeed almost ready. But why did she smell the aroma of stewed chicken coming from the kitchen? It meant it was almost ready. Thinking that her parents really didn't want to go, Siali didn't try to persuade them further and nodded, saying, then you guys do it. I'll go first and come back in a bit. After saying that, he turned around and strode out. Once outside, Siali walked happily toward the playground. She had already informed Xiao Chang the night before, asking him to wait for her in the yard so they could go pick up her nephew together. Having a car is great, especially having a little helper who can drive you around whenever you need to. Xiaoli's happy mood continued until she walked to the car window and saw the person sitting in the passenger seat. Upon seeing, she remembered that she was the only one in the entire camp who had been suspended from duty. Even Xiao Chang was a driver who was given to her by the higher-ups when she needed a car. Why is Lu Dingyuan sitting in the passenger seat of this car now? Lu Dingyuan turned and looked at her, then said in a serious tone, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by others. She just tricked the Americans yesterday, and they will definitely try to find out the real reason behind it. It's hard to guarantee that there aren't other forces on the South Island that haven't been completely eliminated, and they might have malicious intentions towards her. Zhao Chang was shocked to hear his battalion commander's words. His ears turned red instantly, and his thoughts raced off in another direction. Their battalion commander is actually so worried about their platoon leader? Could it be that there's something going on between them? Or perhaps, their battalion commander is pursuing their platoon leader and is so concerned that even when their platoon leader has to go out, their battalion commander is willing to apply for his already limited leave to protect their platoon leader's safety. Good heavens! An iron tree blooming. This is so heartbreaking. It's completely unlike their battalion commander, a true iron-blooded man, who would do something like this. Siali had no idea that Zhao Chang's train of thought had completely veered off course to the Mariana Trench because of Lu Dingyuan's words. She didn't have the slightest impure thought whatsoever. Siali glanced at Zhao Chang in the driver's seat, then at Lu Dingyuan in the passenger seat, and her expression remained unpleasant. She wanted a car, and they even gave her a buy-one-get-two-free deal. Did the people in the car ever consider that a car can only seat 5 people? I'm just going to the train station to pick someone up. Do I need 2 people following me? I want to pick someone up, and you've packed so many people there's nowhere to sit. Lu Dingyuan remained unmoved and answered truthfully. There was only one person who brought Xia Debao here. This car can only carry 5 people, so the number of people is just right. Siali. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan sitting in the passenger seat, her expression somewhat numb. Is this why you made me, a woman, sit in the back with my nephew and another man I don't know? Although the Junka is more spacious than a normal car, it's still not spacious enough for 3 people. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Lu Dingyuan was taking up too much space. Despite being a tall and slender person, his presence felt like he weighed 500 pounds, to the point that she was almost unhappy if she didn't throw him out of the car. Thinking of his battalion commander's thoughts and seeing his platoon leader's imminent ruthless attempt to cause trouble, Zhao Chang wished he could jump out of the vehicle and escape to avoid being stuck in this awkward situation. But these 2 were his superiors, so he could only bite the bullet and try to smooth things over. He quickly explained in a low voice, Platoon leader, you've misunderstood. The passenger seat is a protected area, usually where bodyguards sit, and it's also the most dangerous place in the car. If attacked, the passenger seat would be the first to be affected, and it would also be easier to fight back from that position. The battalion commander is in this position precisely to protect you. Siali. Siali was speechless. Realizing that there was no way to get Lu Dingyuan out of the car, she got in with a cold face and an aura of reluctance. He muttered in a tone that everyone in the car could hear from the back seat. "When you send me on a mission, you have to work me to death, like I'm going to work 3 shifts a day, like I'm about to die from overwork. When I go out, I remember I need protection. I don't want to die too quickly. You guys should provide more protection and give me more holidays normally." Lu Dingyuan, who can understand the 3-shift system. Zhao Cheng, who couldn't understand the 3-shift system. If he remembered correctly, their battalion commander only worked for 2 days and then immediately had a 7-day vacation. If this is considered not having enough holidays, then what about those who only get 40 days of holidays every 3 years? Lu Dingyuan ignored Siali's complaints completely, while Zhao Cheng shrank back and stepped on the gas, driving straight to the train station. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Siali didn't want to talk to Lu Dingyuan, who wasn't a talkative person. Zhao Cheng trembled and dared not speak. The atmosphere in the air was no different from that of a crematorium. The group endured the ordeal until they reached the train station. Siali glanced down at her watch. It's still early. There's still more than half an hour before the train arrives. The 3 of them waited quietly at the entrance of the train station. These days, it's rare for trains to arrive on time. They're usually 10 or 20 minutes late, and sometimes even more than half an hour late. Siali waited outside without noticing anything amiss, but after half an hour when the people were supposed to be on the train got off and still hadn't arrived, she realized something was wrong. Siali's gaze remained fixed on the exit, her brows furrowed. "I'll go down and see what's going on." Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Their station isn't a major station, and there aren't too many people at the train station. Even if getting off the train takes some time, it's not worth wasting that much time. Lu Dingyuan and Zhao Cheng also felt that the waiting time was a bit too long, so the 3 of them simply turned off the car and got out. Lu Dingyuan turned to comfort Siali. "Don't worry, they called us a few days ago to confirm that they saw Xia Debao get on the bus with their own eyes, so it's impossible for him to have gotten lost. Something must have happened inside the station. Let's go ask the train conductor." Siali had no objections and nodded to go along. As soon as they reached the exit, they encountered 2 people walking slowly towards them at a snail's pace. Siali didn't recognize the tall figure in military uniform in front of him, but he did recognize the little boy in gray clothes whose small figure was hidden behind the tall figure, making his presence almost zero. Siali's first reaction was that something was wrong with the child. When she first transmigrated, before her family was sent to the countryside, her cheerful aunt had always been a leader among children, so she naturally got along well with the lively, cheerful, and composed Xia Debao. The 2 of them would laugh and joke around together every day, and sometimes Xia Debao would even scold her, his aunt, for going too far and making Xia Jiangwo angry, which would result in everyone being punished. He was a cheerful and steady child with the temperament of the eldest grandson of a prominent family. At least to outsiders, the child was only 13 years old, but much more reliable than she, who was in her 20s. But now Xia Debao's entire demeanor has changed. It became something that Siali found completely unfamiliar. When Siali saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat. Without revealing a trace of emotion on his face, he strode towards Xia Debao. The young boy, with a somber aura, stood quietly behind the tall man, neither speaking nor making any significant movements. He follows the other person when they walk, and stops when they stop, quietly falling behind. Comrade Wang wasn't entirely clear on the specific reasons why Xia Debao came to the South Island. His task was simply to drop Xia Debao off on the way. Upon seeing the comrade who came to pick him up, he immediately put on a smile and went up to shake hands with Zhao Cheng. "Hello, hello." As he spoke, he glanced at Xia Debao without leaving a trace, his expression somewhat conflicted, but he still said, "Now that you've come to pick up the people, my mission is complete, and I can finally rest easy. Before I came, the child's parents asked me to convey some things to his family. Should we go to the Xia family's house first? Given the child's current state, there are some things that naturally cannot be said in front of the child. The boy is already old enough to understand things, and saying certain things is not good for the child if the adults don't talk about them." Zhao Cheng readily agreed, and the 2 exchanged pleasantries for a while. Siali, who had already seen Xia Debao's condition, didn't look too good, but was afraid of scaring the child. She tried her best to act as if nothing was different from usual. He said in a normal tone, "Let's go, let's get in the car first." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the child's shoulder, intending to lead him to the car. However, when Xia Debao saw someone reach out to touch him, he subconsciously shrank his neck and backed away, avoiding Siali's outstretched hand. Then she stood there quietly, her left hand gripping her right wrist tightly, trembling with nervousness, her eyes lowered and motionless, like a statue. Siali. Even if she were usually careless, she could tell at this moment that the child had clearly been traumatized and was somewhat mentally unstable. He wasn't angry that the other person dodged him, but he was secretly furious. This is unbearable. An innocent child has been driven to the state, and, because the other party did it so cleanly and efficiently, they don't even have a place to reason with them. This is only after 1 or 2 years of being sent down to the countryside. When Comrade Wang noticed that Siali's expression was not very good, he thought she was going to take her anger out on the child, and he immediately felt uneasy. She rushed over to Siali's side, winking at her as she explained, "The child is a little shy around strangers right now." He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. Although the people above said that Xia Debao was a distant relative of Comrade Xia, what distant relative could accept a child who had been sent down to the countryside? Wouldn't they be afraid of being implicated? No matter how you look at it, Comrade Xia and the Xia family have always had a good relationship, not to mention they all share the same surname. Saying they're shy actually sounds a bit distant. Siali ignored what he said, lowered her gaze to Xia Debao, raised her hand to pinch Xia Debao's chin, and lifted up, making him look directly at her with a serious expression. The statement, presented in a straightforward tone, states the fact, "I am your aunt. You were under my care until your parents were released. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that if someone bullies you, I can help you fight back and make them never dare to mess with you again. Just tell me, and I'll help you get revenge." But she could tear a hole in the wall and at least gain some trust before things got out. That would be better than keeping the child isolated forever. Xia Debao's eyelids twitched, and as he pursed his lips, he gripped his right wrist tightly with his left hand. After a few seconds of stalemate, he turned his head slightly away and stopped talking, but he also stopped avoiding Siali's touch. Upon seeing this, Comrade Wang thought to himself, just as I suspected, these two must have had a close relationship before. He tried to persuade his sister about the child on the way back, but the child didn't say a word. He would eat if given food, and wouldn't eat if not given food. He would go to bed on time and did whatever he was asked to do, as if he had no thoughts. He had completely turned himself into a puppet. Lu Dingyuan said to Siali, "You two, aunt and niece, can talk slowly when you get back. Go back to the unit first. The child's condition is clearly not good. It's even worse than when he left Northeast China. With so many people on the street, it's really not suitable for Xia Debao to stay here any longer." The group got back into the car. Siali sat in the middle of the back row, and Xia Debao sat to her left, near the door. Although he didn't dodge Siali's action of leading him into the car, once inside, he sat in a corner of the car, wishing he could just evaporate on the spot. If Siali gets even slightly closer to him, even unintentionally, he will subtly move away. Rather than accepting Siali's bold statement that, "I will help you get revenge," it was more like a helpless compromise after being subjected to power. Siali was in a great mood when she arrived, but her mood worsened as she walked away. She came to the South Island to work in the countryside, not to be sent down to the countryside. Her initial treatment was better than that of those who were sent down to the countryside. After that, she caused so much trouble that even though people on South Island were after money, they generally had a good impression of her, and nobody really targeted her. She had previously heard her father say that conditions in Northeast China were better than in the South Island, so he wanted to send her there. She naturally assumed that even if the suspected rabies incident happened, at most there would just be more work and more hardship, and those people wouldn't dare to make their intentions too obvious. I never imagined that Xia Debao would be tortured into the state. What they were looking for was far more important than she had imagined, and those 10 years were far more insane than she had anticipated. This is just the beginning. How will we cope with the next 9 years? Siali sat in the car, her mind wandering to a whole bunch of random thoughts, even considering the possibility of going to that psychiatrist to get her nephew treated. Ultimately, however, he abandoned this dangerous idea because he didn't trust Cheng Shue's character or her professional skills. The car drove for several hours, and we didn't get home until the afternoon. Xia Jiangwo and his wife had been eagerly waiting at home for them to come back and have dinner. Hearing the sound of a car outside, they immediately came out with a look of surprise and delight. As soon as the two came out, they saw a young boy standing next to Siali, his eyes downcast and looking gloomy and timid. Bang! The vegetable washing basin that Li Xioli was holding fell directly to the ground, and red strawberries rolled all over the ground, covered with strawberry sand. She could no longer care about anything else and staggered over to hug the little boy next to Siali. "Debao. Grandma's Debao. Grandma's finally seeing you." Li Xioli burst into tears, crying uncontrollably, her heart aching terribly. This child must have been terrified during this time, right? Otherwise, how could you have turned a perfectly healthy child into this state? Faced with Li Xioli's sudden embrace, the young boy tried to dodge, but Siali had half encircled his shoulder. Even though she didn't use much force, he couldn't dodge at all and ended up getting hugged by Li Xioli. He stared stiffly at the woman holding him, his body trembling slightly. His left hand gripped his right wrist tightly, his right hand clenched into a fist, and his cheeks clenched tightly. When Xia Jiangwo saw the child's current state, he stood silently to the side, his fists clenched tight. Seeing that the child was not comfortable, he quickly stepped forward and patted Li Xiuli on the shoulder, his voice still steady. Xiuli, the child has come all the way back. Let the child go inside and rest first. Afraid of frightening the child, she quickly wiped away the tears on her face. Her gaze was fixed on Xia Debao as if he were staring at a treasure that might disappear at any moment. Her eyes were red as she said, "Look how excited I am. Come on, Debao, let's go inside and rest for a bit. Grandma made your favorite spicy chicken." Xia Debao didn't say anything, but followed Siali's leading into the courtyard. Xia Jiangwo wanted to reach out and touch the child's head, but Xia Debao subtly dodged him. Unlike before when Li Xiuli wanted to hug him, and he tried to dodge, but Siali stopped him. This time, even though Siali's hand was still on his shoulder, he did his best to turn his head away and refused to give in the slightest. Everyone present had keen senses, and they all saw his tiny movement. People like Siali, Lu Dingyuan, and Li Xiuli, who knew the inside story, knew that the child probably already hated Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo felt heartbroken seeing his child's current state. He felt regret, helplessness, and also a sense of having no other choice. Xia Jiangwo withdrew his hand with trembling hands, but showed no emotion on his face. Looking up at Comrade Wang, who had brought the child over, she nodded to him and said, "Comrade, you've had a hard journey. You've gone to so much trouble to bring Debao back. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Come in and have a simple meal. Consider it a welcome back visit." If it were the old Debao, he wouldn't have required much effort from others. But given Debao's current state, it's likely that Comrade Wang put in a lot of trouble on the way. I really need to thank them properly. Comrade Wang was only acting on someone's behalf, and they had already done him a favor, so naturally he couldn't be greedy and want a double gift. He quickly waved his hand and said to Jiangwo, No, I have to go report for duty later, so I won't go in for dinner. You all just got together and have a good time, so I won't disturb you. The child is still young. Talk to him and make things clear. He will get better with time. The child's parents have a few words they'd like to say to you. I'll be leaving after that. Siali glanced at Xia Jiangwo, who was clearly in great pain but was forcing himself to stay strong, and said, Then Dad, you guys go set the table first. I guess Debao didn't eat well in the car at noon. I'll go and talk to Comrade Wang. Normally, Xia Jiangwo would never let his daughter take the lead. But now he only felt a tightness in his chest, and he didn't want to say it and worry his family, so he could only nod to them. Okay, Comrade Wang, if you have the chance to come over next time, we'll treat you to a proper visit. Thank you so much for this time. Comrade Wang quickly replied, No need. I followed Siali out of the courtyard and walked quite a distance before we stopped. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the woman next to him, although she didn't look like the kind of girl with particularly strong muscles, gave off an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe when standing next to her. However, he probably wouldn't have much contact with the Xia family in the future, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that they were far enough away from the Xia family that Xia Debao couldn't hear their conversation, Comrade Wang turned to Siali and said, This child has suffered a lot and is now a bit sensitive. He's a pitiful child. Please be more accommodating to him, and don't be impatient. As Comrade Wang said this, he kept sighing in his heart. Being taken to that kind of place at such a young age, and I heard that she had a serious illness before, it would be strange if her personality didn't become gloomy. Siali nodded. He was naturally aware of this. Guiding was one thing, but he couldn't force Xia Debao to do something he didn't want to do, as that would backfire. What message did his parents convey to us? When this was brought up, Comrade Wang regained his composure and said seriously, Your elder brother and sister-in-law said that since the child got sick, he has been left with some sequelae. Some of them got better after resting, but some of them are still not healed. I hope you can find a good neurologist to see if your child can receive some treatment. As Siali Yue heard what Comrade Wang said, his expression grew darker and darker until he looked like a menacing figure. Do you know why Debao turned out the way he is now? Knowing the reason makes it easier to comfort him. Siali spoke without a trace of anger, her tone as calm as if she were just chatting with someone, yet it inexplicably sent chills down one's spine. Comrade Wang increasingly felt that Siali's condition was not quite right. She's a tall, thin girl and doesn't seem like she'd be very strong in a fight. How come she can be so terrifying when she gets angry? Recalling that day when some ignorant children surrounded Xia Debao, calling him stupid child, poopy kid, and madman, Comrade Wang couldn't help but sigh. What a terrible child, about the same age as their son. How could he have suffered so much? Although before leaving, the child's father told him to try not to tell his family what kind of life they were living over there, and just say that everything was fine, Comrade Wang felt that he should still talk to Siali about it. If I don't know the reason, how can I persuade that child? After only a moment's hesitation, Comrade Wang told everyone he knew. Because he was sent down to the countryside, the child's family was already struggling financially. He was also very young, so if the older children wanted to bully him, he had no way to fight back. Even if adults wanted to manage, they had countless chores to do in that environment, so how could they have time to constantly look after the children? Later, the child contracted that disease again. I heard that during the time he was sick, he was incontinent and vomited frequently, and he could barely eat anything. He suffered a lot. Even after recovering from the illness, it took quite a while for me to recover from the epilepsy and incontinence. You know, children don't have the same self-control as adults, and their words often aren't very pleasant, which makes them even less willing to talk. This is already quite a euphemism. To put it bluntly, it means that he was bullied for a long time, and his self-esteem couldn't accept the after-effects of the illness, leading to a mental breakdown under all kinds of torment. Siali lowered her eyes, hiding all her emotions, and when she looked up again, her eyes were clear and bright. I understand. Thank you, Comrade Wang, for informing me of this. What are your plans after this? Will you stay and serve in our South Island regiment? Comrade Wang nodded. Yes, I had to leave the military due to health issues, but the South Island wanted to recruit me for a clerical position, so I decided to stay in the army. Those of us who joined the army before we were even adults were only familiar with the simple environment inside the military. We weren't very adaptable to the outside world after leaving, so I agreed. As he spoke, he knew in his heart that this job was probably a benefit that Commander Liu had given to the person who brought the child. But since she's here, there's no need for her to say more. She'll repay this favor sooner or later. Okay, Comrade Wang, you can come to me if you need anything. I'll do my best to help. Comrade Wang didn't take it too seriously, nor did he feel that he needed a female comrade's help. He nodded to Siali and said goodbye. Siali returned home filled with anger, only to find the atmosphere at home somewhat heavy. Dabao sat on the stool with his head down, neither speaking nor moving, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Xia Jingwo also fell silent, sitting quietly opposite Xia Dabao. Li Xiuli's eyes seemed even redder than before. Seeing Siali come in, he forced a smile, went up to her, took his daughter's hand, and pulled her to Dabao's side. Lily, sit down quickly. Let's eat first, and we can talk about the rest later. Siali nodded and sat down next to Xia Dabao without hesitation. Have a meal. The three adults had all started eating, but Xia Dabao sat there without moving, as if nothing in the world concerned him. Siali didn't say anything, but while she was devouring her food, she would occasionally put a piece of food on Xia Dabao's plate. Seeing that Xia Dabao's bowl was almost full, she glanced at him with a puzzled look. Aren't you going to eat? Not hungry? Even if you're unhappy, you should still torture others. Only fools would have a grudge against you. Xia Jingwo. Li Xiuli. Xia Dabao. Although this is a rough way of saying it, it is an undeniable truth. Xia Dabao probably thought Siali was right, and he actually picked up his chopsticks and started shoveling food into his mouth. However, he only ate what was in his own bowl and never used his chopsticks to pick up other dishes. Even those that were close by weren't caught. The elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him like this. As long as the child can eat, that's good. The two of them were really afraid that the child would go on a hunger strike and ruin his health. It was supposed to be a welcome feast for Xia Dabao, but the whole meal was quieter than a large meeting of the production team. Of the four people, only Siali ate without restraint, not depriving herself at all. Only after she finished eating did she say to the elderly couple, I'll take Dabao to his room so he can get used to it. The elderly couple had no objections. Dabao, the child, clearly trusted Lily, his aunt, more than they, his grandparents, now. At least, he didn't want the two of them to touch, but he wasn't so averse to his aunt touching him. If only we could get this child to open up. The elderly couple thought this way. Xia Dabao didn't give Siali any special treatment. He just didn't want anyone to touch him right now. He even felt disgusted by everything in the world, especially himself. But his aunt's skills were so impressive that she could always intercept his dodges precisely in the direction he wanted to avoid, making it seem to outsiders as if he wasn't putting up any resistance. Siali half lifted, half carried, and half clamped the person into the room, then casually closed the door with a soft click. After entering the house, Siali stopped clinging to Xia Dabao and found a place to sit down, slightly raising her chin towards the wooden sofa opposite her. Sit down, let's talk. Xia Dabao didn't move, but looked up at Siali with a deep, unfathomable gaze, and said only one sentence in a hoarse voice. Take me home, back to my parents. Siali wasn't angry. She simply turned her head to look at him and asked in a very calm tone, why? Xia Dabao lowered his head and eyes and did not speak. Siali looked at him quietly, her tone flat and straightforward, feeling sorry for them. Xia Dabao remained silent, as if he knew things wouldn't be that easy, and was putting up a silent resistance. Siali continued to guess lazily. Does a family believe that they should support each other and stay together no matter what the situation? Xia Debao remained silent. Although the young boy had his head down, his back was incredibly straight, making him look very stubborn. Seeing his performance, Siali knew that this child was much stronger than she had imagined, and not the kind of person who would break down easily. She's not exactly a sweet and caring daughter to her superiors, nor is she a confidant to her subordinates. It cut straight to the surface, tearing away the outer layer to reveal the bloody truth beneath. Go back and become a burden to them? Xia Debao clenched his teeth, looked up at Siali, met her gaze. His left hand clenched his right hand, and his voice was hoarse from not speaking for a long time. You're with your parents too, why can't I? He didn't want to stay here. He wanted to go home. No matter how good it is here, no matter how much he can eat, his parents are suffering in Northeast China, and he wants to go and be with them. Despite hearing his question, Siali remained calm and met Xia Debao's gaze without flinching. His calm tone was completely opposite to his usual cheerful personality, and even a little sharp. I can get my parents out of trouble, can you? If you have the strength, having the whole family together is called helping each other. If you don't have the strength, it's called causing trouble. I don't object to you wanting to be with them, but I hope you can at least become strong enough to be their support rather than a burden. Self-pity is the most useless and time-wasting thing in the world because it cannot change anything. Only those who love you will pay attention to your emotions. Others will only use your vulnerability as gossip or even a joke. Showing weakness to outsiders will not do you any good. Think back carefully. When you were in Northeast China, besides your parents, did anyone else genuinely care about your current situation? Or were they mostly just mocking you? Forgive my bluntness, but your current actions will only cause pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies, and will not change anything. A 13-year-old boy already understands. In peacetime, children raised in greenhouses and loved by their parents naturally have time to grow up slowly, but Xia Debao didn't have that much time. That decade has just begun, and the next few years will only get worse. There is no time to give a child a chance to be weak. Xia Debao is very smart. It was precisely because of this intelligence that he was able to quickly understand why his family was being targeted and why they were being sent down to the countryside. Siali could understand Xia Debao's anger towards Xia Jiangwo, and he could also understand Xia Debao's resentment towards Xia Jiangwo. But that's her dad. She's unhappy when someone bullies her dad. That's just how she is. She sides with her own family, regardless of right or wrong, even if the other person is a child. Ever since Siali brought Xia Debao into the room, Xia Jiangwo and his wife had been lying on the door, quietly listening to the conversation between the two inside. Xia Jiangwo made this decision without feeling much guilt towards his eldest son, because his eldest son was a soldier and belonged to the same faction as him, so it was only right that he should support the family. However, Xia Jiangwo truly couldn't bear to see his eldest grandson suffer, and he was also deeply remorseful. Hearing his daughter speak so vehemently, he immediately wanted to go in and tell her to stop. The child was still young, and even if he hated him, it didn't matter. It was he, as the grandfather, who had harmed him. It's understandable that you don't understand him. When Li Xioli saw that her old man was about to go inside, she quickly reached out and pressed down on his arm, looked at him, and shook her head in disapproval. Although what my daughter said was a bit harsh, it was all true. Their priority right now is to keep the child here. They can't possibly go through all that trouble to get the person out of the water only to send them back to that harsh place. What if that child comes to their senses? Seeing her like this, Xia Jiangwo had no choice but to give up. She kept a close eye on the movements inside the house, afraid that her daughter might get agitated and beat the child again. Siali, who was inside the house, had no urge to hit anyone. Instead, she laid out the entire miserable situation for Xia Debao to see. The situation will only get worse in the next few years. If you go there, you won't be able to help your parents. They will suffer along with you. What you need to do is empower yourself and change the current situation so that you can become someone they can rely on. The once excited young boy now listened quietly as Siali explained the current situation, his calm demeanor revealing little emotion in his dark eyes. After Siali finished speaking, he gave a desolate and somewhat mocking smile, placed his hands in front of Siali, and quietly released his right hand with his left. His tone was calm to the point of sarcasm. You say that? Look at my hands. How can I change this situation? Siali is the kind of person who wants to make the best of her life within limited resources, so her home is naturally bright and clean. It was precisely because of the excellent lighting that the conditions inside the room were so clearly visible. The moment the little boy released his left hand from his right wrist, his right hand trembled violently. It wasn't from fear that I was trembling, but rather a kind of uncontrollable, large-scale shaking similar to that of Parkinson's disease. Siali could tell at a glance that the child's hand was trembled pathologically, rather than due to external factors. No wonder his older brother and sister-in-law asked him to find a neurologist to help treat the child's neurological sequelae. The message was so understated that she never imagined her nephew's illness would be so serious. With such shaking, there must be many things you can't do in your daily life, right? An eerie silence fell over the room. Xia Debao stared straight at Siali, his eyes filled with stubbornness and pain, his voice hoarse with excitement. I once wanted to join the army like him and my father. I have always been proud of them and wanted to be the best sniper in all of China, to eliminate many bad guys and protect the country I love. I want to be a source of strength for my family, to make them proud of me and to be their pride. But I can't do it now, I can't do anything. What constructive job would need someone like me who can't even control their own hands and can't even write properly? I have no hope for the rest of my life. A fierce rage ignited in his eyes, a resolute determination akin to a moth drawn to a flame, as if he were about to burn himself to ashes. Despite his wide-open eyes, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The resentment in his chest surged forth, and his voice was almost a scream, filled with heart-wrenching pain. Don't I want to stand up for my parents? Don't I want to save my family? But now I can't do anything, I can't do anything at all. Why was he so selfish? Why would he risk ruining his entire family for a country that offered him no protection? I used to be patriotic, but now I simply can't love him. Bang! Old Xia! Old Xia! Suddenly, Li Xiuli's anxious scream came from the doorway, starting the two people inside the house. Without a second thought, Siali pushed open the door and rushed out. Dad! Xia Debao instinctively wanted to rush out, but after taking a step, he pursed his lips tightly and stopped chasing after her. His hands were clenched tightly, his eyes were somewhat vacant, and he stood there in a daze. What good would going out do? I doubt anyone would like me like this. That's settled then. Li Xiuli kept patting Xia Jianghuo's arm. Siali glanced at him and quickly said, Mom, you stay here and watch over Dad. I'll go out and call a car. We'll go to the hospital now. Li Xiuli nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with anxiety, and said, Okay, go quickly. As luck would have it, Siali ran into Lu Dingyuan, who was resuming training on the playground. Seeing his anxious expression, Lu Dingyuan quickly turned around and ran over, asking anxiously, What's wrong? Siali disregarded their past grievances and said directly, My dad fainted, and we need to find a car to get him to the hospital. Lu Dingyuan nodded without saying a word. Come with me. He finished speaking and ran towards the garage. He dropped the person off this afternoon and immediately started extra training. When the child first saw his grandfather faintly, his first instinct was to run away, indicating that he was still very concerned about his grandfather. Siali felt that if Lao Xia could see him when he woke up, his illness would be half cured. If something were to happen to the child if he left him alone at home, Siali felt that old Xia would really be unable to live. The group quickly took the person to the military hospital for emergency treatment. Li Xiuli waited anxiously at the door of the operating room, wishing she could go in and see what was going on inside. Siali went downstairs to pay the fees early, and Xia Debao also stood at the door of the operating room, his whole body trembling slightly, feeling a chill in his heart. He regretted it. He shouldn't have said those things. He did resent his grandfather for implicating the whole family, but he never wanted anything to happen to his grandfather. Grandpa has always been very healthy, so why did he suddenly develop heart disease? What if something really happens to Grandpa? Ultimately, he never intended for anything to happen to his grandfather. The more Xia Debao thought about it, the more upset he became. His trembling right hand gripped the front of his shirt tightly. He was overwhelmed by a mix of regret, remorse, and repentance. Negative emotions completely engulfed him. Send him away, anywhere is fine. Li Xiuli felt the child beside her trembling slightly. Even though she was anxious, she still reached out and patted Xia Debao's shoulder, gently comforting him. It's okay, Debao, don't be afraid. The doctor has already examined your grandfather. He'll be fine. Her voice grew softer and softer. It was unclear whether she was trying to comfort Xia Debao or herself. When Siali returned after paying all the outstanding fees, Xia Jianghuo had already been wheeled into the inpatient ward. Lu Dingyuan ran into Siali, who was returning with medicine, when he came back with water. He whispered to her, the doctor said it's not a big problem, but you need to be observed in the hospital for 3 days. If everything is fine, you can be discharged. Remember not to get too emotional in the future. Siali frowned upon hearing this. Can't we have the surgery? Lu Dingyuan, currently, the technology in China is not mature, and doctors do not recommend surgery. While similar surgeries abroad have achieved greater success than those in China, they also carry significant risks, with a success rate of only 40%. In the current situation, it's better to simply let it heal. Moreover, even if he wanted to go abroad for treatment, he wouldn't be able to leave the country due to Xia Jianghuo's status. He wouldn't be able to get through immigration. Siali frowned and nodded solemnly. I understand, thank you. After saying that, she looked up at him and said, "You guys have training this afternoon, right? You should go back first." After thinking for a moment, Lu Dingyuan suggested, "No need, we've already asked for leave. We can train tomorrow. Your dad's staying here for 3 days. Why don't you come back with me and bring your things over? It's easier to drive than walk with so much stuff." Siali thought to herself that she had all the commonly used items in her space, and she could easily bring them over later and say that she had just bought them. However, thinking that even though she was only hospitalized for 3 days, she should still get her dad a few changes of clothes, just in case his parents wanted to bring something else. So she nodded in agreement. Good. Siali told Li Xioli that she was going back to get some things. Li Xioli told her what to get, and then Siali went back to the military compound with Lu Dingyuan. Fortunately, the military hospital was not far from the troops, and the two of them took all their things back in no time. This time, Lu Dingyuan didn't say anything more. Siali told him to leave, so he drove off directly. The Xia family is in such a mess right now because of the children's affairs, it's not suitable for an outsider like him to stay. Siali carried a large pile of basins and jars into the ward. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Xioli feeding water to Xia Jiangwo, who had just woken up. He glanced around. "Where's Dabao?" When Li Xioli saw her daughter come in, she quickly went forward to take the things and casually said, "He needed to go to the toilet just now, so I told him to go." "Didn't you two bump into each other?" Siali shook her head. "No, we probably took the wrong turn." She strode over to Xia Jiangwo's side and looked her father up and down. Seeing that although his complexion was still not very good, at least it was not as pale and lifeless as when he was lying on the ground before, he finally felt a little relieved. "Are you feeling better? Should we call the doctor to come and take another look?" Xia Jiangwo waved his hand, "No need." He then gave Li Xioli a meaningful look. Li Xioli immediately said to Siali, "You two chat for a while, I'll go check on Dabao first." Siali knew that his father had something to say to him, so he nodded slightly to them. Okay. These days, few people can afford to stay in a hospital ward. Generally, if someone has a headache or fever, or even if they are on the verge of death, no one will go to the hospital for treatment. Even though this is a military hospital and there are many wounded soldiers here, there are still not many patients. As soon as Li Xioli went out, only Xia Jiangwo and Siali remained in the house. Xia Jiangwo leaned back on the bed, weakly raised his hand and pointed to the stool next to the bed. "Sit." Siali had a general idea of what Xia Jiangwo wanted to say to her, but she still sat down obediently, looking like she was all ears. Seeing his daughter's sensible appearance, Xia Jiangwo sighed. "Lily, don't blame Dabao too much. Dad's health problem is his own fault. He just didn't mean it. And what he said wasn't wrong. All the things he experienced were caused by his father. His father didn't regret shouldering the heavy burden for China, but he was the only one who let him down, his children and grandchildren. If he wants to hate me, let him hate me. I deserve it. Let it develop as it may. Lily, don't blame him." Although Xia Jiangwo chased after his daughter and beat her every day, he knew in his heart that while his daughter was filial to them and had an obligation to support them in their old age, she had no obligation to raise her cousin's children. To put it bluntly, Dabao's life at his aunt's house in Nandao was like living under someone else's roof. "My daughter may be disobedient and mischievous, but her character is impeccable. Since she's bringing the child over, she won't mistreat him. But now, because of his son Dabao, he's in the hospital, and he's afraid his daughter will hate the child because of him. Even he, as a biological father, couldn't bear the trouble caused by his own daughter, let alone a child with an extremely sensitive heart. The child's background was already pitiful enough. If his daughter targeted him again, he was afraid the child might do something drastic." Siali found it amusing to see Xia Jiangwo looking at her as if he was afraid she would go to Xia Dabao. "Whether she hates you or not, I don't say, but I disagree." Xia Jiangwo's expression turned somewhat serious upon hearing Siali's words. "But what can we do? This child is in a state where he can't handle any stimulation. I'm afraid he'll go astray." Siali answered quite frankly, "You don't need to worry about it. You can't manage it, but I will. If I really can't manage it, I'll just return it to my older brother. Since I agreed to bring him here, I was already prepared to take care of him. Although I don't respect the elderly, I don't have a penchant for bullying the young. After all, those who disrespect their elders have been failing themselves for years, while children haven't learned yet, they can be taught gradually." Xia Jiangwo should have been relieved, but these words, coming from his own daughter's mouth, inexplicably took on a different meaning, making Xia Jiangwo a little uneasy instead. The phrases "return the goods" and "teach slowly" just feel really off. But what could Xia Jiangwo do? He could only nod, saying with a somewhat unsatisfying expression, "It's enough that you know what's going on." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Teaching is fine, but you can't always hit children." "Siali, am I a violent maniac? Do you think you have to hit someone to teach them a lesson?" Siali felt that her reputation with her father was being harmed. How could he say that? It sounded like he always liked to hit people. Her second brother was such a despicable person, and she only suggested to her superiors that he apologized, without ever touching him. How could she beat Xia Debeo to death? Just as they were about to argue, they heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from the corridor. She recognized the rapid breathing sound immediately, and Siali turned to look at the door. Li Xiuli stood dignified at the door. Her partner smiled and said, "Lily, I ran into Xiaolu when I went out to buy porridge. He said he needed to talk to you and asked me to come and call you. He seemed to be in a hurry. Why don't you come downstairs with me? I'll go buy some porridge then." Siali knew something was wrong as soon as she saw her expression. Without saying anything, she got up and walked out with her. He muttered under his breath, "Why is there so much trouble every day? He's such a busybody. It must be because I haven't caused him enough trouble." Li Xiuli. Xia Jiangwo. Siali followed Li Xiuli to the corner of the stairs. Before Li Xiuli could speak, Siali said with a serious expression, "My dad probably can't hear me here." What happened? Li Xiuli was surprised for a moment, not expecting her daughter to be so perceptive. When she turned to look at her daughter, tears welled up in her eyes. "Lily, Debeo is missing. I went to the restroom to look for him, but he didn't come out after a long time, so I dragged a male doctor in to check. But the doctor said there was no one inside. I asked several people, and a family member in the ward diagonally opposite the restroom said they saw a child who looked like Debeo leaving the hospital. You said he's unfamiliar with the area. Where could he go if he ran off alone? It's all my fault. I knew he wasn't feeling well, and I still let him go to the bathroom alone. I should have gone with him." Li Xiuli was filled with remorse. That child is already so pitiful. What if something else happens to her? How will she live the rest of her life? Siali frowned repeatedly upon hearing her words and quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, this isn't your fault. Are you going to leave a sick person in the house and accompany a teenager to the toilet? In the countryside, a teenager can be used as a laborer. He's just a young boy, and he's not afraid of encountering thugs. Even if he goes out, nothing bad will happen to him." Did that person say which way he was going? "You stay in the ward with my dad and don't let him know what happened. I'll go out and look for him. The county town is only so big, with his short legs, he can't run very far." Li Xiuli. Slightly taken aback by her daughter's unconventional way of comforting her, Li Xiuli still said, "I'll go out and look for it with you. I've already told your dad we're going out to buy porridge together. He shouldn't suspect anything." Siali's lips twitched, and she said speechlessly, "Mom, my dad was also a soldier. Even though he's been in the rear for so many years, he still has a keen sense of things. Judging from how hurriedly you ran over, you probably already gave yourself away to him. Go and comfort him, lest something else happens to him while we're out looking for the child. If I really can't find my child, I'll go back to the army and get some people to help me search. That's much faster than you searching alone in an unfamiliar place." Although her mother appeared calm when she came in, the urgent thump-thump of her footsteps could not possibly be hidden from her father, that multi-talented old scout. However, seeing that Li Xiuli was in a hurry, he was afraid that there was something urgent that the two of them couldn't talk about, which would affect their work, so he didn't say anything. Hearing her daughter say this, Li Xiuli had nothing to say but nodded anxiously and said, "Then hurry up and find the child as soon as possible." Siali nodded, turned around and went downstairs. When Siali arrived downstairs at the hospital, her brows furrowed as she suddenly realized a very serious problem. In her original world, Skynet covered every corner of the country, and finding someone was a matter of minutes for her. She could even find out where someone was without leaving her hospital room just by giving them a cell phone. However, in this backward China, surveillance cameras are not widespread. Even with her useful lightning-based skills, she couldn't find Xia Debeo through the wires and could only search bit by bit using the most cumbersome method. He sighed inwardly and silently took out the simple map of the county from his pocket. It seems that through today's thorough search, her map of the county can now be fully completed. As the light faded, the sky was tinged with darkness. Xia Debeo unknowingly walked to the backyard of a factory area. It was empty, and there was nothing there except a few piles of hollow concrete pipes not far away. Since leaving the hospital, he has been like a walking corpse, not knowing where he should go or where he should go. My aunt and grandparents used to live a good life here, but the atmosphere at home has become less pleasant since he came. If he leaves, he won't cause trouble for anyone, right? He kept his trembling hands a secret and never told his parents. Just like my aunt said, just like Wang Xiuhu, the neighbor on the farm, his parents cried their hearts out when he died, as if they couldn't go on living and wanted to go with him. But 6 months later, they had a new child and completely forgot the grief of losing Wang Xiuhu, never even mentioning it again. If he disappears, his parents will have other children in the future, which will also ease the grief of losing him, right? It's better than having a disabled son who can't help with anything and is a burden to them for the rest of their lives. Just as she was thinking this, Sia DeBeo heard a series of sparse sounds coming from the hollow concrete pipe not far away. He was initially a little scared. After all, in such a desolate place, the sudden rustling sound meant that something unscientific might jump out from there at any moment. Although he had already considered wandering alone or giving up on himself, he was not really prepared to confront demons and monsters head-on. But if you listen carefully, you can hear a rustling sound, and it's not just a rustling sound, but someone vaguely shouting, "Help." Although the pronunciation wasn't very clear, the two words could still be faintly heard. Sia DeBeo had never encountered anything like this before, and his back immediately tensed up. Gritting his teeth, he picked up a stone from the ground, slightly larger than an adult man's fist, and moved closer quietly but quickly. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock, and he covered his mouth tightly with his hand to prevent himself from making a sound. Within the triangular area formed by two piles of concrete cylindrical pipes and a wall, a disheveled man straddles a woman who is almost completely naked, his body throbbing as he commits an indecent act. The woman's hands were pinned above her head, her eyes filled with despair, her face streaked with tears and snot. Because her mouth was tightly gagged, she could only utter muffled cries for help, which were barely audible. Upon seeing Sia DeBeo hiding in the corner, the woman's eyes lit up as if she had found a lifeline. Ignoring her physical pain, she struggled even more violently. Sia DeBeo could tell that the woman's muffled cries had changed from a desperate, "Help," to a pleading, "Save me." Sia DeBeo was a little scared. He had never encountered anything like this before. Although he was also a boy, the man in front of him was an adult, and if he helped, he might not be able to beat him. Even though he could no longer serve in the military because of his hand injury, his belief in justice from childhood never changed. He couldn't bear to stand by and watch someone die, even if it meant risking his own life. Moreover, once he seriously injures the man and the woman gets up from the ground, it will be 2 against 1, so even if they can't win, they can still escape. At this moment, Sia DeBeo disregarded everything else and raised the large rock in his hand, smashing it hard against the back of the man's head. With a loud bang, it hit the ground very solidly. The man screamed and covered his head, only to find his hands sticky and slippery. When he looked at them, they were indeed covered in bright red blood. His eyes widened in fury, and he stood up, lunging at Sia DeBeo. "You little bastard, you dare hit me? I'll kill you today." When Sia DeBeo saw him chasing after him, he turned and ran. But he was just a teenager, less than 1.6 meters tall. How could he possibly outrun a strong man in his prime? She hadn't run far when the man grabbed her hair. The man's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to devour this little bastard who dared to hit him. His eyes were practically bleeding with hatred as he glared at Sia DeBeo, then slammed him hard to the ground. Children of Sia DeBeo's age are just starting to grow taller and are not fat at all. Moreover, he was tortured in northeast China for so long. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is now skin and bones. With just a slight shove from the burly man, he was thrown to the ground. The man was clearly a seasoned fighter. Seeing how easily Sia DeBeo was defeated, he knew that this kid was just all show and definitely couldn't beat him. She immediately straddled him, gripping Sia DeBeo's neck tightly with both hands, exerting tremendous force. He originally planned to kill the woman after finishing his business and end it all, but this unexpected turn of events occurred. If word gets out about what he did today, he might get shot. These two must die today. Sia DeBeo lay on his back on the ground, his neck being tightly gripped. His face was flushed red from difficulty breathing, and he struggled incessantly, trying to break free from the man's control. However, things did not go as planned. He was too weak to break free from the man's grip on his neck. His survival instinct led him to look at the woman who was putting on her clothes and trying to escape, his eyes filled with a plea for help. The woman stopped running, stood still, clutching her collar tightly with both hands, and looked at the young boy who had just saved her. She hadn't forgotten that it was this young boy who had come to her aid when she was at her most desperate, allowing her to escape the clutches of that devil. Otherwise, she would have been dead today. The child was now pinned down by the man, his neck being choked as if he was about to die, his eyes pleading for help. She wanted to go and save him, but then she thought about how strong the man was, and a wave of fear washed over her. Even if she goes there, she might not be able to escape, and they might both die here today. She met the boy's pleading gaze, gritted her teeth, and looked at Sia DeBeo with eyes full of apology. Pretending not to see his pleading look, she closed her eyes, turned around, and ran away. She has to survive, and she absolutely cannot let anyone know about what happened today. Otherwise, if people find out that she was sexually assaulted, they'll drown her in their spittle. Xia Debao, his face flushed red, stared wide-eyed, his expression one of utter disbelief. I never expected that the woman would just run away like that, without putting up any resistance or even throwing a single stone at us. The man had gone mad, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Xia Debao, and said in a vicious voice, "Little brat, don't worry, I'll take you down first, and then I'll take her down with you to keep you company. I know where that bitch lives. She can't run away. You've ruined my plans, so you'll have to pay the price for your actions." Xia Debao gripped the man's hands tightly around his neck. His gaze gradually became unfocused. "I have difficulty breathing, feel dizzy, and have a sore throat." He thought to himself, so be it. He's just a burden anyway, so let him go. It won't be a waste of the education his grandfather and parents gave him. At least he died saving people. He did what he felt he should do. Even after being rescued, the other person didn't even glance at him before running away. He has a clear conscience. He died a righteous death instead of leaving this world feeling resentful. His grandparents and parents must be proud of him. He was not a coward of this. Where there were people, she ran on her own 2 legs. Where there were no people, she used her lightning-based superpower to accelerate, essentially conducting a carpet search for Xia Debao throughout the entire county. Even when she runs on 2 legs, her speed is not something that ordinary people can accept. In deserted places, he leaves after images as he runs. In populated areas, he becomes a whirlwind. As the workers on their way home from get-off work passed by, they frequently glanced at her, completely unaware of what she was. They only saw a dark shadow flash past, making them uneasy. A strange rumor has suddenly appeared in the county. There are rumors that the county is not so clean these days. Just as Siali ran to the vicinity of a factory, she saw a woman running in a panic towards the residential compound. Although her clothes were relatively neat, they looked wrinkled and torn, indicating that something bad had happened. Normally, Siali wouldn't pay attention to her. After all, once someone escapes, they've escaped, and what they do afterward is their own business. These days, social customs aren't so open. If people find out that a woman has been involved with another man, not to mention whether the man might get shot, the woman will definitely be gossiped about. If you can pretend you don't see it, then pretend you don't see it. It's giving someone a way out. But today is a special case. Xia Debao has been gone for a long time. She has searched the entire county, but she still hasn't found him. Either Xia Debao ran off to some remote, secluded place, or he ran off to some private property. And how did this woman, covered in wounds, manage to escape after being shot? Siali swiftly stepped in front of the woman, seemingly oblivious to her disheveled state, and asked calmly, "Sister, I have a question. Have you seen a child?" As she spoke, Siali measured Xia Debao's height for her. He's about this tall, with a bowl cut, wearing a white shirt and blue pants, a thin little boy. The condition was so obvious that the woman immediately realized who Siali was referring to. Isn't that the boy who saved her today? She must be a relative of that boy, right? But so much time has passed now, she might have been murdered last year. If her parents find out what happened, they will definitely go to her house to demand an explanation. When that happens, the fact that she has lost her virginity will be impossible to hide. How will she live the rest of her life? Just thinking about it filled the woman with fear and despair. His eyes darted around in a struggle, his gaze subtly drifting towards the wall beside him before he finally shook his head and whispered, "Never seen it before." After saying that, he didn't linger for even a moment, brushed past Siali, and ran away from her. Although Siali did not come from a detective background, he had spent so many years in the post-apocalyptic world that he had some understanding of the concealment of ordinary people. The moment she saw her attitude, she knew something was definitely wrong. This woman had definitely met Xia Debao. However, she didn't stop the woman as she ran past her. There wasn't much time now, and it wasn't the time to argue with her. His gaze fell on the outer wall of the factory next door. He rushed over, jumped up, put his hands on the wall for leverage, and pulled himself up to the top of the wall in an instant. Seeing the situation inside the wall, Siali almost cursed out loud. A man, whose pants weren't even pulled up, whose head was covered in blood and whose clothes were stained red, was straddling Xia Debao, his hands tightly gripping Xia Debao's neck. Xia Debao, who was being held by him, had a somewhat unfocused look in his eyes. His hand mechanically patted the man's arm, but he clearly had no strength and his hand looked like it was about to fall. "Siali, damn it. Get the hell out of here." Ignoring everything else, she climbed over the wall and rushed up as fast as she could, kicking the man away. She used considerable force in that kick, sending the man flying 7 or 8 meters away. Siali didn't care whether the man was dead or not, and quickly squatted down to check if her child was injured. Xia Debao originally thought he was going to die today. His head was spinning, and he couldn't even think straight. But for some reason, the man suddenly let go, and a rush of air filled her chest, allowing her to instantly draw oxygen from the air again, making her feel alive again. Cough, 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 cough. My throat was incredibly sore, and I had a persistent, physiological cough that made my head buzz, but I just couldn't stop. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, Siali patted her back and asked anxiously, "How are you? Is your throat bleeding? Don't cough hastily, take it slow. If there's blood in your throat, never swallow it back. Choking on blood will be disastrous." People who are choked to the point of near death are not like those portrayed in TV dramas, who can suddenly roar and confront others after being released. If someone chokes you, even if they don't kill you, you'll be in pain for days. If they kill you, your voice will definitely be damaged. At the very least, you'll be hoarse, and in severe cases, you might not be able to speak for a while. If the throat is seriously injured and bleeds, a sudden choking on blood could be life-threatening. Siadibeo's eyes were filled with tears as he coughed. Hearing his aunt's voice, he instantly broke down. She rushed into her aunt's arms, hugged her tightly, and burst into tears. Siali. Siadibeo injured his throat during puberty, making his howls sound like a goose's, which was quite comical. Siali was initially quite anxious, but upon hearing that sound, she almost burst out laughing without any conditioned reflex. But she knew it would be wrong to laugh out loud at that moment, so she held it in. Gritting his teeth, he patted Siadibeo's back while reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right. Everything's all right now." After comforting the child, Siali looked up at the half-naked, rather shocking man. At this moment, the man stood up and furtively tried to leave. When Siali saw his appearance, her eyes turned cold and her heart burned with anger. I originally wanted to stand up and kick her a couple more times to teach her the true meaning of boys need to protect themselves when they're out in the world, and then send her to the police station for punishment. But when she saw the man's bloodshot eyes, his bulging eyeballs shining brightly, and his extremely excited appearance, her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little numb. The only thought that flashed through my mind was, good heavens. This is supposed to be a society governed by law. Siali remained expressionless, but a small flame was blazing inside her. "Oh, okay, I'll avenge you." After saying that, she looked at the man who had already sneaked to the base of the wall and said in an icy tone, "I can let you go, but you have to obey my orders, or I'll kill you right now. There's no one here. Even if I bury you, no one will know." Upon hearing her words, the man felt a chill run down his spine and froze on the spot. His head spun back like a rusty bearing, and he looked at Siali in horror, forcing a very stiff smile. "Little girl, stop joking. How about I reimburse your medical expenses? Double, no, 10 times the medical expenses. What do you think of this?" If it were an ordinary person threatening him, he would have run away as soon as he got to the base of the wall. Although becoming an unregistered person without a letter of introduction is not difficult, it is not hard to find a remote mountain village to hide one's identity and survive. It is better than dying, right? But this woman was incredibly strong. After that kick, he felt pain all over his internal organs. Although his mental state was not bad, even better than usual, he dared not overestimate that he could survive the woman's beating. How could he be so unlucky? All he wanted was to sleep with a woman, but he ran into a troublesome brat and this devil. I wish I hadn't chosen today to do it. Siali had no awareness that she was a demon. She looked at the man coldly, her tone devoid of any warmth. "Not good. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, we'll go straight to the police station. Rape? Maybe you'll be fine if you marry that girl. But this attempted murder? If I don't confess, you'll be shot. As for money, firstly, she doesn't lack anything, and secondly, making money off the dead is considered unlucky." The man's next move, with the air of threatening to kill him and bury him if his demands weren't met, made him curse inwardly. On one hand, she felt disgusted by her bad luck today, realizing she hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home. On the other hand, she reluctantly agreed. "Go ahead and say it, I'll listen to you." Siali did not reply to him immediately. Instead, she grabbed her child by the back of the neck and pulled him away a little. Siadibeo, with his eyes lowered and still somewhat frightened, met her gaze. With the other hand, he patted his head and said in a low voice, "Today I'll teach you your first lesson. If anyone tries to hurt you, kill them all indiscriminately. If you don't learn to fight back, people will always treat you like a pushover. Even if you want to be kind and soft in your heart, you should only do so within your means." The fundamental principle for all actions is self-preservation. Don't be fooled by her carefree lifestyle in the South Island. She would lend a hand to any random person she met, and even if she got scammed, she would still help others the next time she met them. That's because she knows she has the ability to handle things, and no matter what those people do, they can't hurt her. At worst, she can just pack up and leave. With current technology, finding her is simply a pipe dream. But Xia Debao is different. He is still a child and belongs to a vulnerable group. The woman who abandoned Xia Debao was not just a heartless ingrate, she was hateful. Xia Debao tilted his head slightly, looking straight at his aunt. He felt that his aunt seemed different from when he was in Liaoqing. Although my aunt was willful and arrogant back then, and unwilling to suffer any grievances, her temperament was completely different from now. If I had to put it bluntly, my former aunt was reckless because of her family background, but now she is exceptionally calm and capable because of her own abilities. He seems to be the kind of general who wields great power, much like my grandfather who used to hold immense authority. Xia Debao could hear his own heart pounding faster and faster. This is what he used to want to become. Good. Pfft. Siali couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then she quickly tilted her head back, trying her best to purse her lips and stop herself from laughing. Her whole body was shaking, and she was struggling to hold it in. Xia Debao. He took back what he had just said. It was all an illusion. The real aunt is the mudslide that constantly ruins the atmosphere. Siali gritted her teeth to stop herself from laughing out loud. It seems you're not seriously injured. I'll take you to the hospital to get some medicine later. Let's go with this man to apologize first. Xia Debao? Man? Siali didn't give the two of them any explanation at all, but instead gave the man a look. Where does that woman live? Take us there, and you can apologize to her. As long as you do as I say, I won't pursue the rest. Upon hearing the girl's words, the man's expression twisted for a moment, as if he thought the woman might be mentally ill. Would anyone really sacrifice their own family's justice for someone else's sake? That child was almost strangled to death by him. If I apologize to that woman, she won't pursue the matter? No one is kinder than this. Is she out of her mind? Thinking that Siali was so kind, he immediately put on a crying face. Little girl, please have mercy on me. If I go to that woman's house, her family will beat me to death. Besides, hooliganism is punishable by death. Aren't you pushing me to my death? He thought Siali would hesitate, but Siali's answer was quite cold and ruthless. You still have hope if you marry that girl. Stop wasting your breath talking to me, and I'll kill you right now. Man. Xia Debao. The man wanted to say he didn't know where the woman lived, but seeing Siali's expression, which was completely like, if you don't take me to meet her now, I'll kill you right now, he couldn't bring himself to ask any question. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly go to the factory's residential compound. As he approached the entrance to the family compound, we live in the same residential compound, so we're considered a good match. His parents only want money. They should be willing to agree to a marriage proposal. Seeing the man's eyes becoming increasingly congested, even bulging out, Siali said without a word, I won't stop you from proposing marriage. Go inside quickly. What's that person's name? Are they really in this residential compound? Hearing Siali's words, the man was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, yes, yes. Her name is Ma Rongrong, and she lives in room number 8 on the 3rd floor of Beixiang building. Siali nodded. What's your name? The man felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but dared not refuse to answer. Jiaguoqing. Siali gestured with her chin towards the direction of the family compound and said, let's go. The man dared not cause any trouble and quickly stepped inside, wanting to resolve the matter as soon as possible so he could feel relieved. Siali followed him, walking inside with a calm expression, showing no abnormality on her face. Then, Xia Debao watched as his aunt walked into the courtyard, picked up the iron food bowl of the big yellow dog guarding the courtyard, and then picked up a small tree branch from somewhere. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, she banged the bowl hard with all her might. Bang, 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 bang. Xia Debao. Siali gathered his strength and shouted loudly towards the west wing. Ma Rongrong, room 8 on the 3rd floor of the west wing. Come out quickly. Jiaguoqing, who raped you at the factory, has been brought here. He wants to apologize to you in person. Come out now. There's nothing shameful about being raped before marriage. You're the victim, and even if you lose your innocence, you deserve sympathy. These days, it's not like in ancient times when people had to be drowned in pig cages. Jiaguoqing said he wants to propose to your parents and marry you. Since your parents only care about money, they'll definitely sell you to him. Don't feel ashamed, just accept your future man's apology. Jiaguoqing. Xia Debao. A group of employees' family members who were about to wash the dishes. Ma Rongrong, who was wiping herself down inside the room. Xia Li usually eats well, sleeps well, and is in good health. His shouts are loud and clear, instantly causing an uproar in the entire factory's residential compound. The family members who were picking up and washing the dishes couldn't care less about anything else. They all put down what they were doing and ran out to see what was going on. Ma Rongrong's biological mother was so frightened that she dropped the bowl she was washing and it broke on the ground. Her face turned deathly pale. My daughter seemed off when she came home. Could something have really happened? That damned bastard. She turned and shouted into the house, Rong Rong. Rong Rong. What happened? You should tell Mom right away, isn't she lying? You should go out and explain to them. As he spoke, he pushed open Ma Rongrong's door and saw Ma Rongrong washing herself, with patches of bruises all over her body. What could Ma Rongrong's biological mother not understand when she saw the scene? She immediately broke down in tears, ran to Ma Rongrong's side, raised her hand and started hitting her, crying out in despair, "Tell me, what kind of things have you done, you little slut? I just introduced you to the director's son the day before yesterday, and today you've pulled this stunt on me. How am I supposed to face the director now? How am I supposed to live my life after this?" Ma Rongrong is in a complete panic, her mind is buzzing, and she can't care less about the fact that she keeps hitting her own mother. She has no idea how things have developed to this point. If she just endured it, wouldn't this matter be resolved peacefully, turning a big problem into a small one, and a small problem into nothing? Girls in other factories used to be treated like this. It wasn't talked about openly, was it? Why is she so unlucky? This is forcing her to die. Downstairs, in the middle of the family compound, Siali was banging on a dog food bowl, repeating her lines over and over, looking like she wouldn't give up until Ma Rongrong showed up. The little yellow dog at her feet looked up at her pitifully, but it was afraid of her aura and dared not bite her. It just watched helplessly as its bowl was abused, looking extremely pitiful. Just as pitiful as the little yellow dog was the man next to Siali, who was almost crying. He pleaded, "Grandma, please repeatedly stop shouting and spare my life." But it was all in vain. Xia Debao stood quietly behind Siali, looking rather dazed. He had been raised with the education of a gentleman and never imagined that things could be resolved in this way. No normal person would do that, right? Regardless of what others thought, Siali regretted not coming up with an excuse to go out and get a loudspeaker, as it was indeed quite difficult to shout with her own voice. Seeing that the Ma family wouldn't come out, Siali simply changed her words. Does the Ma family have no men left? Their own daughter was raped, and they don't even dare to come out and seek justice. Just as Zhao Guoqing said, raising daughters is for the purpose of selling them, and then using the proceeds to subsidize the son's wedding. The highest bidder wins. TSK, 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 TSK. What a terrible family tradition. Who would dare marry into your family? Seeing that Xiaoli's words were getting more and more outrageous, the family area couldn't let Xiaoli shout like that here, as it would have a very bad influence. The deputy factory director stormed downstairs, rushed to Xiaoli's side, and said angrily, "Young comrade, what exactly happened? Calm down first." Xiaoli didn't even let the man from Hosni finish speaking. He only heard half of what he said before Xiaoli raised his voice and shouted, "You're asking me what happened? Well, I'll tell you all about it." Then he rattled off a long, rapid-fire account of what Zhao Guoqing had told him on the way, the details of the crime, and the events that had unfolded. The deputy factory director nearly fainted from anger, and Zhao Guoqing's face turned deathly pale. Siali recounted all those filthy things, making the Ma family members upstairs heads buzz. Ma Rongrong's father slammed his fist on the table and glared angrily at Ma Rongrong. "This is all you're doing. Why did you go and provoke those shady characters? Now that they've explained the entire process, how are you going to deny it? Are you going to make it impossible for our family to live in the residential compound from now on? Now that things have come to this, there's no way to renege on their debt. Whether they reluctantly marry Ma Rongrong to Zhao Guoqing or not, their family is already infamous in the family compound. If this matter isn't handled properly, no one will dare to marry his son in the future." Ma Rongrong's father closed his eyes tightly, hardened his heart, and made up his mind. Of course, sons are more important than daughters. Even if the daughter can't get married, she can still work at home, so it's not like she's living here for free. So what if people point fingers at me? It's not like I'll lose anything. But if they can't find a good wife, After making up his mind, Ma Rongrong's father suddenly stood up, grabbed the carrying pole stuck next to the door, and strode out. He shouted loudly, "You, Zhao Guoqing! How dare you bully my daughter? I'll beat you to death today." When Ma Rongrong saw her father rush out, she was stunned for a moment, and her face turned deathly pale. Is her father going to take responsibility for this and prevent her from marrying Zhao Guoqing for money? She's already slept with Zhao Guoqing, so who would marry her in the future? What will become of her for the rest of her life? This is practically driving her to her death. He's her own father. How could he treat her like this? Zhao Rongrong's father really went to great lengths to get rid of the family's reputation of selling his daughter to get a wife for his son. He was clearly in his late 40s, almost 50, yet he carried a long carrying pole and ran from the third floor to the first floor in just 10 seconds, which was completely unlike someone his age. Siali watched as he swung the carrying pole toward them, looking as if he might accidentally hit her as well. In an instant, she dodged aside, grabbed her child, and slipped out of his attack range, hiding behind the deputy factory director who had been standing behind her. At this point, Ma Rongrong's father had already swung the carrying pole out, and he couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Seeing the deputy factory director's somewhat frightened face, he was startled and hurriedly tried to stop, but he couldn't reduce the force at all. He could only let the carrying pole shift slightly, grazing the deputy factory director's nose by 2 centimeters. A cold sweat broke out on his back. The deputy factory director, feeling the carrying pole sweep across his nose, a gust of wind blowing, and a chill running down his spine. Is Ma Mingyang out of his mind? Why did he have to aim the blow at Zhao Guqing? It's absolutely outrageous. Ma Mingyang didn't dare to look at his deputy factory director's ugly face. He swung the carrying pole at Zhao Guqing with all his might, hitting him on the back, head, arms and legs, wherever he could get his hands on. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "You bastard! How dare you bully my daughter? I'll beat you to death today. How dare you spread rumors that we sold our daughter? You shameless bastard! Even if my daughter were raised at home for her entire life, she would never marry a scoundrel like you. I'll take you, you scoundrel, to the police station in a little while and let the police there give our family justice. We must sue you for indecent assault. We'll make sure your dark forces can no longer run rampant under the red flag of socialism." Zhao Guqing screamed as he was beaten, running around the yard while repeatedly begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Let's talk this over calmly. I only did this because I really like your Rongrong. Stop hitting him." The carrying pole kept hitting him, and Zhao Guqing felt pain all over his body. The inexplicable excitement he had felt earlier gradually subsided, and he became more and more tired and dizzy. Finally, everything went black, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed in terror, "Ah! Someone's been killed." The scene was met with a deathly silence. Everyone stopped arguing. Even Ma Rongrong's father stopped hitting people, his body stiffened, holding the carrying pole in his hand, his face pale with fright. For a moment, the scene seemed to be paused. Siali wasn't too flustered, but he didn't know the person who hit him well, so there was no need for him to approach at this time, as it would seem like he was being too deliberate. He just quietly watched the man on the ground, blood flowing from his eyes and ears, just everyone like else. The deputy factory director had never seen anything like this before, but he considered himself the highest-ranking official in the family compound and frantically told himself not to panic. But who wouldn't panic in such a situation? He tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart, and with trembling hands he reached under Zhao Guqing's nose to feel the breath under his hand. His face turned even paler. Finally, his voice trembled as he said, "He's gone." Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air, and everyone's gaze toward Ma Rongrong's father turned strange. Oh my god, someone was actually killed. What are we going to do? Should he be executed? Murder is punishable by death. But if Zhao Guqing hadn't done that to Ma Rongrong first, Ma Rongrong's father wouldn't have hit her. Should he be executed for that? The Ma family is clearly the victim. How could they be treated so badly? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. That's only right and proper. Since he killed someone, he should pay for Zhao Guqing's life. The police won't care about that. That's terrible. Oh dear, that's so tragic. Ma Rongrong is a menace. If it weren't for her, her father wouldn't have been embroidered in a murder case. She killed her own father with her own hands. Damn it, that's terrible. Whispers rose and fell in the family compound. Ma Rongrong's father stared wide-eyed, his eyes becoming bloodshot. His gaze was fixed on the man lying on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His scalp tingled, and his mind went completely blank. Once they realized the situation, they exclaimed in shock, "Impossible." His expression was almost tearful. He looked at the deputy factory director with a panicked look, his voice trembling slightly. "That's impossible, factory manager. You have to stand up for me. I only hit him a few times with a carrying pole. How could I have killed him like that? How could you possibly kill someone with just a few blows? This has nothing to do with me. You all need to stand up for me." He looked at everyone with a look of panic. But no one present dared to respond, and some even quietly took a few steps back when he approached. Just kidding, this is a murderer. Who would dare to approach him? The deputy factory director was somewhat frightened by his almost insane appearance. He took a step back warily, turned to look at a young man at the door, and frowned, saying, "Xiao Song, go to the nearby police station and call the police. We can't handle this ourselves." "Don't call the police." Ma Rongrong's father cried out in surprise without even thinking. This is a murder case. If the police were called, wouldn't he be shot? It was clearly all that brat Ma Rongrong's fault, so why should he bear the responsibility? Absolutely not. His son is still a child, waiting for him to raise him. How can he be executed? This is absolutely unacceptable. But Xiao Song at the door clearly listened to their deputy factory director more than he did, and nodded to— Not only that, he also turned to look at Siali, his expression somewhat unpleasant, and his gaze towards her was also somewhat displeased. Comrade, please stay here too, and let's talk things out together when the police arrive. He remembered that if this girl hadn't made a big fuss about the whole thing in the family group chat, given Ma Rongrong's father's temper, he would definitely have married Ma Rongrong off to Zhao Guqing, and this kind of thing, where someone was beaten to death, would never have happened. In any case, this matter is inextricably linked to her. Siali hadn't intended to leave anyway, so she readily agreed, okay. Ma Rongrong's father is furious that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully today, and his eyes are bloodshot. Ignoring everything else, she turned around and ran upstairs with a cocky look on her face, shouting Rongrong. Rongrong, you have to explain to them. Come down and explain to them that this has nothing to do with me, it's all your fault. You need to explain things to them quickly. I hit him because that man raped you. You'd better explain this to the others. Ma Rongrong's father ran upstairs looking bewildered and helpless. Some people around tried to stop him, but the deputy factory director waved them off. Since the person can't run away anyway, going upstairs shouldn't cause any problems. Let's just hope nothing else happens. Before long, Ma Rongrong's screams and cries could be heard from upstairs, clearly indicating that she had been beaten badly. Siali stood still, not even glazing at the third floor. She came here to stand up for her nephew and ruin the reputation of the woman who ran away. Secondly, it was to ensure that the man who did the wrong thing died a worthy death, and to expose the cause of his death. The reason she didn't finish off Zhao Guqing after jumping off the wall was because she saw his bulging eyes, red eyeballs, and abnormal purple complexion, concluding that he had suffered a brain hemorrhage and was near death. In addition, the kick she gave Zhao Guqing was quite powerful, which must have injured his internal organs. Even if he were sent to the hospital immediately, it would probably be in vain. Later on, he was still able to barter with her, even thinking that his good spirits were entirely due to internal injuries. The body only injects a final dose of adrenaline when it senses that a person is about to die, so that the person feels perfectly fine, or even better than before. This is often referred to as a last gasp or a final burst of energy before death. That's why she didn't say anything else at the time, and without any nonsense, she hurriedly led the people towards Ma Rongrong, letting these two scumbags consume each other. However, Ma Rongrong's father is no good either, which is why things have turned out this way. Manslaughter shouldn't warrant the death penalty, but it's enough to teach Ma Rongrong a lesson that will ruin her reputation for the rest of her life. Xia Debao stood behind Siali with his eyes slightly lowered, looking thoughtful, but he didn't say a word. His aunt said she wanted to wait here, so he stayed with her and waited there without uttering a single word of objection. Before long, the police arrived. When the two policemen, one old and one young, heard that there had been a murder case in the area, they were so frightened that they dropped their teacups on the table. They rode their bicycles with Xiao Song, who was on his way to report the case, and rushed to the family quarters. Seeing a large crowd gathered 3 or 4 deep in the residential compound, the old policeman quickly shouted, "Make way. Make way. Let me go see. Don't all stand here in a circle." It's impossible not to gather around when someone has died. There's no inclination for people to disperse. However, when the police arrived, they parted the sea like Moses parting the sea to make way for the body. At this moment, Zhao Guqing lay alone on the ground, bright red blood flowing from his 7 orifices, forming streaks of blood. His wide-open eyes were bloodshot, staring intently in one direction, making him look extremely terrifying. Seeing his gruesome appearance, which would make anyone who saw him reflexively think, this person died so tragically, he will definitely become a vengeful ghost after death, the two policemen were immediately terrified and gasped. This is too tragic. Blood is flowing from all 7 orifices. What deep-seated hatred could have caused this? There's no need to sigh, it's clear that Zhao Guqing is dead. The old policeman, with a stern face, symbolically checked his breath, glanced around at the crowd, and asked seriously, what exactly happened? Who killed him? All eyes turned toward the west wing, toward the direction from which the sounds of crying and waiting were coming from. The deputy factory director didn't hide anything and explained the matter clearly and concisely. He looked at Siali and said, this comrade brought Zhao Guqing with her. Downstairs, she shouted that Zhao Guqing had raped Ma Rongrong, and she brought Zhao Guqing to apologize to her. His words imply a desire to lure Ma Rongrong's family members down. Afterwards, Ma Rongrong's father took a carrying pole downstairs and beat Zhao Guqing severely, eventually killing him. Everyone present can testify to this. The two police officers' expressions turned grim upon hearing this, and their gazes towards Siali became somewhat suspicious, even carrying a hint of doubt. The older policeman gave the younger one a look, signaling him to bring the suspect back, while he stayed behind to continue questioning. The old policeman's gaze fell on Siali, and he asked with a cold face, "Is what he said true?" Siali answered quite calmly, "I did bring him here to apologize, but I had no intention of inducing their family." All the people present were from the same compound or factory. Even though the Ma family wasn't very popular, they were still part of the same group and could be considered one of their own. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "You even made his father and brothers come down. What were you doing if you weren't just trying to lure them down?" Siali glanced at him indifferently and asked in a low voice, "I'll have them come down and accept the apology." How should Zhao Guoqing be punished? Whether it's offering an apology and compensation, or taking the person to the police station for legal proceedings, we can't just let our child be taken advantage of, can we? What's wrong with resolving the issue? Who told him to hit someone? Are you suggesting that they just let their daughter and sister get away with it? If this happened in your home, would you let your daughter suffer this injustice in silence? The person who had spoken turned red with anger after being rebuked by Siali, and said in a fit of rage, "How can you talk like that, little girl?" Siali gave a fair answer, "Money is hard to earn, words are hard to hear, and shit is hard to swallow." Everyone present. The old policeman wasn't stupid. He knew Siali had ulterior motives for bringing people here and speaking so openly. However, he didn't know the girl's purpose. He frowned and looked at Siali, asking, "How did you know about this? And why did you bring the person here?" Before Siali could speak, Xia Debeo stepped forward and said in a very difficult voice, "He raped her, I saved her, the woman abandoned me and ran home, and my aunt made the man apologize to the woman." As he spoke, he exposed his already purple neck, allowing everyone present to see his current miserable state. When everyone saw the bruises on Xia Debeo's neck, which were blue, swollen, and yellowish from being strangled, the little boy saw Ma Rongrong being bullied and ran to help her, but Ma Rongrong abandoned him and ran away. How could I not seek revenge when my own child was choked like that and almost died? The young girl came here to ruin Ma Rongrong's reputation. It's possible that the Ma family really intended to beat up Zhao Guoqing, but they were smart enough not to say anything or make a move. Who would have thought that the Ma family would beat Zhao Guoqing to death? When the old policeman saw Xia Debeo's appearance, he couldn't bear it. Who would have thought that acting bravely and righteously would ultimately lead to betrayal? If it were him, he would be angry too. It wouldn't be unreasonable for the girl to bring him here to vent her anger. No one expected that the Ma family would be so ruthless as to beat someone to death. He glanced at the disheveled, escorted Ma family of 3, and finally let out a long sigh. "We'll have to wait for the medical examination to draw a conclusion. Come with me." No one objected, and they all followed the 2 police officers to the police station. Siali reached out and ruffled Zhao Debeo's hair, saying softly, "Let's go, just tell the truth." The scene just now was indeed the truth as told by Xia Debeo, and it was much better than what she said. But she really didn't expect the child to stand up and speak up. Perhaps Xia Debeo is even more outstanding than he imagined. Siali couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Should he teach Xia Debeo properly while rescuing his father, so that the child could become independent as soon as possible? Her biological father is so much older than her, he'll definitely die before her, and sooner or later she'll be too old to rely on him. If we raise our nephew well now, she can still rely on him when I'm gone. Isn't this the so-called inheritance and relay of Chinese civilization and even the Xia family? Inheritance is truly a wonderful thing. Our ancestors were right. Everyone went to the police station to give statements, and the Xia family aunt and niece truthfully recounted everything that had happened. Siali insisted that, even though her child hit Zhao Guoqing on the head with a stone, Zhao Guoqing was perfectly fine when he ran to the family compound, and was even chased and beaten by Ma Rongrong's father several times without any problems, which proved that there was no problem before. Because they hadn't lied at all, the other side quickly concluded that Siali and Xia Debeo were probably fine. But before they can be completely cleared of suspicion, someone needs to act as a guarantor to prevent the aunt and niece from running away. When the veteran policeman asked Siali about her workplace and heard that it was the Southern Island Military Unit, the look in his eyes was indescribable. In the end, amidst the complex gazes of the police station staff, Siali was taken away after her superior signed and sealed the document. Are soldiers really this unscrupulous these days? Lu Dingyuan was speechless when he received a call from the mailroom saying that the police station wanted him to pick someone up. He never imagined that there would be someone in this world who could cause such trouble. It's not that there was anything wrong with what she did today, but the frequency with which she encounters problems is just too high. The day after he was suspended from his job and stayed home, he, as her supervisor, had just taken her father to the hospital, and in the afternoon he had to come to the police station to pick her up. Most people wouldn't make such a fuss. Siali sat in the back seat, looking at Lu Dingyuan driving in the front. "Didn't you say the higher-ups would pick us up? Why is it you? Where's our company commander?" The voice was filled with strong disdain. It was clear she didn't want him to pick her up. "Lu Dingyuan." He said speechlessly, I am also your superior. The mailroom probably thought we knew each other well, so they connected the call directly to my office. Siali gave a deadpan look. Oh, I really forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Whose boss and subordinate smashed a table together? Lu Dingyuan. What did she forget? Was he her superior? Without needing his reply, Siali casually remarked, how can a superior who can't spar with me be a good superior? Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan answered quite frankly, I'm not a good superior. Siali, who choked on her food, thought. Although Xia Debeo didn't know what was going on between the two, he found it somewhat amusing that they were so concerned. I always felt that my aunt's relationship with her superior was just like that of their desk mate in elementary school, who drew a line between them. Both were nagging little chickens who would chatter away all the time. Xia Li, after all, still valued her reputation as an aunt and didn't engage in a full-blown battle with Lu Dingyuan in front of her nephew. Before long, the two were taken to the hospital again. Xia Li didn't want to go through all that trouble again. Since she was currently on leave and had nothing else to do, she simply discussed it with Xia Debeo and decided to rent a bed in the hospital for the next few days. Xia Debeo had no objections and was handed over to the doctor for a thorough examination by his aunt. Siali knew that Xia Jiangwo couldn't be agitated right now, so she didn't dare show him the injury on Xia Debeo's neck, fearing that he might get agitated again and collapse. But he also knew in his heart that her mother probably couldn't hide it from her father, and the truth might have already come out. He definitely couldn't feel at ease if he didn't let her father see Xia Debeo. After thinking it over, Xia Li put a red scarf on the bruises where Xia Debeo had been pinched and tied a big bow at the back. He looked his nephew up and down, then nodded and said, tell your grandparents later that you love to dress up and insisted that I buy it for you, understand? Xia Debeo, feeling like he was carrying a huge burden called second chair, thought. Good. Xia Lijian was so understanding of his nephew's situation that he reached out and ruffled his nephew's bowl-cut head. So good. After saying that, he took his nephew into the ward. Old Xia is now particularly concerned about Xia Debeo's feelings. If Xia Debeo doesn't want to take the scarf off his neck, old Xia certainly. Just as Siali had thought, the elderly couple were quite worried about whether Xia Debeo had injured his neck and how serious the injury was. However, out of consideration for Xia Debeo's feelings, none of them dared to mention the matter, fearing that if things went wrong, the child might run away from home again. The matter was thus concealed, and no one in the family mentioned it again. However, the elderly couple secretly asked Xia Li what had happened. Xia Li made up a story to portray their child as a hero and managed to fool them into letting the matter drop. The last 2 days of Lao Xia's hospitalization were peaceful, there were no arguments at home, and the whole family subconsciously tried to put on a calm facade, not wanting to add too much psychological pressure to Xia Debeo. Early that morning, the bright sunshine baked the earth, and everything seemed peaceful and serene. Siali led Lao Xia and the others back to the army, and the whole journey was quite pleasant. Siali was the last to enter the house, and casually closed the door with a click. The Xia couple and Xia Debeo all turned to look at Siali, their faces full of confusion. These days, almost every household leaves their doors unlocked at night. During the day, if there's nothing going on at home, people generally don't close their doors. In some homes, even if the door is suddenly closed, people will still say a few words of politeness. None of the three of them quite understood why Siali suddenly closed the door. Siali kept a blank face and ignored the surprise of the others. The anger outside has dissipated. Now that the door is closed, the anger inside should be released. She casually placed her bag on the shelf next to her and waved to Xia Debeo. Come over. Xia Debeo. This looked like a prelude to settling scores, which gave him a sudden chill. However, he still pursed his lips and walked over hesitantly. Seeing her daughter's angry expression, Li Xioli became anxious and instinctively tried to mediate, but was stopped by Xia Jiangwo, who was standing next to her. Xia Jiangwo was also worried that his daughter would explode and beat him to death, but since he had already promised to entrust his daughter with the full responsibility of education, he would not let her hold him back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be protecting the child or fostering a better relationship between him and his older child. It would be ruining the family dynamics. Xia Li crossed her arms and looked down at the child, who walked up to her with her head down, looking like she knew she was wrong. She felt a lingering anger in her heart. He asked sternly, do you know how many people were worried about you when you ran away from home? Xia Debeo pursed his lips tightly and slightly. Self-inflicted stab. Siali had been keeping a straight face, but upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth to keep from laughing. But then she turned around and said angrily, just nod, don't say anything. Xia Debeo, who was subjected to an unreasonable demand. Xia Jiangwo and his wife. Because Xia Debeo's throat had become completely swollen in the past 2 days, and his speech was becoming increasingly indistinct, Xia Li's initial atmosphere of unleashing a torrent of insults dissipated somewhat. However, her desire to kill remained unchanged, and her momentum quickly returned. Do you know how foolish it is to give up your life? Xia Debao continued to nod. Siali stared intently at the top of Xia Debao's head, not letting him off the hook even though he seemed incredibly weak. Do you know that you almost died and even made your parents lose hope of living? Xia Debao continued to nod, showing no intention of resisting, clearly realizing that he had indeed made a huge mistake this time. Seeing that he did not resist, Xia Li nodded twice. I'll give you 15 minutes to explain. You can tell me whatever your difficulties are, and I'll listen to your explanation in these 15 minutes. When Xia Zhengwo and his wife heard Xia Li's words, they looked at their daughter in disbelief, wondering to themselves when their daughter had become so amiable. But it's clear that no one knows a child better than their mother, and the Xia family's children weren't exactly as amiable as one might think. Xia Li's next words were, I'm going to beat you up in 15 minutes. Xia Debao. Xia family couple. Xia Debao held his right hand with his left, trying to keep it from shaking, and said in a very serious voice with his head down, I know how to rub it now, and he deliberately planted it first. Xia Li. Xia Zhengwo and his wife. When Xia Li heard his nephew's incoherent words, he almost grabbed a feather duster and beat him up right then and there. This is supposed to be a proper lesson, but it's being delivered like a comedy sketch, making her even angrier. Can't you be serious with her? Are you kidding me? Somewhat annoyed, he said, just think about it. I said I'd beat you in 15 minutes, so I'll beat you in 15 minutes. Take this time to think carefully about what happened and see where you went wrong. If you disagree, you can tell me. Giving him time is to let him reflect on himself, to let him shut down his own explanations in the process of thinking, and then he will have nothing left to say. Instead of letting him speak unclearly and try to make her laugh, Xia Debao shrank his neck and obediently reflected for 15 minutes. Xia Li timed it perfectly at the door. As soon as the time was up, she pulled out the feather duster that Xia Zhengwo used by the door, shook it, and gave Xia Debao a good beating on the butt. He roared angrily, so many people die every day in this world. How many people want to live but can't? You clearly could live, but you don't cherish your life. You've gone too far. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget today. If something really happens to you, how will your parents live? How will your grandparents live? Do they really think that raising you is the same as raising a puppy, that if you die and it won't be a big deal? Before you do anything, can you please think it through properly? Don't just assume things. Siali grabbed Xia Debao's arm with one hand and used the other hand to hit Xia Debao's bottom with a feather duster, unleashing a torrent of abuse in her anger. But Xia Debao is different from her. When her father hit her, she would usually run away, which is why she would close the door before hitting him. But Xia Debao was just too obedient. She would just stand there quietly and let her hit her. But when Siali saw Xia Debao's appearance, he really couldn't continue fighting after a while. The fact that she was beaten without resistance always made her feel like something was missing. Look how cooperative she is. Every time her dad hits her, she runs away. Old Xia seems to be really involved in the beating. This child is so well behaved, but not quite as clever as he seems. Because our child was too obedient and lacked passion in the game, Xia Li quickly gave up. She put down the feather duster in her hand and looked down at Xia Debao. Do you know you were wrong? Xia Debao nodded, wanting to speak, but after glancing at his aunt, he ultimately remained silent. He always felt that he would be yelled at if he spoke. Xia Li nodded. It's good to know you're wrong, but are you stupid to just stand there and let people beat you up? Xia Debao? The Xia couple? Xia Li said this not only for her own selfish desires, but also to state the facts. We must take on the responsibilities we are obligated to bear, but everything must take precedence over protecting ourselves. Today I'm the one hitting you. But what if one day you go out and do something wrong, and someone else insists on hitting you? Are you just going to stand there and wait to be hit? What if someone beats you to death? All dreams and beliefs are predicated on being alive, fully alive. You are the one who gets hurt, you are the one who suffers pain, and you will be left with disabilities, lifelong depression, and unfulfilled ambitions. You will not cause any harm to the perpetrator. If you don't even love yourself, who do you expect to love you more than you do? Next time you see someone hitting you, if you determine you can't win, run away immediately, understand? Xia Debao? Xia family couple. Xia Debao tilted his head slightly and looked quietly at his aunt, his mind full of questions, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. This is quite different from his previous education. It sounds reasonable, but the reasoning seems to be completely distorted. Abandoning, a cowardly act? Siali sneered. Didn't I tell you to run if you can't beat them? Are you a coward if you can beat them? If you can win, then beat them to a pulp. If you can't, are you stupid to keep going? Go back and get reinforcements. If one person can't beat them, find a whole platoon. While the little guy was still feeling dizzy, Xia Li continued her endurance war of biting the little guy. My aunt's official rank is low now. She's just a platoon leader, and she can only mobilize 30 people at the moment. If you get into a group fight with fewer than 30 people, you can come back to me and I'll avenge you. If there are too many people, just wait a bit and remember this grudge. Once your aunt gets promoted, we'll fight back. Standing opposite a dizzy Xia Debeo, Siali frantically offered advice on how, excluding her superhuman fighting abilities, she could strive to improve her personal qualities, overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers, and formulate a cunning and unpredictable battle plan. Xia Jingwo, who had been listening to his daughter disciplining her child and was unwilling to interfere for fear of affecting her authority, began to feel increasingly uneasy as he listened to what seemed amiss. Upon closer examination, isn't this content from the general outline of China's military education curriculum? It's all taught in the first lesson for new recruits. So this brat only worked one day, listened to one lecture, and then completely distorted the read general outline into something unrecognizable, turning it into a fig leaf for cowardice, bullying others, and shamelessness and cheating, ultimately using it to corrupt children. Xia Jiangwo's anger surged, and with a bang, the string of reason snapped completely. How could I possibly worry about interfering in my daughter's upbringing and affecting her authority? If I keep teaching her like this, she'll be driven crazy. She kicked off her shoe, brandished it, and charged at Siali, roaring angrily, "You brat. I'll teach you all that nonsense and corrupt the children. I'll beat you to death today." The moment Siali saw her father take off his shoes, she knew it was another day of physical training. Without saying a word, he quickly opened the door, grabbed his nephew by the scruff of his neck like a kitten, and with a whoosh, he ran out. He didn't forget to lecture his eldest nephew, see? People who are too straightforward end up like your grandpa. They're easy to bully, they end up hurting themselves, and they've worn themselves out so much that they can't even keep up with their own children. Greatness is greatness, and respect is worthy of respect, but when you're angry, you still can't hit the child. One shouldn't be too concerned about saving face, nor should one be too stubborn. As long as the goal is achieved, who cares about the process? Go Jian endured hardship and humiliation to achieve his goal. Qin Shi Huang, though a hostage, eventually unified the Six Kingdoms, and Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a beggar, eventually became emperor. Which of these people didn't achieve success through forbearance and shamelessness? Those who value face, integrity, and dignity all perish halfway through their success, failing to even make it into history books. If you have the strength, it's brave to fight someone head-on. If you don't have the strength, it's foolish to fight someone head-on. Hate those people if you want, and when you have the power, you can take revenge to the death. Once you become strong, everyone else is just trash. What's wrong with playing it safe and developing your character stealthily? Playing it safe and developing your character stealthily can make you a legend. Siali. Xia Jiangwo's roar echoed throughout the entire family compound, his anger reaching its peak. Xia Debeo. He was originally listening attentively to his aunt's teachings, carefully considering whether her words were truly correct. But seeing his aunt now grabbing him and running away, completely unlike her previous commanding demeanor, he inexplicably began to doubt whether what his aunt had said was reliable. However, my aunt is right about one thing: someone like her has really good stamina. She can carry him with one hand and run without getting out of breath or even turning red in the face. She can talk to him while running without her breathing becoming disordered. If you play it safely and develop your character stealthily, at least you'll be able to run fast. The kind that even his grandpa couldn't catch up to, no matter how hard he tried. After surviving a life-or-death ordeal, there was a knock on the door. Siali, who was playing with her phone, hurriedly shoved it under her pillow before getting out of bed to open the door, just like a child who should be studying, but suddenly hears their parents' footsteps. By the time she reached the door, her expression was completely calm. She was a little puzzled when she saw Xia Debeo at the door. She originally thought that the little guy would need some time to recover before he could fully recover and start interacting with outsiders. She didn't expect the little guy to come looking for her so quickly. Siali propped an arm against the doorframe, raised an eyebrow slightly, and asked in a roguish tone, "What's up?" Xia Debeo. It seems that ever since they came to the South Island, their aunt has developed a rather unruly attitude, and she's really becoming more and more like a hoodlum. No wonder his grandfather always wants to beat her up. Xia Debeo looked up and met his aunt's gaze with determination. "Aunt Xiao, I want to go to the district school." After a day, Siali had basically become immune to her child's interesting soul, who only spoke the first and second tones in Chinese pinyin. He raised an eyebrow. "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Can't you wait a few more days? And won't the other kids laugh at me for speaking such a garbled mouth?" Xia Debeo thought for a moment, then took out a small notebook from his pocket and started writing in it. He then handed it to Siali. Actually, he really didn't mean to tease his aunt on purpose. His throat was quite sore from talking, so he decided to write instead. Siali's lips twitched involuntarily when she saw the notebook in his hand. She, as the aunt, carries a notebook with her because she gets lost, and now her nephew, who has a sore throat, also carries a notebook with him. Can this be considered a unique feature of their family? I want to become powerful as soon as possible so I can protect my parents, grandma, and aunt, and also get revenge on those people and make the perpetrators get what they deserve. Siali chose to be selectively blind, pretending not to see that her father wasn't on the list her nephew was supposed to protect. However, upon seeing the contents of the note, she felt a bit more approval for her child. In this world, relying on others is always unreliable. Only by becoming strong can one remain invincible. If you realize this sooner, you won't have to wait until someone you trust wholeheartedly is forced to choose between you and feel heartbroken. No one in this world is obligated to help anyone else, not even parents. Okay, I'll ask for you. What grade should you be in? Sia Debeo, grade 8. Siali nodded. Okay, go back and get some sleep. Although it's nighttime, it's not yet bedtime for most households. Since Lu Dingyuan, that single guy, lived in a single dormitory, Siali didn't want to go that far to ask, so she simply went to the house of Commander Bai, which was diagonally across the street. Sister Bai was a little surprised to see Siali come to the door. When she saw the pretty young girl standing at the door, she quickly stepped aside to let her in. Sia is here, come in quickly, come in quickly. Your uncle Bai bought some sponge cake today, come in and have a taste. Following Bai's suggestion, Siali walked inside. Sister-in-law, you don't need to bother. I just came to ask you something. I'll be back in a bit. As he spoke, he subtly served 2 salted fish. Sister-in-law Bai did not refuse. We all live in the same courtyard, and it's not nice to keep pushing and shoving each other when it comes to exchanging gifts. She was a little puzzled. What kind of relative was Siali Jia? Why would she send her so many salted fish? They live on an island, and they don't eat salted fish as often as Xia. Despite her inner grumbling, Sister Bai was still a person with a serious mind. After leading the person into the house, she sat down next to her and asked, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask your sister-in-law. I've lived in this compound for over 20 years, and I can usually solve most problems for you. Siali didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly, my nephew is going to be in the 2nd year of junior high school. I'd like to ask which school around here can accept him. Does our military base have a junior high school? If you can go to a military school, it's naturally much better than a regular school. Whether it's safety or education, it's certainly not worse than a regular school. Sister-in-law Bai laughed when she heard this. Isn't this a coincidence? My sister-in-law's family also has a nephew who is going to high school. They just sent him over from their hometown. Your uncle Bai is taking the day off tomorrow to take him to school for an exam. If he passes, he can get in. Since your child is also starting school, you can have your uncle Bai take him there too. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, how are the child's grades? Does he need to review them again? Sister-in-law Bai knew that a distant nephew had come to Siali's house, but she didn't know that her nephew had been sent to the countryside and had missed a year of school. She just subconsciously thought that an aunt as smart as Siali couldn't possibly have a nephew who wasn't very bright, so the child's academic performance should be pretty good. Siali knew that Xia Debeo used to be a good student, but after so much time, she wasn't sure what Xia Debeo's current situation was. Anyway, when she had been out of school for 5 or 6 years, she had basically forgotten all the knowledge she had learned. I'm not quite sure what his situation is now. I'll go back and ask. If he can take the exam, I'll have Uncle Bai take the child over for me tomorrow. If the child fails the exam, I'll ask Uncle Bai for advice, and then I'll send the child over. Anyway, I have plenty of time off. Sister-in-law Bai, to be honest, this is the first time I've seen a kid who's been suspended from his job and is still so optimistic. After the two talked for a while, Siali went back and told Xia Debeo about it. Without even thinking, Xia Debeo immediately agreed, I'll go tomorrow. Although I haven't attended classes for over a year, my parents have never stopped encouraging me to study, so I should have no problem with the exams. Seeing his eagerness, Siali didn't try to dissuade him at all. Instead, she happily slipped a 10 yuan note into his pocket. Okay, take this money to buy food. If other kids have it, our kids should have it too. Do you need me to come with you? Xia Debeo, who was inexplicably given a large bill. Andy, believe me, other people's— I haven't used the pine nest for a long time. It's just a place to lean against. I'll come back after I'm done leaning against it. Siali thought to herself, this kid may not be good at talking, but he's pretty arrogant. Alright, Sister Bai said it's only a 10-minute walk to school. Just memorize the way, and I won't take you there. She remembered that she started walking to school on her own when she was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, and it shouldn't have been a problem if her parents didn't take her. Xia Debeo had no objections. After the two discussed it, it was all up to Xia Debeo to be self-disciplined, since Siali couldn't get up in the morning. When Siali went back to sleep, she discovered the crux of the matter. She seemed to call sister-in-law by sister-in-law, and sister-in-law by told her to call Commander by Uncle Bai. So here's the question, What should the little guy call Commander by tomorrow? How can these relationships be so complicated? The 5th day of suspension. Siali, who had asked her elderly mother to take her child to Commander Bai's house and thought she could finally get a good night's sleep, was summoned by the organization again at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Siali. Hearing Lao Xia's bang 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 knocking on the door, Siali began to regret joining the army. His schedule was completely out of sync with hers. The daily gatherings took up his sleep time, which was extremely inhumane. She shouldn't have agreed to join the Marine Corps. She should have joined the Night Tigers reconnaissance unit instead. On the playground, formations were training intensively. The shouts of 1-1-1-2-1 rose and fell, their voices exceptionally loud. Siali was already in a bad mood, and hearing the reason for being woken up made her even worse, and her whole mood became low. While carefully leading Siali with his neck hunched, Zhao Chang whispered, "Platoon leader, don't be angry. The higher-ups are just doing what they can't do. Commander Lu strongly defended us and also secretly had the battalion commander tell us that as long as we were certain that we didn't fire the first shot, everything would be fine, and those people wouldn't be able to pursue the matter even if they wanted to. They only came to ask questions. They were the ones in the wrong." Siali was not comforted by his words and said coldly, if they really realized they were wrong, they would not send anyone over. They're definitely here to cause trouble, and they might even try to shift all the blame onto us. You bastards, I'll wipe them all out one day. Feeling extremely annoyed, Siali once again remembered his plan to improve the warship. She wanted to go a few days ago, but Lu Dingyuan said that she had just been suspended from her job and that it would be too conspicuous for her to go out every night, so it was best not to go. After her father was hospitalized, she had even less time to pay attention to anything else, and she hasn't been to the Design Institute since. Looks like this needs to be put on the agenda soon. That bastard, she won't stand for this kind of humiliation. Next time, she'll just sink his ship, so they won't be able to file a complaint against him. Zhao Cheng knew that Siali was extremely resentful, and how could he not be angry as well? But since the higher-ups had made that decision, they couldn't change it and could only let things develop as they were. The only thing we can do is try our best to protect our own people. The two quickly arrived at the South Island Legion's main conference room, where several people were already standing. Commander Lu, Regiment Commander Bai, Lu Dingyuan, and all the soldiers from the 4th Platoon were there. Siali glanced around and noticed that there were several blonde-haired men standing in the room, as well as a Chinese man standing next to them, acting as a host. Commander Lu's expression was not good. When he saw Siali coming over, he reached out and waved to Siali at the door. "You're here? Xia, come here. Give Mr. Johnson a proper explanation of who launched the attack first, so they won't disbelieve you and resort to diplomatic pressure, coming back to ask again and again." Commander Lu dared to say that because he knew that the little devils in the 4th Platoon had already colluded on their testimonies, and there was no way they would be exposed. Moreover, given Siali's personality and his infuriatingly sharp tongue, he'll definitely teach these old Americans a lesson. Siali glanced at them indifferently, not lingering on them at all, and instead focused her gaze directly on Commander Lu. He said in a very displeased tone, "They don't believe me. No matter how many times I tell them, it's useless. Why bother with them? I was on a perfectly good day off, and they dragged me out of bed first thing in the morning. Who gave the person who did the wrong such a big fuss?" Commander Lu. Other Chinese representatives present. I had considered that Siali might embarrass the Americans, but I never imagined that she would embarrass them from this angle. It's almost 10 o'clock. What's with getting angry because I disturbed your sleep? What do you mean by holiday? That's clearly a punishment for not letting you work. Can you have any sense of responsibility as a worker? Although the American negotiator's Chinese wasn't particularly fluent, he still had some basic knowledge of it. Unless it's too complicated, I can't speak it, but I can generally understand it. Upon hearing Siali's words, his expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Upon hearing Siali's words, the Chinese youths next to the blonde-haired man immediately became unhappy. They glared angrily at Siali's face and said in an unpleasant tone, "Can't you speak properly? If you can't speak properly, don't ruin relations between our two countries." Siali looked at him, her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze somewhat dangerous. Just when everyone thought she was about to explode in anger, Siali casually said, "Oh," and added, "You can come next time or not, don't call me. They called me over and then chased me away. Are they crazy?" He didn't say another word after that and turned to leave. She'd much rather go back than argue with people here. The sun hadn't risen high yet. I could go back and get another nap. Everyone present, Commander Lu, Regiment Commander Bai, and Lu Dingyuan, who were all familiar with Siali's character. "If you have something to say, just talk it out. Why are you kicking her out?" The young men who came with the group of blonde-haired men were taken aback by Siali's unexpected move. Their brows furrowed, and they angrily said to Siali's back, "Don't play dumb. Just explain things clearly. What's the meaning of your haste to leave? What are you trying to escape from? Siali didn't turn around, but just turned her head, giving him an expression as if she were looking at a troublesome little devil, feeling as if she were talking to an idiot. Didn't you tell me not to ruin relations between the two countries here? These words were spoken with such sincerity that they left the man speechless, almost choking him. The man was somewhat embarrassed and angry, but he had to suppress his anger for the sake of the foreign guests present. However, his eyes were secretly blazing with fire as he looked at Siali. Can't you just talk things out here? Why do you have to damage relations between the two countries? Upon hearing his words, Siali grinned, his smile laced with a roguish charm, yet his eyes held a hint of menace, making the overall effect of the smile particularly chilling. It's not considered damaging bilateral relations if traitors and spies leave our country and then cross the ocean to fire on our warships in our exclusive economic zone. But if I say a few words, it's considered damaging bilateral relations. I thought they were capable of such despicable acts because of the unbreakable bond between our two countries. Siali brought these words up in the open, tearing away the last fig leaf, and the faces of everyone present turned extremely ugly. But Siali wasn't about to let the matter rest. She looked at the man's face and asked, seemingly casually, "You have a Chinese face. What country are you from?" The man was Chinese and felt that Siali was being sarcastic. He angrily replied, "I am a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I brought these foreign guests here specifically to provide them with translation services. Please speak with some respect." It is precisely because he is Chinese and knows how powerful the United States is that he wants to bring China and the United States closer together. Otherwise, if people like these reckless fools insist on going their own way, China will only face even greater suppression. They're clearly no match for the enemy, so why don't they just not fight back? Life would be easier then. Why are these people so stubborn? Siali was amused by his answer, licked her lips, and looked like she had learned something new today. She said sarcastically, "People usually help those on the side of reason, not their own. Why are you acting like a traitor, helping outsiders without even looking at the facts? What's wrong with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? My second brother, Xia Hongqi, works there too. If it were him, he would never be so biased, siding with outsiders and disowning even his own mother." Commander Liu, Regiment Commander Bai, and Liu Dingyuan, who knew about Xia Li's family situation. If there's anything unpleasant that happens, it'll be brought up and talked about. Your second brother will be ruined sooner or later by you, his own sister who's always thinking about him. The diplomat was so angry with Xia Li that he was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it because I didn't know that I came to ask you? You keep calling me a traitor. I'm going to report you to your superiors." Siali turned around, raised her hand and pointed directly at Commander Liu. "Come on, you report me. This is our commander." Then, pointing to Commander Bai, he said, "This is our commander." Then he pointed to Liu Dingyuan. "This is our battalion commander." After searching the room without finding Pingyjun, Siali had no choice but to give up. Her angry glare was fixed on the instructor. "My superiors are all here. You can report me anytime you want. They have 3 warships while we only have 1 and haven't received any support yet. How much water is in your head to think we're deliberately going to pick a fight with them and asking for a beating? Do you know how weak China's military power is today? Do you know the power of each shell fired from a Type 62 warship? Do you know the power of shells fired from US warships? Let alone fighting 3 against 1, even fighting 1 against 1 might not be enough to win. If they don't fire first, would we provoke them first?" They were indeed the ones who first bombed the fishing boats, but they were already preparing to retreat after seeing the 3 warships. It was the 3 warships that insisted on chasing them. In that situation, if you don't fight back and get surrounded, you'll be completely finished. There won't even be time to resist. If the other party hadn't harbored wolfish ambitions, Xia Li would never have made the decision to do something so risky. There were also a boatload of ordinary people on board. Xia Li doesn't really have the spirit of sacrificing her life for China today, because she doesn't feel a sense of belonging to China. She didn't grow up here. In the apocalypse, she could still stand at the forefront of the battlefield as the strongest lightning-type ability user for her family, friends, and countless ordinary people. What I can't stand the most is people who lie through their teeth and make betrayal and harm sound noble. If anything he said had made sense, she wouldn't have directly confronted him like that. They're practically distorting the facts just to curry favor with the US. Is this how diplomats behave? The diplomat's face turned red from Xia Li's retort. No matter how much he usually considered himself to have excellent eloquence, he was at a loss for words. Johnson, who had been standing silently next to the diplomat but carefully observing Xia Li, finally spoke up, saying, "Those 3 warships were merely acting out of a sense of justice. After all, a warship relentlessly pursues a small and innocent fishing boat like yours would not be tolerated by anyone with a kind heart." Xia Li glanced at him, a smirk playing on one corner of her mouth, and tilted her head to the side, making a mocking expression typical of Consort Hua. "Heh, everyone present. Siali's sarcasm was so extreme that even a blind person could see the deep contempt in her voice, let alone a diplomat who was already adept at changing the wind. Siali has never been one to care about the feelings of unimportant people. Seeing their bad expressions, she said directly, since you say it's an act of bravery, then let's just say it is. But there's no doubt that they were the ones who fired the first shot. How you wrestle the buck is your business with the Chinese leadership. I won't get involved. But those spies who left our China must be captured and executed. The consensus among all countries should be that spies must be executed as long as they do not betray their country. Don't tell us that taking our researchers away was just a way to take them for a walk. As she spoke, she stared intently at Johnson. That man is a national treasure-level researcher. He would never leave China unless he was mentally unstable. This matter could be thoroughly investigated by questioning the researcher, and you could obtain a full and accurate statement. The Americans looked extremely grim. This is a classic case of feigning ignorance. The person clearly wanted to leave China for the United States, but this woman portrayed it as, that person is a national treasure-level researcher. He would never leave China unless he was mentally unstable. You can interrogate him if you don't believe me. At this point, how could the other party not insist that it was their fault in order to save their own lives? This is clearly a frame-up. The young, red-haired American standing at the back glared at Siali and roared in broken Chinese. He clearly wanted to come with us. We don't know who he is. Shut up. Johnson's face turned very ugly when he heard this, and he turned around and shouted loudly. China may know which country those spies came from, but they haven't been able to find out yet. What's the difference between saying this and confirming that they were their people? That's incredibly stupid. The red-haired young man realized he might have spoken impulsively and immediately shut his mouth. Americans might be afraid of Johnson, but Siali isn't even afraid of his own boss, so how could he be afraid of someone else's boss? With a mocking look, he questioned the young man. So, your American spies just run off with any— Why didn't you tell me about this good thing beforehand? If I had heard about it before I enlisted, I might have actually gone with you guys. Why don't you tell us the addresses of all your U.S. intelligence outposts? That way, all the old men and women strolling on the street can sign up with you. The Chinese people have mixed feelings. The furious Americans. Seeing the atmosphere drop below the critical point, the diplomat, who was extremely annoyed, frowned and looked at Siali, who had stirred up trouble, with displeasure. He quickly interjected, "You don't need to say so much. Just tell me everything you know. The rest will be handled by those above." He originally wanted to calm things down, but any serious soldier with a sense of the bigger picture wouldn't argue with him anymore. But Siali was different from ordinary soldiers, and this sentence directly ignited her anger. What? The victim isn't allowed to speak. How about I tie you to the boat and bombard you for 2 hours? Don't wait until you get slapped to know the pain. You're so good at weighing pros and cons, and you're so smooth with your words. Why don't you talk to the Americans and ask them to send some warships over to weigh things up? How dare you? You, a Chinese diplomat, are helping other countries suppress China. Are you hoping to bump into a U.S. spy while strolling down the street, be taken out to sea, and be chivalrously rescued by a U.S. warship that doesn't fly its flag? Siali's words are no different from directly accusing a diplomat of treason. The diplomat was so angry that his face turned red. If this got back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who knows how his detractors would use it to attack him. Pointing his finger at Siali's nose, he yelled, "Don't push your luck." Siali stood with her legs straddling the ground, hands in her pockets, and slightly raised her chin at the diplomat. "Come here. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll beat you to death." Lu Dingyuan, who found these words strangely familiar. Seeing that the diplomat was about to fly into the fire like a moth, burning himself to a crisp, everyone quickly reached out to stop the diplomat, who had lost his mind and had no idea of his own fighting ability. Johnson never expected that their trip, which was just to probe the situation and see how this strange thing happened, would turn out to be a stark contrast to the united front of China against external forces, with them being sidelined and China itself disrupting the situation. Johnson, being a former soldier himself, naturally understood the atmosphere of the military very well. Although Miss Xia was slender and didn't look like a muscular, fierce woman, the thin muscles on her exposed forearms clearly showed strength and explosiveness, indicating that she had definitely trained. He had no doubt that if that diplomat dared to lay a hand on Miss Xia, she could seriously injure him. Taking advantage of the buzzing among the crowd, he fixed his gaze on Siali's face and said in a calm tone, "This matter involves the relationship between the two countries, and I hope to interrogate Miss Xia alone." "No." Commander Lu refused without hesitation, saying, "Comrade Siali is a soldier of our China. She is committed to her duties as a soldier. There is no reason for her to be subjected to the humiliation of being interrogated by people from other countries. Our soldiers sacrificed their lives for our country. As military officers, we cannot let them shed both blood and tears." He thought that while others might remain silent when it came to his own troublesome son, he would never back down when it came to serious matters. Everything else is negotiable, but we absolutely cannot allow those people to have contact with Siali alone. If those Americans discover that Siali is different from ordinary people, who knows what they might do? Recruiting is the least of your worries. If recruitment fails, assassination will follow. Not only will all the illusions they created for Siali be in vain, but they might also lose a lot of people. None of these national treasure-level scientific researchers they are protecting can be allowed to be under the noses of foreigners. The two sides immediately started arguing about Siali's interrogation. During the conversation, that's it. Once you've asked your questions, it's over. You have no right to cause trouble. Your high-ranking officials in China have already authorized this. You have no right to obstruct it. This is a problem for China. It's none of your business to interfere. You are defying orders. I'm going to complain to your superiors, and so on. A series of confrontational words rose and fell, as if a fight was about to break out. Since Commander Liu joined the battle, Siali has quietly withdrawn from the conflict. She now realized that those bastards in the US must have questioned their own people and discovered something was wrong with her, so they wanted to drag her out and test her to find out what was going on. Whether or not the higher-ups have agreed is another matter, but at present, the South Island Legion is definitely on her side. Given Old Man Liu's hidden eloquence and the fact that Americans, when arguing, can't communicate verbally and can only resort to translating 10 sentences from the other person and then 1 sentence from them, the chances of those Americans winning an argument against him are practically zero. Anyway, things have been pretty much blown up here. If it takes too long, why doesn't she just slip away when nobody's paying attention to her? Before the argument could reach a conclusion, Lu Dingyuan walked over to Siali, lowered his voice, and said in a volume only the two of them could hear, "Since you have finished reporting the facts, and the foreign guests still have matters to discuss with Commander Liu, let's leave now." Siali. Good grief, I was just thinking to myself whether I should slip away, and you're already trying to kidnap me from here. Young man, something's not right with you. Siali thought to herself that this was what she meant, and her gaze toward Lu Dingyuan carried a hint of, so this is the kind of person you are. I never realized it before. Seeing this, Lu Dingyuan, who didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing, tensed up. Struggling to maintain a serious expression, he asked again in a low voice, "Shall we go?" "Siali, let's go." Lu Dingyuan nodded to him and then gestured to the others in the 4th row. Soon, those people gathered around subtly and slowly. Several people stood in front of Siali. Compared to Siali, who is 1.7 meters tall, the soldiers who are over 1.8 meters tall and nearly 1.9 meters tall obviously take up a lot of space and can also block their figures. 2 or 3 minutes later, even those who were so engrossed in their noise could no longer see Siali when they looked over. All they could see were rows of soldiers bursting with masculine hormones. Siali then left the conference room directly with Lu Dingyuan. Siali didn't say a word the whole way, and her face was expressionless, but anyone could tell that she was thinking about something. Facing Lu Dingyuan's retreating figure, she suddenly asked, "Are all those spies in that interrogation room on the west side?" Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan didn't turn around, and replied in a calm voice, "It was indeed in the Western Medicine interrogation room." Before Siali could even begin to formulate her own plans, Lu Dingyuan continued, "However, I advise you not to do anything to them in the military. They are certainly hateful, but if something really happened in the military, it would cause a lot of trouble for the military, and China's diplomacy would be unable to explain it. The implications are too great. Everyone knows that Siali's Although Lu Dingyuan had never seen Siali kill anyone, he inexplicably felt that if this little girl were to get ruthless, she could really find a way to kill these people. But these people are currently in their South Island regiment. If they die in their South Island regiment, it would be like handing a knife to the Americans, allowing them to stab their South Island. If someone really comes down to investigate, many things will no longer be able to be hidden. Siali was too angry just now, and her rationality was a bit off, which is why she thought of simply and neatly going to the interrogation room and killing all those people. Then leave quietly, making it impossible for anyone to find this solution. But once she calmed down a bit, she realized that it wouldn't be wise to involve the South Island Legion when their interests were aligned. Since this method doesn't work, we need to think of other methods. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed, but on the surface he said nonchalantly, "I know." When Siali returned home, Xia Debao, who had finished his exams, was already back. Today, the visit of the Americans happened, so the leave that Commander Bai had requested was cancelled, and he had to temporarily fill in for his post. In the end, the responsibility of taking the children to school fell to sister-in-law Bai. Just then, Sister Bai brought the person back, and the courtyard was bustling with activity. Siali could hear Aunt Bai's loud voice from a distance, "Oh my. I knew it. Debao is Xia's blood relative. Even if the relationship is a little distant, how could he not be smart? Siali walked into the house, her gaze falling on Xia Debao, who was standing quietly by the wall with his head down. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Debao, are your grades very good? It seems that his arrogance last night was not due to youthful conceit, but rather a sign of confidence. When Sister Bai saw Siali return, her smile widened immediately. Isn't it because of your good grades? He got full marks in math, Chinese, and English. Your Xia family has really raised a fine child. Sister-in-law Bai was incredibly envious. Today, she had taken her own child to the exam and casually brought Xia's child along as well. As a result, their child's grades weren't good enough, and they didn't get in, while the Xia family's child got a perfect score and was admitted by the principal and director, who were laughing so hard their teeth were showing. At that moment, Sister Bai didn't know whether she should feel happy or ashamed. With a family like theirs, and their family saying their grades are exceptionally good, among the best in the whole school, getting into a local school would be no problem at all. Despite his impressive academic performance, he still doesn't outperform Xia's nephew, who knows nothing when asked questions. She really wants to go back to her hometown now and shove the heads of those relatives who said her nephew had good grades into water so they can wash their heads clean. 53, 56, 17, those are really good grades. Seeing the mix of distress and envy in Bai's sister-in-law's eyes, Siali decided not to ask how Bai's eldest nephew had done on the exam. He only gave Xia Debao, who was standing by the wall, a thumbs up and said, "Well done. Add extra dishes tonight." When Xia Debao heard her aunt's words, she pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her eyes were full of smiles. Good. The news of the Americans' arrival had already spread throughout the family compound. Sister Bai knew that Siali had gone to the office building today, so when she saw Siali return, she naturally asked curiously what had happened. The other three people in the Xia family's house were also curious, and all looked at Siali, straining their ears to listen. Siali didn't need to embellish the shameless things the Americans and their diplomats had done. He simply recounted the events as they were, which drew a long and heated argument from the people in the room. Siali listened to the indignant words of the people in the room and joined in the cursing, feeling incredibly satisfied. The people in the office building were all weighing the pros and cons. They wouldn't argue with anyone. Gossip groups were more suitable for her. If I don't like you, I don't care about your status, whether you're high or low, noble or lowly, whether you're black, white, or yellow, or whether your nationality is powerful or not. If I don't like you, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I'd still curse you to death. In all her years, Siali had never seen a gossip group that, apart from the god of wealth, dared to criticize anyone. After seeing sister-in-law Bai off, only the Xia family remained. Siali reached out and rubbed her eldest nephew's head, then stuffed a 10 yuan note into his pocket. Keep it up. Don't let your parents send you here and you get 303 subjects, but when they pick you up, you can't get such high scores in those subjects. Your parents will think I've wronged you. Think it over yourself. If you don't learn it well, I'll hire a tutor to come to your home, which will take up all your playtime. Xia Debao. Xia family couple. Why is it that their daughter's methods of encouraging people to strive for success are always so unique? Xia Debao speechlessly pulled out the 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to his aunt, saying, I haven't even finished spending that 1 yuan note yet. Xia Li reached out and ruffled her nephew's hair again. If you haven't finished spending the money, then keep it. All the other rewards are just fluff. This is the only real benefit. I'll get you some tickets in a bit. Buy whatever you want yourself. Boys should also broaden their horizons, spend money wisely, and only when they don't have enough can they earn more. She's really not short of money now. The bonuses she received for the design drawings and vehicle improvements she gave to the troops were always over 1,000 each time. If you don't broaden your nephew's horizons, what will you do when he's stingy when it comes to taking care of his aunt in his old age? Other people's nephews buy Sprite for their aunts, but my nephew buys Reebok for his aunt. How annoying. Seeing that his aunt refused to take the money back, Xia Debao silently stuffed it back into his pocket. He secretly thought to himself, maybe I should just save all this money. With his aunt's spending habits, she'll probably squander all her money very soon. Siali was still on vacation, and when she had nothing to do, she stayed at home thinking about how to teach those Americans a lesson. Otherwise, she couldn't swallow her anger if they were just sent back like that. To her surprise, some people were even more restless than she was. That evening, the sky was already beginning to darken. Li Xioli placed the last 2 dishes on the table, frowned, and looked up towards the door. Why isn't the child back yet? He should be home by this time every day. Siali sat on the chair without any regard for appearances and glanced at the clock on the wall. Xia Debao isn't exactly a lively person these days, but on his first day of school, he not only wasn't discriminated against because of the origin of the wound on his neck, but he also made friends. However, he only ate lunch with his friends and never went out with them after school in the evening. Moreover, the Xia couple naturally had no objections. Xia Jiangwo nodded and said to Siali, "Then you should go and take a look. The teacher might have to contact the parents later. When you three brothers were little, I often picked you up from school. This pick you up is not an ordinary pickup. It means the teacher has contacted your parents, and the teacher won't release you unless your parents come." Siali glanced at Xia Jiangwo speechlessly. "I'm here to pick up your grandson. Why are you bringing up my old grievances?" Although she was often called to the hospital when she was a child, she would not take the blame for the original owner's mistakes. Xia Jiangwo shook his head helplessly. Seeing his grandson going to school reminded him of when his own children were in school. She waved her hand and said, all right, I know it's good of you to be my aunt, now go on." Siali pursed her lips, no longer arguing with old Xia. "I left home and soon arrived at school." Siali wasn't satisfied with many other aspects of the school, but what she was most pleased about was its proximity to her unit and its ease of access. The road leading to the military base is right at the South Island Corps-affiliated middle school, making it impossible for someone with no sense of direction like her to get lost. I glanced around the entrance, but didn't see my child. Just as I was about to go to the mailroom to make a record and go into the school, someone walked over to me. Upon seeing Johnson, Siali had a hunch about the reason behind it, stopped in her tracks, and looked at him with icy eyes. "Mr. Johnson, what a coincidence." Johnson smiled at Siali, a very gentlemanly smile, but the words he said made Siali want to punch him in the nose. "Johnson, unfortunately, I came here specifically to ask Miss Xia out on a date. However, Miss Xia is too difficult to invite, so I can only ask her child to come over and sit with us for a while and put in a good word for me with Miss Xia." Johnson was speaking in American English. Before he even tried to meet Siali, he had already sent someone to inquire about Siali's past. Knowing that Siali had previously gone to the United States to carry out a mission to guide scientific researchers, and that she was fluent enough in American English to have normal conversations, Siali looked directly at Johnson's gentlemanly face. "Has anyone said you're hypocritical?" Siali spoke in Chinese, and fearing the other person wouldn't understand such profound linguistic art, she added, "False? Hypocritical? Sham? Untruth? Mendacity? Pretense? Sorry, my American English isn't very good, so I'm not sure which word is more accurate." Johnson. Despite Siali's provocation, Johnson's expression remained unchanged, only his smile deepened. He spread his hands outwards, looking gentle and reasonable, and said, "I don't think someone who can think of 6 synonyms for hypocrisy all at once is unfamiliar with American language. Aren't you afraid that your attitude might harm your family?" Siali put his hands in his pockets, shrugged slightly as he stepped onto the stage, and looked at him with a roguish air. "Do you believe that if the child loses a single hair, I'll make sure none of you can leave Nandao? Unless you die on the South Island and are reborn in the United States, even if you could be resurrected repeatedly, your god couldn't save you. Revenge requires repeatedly camping at the spawn point. This has become a basic tactic in modern gaming." She refused to believe that these people were truly brainless enough to do something as stupid as killing Xia Debao before even getting the information they wanted. Besides, this is a military garrison area. If someone dared to harm military personnel here, wouldn't they be courting death? These people probably just wanted to lure her over there. They wouldn't even dare to touch Debao. Johnson's smile faded, but he remained a gentleman, and said in a deep voice as if joking, "Miss Xia is quite humorous." "Miss Xia, you have such a talent for American English, don't you think that's a kind of fate?" Siali didn't want to waste time talking to him and asked, "Where is he?" Johnson disliked Siali's unctuous and crude personality. He gestured for her to come. "Miss Xia, please come with me." The two walked along the road, making many turns, for about 15 minutes. Siali Guang could tell from the complexity of the route Johnson had set that he was targeting her weakness of having no sense of direction. She thought to herself, they must have done a lot of research on her before. Although I felt disgusted by their sleazy behavior, I still kindly reminded him, "You didn't have to lead me through so many circles. I get lost in the military compound without a map. You're just confusing yourself by going around in circles. It won't help me at all." 13 minutes ago, I had already given up on figuring out the way, a task that was extremely difficult for me. Johnson. How could the leaders of China tolerate a common soldier with such an unpleasant and detestable temperament? The inner beauty of the Chinese people? Perhaps Siali's words really had an effect on Johnson, or perhaps Johnson also felt that doing so was not very meaningful. After another 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Siali's gaze fell on the almost invisible white pagoda tip in the distance, and she fell silent. She doesn't know the way anywhere else. The only place she can use as a compass on this South Island is White Tower at Shipyard. So these people went around in circles and finally led her to a place where she could see the weather vane of her destiny just by looking up. Outrageous. Seeing Siali looking somewhat dazed, Johnson frowned slightly, assuming she recognized the place. He turned back to his gentlemanly smile and asked, "What is Miss Xia looking at?" Siali deliberately said, "This seems to be the brigade where I was sent to the countryside before." Johnson's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. With a blank expression, he said to Siali, "If I remember correctly, Miss Xia was assigned to the 1st Brigade of the Southern Island." Siali shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Oh, isn't this the place? Okay, I misread it. I absolutely did not mean to scare you to death, you bastard who dared to arrest my nephew." Johnson, realizing he'd been pranked. She pursed her lips into a straight line and said to Siali, "Let's go in." This was a small courtyard, and Siali was led by Johnson to a small cabin. As soon as I entered the house, a group of Americans. Johnson, why are those two aunt and niece from the Xia family so annoying? After Siali entered, the person standing at the door subtly blocked the exit, making it seem as if no one could get through. Johnson picked up a small, silver-white metal briefcase from the king, a heated brick bed, opened it, and revealed a row of syringes and several small vials of medicine inside. He nodded slightly to Siali with gentlemanly politeness. "Miss Xia, do you know what this is?" After all, in later TV dramas and movies, there are quite a few scenes where anyone who is disobedient is given this thing so that they can't escape control. Looking at Xia Debeo, who was bound hand and foot and held down by two men with guns pointed at him. Although they knew in their hearts that, rationally speaking, as long as one of them could escape, these people wouldn't dare to do anything to Xia Debeo. The problem is that Siali knows they can't stop her, but these Americans have no idea she can definitely escape. What if they suddenly have a moment of madness and decide to kill both of them here to silence them, like taking out Xia Debeo first? The unlucky kid won't die at this distance, but he'll probably get hurt. Just as she was thinking about whether she should also take a hostage nearby and threaten each other, she heard Johnson say with an air of composure, "This stuff is called Truth Potion." Like his name, he is a potion that makes people tell the truth. It is a sedative and anesthetic that can interfere with a person's judgment and higher cognitive functions. By injecting truth serum, the recipient will answer various questions unconsciously, making it easier to piece together the truth. "We've tested it, and it really works." As he spoke, he looked intently at Siali, his smile widening as he said with a troubled expression, "But we don't want to do that. Because this substance has extremely severe side effects, it could potentially cause mental confusion, amnesia, or even insanity in the person who receives the injection. Therefore, I hope Ms. Xia can cooperate with our work and give us a careful, serious, and honest answer. After all, I don't want such a beautiful young lady to get hurt." Siali. "Oh, she was given the injection? Then it's all right. She's not bragging, but if she doesn't want to, there's no one in this room who can stick that needle into her body." A somewhat mocking smile appeared on his face. "So it's because you don't want such a beautiful young lady like me to get hurt." I thought it was because after using truth serum, the suspect's vomit was not entirely the truth. There might have been subconscious exaggeration or omission, and the respondent was easily influenced by the questioner's suggestions. "You didn't ask because you were afraid of coincidences, or that I had received professional training and might indirectly mislead you." Johnson's grip on the box tightened slightly, and his expression turned somewhat grim. "Miss Xia is even more knowledgeable than I imagined. However, repeatedly provoking me won't do Miss Xia any good." Siali shrugged indifferently. "How could there be no benefits? At least I feel better." The people present. The reason Siali was able to keep teasing her own father and never have her broken legs even as an adult was because she was very good at figuring out the right degree. It's a degree of anger that makes you want to hit someone, but you won't actually kill them. Sensing that Johnson was about to lose his temper, they quickly steered the conversation back on track, asking, "What do you want to ask?" The topic shifted too quickly, leaving Johnson feeling like he had a lump in his throat, unable to get up or down, which was quite infuriating. But he knew he couldn't afford to waste too much time, otherwise his double left in the South Island Legion would be discovered, and their side would likely be exposed. If they are caught red-handed before they have finished asking the questions they want to know, the consequences will be unimaginable. Since Miss Xia is willing to cooperate, then I won't stand on ceremony. I heard that when the Type 62 warship was anchored near the island, Miss Xia took several parts from the warship to prevent others from taking it away. Siali nodded, not hiding anything that anyone could know simply by asking, and affirmed directly, "Yes." Johnson, "Miss Xia is very knowledgeable about the construction and assembly of warships?" Siali shook her head. "I don't know. This is my first time on a warship." Johnson gave him a completely disbelieving look. "Miss Xia, don't joke around. If you don't understand, how could a warship just happen to take those important parts? If I remember correctly, Miss Xia recently participated in the improvement of a new type of military vehicle, which is even faster than the latest research and development achievement of Ford in the United States. How could someone as knowledgeable about mechanics as you be completely ignorant about warships? Siali looked at him speechlessly. Don't even mention warships. Even a tractor on the street won't work if you take away a few parts. Moreover, the other parts of the warship are all large. If I were to pick and choose parts, would I not take the ones I can carry, instead of carrying the engines that weigh hundreds or thousands of pounds? Why don't you go back and ask your Ford car building workers if they can build warships? Siali isn't stupid. Being able to build cars makes him just an ordinary technician, but being able to build warships makes him an unconventional technician. Anything related to the military will escalate to a military level, or even to the level of relations between nations. Once this news gets out, won't this middle-aged man in front of me try every means to get her account removed? This is trouble for whoever wants to get involved. Johnson clearly didn't believe Siali's answer, and even harbored a psychological shadow, suspecting that her current actions were what the Chinese call doing things around the bush. He trusted the judgment of the American soldiers more than anything the Chinese people in front of him said. Thinking this, he suddenly extended a hand to Siali. Miss Xia, would you do me the honor of inviting me to visit the United States? Siali, waiting for the other party to tear off all pretense? Xia Debao, who thought the other party had come seeking revenge? Is it that foreigners' brains are somewhat different from those of normal people? His aunt had clearly killed so many Americans and sunk 3 of their ships, causing considerable losses. Instead of causing trouble, this person even tried to poach her. Has she become addicted to poaching? He wasn't quite sure if Siali was really a particularly brilliant researcher hiding in the military. It's just a modified car. To people at his level, such research achievements are just trivial matters. But nowadays, the strength of various countries is advancing by leaps and bounds, and China is even being supported by Russia to move forward. If China is allowed to stagnate, it will be equivalent to breaking Russia's arm, making it unable to compete with the United States. Whether Siali is a genuine national treasure-level researcher or not, Johnson felt it was worth the gamble. He immediately spread his hands and said with a smile, "Of course, you are most welcome. The United States has always been a hospitable country." Siali nodded. "Can I speak to my nephew alone for a moment? I need to ask him if he was injured in your hands." Johnson frowned slightly upon hearing this. Something was definitely amiss, but he quickly smiled and said, "Of course it's possible. However, after Miss Xia's conversation with this young gentleman, we may need to ask him to accompany us to the United States first to pave the way for your trip, and to wait together to welcome Miss Xia and her parents and siblings." Siali nodded. "Okay." Johnson did not believe that Siali, a woman, could escape from a dozen men. He gave his men a look, and the men surrounding Xia Debao immediately made way for Siali. Although they did not leave Xia Debao's side, they were no longer so vigilant. Siali walked over, reached out and ruffled Xia Debao's hair, and whispered, "Do you know how to deal with evil forces?" The people inside the room immediately realized something was wrong when they heard Siali's words, but it was too late. Before Siali finished speaking, she had already moved. She immediately knocked down the 4 tall and strong men in front of Xia Debao, dislocated their limbs, and attached them all to Xia Debao to prevent others from shooting their own child. Turning around again, it darted off in another direction, towards the corner of the wall. Bang! With a loud bang, the window shattered, and a bullet pierced through it, landing precisely where Siali had been standing. Siali's expression was not good. There really were snipers outside. If she had chosen to attack directly, she would have been put in a passive position immediately. The men inside the room immediately drew their guns, intending to kill Siali. However, Siali had already run to the corner and, with lightning speed, disarmed the machine gun held by the person in the far corner, then shot Johnson in the head with a single shot as Johnson had just pulled out his gun. The room instantly descended into chaos. Those who initially disregarded Siali and wanted to shoot him were forced to seek cover now that Siali had acquired a weapon. Moreover, they were all carrying ordinary handguns, except for the person who was attacked by Siali while standing in the corner earlier, who was carrying a machine gun. In other words, the situation in the entire room has reversed, and Siali's gun is now the most lethal. They did want to attack Xia Debao and take him hostage, but Xia Debao was already surrounded by several of their men. If they want to bypass their own people and harm or take Xia Debao hostage, they must get rid of all the people attached to him. However, Siali was hiding at the same level as Xia Debao, keeping a close watch on everyone. Anyone who passed by would definitely be attacked by her. This has almost become a stalemate. Johnson was dead. The other leader gritted his teeth and had no choice but to make demands of Siali. "Miss Xia, you've seen it yourself, we have snipers outside. There's absolutely no way you can leave this courtyard. I advise you." Da-da-da. A burst of machine gun fire abruptly interrupted his incessant chatter, followed by a loud bang and the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The man who spoke stared in disbelief through the window, his eyes wide as he watched one of their snipers being shot dead by Siali. How's this possible? From that angle, unless Siali leans out, there's absolutely no way he could hit someone accurately. That woman must have been incredibly lucky to have gotten this for so long. Don't stubbornly continue down this wrong path otherwise. Da-da-da. Another burst of gunfire rang out. The person speaking only saw a small section of the dark gun barrel peeking out from behind the cabinet. Siali's head hadn't even appeared when their other sniper fell to the ground. The few Americans who were still alive in the room were now at a loss as to how to deal with the situation. To be fair, even the best sniper couldn't do that. How could you hit someone accurately without seeing them? That was almost a headshot, and the next few shots all hit the same spot. It wasn't just blind luck. Could there really be some mysterious place on this land of China? Or is there something wrong with that Siali himself? The Americans were in a state of confusion, thinking about all sorts of things. Siali was holding a small round mirror and looking at it through the window. The images in the mirror kept flashing across the courtyard wall, and apart from the two snipers who had already been killed, there was no other person in sight. Siali clicked her tongue inwardly. He thought to himself with disdain, the angle isn't good. So, there's no way to take out all the snipers outside. There were snipers outside, so she didn't even dare to go out with her child. What if they got shot twice? We don't know if there's any food inside, or if the troops can find a place to stay before they get hungry. Otherwise, if I have to go out to pick up the kids at night, I won't even have time to eat, which is quite distressing. Inside the house, Xia Debao was pinned down by 4 burly adult men. Afraid that any exposed parts of his body would be shot and cause trouble for his aunt, he dared not move at all. The group of Americans felt that Siali was not right. This person might have superhuman strength, and it was not a wise move to fight him head-on. They were afraid that if they stuck their heads out, they would be killed as well, so they hid behind the cover and dared not move. Siali fiddled with a small mirror, trying to find the sniper's position outside the window, take him out, and then run out to deal with the people inside the house. He also hid behind the cabinet, playing with the mirror, not daring to move. In the small room, the 3 people with opposing views were locked in a stalemate, and for a moment the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Call out. A very faint sound rang out, and Siali twitched her ears. Then came a sparse sound, followed by a whoosh sound, and then another series of rapid, sparse sounds. If Siali hadn't had exceptionally keen senses, she would never have been able to hear those faint sounds from outside the house. Siali frowned slightly. She felt that the whoosh sound was somewhat like the sound of a silence da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Someone is gently knocking on the wall. The sound was so faint that it was almost inaudible unless you listened very carefully. Siali pressed himself against the wall and, upon hearing the frequency of the knocking, instantly connected the rhythm of the knocking with the signal they had developed at their secret base in the shipyard. She lowered her eyelids slightly to conceal the emotions in her eyes, and immediately realized who it was. Holding the gun in one hand, he gently tapped the wall with the other. Rat-a-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat-tat. Have the snipers outside been taken care of? There was no hesitation from outside. They quickly responded, da-da-da-da-da-da. The situation outside has been resolved. How many people are inside? No. Before the signal outside had even finished ringing, Siali seemed to have taken a stimulant and instantly revived. With a whoosh, she stood up, lifted the 1.8-meter tall wardrobe with one hand, and flung it in the direction the Americans were avoiding. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed over. Everyone in the room. The rescue team from outside. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of rapid-fire shooting erupted inside the room, instantly shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Those Americans had no choice but to resist, as they had no other options. Xia Debao was terrified. He spotted a large solid wooden table in the direction Siali had just hidden, and rushed towards it, covering his head, afraid of being implicated. Meanwhile, Lu Dingyuan, who led the rescue team, was surprised that Siali completely ignored his question and immediately started shooting. Although his expression wasn't good, he still made a gesture and led his men inside. Gunshots rang out inside the house, followed by a chorus of screams. The battle was over in no time. 2 of the 6 snipers outside were killed by Siali, 2 were killed by the snipers led by Lu Dingyuan, and 2 others were captured alive. Almost all the Americans inside the house were killed, except for one man who was hit by the cabinet Siali threw at the beginning, who was still alive but unconscious. However, living is worse than being dead. After examination by the doctor they brought, the diagnosis was that at the very least, the patient would be paralyzed from the waist down, and in severe cases, the patient might become a vegetable. Siali pointed the gun at the man's face and said expressionlessly, "How about we give him another shot? So he won't suffer in this world." The main reason she took action just now was because she clearly understood China's current position in international exchanges and its policy of being outwardly relaxed, but inwardly strict in diplomacy. If this were a Chinese citizen committing the heinous crime of trafficking people and killing researchers, he would have been repeatedly whipped with machine guns, regardless of his faction. No one would have allowed him to live. Human trafficking is now punishable by death. But if it's the Americans, it's possible that in the end, the US will only have to pay a small price to get the person back safely. Siali absolutely would not allow those who harmed him and his family to go unpunished, so she opened fire and took them all away in one fell swoop. Although this person was already paralyzed from the waist down, whether he lived or died wouldn't make much difference, but Siali still felt that shooting him wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, these guns and bullets are made by Americans themselves. Wouldn't it be better to produce and sell them domestically? Standing next to Siali, Lu Dingyuan was dressed in combat uniform, also holding a gun halfway in his hand, the dark muzzle pointing slightly downwards. He turned his head slightly, his expressionless gaze slowly landing on Siali's face. Although he didn't say anything, it was as if he had said everything, exuding a strong sense of pressure. The other soldiers around were somewhat hesitant to speak. Seeing that Lu Dingyuan was still seething with anger, Political Commissar Wang decisively walked over to Siali, grabbed Siali's sleeve with his index finger and thumb, and pulled him back a few steps. He whispered, "It's one thing to die just now, but now there are so many people. How are we going to heal them? Didn't they kidnap your nephew? Why don't you go and check on him? We'll get some compensation for his nutritional deficiencies from the US then. Look how terrified the child is." Lu Dingyuan. Siali. Siali thought there was some truth to that, and suddenly asked, "I heard that neurology experts in the United States are particularly good? Our child is so scared their hands are shaking. Could we ask them to bring a doctor over to treat them?" Political Commissar Wang? Lu Dingyuan? Others? You haven't even seen the child yet. How do you know your hands are shaking? Siali waved to Xia Debao behind the table and said with a grin, "My darling, come here quickly. Your aunt just saw you shaking your hands because you were scared by those Americans. They have to be held accountable. We can't let the future flowers of our motherland wither away like this." In terms of current technology and medical standards, which country can compare to the United States? Previously, her biggest thought was to find a top neurologist in Beijing to examine her nephew. But now their eldest nephew has been so frightened by the Americans that he has developed post-traumatic stress disorder with trembling hands. Shouldn't the United States take full responsibility for this? When Xia Debao heard his aunt address him by that name, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, but he still obediently came out from behind the table. Someone who can get full marks in 3 subjects is naturally smart and will instantly know what their little aunt is up to. With his head down, looking as if he had suffered great mental trauma, he released his left hand from his right hand under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Then, everyone saw Xia Debao's right hand trembling wildly. Everyone. Siali? Did this child's hands always shake like this? Siali said that Xia Debao's right hand was trembling because he was frightened by the Americans. Before that, apart from the Xia family, no one had noticed whether Xia Debao's right hand was trembling. This directly resulted in Americans being unable to find anything even if they wanted to investigate. Having made up his mind to extort money, Siali, after returning to the South, Siali slammed her hand on the conference room table, shattering it, and said with a sorrowful expression, "You still have the nerve to say that? You bunch of scum, you even beat a child, you're simply inhuman." After saying that, he turned to look at Commander Lu, and roared like a mother beast whose child had been hurt, his mind not quite right. "As a victim, I don't care about anything else. If doctors don't arrive, these people's boats absolutely cannot leave the South Island. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll blow up their ship." As he spoke, he took a small cardboard box out of his pocket. It's rectangular and doesn't look particularly eye-catching. Before the Americans could react, the Chinese soldiers immediately erupted in anger. A group of people rushed over in one stride, and 7 or 8 of them held Siali down before they could snatch the small cardboard box from her hand. The Americans were completely baffled. Commander Lu glared at Siali in a very affected manner, deliberately raising his voice as if to make sure someone could hear him clearly. "You child. We didn't refuse you. Why are you so impulsive? I know you're good at demolitions, but you can't let diplomacy suffer. Taking out paper detonators is practically suicidal. A detonator is a type of explosive. During the war, China was relatively poor and resources were extremely scarce. In those days when almost the entire population was mobilized for war, people would make their own detonators by using paper to make the casings when they couldn't find suitable ones. It looks ordinary, but it is actually extremely lethal." Upon hearing this, the Americans broke out in a cold sweat and turned deathly pale. If that woman had actually thrown the detonator over there, all 7 of them would have been wiped out. Indeed, nothing is more poisonous than a woman's heart. Siali didn't care what those people thought. Even though she hadn't coordinated with Commander Lu, she was able to improvise a harmonious back-and-forth performance. This forced the 7 detained U.S. ambassadors to make phone calls back home. They were very upset. With that crazy woman staying here and not sending a doctor, it seemed they really couldn't leave China. After a proper discussion, Siali took her nephew, who had been beaten up by the Americans, home. She remained completely silent throughout the journey. He originally only wanted to keep the spies around, not the diplomats. But now it seems that these people must have been involved in the fact that they were capable of kidnapping my precious child. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. However, it's a bit difficult to completely separate her from the South Island Legion. After thinking it over, Siali pushed her child through the door and stood at the entrance, saying, "You go back first, I have something to ask my colleague." Xia Debao, who had been following his aunt with his head down, quickly looked up upon hearing this, glanced at his aunt, and then quickly lowered his head again, nodding obediently. Okay, be careful. He was quite upset today, and his aunt will probably cause trouble for those Americans again. Moreover, since they have already formed a grudge, whether it is a national feud or a personal vendetta, they will inevitably clash with the Americans sooner or later. He needs to go home and think things through. He's a man, and the Xia family can't let his aunt, a girl, shoulder all the burdens. Siali was unaware that her eldest nephew was already worrying about the future of the Xia family. Seeing how obedient her child was, yet still so shy, she sighed inwardly. He reached out and ruffled Zhao Debao's hair. Good boy, go back now. After saying that, he turned around and went to the playground. At this time, it was the time for military training. On the parade ground, one squad after another stood in formation, each person full of enthusiasm and shouting slogans that shook the heavens. When Siali arrived at the playground, she felt that she was attracting a lot of attention. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she always felt that the people training on the playground were secretly staring at her. The gazes were continuous, but when she looked over, those people looked away again. The conditioned reflexes she developed during her 10 years in the apocalypse successfully instilled in her a feeling of being constantly watched, with the constant threat of someone rushing out to steal her supplies or murder her. But in peacetime, she can't just go and beat up people because they keep staring at her. So frustrating. Siali closed his eyes, a strong killing intent gathering in them. Instantly, his whole body burst forth with power as he turned around sharply, his stern gaze piercing straight into the direction from which the most eyes were directed. Holy crap. Oh my god. Her gaze was more frightening than any wild beast in the mountains. Those who had been secretly watching her were caught off guard and instantly screamed in shock. Some with high combat skills even made subconscious defensive movements. Immediately afterwards, a chorus of angry shouts echoed across the playground. What are you looking at? Who told you to make a sound? Don't you have any discipline? Run 50 laps as punishment. 200 push-ups. What followed was that most of the people on the playground were collectively subjected to corporate punishment. Siali, feeling great, JPG. She turned back to look at the person being punished with a smug and mischievous grin. Amidst the throng of soldiers who were being punished and implicated, the pretty female soldier on the parade ground mouthed to them, "Serves you right. Everyone. Just because you stood up to the US, I glanced at you a second time. Is it really necessary to retaliate like this? She'll be in for a surprise at the next military exercise." Siali didn't care at all about incurring public wrath. She straightened her back and walked to the fourth line of communications as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the fourth-ranked communications player was doing regular physical training. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't they say her suspension was extended again? Siali, with a stern face, beckoned to Zhao Chang, come here. The rest of you continue. When I get to work, I'll give you all a proper test of your training results. If you don't want to get a beating, you'd better take it seriously. All the soldiers in the 4th platoon. If you need to talk to Zhao Chang, talk to him directly. Why did you have to deliver this terrible news to us? Who are you trying to scare? But recalling the unbearable past, with my body covered in bruises. I'm so scared. Zhao Chang didn't think much of it at first, but when he heard Siali say that she would check their training results when they returned, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. After fighting against American warships at sea with his platoon leader, his fear of his platoon leader had subsided considerably, but now it has inexplicably resurfaced. Xia Lin ignored Zhao Chang's inner turmoil. She led him to a large tree, made sure no one was around, and then whispered, "Do you know where there are still spies around in the South Island? Any country is fine as long as it's not from China." Zhao Chang was a little confused by his platoon leader's question. He secretly wondered if his platoon leader had become addicted to fighting spies and wanted to kill all of them. I've never heard anyone else mention their platoon leader being so radically patriotic. Could this be what their platoon leader was talking about in the conference room, that thing called post-traumatic stress disorder? Her mind was racing with a jumble of thoughts, but she didn't dare keep Siali waiting any longer, so she quickly said, "I really don't know. When you joined the army, it just so happened that our South Island Corps was carrying out a major purge of foreign forces. Commander Lu thoroughly investigated all the difficult points, leaving virtually none unsolved, except for those that were particularly well hidden. Siali lowered her head slightly, her eyebrows and eyes downcast, concealing the expression in her eyes. He rubbed his thumb against the knuckle of his index finger and said softly, "Go ask other people if there have been any similar missions recently. We need to find those who are purely spies of certain countries, not those whose backgrounds are a jumbled mess of allegiances, with members aligned with one faction and another, making it impossible to trace them cleanly. Since we've decided to take action and don't want to involve the South Island, we might as well not involve anyone else either." Although she did want to pin the blame on the pro-Mao and pro-American factions, what if they demanded compensation from China afterward? Those bastards who kidnapped their kids, they won't get a single penny from them. Zhao Cheng was a little confused, so he simply asked, "Platoon leader, why are you looking for a spy? We haven't received any notification of an operation to eliminate spies. Moreover, we are a communications company. Our main responsibility is to ensure uninterrupted communication on the battlefield, not combat or infiltration." As he spoke, he made a bitter face. "Besides, platoon leader, because you killed all those Americans yesterday, your suspension has been extended. I estimate you won't be able to get back to your original position before the Americans leave. How about we take a break for a while and talk about it later?" He felt that recently their battalion commander had been getting angry because of their platoon leader, and he was almost always dealing with the messes left by their platoon leader. Now, whenever he saw them, he would act like a tiger coming down from the mountain, and would get angry from time to time. "Not only was I punished and forced to write a self-criticism a while ago, but I also heard that all the Americans who were supposed to be captured alive today are dead. I guess I'll get another scolding from above." Ever since their platoon leader joined the army, their battalion commander has been following her around like a rag doll, cleaning up her messes. If this continues, he's afraid that even the most composed battalion commander will lose his composure, and what if he really explodes on the spot? Siali resolutely refused. "I know what I'm doing, go ask them. Remember to keep it a secret when you ask. Try not to let others know." Zhao Cheng was particularly unsure about his platoon leader's know-it-all attitude. However, as Siali's adjutant, he naturally had to obey his superior's orders, and immediately saluted, saying, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Siali nodded and waved for them to leave. Zhao Cheng was a good subordinate. Siali asked him to secretly inquire, so he went down to each company and asked his former colleagues, company, battalion, platoon, and squad members about any recent news of spies. Moreover, although he seems rather simple-minded and timid in front of Siali, he is actually very good at courses such as infiltration and intelligence gathering. In addition, since they were all soldiers in the same regiment who had been together for several years, no one was wary of him, so his questions went unnoticed. On the other hand, just as Siali predicted, the United States implemented a policy of coercion, imposing economic sanctions and technological restrictions. China had no choice but to agree to back down on the grounds of great power demeanor. Send those diplomatic ambassadors who were not involved in the kidnapping of Xia Debao back to their countries, and have them use some of their weapons and warships to ransom the people on those 3 warships. Although Siali was unhappy because China, a great nation, does not stoop to arguing with others, demonstrating our country's magnanimity, it was not unexpected. But we must also find the faults that need to be found. When Commander Lu saw Siali in his office, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, and blood rushed to the back of his head. Knowing that this was bound to happen sooner or later, he pointed to the sofa and said to Siali, "Please sit down first." Siali didn't sit down, but stared straight at Commander Lu with a cold face and a tone that sounded like it was filled with ice. "What are the division commander's plans to do with those accomplices who kidnapped my nephew?" Commander Lu thought to himself, "Just as I expected. I knew this girl would come to me about this." With a long sigh, he didn't bother to ask Xiaoliqiang and the others whether they were accomplices. Everyone knew in their hearts that those people were definitely involved, so there was no need to say anything useless. Helplessly, he said, "Calm down first, let me explain this to you slowly. As the commander of a division, the highest-ranking leader of our South Island Corps, how could I not be angry when my own men are humiliated like this?" Siali twitched the corner of her mouth. "I didn't see that you were angry. If you were that angry, you still agreed in the end, didn't you?" Commander Lu sighed deeply again, his deep gaze meeting Siali's eyes. That look was no longer calm and composed, but carried an indelible sense of vicissitude and helplessness. "What can we do? When a nation is weak, its people have no dignity. I've heard that the economic restrictions imposed on China by the United States have reduced China's foreign exchange reserves by 20% within a week. China was already poor. Without that 20% foreign exchange, I know you feel wronged, so I strongly advocated for compensation for Dabao on your behalf. The American doctors will come to our South Island in a couple of days to consult on Dabao's case. If they can't cure him, we can send Dabao to Beijing until he is cured. All expenses will be borne by the United States. In addition, they will pay you a large sum of money for nutrition and compensation for economic losses. This is the maximum compensation I can apply for you. If you have any reasonable requests, we can still discuss them with the United States. But you should know that the outcome cannot be changed, and they won't accept excessive demands. Siali was amused by his words and retorted sarcastically, so I, as a victim, have no right to seek justice. The plaintiff won't budge, so the defendant just lets me go like that. Are Americans superior or something? Are their lives really more valuable than ours? Then what was the point of resisting the 8-nation alliance? Why not just let them occupy our territory and improve our bloodline? You go through all that trouble to drive someone away, only to end up feeling inferior? What do you expect me to understand? All of this is just history repeating itself. When the island nation surrendered, China upheld the great power demeanor and did not demand war reparations from the defeated country. But what about now? The island nation used the money that should have been used for reparations to develop itself, but in the end, it also cultivated a large number of spies to come to China and disrupt China's internal stability. Constantly backing down will only encourage others to take advantage. You'll never gain respect that way. China's market is so big, I don't believe the Americans can give up this lucrative market and continue to impose economic and technological sanctions on China forever. If we really stood our ground and confronted them head-on, they might not be so fearless. It's worth noting that in later generations, made in China products accounted for 80% of the U.S. market. Whether it's small businesses, grain products, or other industrial products, they all account for a huge proportion. It's precisely because of China's low labor costs that its products are of high quality and inexpensive. If the U.S. were to lose Chinese products, their prices would skyrocket. It would be a miracle if things didn't escalate internally in the U.S. at that point. Upon hearing Siali's words, Commander Liu gave a bitter smile. But we can't afford to wait. China today is riddled with problems and cannot stand any further turmoil. If we don't have money, we will be economically constrained, and economic constraints will make us poorer and poorer. We don't have the money to fight a war, and our military equipment is insufficient. The United States can directly give 2 atomic bombs to an island nation. Can you guarantee that they won't give us one? And then what? We're drawn into war again, starting World War III? But if you think about it carefully, our warships might not even reach the other side of the ocean before they are completely annihilated by the enemy's aircraft carriers in the Pacific. What can we use to fight? What gives us the right to fight? How can we fight? Do we even have the confidence to fight? A weak nation has no diplomacy, a nation ceases to exist, and its people have no dignity. Commander Liu's words were almost dripping with blood. He never wanted to bring these things up in public, and even just thinking about them would cause him unbearable heartache. What can we do? Who hasn't been young? Who hasn't been filled with patriotic fervor, wanting to make China the strongest in the world and invincible? But reality is enough to crush all dreams and bend the spine of a teenager. No matter how much high spirits one has, without the strength to back them up, it will only become a joke. He didn't want to crush Siali's youthful spirit, but he had no choice but to make her face reality. Otherwise, why would we go to such lengths to protect those researchers, hoping that they, including you, can produce more research results and make the country prosperous? Lily, I know you are a good child with great ambitions, and you have a burning passion in your heart to change reality. We want it too. But that's reality, and we have no choice but to compromise. If you want to change the status quo, then do your best to research and develop more things that are beneficial to China, so that China can become prosperous and strong, and all the people of China can stand tall and no longer have to compromise with reality. This is the only thing we can do. Siali remained expressionless, silently observing Commander Liu for a long time before finally asking, "Is the ending unchangeable?" Commander Liu sighed. "The matter has been decided and cannot be changed." Siali didn't say a word, her face was cold, and she slammed the door and left with a bang. Commander Liu. For so many years, no one has dared to slam his door. This little girl is always itching for a beating. It's time to have a couple of drinks with old Xia and tell him all about her recent achievements. Siali stormed out, and everyone in the office building saw her. However, once she reached a secluded spot, the anger on her face vanished instantly, and she even seemed a little happy. He reached out and rubbed his face, which had been tense and stiff, and then he seemed completely at ease, slowly strolling home. "We're having boiled duck tonight, so I need to get home early to fight my son for the duck leg." She was completely relieved to receive news that a neurologist from the United States was on his way to the South Island. As long as they send people over there, you can forget about going back until your illness is cured, even if all those people from the U.S. State Department die in China. She doesn't plan to let those diplomats leave the South Island. The Promaoists are far away, so she can't arrest them and kill them right now. But anyone who bullies her family must die. But even if there's no intention to get those people to leave the South Island, this commotion is inevitable. Commander Lu knew her personality well. Whenever something like this happened, if she didn't go and make a scene, Commander Lu would think she was guilty or plotting something, and he would definitely keep a close watch on her. How will she avenge her child then? If she makes a scene, he'll feel relieved, and he probably won't be too harsh on her these next few days to appease her. Upon seeing Siali return, Li Xioli immediately set out the bowls. Lily, come and eat. We've cooked duck tonight. Siali. Siali. If this child tries to take it from her, she might try to take it from him in a little way. But the child gave her the duck leg directly, which made her feel a little embarrassed to eat too. Moreover, after Xia Debao finished speaking, it was as if the whole family was reminded of the kidnapping incident, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Siali thought for a moment, then picked up one of the duck legs and gave it to Li Xioli, saying, Mom, you work so hard cooking, eat more. Hearing this, Li Xioli felt a warmth in her heart and wanted to put the duck leg back into her grandson's bowl. But the grandson lowered his head and silently pulled the bowl back, his refusal quite obvious. With a sigh, she simply served her daughter and grandson each a bowl of old duck soup, saying, you two should also nourish yourselves. Seeing the loving mother and filial daughter, Xiao Jiangwo felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He wasn't really craving a duck leg, but his daughter was his wife's sweet little cotton-padded jacket, while his was just a leaky leather jacket, which always made him feel a little sour. Seeing her father's expression, Siali picked up her chopsticks, pressed them against her leg, waved them in front of him, and said in a cheeky tone, Dad, do you want some? You are what you eat. Maybe if you eat a duck leg, you'll be able to run faster and catch up with me later. The other 3 people in the room. Why is this child/aunt so annoying? These words about discarding the pipe infuriated Xiao Jiangwo, who retorted irritably, eat it, give it to me. As he spoke, he pretended to reach out with his chopsticks to pick it up. Siali immediately grabbed the Anhui River duck leg, put it in a bowl, and took it away, saying with an infuriating expression, that won't do. What if you eat this duck leg and run fast, but I miss out and you catch up with me? I thought about it and decided I'd better eat it myself. He took a bite of the duck leg, grinned in a really irritating way, and said, so delicious. Speed 1111. Li Xioli. Xia Debao. Xia Jiangwo. What if I get so angry that I want to hit my daughter? The subtle, heavy atmosphere from before was completely disrupted by fear, and the meal successfully achieved the goal of only old Xia getting injured. After dinner, it was completely dark. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the chirping of cicadas could be heard from time to time. Siali strolled alone in the courtyard, repeatedly considering her plans. Little aunt. A soft call came from behind, and Siali turned around to see Xia Debao standing at the door. The 13-year-old boy already had the appearance of a semi-adult, and his precocious personality made him seem much more mature than other children. Siali asked lazily and casually, what is it? Xia Debao walked up to Siali, looked up and met Siali's gaze. His lips were tightly pursed, his hands at his sides clenched unconsciously, and his eyes gradually hardened. Auntie, I still want to join the army, and I want to be as awesome as you. I've thought it through these past few days. I will fully cooperate with the treatment, and if the treatment is successful, I will go to the front line to serve as a soldier. Even if I can't succeed, I will still pursue my dream, even if it's just an office job. The 2nd generation of the Xia family has a father and an aunt. I must support the 3rd generation of the Xia family. Xia Lisin raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, wow, this kid has some ambition in him. He immediately reached out and patted his nephew's head meaningfully. Then you must do your best to support the 3rd generation of the Xia family. You should also try your best to support the 2nd generation of the Xia family before you turn 25. Successfully taking advantage of her child is just around the corner. The little guy's awareness, which she doesn't need to educate, caught her off guard. He really is a good child that God has given her. Xia Debao? There seems to be something off about what my aunt said. Although Xia Debao still had some doubts, he agreed in a daze under the unprecedentedly loving gaze of his aunt. Okay, I will definitely try my best. Looking at her nephew's determined gaze, Xia Li's smile stretched almost to her ears. She patted his head and said, good boy. In a few days, your aunt will start adding military courses for you when she goes back to work. You'll be learning with the new recruits in our platoon. We can't afford to lose at the starting line. We have to get up and running early, understand? Siali didn't care what Xia Debao was thinking. In an instant, she had already clearly arranged Xia Debao's tutoring classes for the next 5 years. This will ensure that his military skills are sufficient to make him a leader in the army before he comes of age and enlists. Then we'll have him take the military academy entrance exam, graduate with top honors, and become an officer directly in the army. Salary, performance bonuses, social insurance, and housing fund contributions plus minimum living allowance. That's enough to support her auntie in no time. By the time he graduates, those 10 years will have just ended, and she can even live off both her parents and her child. Wow, what an amazing life this is. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Seeing his aunt's excited yet mischievous smile. What should I do if something feels increasingly off? Was their aunt always this kind and gentle in smiles? As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Siali had just received good news from her nephew, and the very next day she received another piece of good news from Zhao Chang. The spies have gotten information. Zhao Chang remembered that his platoon leader had told him to keep it a secret, so he didn't dare to look for her when he was looking for her. He was even more afraid to look for her alone when there were many people around, for fear of being discovered. And so he had a chance encounter. It rains a lot all year round in the South Island. Zhao Chang found a rainy day and went to Siali's house to borrow an umbrella. Siali's expression was strange when she heard his request. Our single dormitory is full of men, and they don't even use umbrellas when they go out. There were only 4 umbrellas in total. One of them was broken, and the other 3 were lent out by people from the 3rd Battalion under the pretext of matchmaking. If I need to use an umbrella again, I'll have to borrow one from the family compound. So what seems like an unreasonable option is actually quite reasonable in their male single dormitory. Siali, I really don't understand what you men are thinking. Why do you use your heads to shield yourselves from the rain instead of using umbrellas? How much masculinity do you think that makes you look? Big head, no worries when it rains. Everyone else has an umbrella, but do I have a big head? He said with a speechless expression. All right, let's get down to business. Zhao Chang chuckled sheepishly. I found out from one of my former platoon leaders that the Sanlian group is currently keeping an eye on a group of Japanese spies that were deliberately left behind by the previous military unit. The evidence has been mostly collected, and we are currently in the final stages. Siali nodded. Do you have an address? Zhao Chang nodded. I heard it's near the 2nd Brigade, but I didn't ask for the exact location because I was afraid he would get suspicious. But I reckon they'll send people to keep watch on us. They're all our colleagues. Platoon leader, you should be able to tell when you get there. Although soldiers have to pretend to be ordinary people when carrying out infiltration missions, their special aura makes it impossible for them to hide from their own kind, even if they want to. Those soldiers could tell at a glance whether someone was a soldier or not, no matter how well they hid it. Siali nodded. Okay, I understand. It's raining heavily outside. Why don't you have lunch at my place? I have braised pork. Upon hearing that there was meat to eat, Zhao Chang grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and happily said, I'll do whatever the platoon leader says. After seeing Zhao Chang off, Siali secretly went to the 3rd Battalion and began to build rapport with the people there. The main reason is to get noticed. Initially, the people in the 3rd Battalion were basically in a state of, after 3 years in the army, even a Sao can look as beautiful as Diao Chan. Siali is an absolute fairy. She doesn't do much, but just looking at her is a pleasure. But gradually the situation changed drastically. For some reason, their battalion commander ordered his troublemakers to start sparring with this beautiful little fairy sister. And then, that was it. Siali's stereotype among the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion has successfully evolved from that of a fairy to that of a Buddha. The kind of Buddha who fights to the death. She's clearly a pretty young girl, but when she fights, every move is deadly. She hits wherever it hurts, wherever it's a fatal weakness, wherever it's a vulnerability. Extremely brutal. Siali was invincible in the 3rd Battalion every day. The screams of pain were successfully transferred from the 4th Platoon of the 1st Battalion's Communications Department to the 1st Company of the 3rd Battalion, and gradually spread to the 2nd Company, the 3rd Company, and the Communications Company. This attracted frequent glances from the soldiers on the parade ground. That morning after training, Siali waved to the others with a chuckle. Brothers, let's continue this afternoon. The soldiers of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion who were beaten today, are you a devil? We do not acknowledge any brothers who would beat someone to death. After parting ways with them, Siali left cheerfully, leisurely returning to her home. She then changed into inconspicuous clothes and quickly climbed over the wall to leave. She was going out to cause trouble this time, so naturally she wouldn't go through the main gate of the military base. She avoided people all the way, used her superpower to accelerate her feet, and cleanly and neatly climbed over the military compound wall, heading directly towards the 2nd Battalion of the Southern Island. If a normal person were to go to the 2nd Battalion of the Southern Island from the Corps at this time, they definitely wouldn't be able to return by the time they go to work in the afternoon. But she has a special ability, which allows her to finish what she wants to do and rush back to work in the afternoon. This is why he's been hanging around the 3rd Battalion these past few days. One is to identify the people, and the other is to have them act as witnesses for her over time. Holding the map in her hand, she sped along and soon arrived at the 2nd Brigade of the South Island. At this time, everyone in the village knew each other very well, and the 2nd Brigade of the South Island was not a particularly large village. As long as a stranger came, he would be discovered immediately. The reason those 2 men from the 3rd Battalion were able to keep watch on the 2nd Brigade was because they were locals from the 2nd Brigade, and they wouldn't attract attention even within the brigade. But Siali couldn't do that. If she dared to wander around the brigade, the old lady would catch her in no time and ask, "Hey, little girl, whose family are you? Who are you looking for?" She could only take advantage of moments when no one was looking, hide herself, and wander around the village silently. In no time at all, she actually found 2 people keeping watch on her. When Siali saw the 2 people's appearance, the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She never imagined that the reason these 2 from Sanlian were staking out someone's door without being chased away was that they were loafing around instead of working, playing chess under the big stone block in front of the door instead of doing their job. There is only a one-word difference between a soldier and a scoundrel, and they are quite similar in temperament and appearance. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 kept glacing towards the yard, it would really seem like a real situation. Siali confirmed that it was the right courtyard, then went around to the back of the courtyard. I bent down, pressed my ear against the wall, and listened for a while, but I didn't hear any breathing sounds near the wall. After confirming that no one was in the yard, she nimbly climbed the wall and nimbly slipped inside. The entire process was fluid and effortless, extremely fast and light, and no one noticed it at all. Siali quietly approached the window, peeked out slightly, and checked the situation inside the room. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting in the dimly lit room, 2 on the bed and 2 on stools next to the bed. The atmosphere in the room was gloomy and somewhat oppressive. The man sitting on the bed took a drag of his cigarette and sighed, "Tell me what to do. The military is already watching us. If we wait any longer, we'll definitely be caught red-handed. Those 2 outside have been playing chess in front of our gate for 7 or 8 days now. I reckon they won't last another 2 days. Siali felt a pang of sadness. Those 2 or 3 battalions outside are really something, always putting psychological pressure on people. Unlike her, they are the merciful bodhisattvas who save these people from suffering on the island. They only want their lives and have no intention of capturing them. Inside the house, the debate raged on about whether to escape and how to do so. In the end, it became clear that every option was extremely risky, and it was almost impossible to escape unscathed. The atmosphere inside the house became even more oppressive. Bang! The sound of small stones hitting the window. The people in the room were already feeling guilty, and the sudden, unexpected noise startled them. The 4 of them tensed up instantly, stood up, and looked warily out the window. Who? After the question was asked, there was no response from outside for a long time, and the 4 people inside the house became even more vigilant. They exchanged glances, and one of the girls, wearing a red floral jacket, climbed onto the bed and slowly walked westward toward the window. She tensed up and leaned out the window, trying to see who was outside. As it turned out, there was nothing outside, not even a passing cat or dog, let alone a person. The little girl in the red floral jacket looked surprised and asked in a puzzled voice, "Nobody's here?" But before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell on a small stone on the ground wrapped with a piece of paper. He immediately said, "There seems to be something on the ground. Let's go take a look." The group quickly went out of the house and picked up the small stone wrapped in paper from the ground. The man in the lead tore off the paper wrapped around the small stone, unfolded it, and immediately revealed a line of very crooked and distorted Japanese characters that looked no different from those written by a child who had just learned to read. "We can help you escape. See you at the Bund at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Mario." The other 3 also saw the information on the paper, and their brows immediately furrowed. The little girl in the floral jacket frowned and said, "Isn't this Mario, one of the American diplomats visiting China this time? I heard that after Johnson's death, he is now in charge. We have no connection whatsoever, so why would he contact us?" After thinking for a moment, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "Why would the U.S. personnel on their visit know the whereabouts of our island nation spies? There must be something fishy going on here." The man in the lead didn't look too good either. In fact, he looked rather dark. He said in a hoarse voice, "What else could it be? Nowadays, our island nation is developing with the help of the United States. Even Okinawa is entirely in their hands. It's not strange that they want to visit China's southern islands and know about 1 or 2 island nations' intelligence outposts. The power struggles within our upper echelons have never ceased." Another middle-aged woman nearby spat in annoyance, "Damn Americans." Another man spoke up at this moment, "Stop saying these useless things. What do we do now? Should we cooperate with the Americans?" As he said this, his gaze turned to the man in the lead. The girl in the floral jacket shrugged nonchalantly, "I'll go to the dock and see what's going on." Anyway, staying here would only mean being caught and interrogated by the Chinese soldiers and ultimately being shot. China may be lenient towards American prisoners of war, but it would never be so towards our island nation. I don't want to die. The others exchanged glances and expressed similar opinions. The leading man nodded. Then it's decided. But we have to lure those two people away before we go out, otherwise we definitely won't be able to leave safely. Hanako, Shunsuke, tomorrow stands an inn, and I will stay behind to distract them. You two go to the Bund and see what those Americans are up to. I don't think they have that kind of kindness to do good deeds unconditionally. Hanako and Shunsuke, who were nominated, immediately replied, yes. The spies from the island nation had already delivered the message, and Siali rushed back to his unit as quickly as possible. And during the afternoon training session, they gave the men of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion an unforgettable afternoon. As evening training ended, Siali waved goodbye to the group of soldiers, saying, bye-bye. I won't be attending evening classes with you tonight. I'll be going to the communications department for my class. See you tomorrow. The men of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion were not swayed in the way Sialina, the kindergarten teacher, coaxed the children. None of them wanted to see her at all. Get out. Get out of here right now. Don't show up again. Go cause trouble for other companies. What good will it do to kill us? Go back to your own platoon and train your soldiers. Don't get in our way, 2nd Company. The group chased and shooed her away, showing no trace of their previous adoration for Siali. Siali pursed her lips, but didn't refute them. It's true that powerful people tend to have few friends. He was so enthusiastic about getting close to her before, but it's obvious he had ulterior motives. After being beaten twice, their attitude changed drastically. Men are all such jerks too, eh? She can't stop her daily beatings. She has to wait until those Americans get into trouble before she stops. Otherwise, the coincidence will definitely attract attention. However, I'm unhappy about being scolded. Tomorrow when I'm beating the people from the 3rd Company, I'll beat them harder and tell them it was the people from the 2nd Company who caused it. Siali went to class leisurely and returned home leisurely, going to bed early. The entire military compound gradually quieted down, with only the chirping of he clearly didn't sleep at all from beginning to end. She made sure everyone in her family was asleep before quietly climbing out of the room through the window. It landed without making a sound, even quieter than a cat landing. It was late at night, and there was no one in the courtyard. With a map from the military base in hand, Siali easily found the guest house. Siali was very familiar with the room layout in the guest house. Counting the windows, he almost immediately knew where Mario's room was and how it was furnished. Pick up a large stone from the ground and wrap it with a piece of paper. Siali stood outside the guest house, her gesture changing from clasped hands in prayer to throwing a shot put. She yanked the large rock from her hand, smashing the glass of a second-floor room with a straight-line acceleration, and cleverly found its landing point. A scream pierced the night sky. Siali clapped her hands, feeling particularly happy, and then slipped away. Fortunately, those Americans weren't so fussy as to want to rearrange the furniture in a guest house. It's unclear whether the stone hit his head or his foot. It's a pity I can't be here to see the excitement in person. After Siali left, the guest house immediately descended into chaos. Visitors were attacked, and their windows were smashed while they were sleeping at night. This is no small matter. But it would be really difficult for the South Island Legion to find the murderer. After all, it wasn't just Siali. Every soldier there was annoyed by the Americans, and the entire Legion was suspected of launching a midnight raid. When Commander Lu couldn't find him, he could only pretend to apologize to him, cursing and swearing, saying that he would definitely educate his subordinates so that they would not let personal feelings interfere with their treatment of foreign guests. Fortunately, Mario was much easier to talk to than Johnson. When someone came to inquire, he simply chased them away without any intention of pursuing the matter. While the Chinese side found it a bit strange, Americans are not so easy to get along with. It was a good thing that the other party wasn't causing trouble, so they were happy not to pursue the matter further, and simply moved Mario to another room. The matter just passed by inexplicably. Inside the guest house, Mario readily accepted the matter not because he was particularly magnanimous, but because he felt guilty and knew that now was not the right time to cause trouble for the Chinese. See you at the Bund tomorrow at 2 p.m. I have the information you want, as long as you promise to help us leave safely. Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang are on the Russian side. We have other evidence and hope to cooperate. DT. Mario initially didn't take the message seriously, even though they considered it a message from an island nation that was a vassal state. After all, they are ambassadors sent by the United States. If they cause any trouble, it will be bad for everyone's reputation. Upon seeing the names Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang, Mario immediately became serious. It's not just about sending spies between countries, it's more about bribing and corrupting members of an organization to serve their own purposes. Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang can be considered second-tier figures in China. Putting aside Ning Huayan, whom the United States is trying to win over, Zhao Laoqiang is a true pro-American. Now that he was told that these two were actually on Mao's side, how could he not be shocked? If this is true, wouldn't they be double agents? What is their purpose? Did they obtain U.S. intelligence during their interactions with the U.S. side? Could this endanger the U.S.? In that instant, a whole host of thoughts raced through Mario's mind, and he grew increasingly agitated. In the silent room, he sighed, "It seems I have no choice but to go. These worst traitors certainly know how to manipulate people." Mario sat alone on the edge of his bed that night, cursing and swearing. Soon after, he went to find a few other colleagues to discuss the braised noodles for the next day. Meanwhile, Siali went straight home to sleep without any psychological pressure. She wasn't worried at all that the Islanders and Americans wouldn't show up for the meeting tomorrow. Those Islanders have already been discovered. Staying on the South Island now means certain death. Even knowing that this information might be a trap, they will still take the risk and go check it out. What if it succeeds? That's gambling with your life. Who wants to die when there's a chance to survive? The situation in the United States is even easier to manage. Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang were among the 4 pro-Maoist names that Commander Liu had given her when he recruited her into the army. She has no connections on the South Island except for the South Island Legion. Even if she asks the South Island Legion to investigate the detailed information of these 4 people, they may not give her all of it. At most, they will only give her some information that they want her to know. It just so happened that Hu Shuangquan's position made it very easy to investigate people. Fang Jingwei had already married him, so Siali directly asked Fang Jingwei to help her investigate the detailed backgrounds of these 4 people. Leaving aside the other 2, the identities of Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang are particularly interesting. Although they were not in high positions, they certainly held important roles. Ning Huayan was outwardly a staunch supporter of the United States, and even Fang Jingwei couldn't detect anything amiss about him. Another, Zhao Laoqiang, is outwardly a staunch neutral. Both Russia and the United States have extended olive branches to him, but he acts like a master of balancing, keeping both sides hanging on, giving them both hope, but refusing to accept either. From Hu Shuangquan's position, he could uncover secrets that ordinary people couldn't, and his investigations were more comprehensive, including information known to outsiders. But Siali believed that if Commander Liu wanted to recruit her, he wouldn't tamper with those 4 names. He might even deliberately give her a deeply hidden list to show his sincerity, hoping to win her over. In other words, both of these people were playing double agents in front of the United States. One was feigning defection, while the other was keeping them on tenterhooks with offers of benefits. Neither of them was a good person in the traditional sense. If the US's current attitude towards China is merely to suppress its development and prevent it from rising to prominence, then its attitude towards its big brother Russia is one of complete confrontation, demanding utter destruction. Siali believed that once the United States realized that the identities of these 2 people were not right, it would intensify its investigation and would inevitably meet with the Islander, who provided this information. At that time, both sides who go to the meeting can be killed. Once the Americans send the news of Ning Huayan and Zhao Laoqiang back, those 2 will probably be finished too. Siali thought this 3 birds with 1 stone approach was pretty good. Although she couldn't get rid of the people who coveted her father's box and were trying to harm their family, it would be good to cause them some trouble first and take down 2 people. We can do the rest later if we have the chance. After a good night's sleep, Siali got up early the next morning to fight the 3rd Company of the 3rd Battalion. The battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, 1 company a day, no one can escape. Seeing Siali arrived again today, I greeted her cheerfully. "Comrade Xia is here? Is it our 3rd Company's turn today? I heard that last night there was a brat in our Sanlian neighborhood named Wei Hung who made some outrageous claims, saying he was going to beat you to a pulp today. I can't tolerate people like that. How can they bully Comrade Xia like this? They have to be beaten to a pulp." Battle Commander. One of the PLA soldiers from the 3rd Company, dressed in combat uniform and with a very eccentric appearance, shouted at the top of his lungs. Clearly, he is Wei Heng. Seeing the 3rd Battalion commander's smug and fearless demeanor, Siali knew he was one of them and immediately flashed a big smile. "No problem. Yesterday, the 2nd Company told me to give the 3rd Company a good training session today and not to hold back. Isn't today perfect? The entire 3rd Company. Damn the 2nd Company, what grudge do they hold against us? Why did they have to betray us like this?" The battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion glanced at it with a smile and immediately laughed. "There's actually such a thing? In a couple of days, we'll organize a competition for the 2nd and 3rd Companies, so they can have a good sparring match. Comrade Xia, you must do me the honor of coming to see it then." Siali Jian, eager to see the excitement, readily agreed with a grin. "No problem." After saying this, he chuckled and walked towards the group of terrified soldiers of the 3rd Company, beginning another day of exchanging feelings. The battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion watched with a smile as Siali unilaterally beat up his soldiers, showing no remorse whatsoever. It's not easy to find a master of physical skills at this level. How could he possibly refuse such an incredible fortune as to be offered free training for his men? If he weren't so rational, knowing that Siali would be reinstated immediately after those Americans left, he would have secretly hoped that the higher-ups would delay Siali's return to work, so that she could stay in their 3rd Battalion a little longer and train his bunch of brats. Siali subjected the 3rd Company to inhumane torture, earning him countless curses. Finally, looking at the Sanlian team with a regretful expression, he said, "It's a pity. You guys are going cross-country this afternoon. I can't train with you." The men of the 3rd Company were furious with her, and one of them immediately said with ill intent, "What's there to regret? Come on over. The air is great for off-roading. How can such tiring work be left to this animal?" Siali grinned wildly and decisively refused. "Whoever's stupid enough to do something so tiring should do it. You guys enjoy yourselves." After saying that, he walked away amidst a chorus of curses and swears. She couldn't go with them. She only chose this afternoon for the scheduled cross-country run because she knew the 3rd Battalion was going this afternoon. She has things to do this afternoon. Siali walked home with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune. After checking in front of the Xia family couple, he concealed his presence and left the military base quietly. Siali arrived at the Bund at 1:20 a.m., which was still early. Both sides seemed to think that arriving early would increase the risk of exposure, and so far neither side has arrived. Siali found a patch of grass and simply lay down inside. He then took out a Desert Eagle from his spatial storage. These are the few weapons she had left after unloading her cargo in the New World. The Desert Eagle is certainly a good gun, but it was designed as a hunting pistol, not a combat pistol. The Desert Eagle's greatest advantage is its power and long range. Its range exceeds 100 meters, and there have been instances of Americans using extended barrels to shoot down moose 200 meters away. At the same time, it is powerful, using 11.43 millimeters bullets. A single shot can cause serious injury to the human body, and can even penetrate a car engine at close range. It's definitely a good choice for an ambush. Most importantly, this gun was manufactured in 1983, and is currently still in a state of not being manufactured. If it is discovered that the bullets in those people's wounds are abnormal, it can be easily attributed to weapons secretly developed by the United States or an island nation, thus completely exonerating China. Who would have thought that being technologically backward could have such advantages? As Siali was pondering this, she saw someone stride towards the Bund. It's Mario. Accompanying them were 3 Americans, all of whom were part of the visiting group. Mario clearly didn't want to be discovered, so instead of standing on the empty Bund, he found a large tree in the nearby woods and hid behind it to conceal himself. Siali frowned slightly when she saw that there were only 3 people. There were still 7 American personnel left from the visit. She had thought that, given the uncertainty about whether the information came from the island nation or its true intentions, the US would at least secure half of them to prevent any potential danger. I didn't expect that only a small portion of them showed up. About 10 minutes later, the other 2 islanders, head down and eyes darting left and right, arrived at the beach. When Mario saw the 2 men walking towards him, looking around furtively, he immediately realized that they were very likely the island nation spies who had been in contact with them. He gave a wink to the person next to him, who immediately looked at the 2 men and asked loudly in Japanese, "Who?" The agents from the 2 island nations were startled, but immediately realized it was their native language and turned to look. The 2 island nation spies, who had initially suspected something was amiss, finally felt relieved after seeing the 3 blonde, blue-eyed, high-nosed, and deep-set-eyed Americans. He replied in the island language, "It's us. We agreed to meet at 2 o'clock. After saying that, he quickly walked over. On the other hand, Lu Dingyuan was not as at ease with Siali as Commander Lu was. This girl is very shrewd. An argument doesn't mean she's given up. It just means that if she didn't get the results she wanted through the argument, she might try to get it through her own abilities. She's been so quiet lately. Moreover, even though she is a very strong person, she will not go out of her way to fight unless provoked." From this perspective, her actions of beating people for a week in a row in the 3rd Battalion are somewhat illogical. It is definitely not as their division commander thought, that the girl was unhappy and wanted to beat people to vent her anger. Why would you need to call on the 3rd Battalion when you have a platoon of men ready to fight at any time? Is it really just because the 3rd Battalion has more men than the 4th Platoon? With relations between China and the US so tense right now, having a dozen, he knew that the girl would definitely not sit idly by and wait to die. Zhao Cheng wouldn't ask other people about spies for no reason. It was most likely Siali who asked him to ask. Without another word, with a cold face, he got up and headed straight for the 2nd Brigade of the South Island. Hopefully it won't be too late. The Bund. Siali remained quietly lying in the grass, but she kept crawling forward imperceptibly. Currently, she was less than 150 meters away from Mario and the others. She was afraid of being discovered if she got any closer, so she didn't dare to move too far forward and alert the enemy. She quietly settled down in the grass, her aura extremely faint, almost blending into the environment. Having confirmed each other's identities, Mario didn't waste any more words and asked directly in Miven, "We can take you away from here, but it depends on whether your information is worthwhile." Hanako and Shunsuke didn't doubt Mario's words, completely unaware that everything was prearranged by the mastermind behind the scenes, and simply believed that this was the condition the other party wanted to exchange. Although Mario's somewhat condescending tone made Hanako and Shunkai a little uncomfortable, they actually felt more at ease. The other party genuinely wanted to take them away, but only wanted some information. Hanako relaxed her expression. "You want?" Bang, 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 bang. For shots were fired in quick succession, and the three Americans fell to the ground before they even realized what was happening. One of the Japanese agents also fell down. Hanako, the only survivor, was startled and immediately turned and ran away. However, Siali, a seasoned veteran who had used guns more skillfully than rice spoons in the apocalypse, calmly reloaded his gun and shot Huazi in the head. Seeing that all 5 men had fallen to the ground, he waited 2 minutes before reloading his ammunition, standing up and tiptoeing over to check if they were alive or dead. The Desert Eagle was indeed extremely lethal. An American with his back to her had the back of his head smashed open. Siali thought for a moment, then picked up the gun and fired a few more shots at random, creating the effect of a gunfight. Finally, he pulled out a grenade, preparing to give these two sides a can't win, so they'll both perish scenario. Just as Siali was about to destroy the evidence, his ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly heard the sound of an engine coming from afar. Without a second thought, she threw the bomb on the ground and then quickly hid behind a large tree. She had to ensure that this matter was discovered and accurately reported in order to solidify the discord between the two sides and exonerate China. If the person who came didn't have this purpose, but had other plans. Siali hid behind a big tree and changed the way she held her gun. She wouldn't mind killing that person outright. However, Siali squinted at the car that was turning the corner in the distance, and the more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. That car looked like the one she had personally modified. "Siali? What's going on? Why is Lu Dingyuan here? Is he taking a detour to the secret base? Normally, they wouldn't take this route. That bastard won't ruin his plans, will he?" In an instant, Siali had already thought of several ways to coerce Lu Dingyuan into complying with his wishes. After receiving the clue, Lu Dingyuan immediately rushed to the 2nd Brigade of the South Island. After hearing that the agents had been suspected of flying kites with them, he instinctively felt that this matter was related to Siali. He had no right to interrogate people from the other 3 battalions. He could only try to get the other 3 battalions to close in immediately. Sure enough, they learned from the 2 captured island nation spies that the Americans had invited them to the Bund to discuss taking them away. He instructed the 2 soldiers to take the 2 spies back to the Corps and inform the Corps of the news. He then ran to the vehicle that was already parked in the 2nd Battalion and sped off to the Bund. Even from quite a distance, we heard a huge explosion. Lu Dingyuan immediately realized that he was too late. Upon seeing the tragedy not far away, Lu Dingyuan immediately jumped out of the car and ran over, where he saw 5 mangled corpses. At this point, 3 of the 5 corpses had been blown apart, their arms and legs missing, making it almost impossible to recognize their original appearance. After examining the area, Lu Dingyuan kept a straight face and subconsciously pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth. Anger surged within me. Siali, hiding in the shadows, saw Lu Dingyuan's explosive expression and assumed he would leave immediately to create an alibi. Unexpectedly, Lu Dingyuan walked to the group of post-war remnants and quickly and deftly rearranged their positions, erasing many traces. Afterwards, he took one of the intact bodies and put it in his trunk. Then he began cleaning up the extra footprints at the scene, and took the shoes of the corpse he had taken, and made footprints on the beach as if he were escaping the scene. Siali. Siali? Siali was filled with questions and stared in disbelief at Lu Dingyuan's actions. But in an instant, she realized that Lu Dingyuan was setting up a crime scene for this lose-lose case. Moreover, even if Siali had no experience in committing crimes, he could tell that Lu Dingyuan's crime scene was more detailed than his mutual destruction script. The former outcome might be that no one else could be found, and it could only be concluded that the 2 groups had a disagreement and started fighting. The latter, on the other hand, has firmly pinned this blame on the island nation and the United States, making it impossible for anyone to remove it. Realizing that Lu Dingyuan was on her side, and that his actions were intended to create the illusion that one of the island nation's spies is on the run, Siali concealed herself and disappeared into the forest. Siali stopped paying attention to the situation here, knowing full well that with Lu Dingyuan there, he could sort out the problems clearly and thoroughly. I initially thought there was no way to deal with the remaining 4 people, but now that an island nation spy jumped into the sea and escaped, wouldn't it be perfectly normal to kill the other ambassadors in order to avenge the Americans who killed their companions? When their companion, who had gone to the Bund to discuss important matters with Japanese spies, died, the Americans naturally went to check on him. Siali squatted down on their only route, waiting silently. Not long after, a black vintage car appeared from the end of the street. This black vintage car belongs to the U.S. Embassy. It looks high-end, classy, and sophisticated, which is completely out of place with the current environment of earthen houses on the South Island. Without the slightest hesitation, Siali jumped off the house without leaving a trace and used her supernatural ability to quickly leave the scene. Squeak! The bodyguard driving the car slammed on the brakes, bringing the vintage car to a complete stop. Several bodyguards got out to check the situation and keep watch on the surroundings. Although the scene was not about to completely collapse, it was extremely chaotic. They knew which direction the bullet came from, and several people immediately ran over to check. However, the people sent over could not find any trace of the killer, and there wasn't even a shell casing left. The accompanying personnel were all devastated, as the 4 remaining U.S. ambassadors had all been killed in action. They had no choice but to immediately call the post office to request support from the country and the embassy. Siali's original plan was to travel to a county town far from the scene of the incident to argue with the arrogant state-run restaurant waitress and get her to provide an alibi. But now she has changed her mind. Lu Dingyuan has already discovered her, and if he is going to eat at a state-run restaurant at an impossible speed, there is obviously no way to explain it. Siali simply went home, climbed over the wall and retreated to her room, changed her clothes, and went out to gossip with the other aunties. Anyway, the security guard didn't have any record of her entering or leaving. Although it couldn't be ruled out that she might have secretly jumped over the wall to do something bad, no one else could provide any other evidence. This is somewhat plausible. Because the incident of an island nation spy killing the visiting U.S. ambassador to China caused such a big stir, all the gossip in the military, such as so-and-so is having an affair with another so-and-so, so-and-so is married but always flirts with young nurses, and so-and-so is unfilial and beats his mother all day long, was replaced by the U.S. ambassador to China was killed. At the end of the street leading to the residential compound, under a big tree, an auntie, with a look that seemed to say, "Hey everyone, listen up. I have some gossip to share," asked mysteriously, "Have you heard about it? Those Americans were killed by the Japanese." It's said that Japanese spies, knowing their identities had been exposed, wanted the Americans to help them escape. The Americans refused, leading to the deadly exchange. Immediately, one of the sisters-in-law retorted in disbelief, "How could that be? Everyone knows that Japan is a vassal state of the United States, relying on the U.S. for everything. How could they dare to do something so provocative to their own master? Don't they want to live?" The sister-in-law, who was being questioned, looked displeased. "How is it impossible?" she said. Then she leaned closer to everyone, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, "I'm telling you this, but don't tell anyone else. My husband told me that those island nation spies knew they would die if they were captured, so they desperately wanted the Americans to take them away. Apparently, they used a few pseudo-pro-American scum as bait to lure people over. Our people found notes on the Americans that read, 'The Island Nations Pact,' and everything was clearly written on them." Another aunt said, "I heard that those Japanese spies said they were invited by the Americans?" The sister-in-law, who was sharing gossip, rolled her eyes. What else could it be? Trying to escape responsibility. They made empty promises, and when asked to produce a note, they couldn't. What evidence did they have? However, I heard that the island nation does not admit it and even wants to frame us Chinese, saying that those people are actually Chinese, and that Chinese people and island nation people look similar, so it was the Chinese who framed them. But our South Island Legion isn't going to be trifled with either. We directly presented the evidence against those Japanese spies on the negotiating table, leaving the Japanese speechless. When the group of sisters-in-law shared gossip, they were all astonished. Because she felt guilty and also to avoid suspicion, Siali didn't dare to go to the military base to ask. She could only listen to the gossip of the aunties to get some extra information. However, judging from this situation, the interrogation process must have been deliberately orchestrated by Commander Lu and his men. Otherwise, it's impossible for those soldiers to tell their families such nonsense. So far, it seems her attempt to frame someone has been quite successful. About half a month later, even the doctor arranged for Xia Debao in the United States came to the South Island to begin treating him. Only then did Siali hear the final result of the matter among her sisters-in-law. The island nation paid the United States a large sum of resources for this incident. Because the Americans refused to allow Chinese soldiers to provide close protection, and the perpetrator was a foreign spy, It was suspected that the Chinese were being framed. The Chinese side only provided some emotional support and did not make any compensation. With the matter settled, Siali finally felt relieved, but not entirely at ease. Because she knew that once the external issues were resolved, it was time to address the internal conflicts. Sure enough, that very evening, Lu Dingyuan came to their house to find her. Xia Zhengguo was a little confused when Lu Dingyuan suddenly came to find his daughter. He realized that his daughter was always looking for an opportunity to cause trouble for Lu Dingyuan, and that the two of them were not in a good superior-subordinate relationship. This is a holiday. Sure. He's suspended and under investigation. What is Lu Dingyuan, a grown man, doing coming to see their daughter, a young virgin, in the middle of the night? Although he didn't think there was anything fishy about the two of them, Xia Zhengguo, as a father, was still somewhat wary. Their daughter is a bit dim-witted. If they're going to find someone, they need to find someone with a gentle personality who can give in to her every day. This kind of person isn't suitable. They'll end up arguing all the time. Although her mind was racing with a jumble of thoughts, she greeted him warmly. Little Lu is here. Come in quickly. What can I do for Lily? Lu Dingyuan knew that the dirty deeds Siali had done were of great importance and could not be known by anyone else, not even Siali's father. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a polite demeanor and said, Uncle Xia, there seems to be a problem with the engine of a vehicle in the camp. The troops have a mission tomorrow, and I'd like her to go and take a look tonight. Upon hearing that there was a task, Xia Zhengguo felt relieved and quickly said, Okay, wait here for a while. I'll have her come with you. Lu Dingyuan had been suppressing his anger for more than half a month, but fearing that others' attention would fall on Siali, he didn't dare to come and settle accounts with her. Now that they've met, no matter how well they try to hide it on the surface, their eyes can't help but reveal a hint of something when they see Siali. Siali was never one to suffer losses. Even if she didn't think she had done anything wrong, and the other party was unfriendly to her, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. The moment their eyes met, their gazes met like swords clashing and sparks flying, creating an atmosphere that seemed ready to erupt into a fight at any moment. Xia Zhengguo was a veteran who had come from the battlefield. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, he immediately realized that something was wrong and looked at them with some suspicion. What's going on between you two? Lu Dingyuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Xia Zhengguo, having regained his composure. He spoke with the politeness expected of a junior. It's nothing. Siali turned to look at her father, and like a hooligan, put one hand on Lu Dingyuan's shoulder and said with a grin, What could possibly happen between us? It's just fixing a car. I'm already on vacation and they still want me to work? How rude of them. I only went with them because I have a good temper. After saying that, he pushed the person and walked out laughing. When Xia Zhengguo saw the two of them walking out arm in arm, he felt a wave of unease. She stretched her neck and shouted angrily at Siali. Siali, can you act like a little girl? Do you really think you're some kind of soldier thug? Take care. This kid can't tell the difference between his gender when he's with those soldiers. He's putting his arm around a grown man like that. What will happen to him in the future? The old father was furious, because Siali didn't have a proper male or female relationship with her, but he didn't know that the moment Siali put her hand on Lu Dingyuan's shoulder, she began to use a clever trick to grip Lu Dingyuan's shoulder. Lu Dingyuan dodged without making a sound and tried to gather his strength to push her hand away. The two appeared to be arm in arm, but in reality, they were constantly plotting against each other. If it weren't for the large number of people in the residential compound, they might have started fighting right there and then caught up in the atmosphere. There are too many people and too many eyes in the military, so it's not easy to speak up. Neither of them wanted to reveal this to a third party, so they decided to take the same approach and drove to the shipyard's secret research institute. Throughout the entire process, Lu Dingyuan kept a straight face and didn't say a word. Siali, a notorious tough guy whose reputation extends far and wide, even reaching the capital, was naturally unafraid of the other party's cold attitude. He lazily enjoyed the sea breeze along the way, and if he hadn't known that there would be a fight later, he might have fallen asleep. Lu Dingyuan casually closed the door. His anger, which could no longer be suppressed, burst forth in an instant. He strode towards Siali and angrily questioned, Do you know how much trouble your impulsiveness could bring to the South Island and even China? Do you really think your clumsy attempts to cover up the crime can fool the professionals from the US? Siali turned around, grinned, and said in a roguish tone, Didn't you help me clean up the mess? Lu Dingyuan had never seen such a shameless person in his life. He took a deep breath and glared at Siali with eyes blazing with fury. With a taut face and a suppressed, low voice, he questioned, So you just stood by and watched me clean up the crime scene for you, not only refusing to come out, but even going back to kill the other 4 US ambassadors. Siali nodded without any attempt to hide anything, showing no intention of denying it. I was a little hesitant about whether to kill those Americans, since I didn't want to cause trouble for the South Island Legion. Later, seeing your plan to let the island nation's spies escape, I decided to see this through to the end. Lu Dingyuan was so angry that he laughed, but there was no smile in his cold eyes. Should I praise you for considering the big picture, remaining calm in the face of danger, being unflappable in the face of change, and being able to adapt to circumstances to achieve your goals? Siali met his gaze, her eyes equally devoid of warmth, but she smiled faintly and said, "If you insist on praising me like that, it's not impossible." Lu Dingyuan gritted his teeth and roared, "Siali, please straighten your attitude." Siali twitched the corners of her mouth, crossed her arms, and showed no intention of backing down. With a cold expression, he asked only one question: shouldn't they have died? This question left Lu Dingyuan speechless. The actions of the Americans are no different from child abduction, but in the big picture, there is no concrete evidence to prove that the 7 people were involved in the case, and their unfounded convictions will only damage relations between the 2 countries. We must not kill them. Lu Dingyuan took a deep breath to calm himself down. You once questioned Commander Lu about why, after the island nation's defeat, China did not demand reparations. Blindly backing down would only embolden the other side to go too far. Now I'm telling you plainly, it's not that I don't want it, it's that I can't get it. Given the losses China suffered during World War II, even if all 4 island nations were to lose, they still couldn't afford to pay for it. In order to end the war as soon as possible and to avoid losing face, China had no choice but to compromise and simply give up. Interactions between countries are inherently a matter of weighing pros and cons. This is the meaning of your existence, Si Choyu's existence, and that of those scientists. Only when you develop your country and make China invincible can we avoid bowing and scraping. I hope you can think clearly about the consequences before you act, and not act impulsively without considering the consequences. Do you realize how much trouble this will cause if it gets exposed? The United States will demand large amounts of compensation from China, and other countries will also have reason to push China into a passive position in international relations. You, me, Commander Lu, your parents, and even people in the South Island Corps who are related to you will be implicated. Have you thought about the consequences? After listening calmly to his analysis, Siali said very calmly, "I know all of that. I am aware of the current situation, the potential consequences, and even the reasons why the island nation did not seek reparations after its defeat." Lu Dingyuan. Under Lu Dingyuan's increasingly cold gaze, Siali's expression was very serious. With her arms crossed, she calmly said, "It is precisely because I know that I would find a spy to frame me. You may have a long-term vision and think that when the country is strong, we can definitely fight for our honor. You can put aside temporary honor and disgrace. For the sake of the greater good, individuals should obey, especially since to bow is all right. Nobody cares about a child who ends up just being frightened." Some might even think he took advantage of the US, getting not only the best doctors, but also tens of thousands of dollars in emotional distress compensation in an era when steamed buns cost only 2 cents. They might argue that he got a good deal and that fairness doesn't matter. Dabao cares, I care, and the Xia family cares. On what grounds? Using a gun can kill people, and if you're arrested, you might never come back. Such a good child had to suffer so much, almost dying, yet he was suppressed by the powerful and unable to seek justice. Our family doesn't lack those 10 or 20,000. I can earn that any time I want. If you can't give me justice, I'll get it myself. The most I can do is try to avoid involving the South Island and China. There is absolutely no way I will back down again." After listening calmly to Siali's words, Lu Dingyuan suddenly realized something. He used to think that Siali was too young to understand some things, so he would explain them to her in detail. But now he realizes that she isn't ignorant. She understands everything. Then, with that clarity of mind, they continue their self-contained system of dealing with things, using their high intelligence to manipulate other people's thoughts and act recklessly to achieve their own goals. Lu Dingyuan could only think of one word: hateful bastard. Lu Dingyuan clenched his teeth, suddenly realizing that this seemingly carefree jerk was damnably flawless. The nation, society, people, and even war meant nothing to her. She only cared about what she considered important. Patriotic? It doesn't exist at all. If her father hadn't been a veteran revolutionary soldier, she might have run away just as she said in front of the foreign guests. Trying to reason with her about principles was completely futile. Lu Dingyuan even tragically discovered that if he didn't try to understand her perspective, she would try to mislead him with her actions and feign compliance, while secretly going against his wishes. His gaze was like a knife scraping at Siali, and he asked only one question: "You're willing to sacrifice your whole family for a moment of anger?" Siali answered quite frankly, "According to my plan, it will absolutely not involve our family. Perhaps the cleanup wasn't as thorough as yours, but ultimately it can only be attributed to the conflict between the island nation and the United States. Our China has never been able to produce weapons with more than 3 times the destructive power of guns currently on the market, has it? The paper I gave to the island nation was soaked in a special chemical solution. Even if they don't destroy it themselves, it will definitely spontaneously combust and disappear without a trace before 2 p.m. All that remained was a piece of paper in the hands of the Americans containing the names of 2 pro-Mao double agents. As for what those people in the island nation say, she grinned. If someone says something that a foreign spy doesn't like, it's considered a frame-up. Would anyone believe that? The only difference between this matter being an unsolved case and being framed is that Lu Dingyuan felt that he could not communicate with Siali at all. She always had her own twisted logic and simply did not accept other people's reasoning. Since he couldn't persuade him, he stopped trying and said with a cold face, I hope that one day when you lose what you want to protect because of your willfulness, you won't regret it. Just when Siali thought the matter was over, Lu Dingyuan announced loudly, 4th platoon leader of the communications company, starting tomorrow, add 50 laps to evening training. Siali, you bastard, you actually used your position to settle personal scores. He firmly refused, saying, unless you expose the fact that I killed those people and convict me of murder, you have no reason to punish me. Besides, you didn't even see me kill anyone. Lu Dingyuan looked directly at Siali and slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I am your superior. Siali took a deep breath, glared at Lu Dingyuan, and said through gritted teeth, you are abusing your power. Lu Dingyuan answered quite confidently, I am just a superior who thinks that Comrade Siali has excellent physical fitness and is a promising talent, so he should be given more training. Targeted training was originally planned by superiors. Without waiting for Siali to bring up Pingyjun again, he cut her off directly. I will inform your company commander. Siali. Siali narrowed her eyes slightly, and the expression on her face gradually became distorted. Your superiors are really useful, just you wait. After saying that, she ignored Lu Dingyuan, strode forward, bumped into his shoulder hard, and headed straight for the door. If she can't win an argument, she'll resort to dirty tricks. She'll make him wait and see. If she doesn't let him run away with her, she'll change her surname. Lu Dingyuan was knocked to the side by Siali's bump, completely ignoring Siali's threat. He even chuckled and turned to follow Siali out the door. He's the one who brought this person out. What if something happens to him on the way? Siali knew that making unreasonable demands and going to Commander Lu or regiment commander by without any real communication would not achieve his goal. To gain something, you have to give something in return. Besides, she had previously wanted to improve the warships so that they wouldn't be bullied when they went to sea in the future. Since the two things happened at the same time, they could be combined into one thing. But warships are so big, and modifying the entire ship is not a task she can accomplish by herself. Everything from large machinery to small screws is meticulously crafted, and professional fields such as energy and ship design are not within her area of expertise. Fortunately, their secret base lacked everything except research personnel. Ignoring Lu Dingyuan's sycophantic behavior, Siali did not return to the unit, but instead went directly to Research Lab Number 2. The people in the house were quite surprised to see Siali arrive. A group of elderly men and women immediately surrounded her, asking her questions with concern and anxiety. Why haven't you come over for so long? We thought something had happened to you. Yes, you said you would come every day or two, but there has been no word for so long. We are isolated here and have no way of finding out anything from the outside world. We were so worried about you because you haven't shown up for almost a month. Oh dear, you look like you've gained a little weight on your face. It shouldn't be anything serious. Next time, don't stay away for too long and let me know so Dahua won't worry. The crowd gathered around Siali, chatting amongst themselves, their faces filled with genuine concern. These old guys are secretly protected here. They don't have to go out, and they don't have to face any danger. But Siali is different. This little girl's public identity is that of a soldier. In order to cover up her identity, she will definitely have to go on missions, which are much more dangerous than theirs. These past few days they've been anxiously waiting for news, fearing that something else might have happened to Siali. The elderly people's expressions of concern were genuine, and anyone could feel their warmth emanating from within. Siali was surprised that all the grandparents, uncles, and aunts cared about him so much, and his heart was filled with warmth. She thought to herself, as expected, she is favored by the elders. Look how much these elders care about her. That bastard is always picking on her. It's definitely that bastard's fault. Siali skipped over the fact that she had orchestrated the killing of those Americans and told the veteran researchers everything else, including her suspension. The story focuses on how one of their own dilapidated warships was besieged by 3 well-equipped enemy warships and how they only managed to escape completely after encountering sharks and fleeing to an island. Upon hearing Siali's experience, everyone in the room immediately showed expressions of righteous indignation. Si Choyu even cursed out loud, "Those Americans are too outrageous. Not only do they act recklessly on our territory, but they don't even spare a little child. They are simply inhuman." Thankfully, you two are both alright, otherwise how would your parents live? Lu Xiaoying's face was also very grim, and she nodded in agreement, saying, there isn't a single good person in the US. Their wolfish ambitions are obvious. They're utterly despicable. When Shiyu is usually a very good-tempered person, but after hearing about Siali's suspension, he was furious. Good child, this is not your fault. It's all those remnants of hegemony deliberately stirring up trouble. How could they lay a hand on a child? Huang Mingho sighed, our national strength is still too weak. Those people you captured are, frankly speaking, war criminals. If this had happened in Russia, none of them would be able to leave the country. A room full of people of all ages were filled with righteous indignation, hurling insults at the United States. Listening to their slightly sarcastic remarks, Siali thought to herself, if only they had used such sharp tongues with the people in Research Lab number 3, they wouldn't have been bullied so badly before. Her gaze, sharp as if concealing a knife, subtly glanced at Lu Dingyuan, who was sitting by the door. The meaning was clear. See, this is how a normal person would react, unlike you guys who only know how to punish people. She was genuinely happy despite having a long paid leave. Lu Dingyuan, who caught the other person's gaze. Lu Dingyuan showed no guilt and met his gaze expressionlessly. The look in his eyes was quite clear. Do you dare to tell me about how you left on your own, used grenades to blow up other people's ships, completely disobeyed orders and killed all the people who were holding your nephews hostage, and secretly killed all the US ambassadors? Look at how others still don't. The group condemned the United States and the island nation for more than half an hour. Everyone was in high spirits, and by the end, the older people were holding their teacups, drinking water while cursing along. Seeing that the elderly people were too agitated, Siali dared not continue to provoke them. He immediately said with a face full of indignation, so I think we should change our military strength. The room fell silent the moment she said those words. Is it that they don't want to? They just didn't have a chance. They are people hidden by the organization, and all their research results have been kept secret over the years. Si Qiuyu frowned and looked at Siali. What do you want to do? Siali did not hide his purpose. I want to improve the warships. The room fell silent once more, and even a soft sigh could be heard. Lu Xiaoying sighed. How could we not want to change our military strength? But the current conditions simply don't allow it. Take our field of weapons research, for example. Research requires funding, as well as large-scale measurements and experiments. Even the slightest error could lead to a fatal accident like a blown barrel or a misfire. These are definitely not problems we can solve by hiding here. Si Qiuyu nodded in agreement. Although improving warships is much easier than researching them, it still requires a large investment of funds. Our research institute probably can't do that right now. Furthermore, the foundation for any improvement is to have a warship as a model before improvements can be made, followed by modeling, experimentation, and application to new ships. All the warships belong to the public, making the feasibility almost zero from the very first step. Upon hearing this, Siali turned to look at Lu Dingyuan and asked, does our platoon have a fixed boat? Lu Dingyuan, what wonderful things is this little girl thinking? No, there are too many people and not enough boats, so each trip is basically unpredictable. Currently, this is the only condition China has. It's already good enough to have one warship on patrol. This is also why Commander Lu was heartbroken when Siali's ship was dented by a shark last time. Siali wasn't too surprised by the answer, but she still clicked her tongue in disdain. Peacetime has its downsides too. If this were the apocalypse, she could easily sail back 2 ships from a neighboring country without having to be so frugal. Siali thought for a moment and gave another answer. How about we modify the hull itself, keeping the general structure similar to the outline unchanged? This approach, which is not about upgrading from 1.0 to 2.0 but rather modifying and enhancing the original version, can reduce a lot of financial investment and is less complicated, just like how I improved a car before. As for the ship, I'll discuss it with my division commander when I get back. I believe he will consider anything that benefits the Southern Island Legion and even China. Apart from Siali, the people in the room were not very optimistic about this matter. Even Commander Lu doesn't have the right to give public property to whomever he wants. Besides, their clandestine operations certainly wouldn't allow them to obtain internal structural diagrams of the ship, so they would have to disassemble it for detailed study. The risk is too great. If things go wrong, the whole group could be shot. Lu Xiaoying thought for a moment. If you can really get a ship, I can help you with the weapons. I can't guarantee how much particle size it will enhance, but it certainly won't damage them. When Shiyu nodded, I have some new ideas about energy recently, and I can help improve them a bit. It just so happens that Xia, you have a deep understanding of machinery. With the two of us combined, we shouldn't damage the boat. Si Qiuyu lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, since the warship cannot be significantly modified, I should not be of much use to it. However, if you have any questions about warship design, feel free to ask me. I'm quite familiar with those areas. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, all revolving around the central theme: I'm confident I won't damage this ship. Siali was speechless for a moment. They are all top performers in their respective fields, yet their ultimate goal is simply to avoid damaging the ship. Can't they have some ambition? But if you think about it a little, you can understand why they said that. The things belong to the country, and they can't afford to pay for them if they get damaged. But Siali doesn't think so. Since we've already started, we should do our best within the existing conditions. Her original intention in improving the warships was to ensure that they would not be at a disadvantage when encountering warships from other countries at sea. If we are too conservative and reduce our firepower, we will be putting the cart before the horse. And she was confident that even if she broke them, she would have a way to put them back together. We'll talk about these things after we get the ship. Let's discuss first what we need besides the ship and money to upgrade a warship. I'll mention it to Commander Lu then. What if he agrees? When negotiating, you have to start with an exorbitant price and then gradually lower it. If you start with the lowest possible price, you definitely won't get the result you want. The other researchers in the room, although they thought Siali's idea was a bit far-fetched, still didn't want to discourage the young man's ambition. They all gathered around Siali to discuss the key elements of a warship and what their respective areas of modification needed to add. Since everyone felt that the chances of Siali getting the job were slim, they simply put aside economic constraints and shared their ideas, saying that this was the perfect outcome. Sichuyu listened with great enthusiasm and simply drew the outline of a Type 62 warship on the table, along with its internal structure and main features as he knew them. The room was filled with experts from various fields, and without the constraints of money and materials, their imaginations ran wild. When it comes to limitations, I still sigh. It's a pity we can't do it now. Siali stood beside the table, her hands resting on the surface, listening quietly to the discussion and secretly admiring it. They truly are top talents in their respective fields. Some of their ideas have actually come to fruition in the future, and some are even being studied in the New World. This is enough to show how avant-garde their plans are. In reality, China has not achieved the results they discussed in the past 20 years. I don't know if something happened to them, or if there were always limitations in their technology. Xia Jiangwo was already standing at his daughter's door, raising his hand to knock, when the door was suddenly opened. He looked at his daughter, who was dressed very neatly, completely different from her usual lazy and reluctant to go to work mornings, and asked in surprise, "Why are you up so early today?" Siali. Siali was silent for 2 seconds, then asked strangely, "Didn't they sound the reveille?" "I'm going to work today." Xia Jiangwo, you didn't even get up this early on your first day of work. Where did you get that sense of entitlement from? That's good, keep it up. Siali nodded obediently, looking completely indifferent, while secretly complaining to herself. "If I go to see Commander Lu every day, I'm afraid he'll get a heart attack like you." While Siali was washing up, he overheard his parents saying that they didn't need to cook for him that night, as Commander Lu had invited him out for drinks. "Siali, I have a feeling this isn't going to be anything good. Maybe we should postpone her request for the warship until tomorrow? That way, we won't have to settle accounts with her when old Xia comes back tonight. Even if Commander Lu is shameless, he can't go drinking with her father for 2 days in a row, can he?" Siali hesitated for 2 seconds and finally decided to choose the latter between not getting up early tomorrow and getting a beating from my dad, but it's very likely he won't get it. Fortune favors the bold. What if we give her a few more days of paid leave? Siali finally left home after her father's earnest admonition to understand discipline and be strict with oneself, and decisively chose to do something that disregarded discipline. Siali casually assigned the 4th platoon a task of running laps, and then went directly to Commander Lu's office. Commander Lu was working at his desk in his office when he saw Siali walk in with a smile early in the morning. He immediately felt that today might not be a good day. This girl might be fine when she has a serious expression, but her smile is particularly unsettling. Sure enough, the first thing Siali said when she came in was, "Uncle Lu, could you allocate that Type 62 warship to our platoon?" "Commander Lu, don't call me uncle. I don't have a niece as rude as you." He gave a grotesque smile. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." Looking at Commander Lu's ferocious expression, Siali suspected that he wanted to come and beat her up. However, he still followed the usual routine of deceiving people, saying, "After I went back, I thought about Uncle Lu's criticism of me and realized that what you said made a lot of sense. A nation that falls behind will be vulnerable to attack. We must constantly strive for progress. How can we stand tall without progress? Don't you agree?" Commander Lu didn't want to listen to Siali's nonsense, because he knew that her ultimate goal was to spout drivel. Siali was determined to get rid of the good-tempered and patriotic Uncle Lu, even if she couldn't achieve all her goals, in order to make her travel plans for the next few months, or even years possible. As a member of the Marine Corps, she knew without a doubt that one day she would be sailing out to participate in naval combat training, or even going out to patrol the sea. One such frustrating experience, being unable to catch someone on the river and being unable to defeat them by gunfire, is enough. In the future, Siali only hopes that all problems can be resolved completely and thoroughly as soon as possible, rather than dragging on for nearly 2 months and causing a series of troubles. All the compromises and concessions stemmed from insufficient firepower. While his mind was racing with calculations, he spoke with great conviction. As a researcher earning 2 salaries, I must make a good contribution to the country's development and achieve something for our South Island Corps. Even if the glory I have cannot be made public now, even if no one knows my achievements in my lifetime, I will still contribute my greatest strength to the country. Converting ships is a good idea. I've discussed it with the grandpas and grandmas in Research Lab number 2, and they all wholeheartedly support my great goal of building a strong China. Therefore, we discussed improving the Type 62 warship, making it so advanced that other countries' warships could only dream of it, thus contributing to China's national defense. This is the meaning of our existence. Siali's words were forceful and resonant. He spoke so simply that they stirred the crowd's emotions, like a general launching a counterattack from a podium before a battle. His tone was forceful and highly persuasive, making the speaker's blood boil. If Commander Lu didn't know what kind of person Siali was, he might have actually believed her. Moreover, these words sounded so familiar, as if he had said them to this little girl before. Even if he wanted to incite him, he didn't need to be so insincere. However, he did not expect that those very cautious old researchers would actually go along with the little girl's temper and offer to help modify the ship. Was she stimulated by what happened some time ago? Commander Lu looked at Siali speechlessly. Don't bring up the topic of patriotism. You wiped out the entire delegation sent by the United States a while ago, almost causing a conflict between the two countries. You have no face to mention the word patriotism. Without waiting for Siali to refute, he casually waved his hand. Don't tell me useless things. Although I don't know how you convinced that kid Lu Dingyuan to clean up the mess for you, the grenade you threw at those 2 groups was the same one you used to blow up the ship. Don't try to fool me. Forget about the Type 62 warship. Every warship belongs to the country and cannot be assigned to a fixed squad. Even as a division commander, I cannot hide the fact that China's most advanced warship disappeared right under my nose for several months. And if it gets damaged, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I skinned myself alive. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it, took a puff with some irritation, rubbed his gray hair, and looked at Siali helplessly. At most, I can give you 1 decommissioned warship. It was originally intended to be disposed of. Otherwise, you can consider modifying it. Fearing that Siali would be dissatisfied with the result and would continue to make trouble for him, Commander Lu quickly added, don't look down on these warships. These warships were originally provided to us by the Russians during World War II as aid to China. Although it was something that had already been abandoned by Russia, it solved our urgent problem and even made us achieve great military exploits. Later, we were unable to produce our own warships, so we continued to use those. If it weren't for the advancements in Chinese shipbuilding technology, these warships wouldn't have been decommissioned. Siali, I understand. To put it simply, we can't give her the Type 62 battleship, but we can allocate one of the decommissioned battleships for her to modify. Given China's current state of 3 years of new, 3 years of old, and 3 years of patching and mending, how broken must the discarded items be? She looked at Commander Lu with a complicated expression and asked a very pertinent question. How badly damaged is it? The kind that goes straight to the scrapyard. Is the hull intact? Siali hadn't forgotten that the computer inside that drone was almost destroyed by artillery fire, and these people still asked her to fix it. Could it be that the ships that were decommissioned were in the same condition? A computer can be fitted with a cardboard shell, but a warship can't. It has to be able to float on water, right? Commander Lu was displeased to hear Siali. The reason they were decommissioned was that the weapons and machinery on those warships were too outdated, and years of naval warfare had made some parts of them less usable, so they were decommissioned. Anyway, if you want to make improvements, you can fix or improve anything that's not good, and then that ship will be allocated to your platoon. Hearing what Commander Lu had just said, and seeing the suspicious patch, Siali knew that the ship was in bad shape and was probably already half-wrecked. She chuckled, you're practically trash, so even if you don't let us sort this out, you'll have to massage your meridians, right? Commander Lu glanced at him, giving him a take it or leave it look, and said, so, do you want it or not? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to touch any of the active ships currently moored at the beach. If any of them are missing during the morning count, it's a major incident that must be reported. Don't you dare try anything funny behind my back. If it were anyone else, Commander Lu would never have added such a reminder. But Siali is a rebellious and unruly girl, and she also knows a lot about machines. He was afraid that if he refused, the little girl would run out to sea and steal a boat tonight. Starting the engine is no problem for her anyway. She can sneak up when no one is looking and might actually succeed. Just thinking about this possibility made Commander Lu feel dizzy. Siali hadn't really considered the option of stealing the boat, since something that big wouldn't be easy to hide. It takes at least several months to modify a boat. She can't just keep the boat in her storage space and take it out whenever she wants to modify it, can she? If we don't go through the proper procedures, what if Commander Lu doesn't let her use the revised version? Wouldn't that be a waste of her time? To put it bluntly, the Type 62 is the warship that the Russians provided as a friendly assistance to, and in her eyes they are all old relics, but in reality, there is not much difference. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he still looked reluctant. Such a dilapidated ship, it won't be easy to modify, right? Uncle Lu, could you approve more funding for me? As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Commander Lu. This is the cost of modifying the ship that we discussed last night in research room number 2. Even if the boat isn't good, as long as the funding is approved, that's fine too. Commander Lu thought Siali's words made some sense. The ship was indeed quite dilapidated. If Siali and his team could really improve it into a decent warship, they could keep the warships that were going to be sold for scrap metal and make some minor modifications. It is, after all, China's naval military force, and it is precisely at a time when it is short of warships that it would be best not to retreat. He happily accepted the paper Siali handed him, but almost spat blood onto Siali's face. Commander Lu pointed with trembling fingers at the long list of 9-digit numbers, looked at Siali in disbelief, and asked angrily, "Applying for so much funding? Are you trying to build an aircraft carrier? Do you think I'm worth that much money if you sold me?" Siali thought to herself, "It's not worth it." Siali thought to himself, "Of course it's expensive." Last night, everyone was brainstorming together, and they even wanted to add photon cannons to the 60 or 20 warships. All the items listed on this paper were the optimal configurations filled in by the mobile researchers of Lab 2, excluding funding constraints, in a whimsical way. Siali dared to say that even the United States wouldn't dare to ask for such an exorbitant price when building ordinary warships. The purpose of taking out this paper was simply to raise Commander Lu's psychological defenses. Having seen such high prices, everything will seem cheap from now on. Get tips for applying for funding heavy checkmark. Siali seemed to have guessed Commander Lu's little thoughts long ago. He grinned and said with a smile, "This is just the best option. If you think it's too much, Uncle Lu, you can reduce it a little. But the ship is so dilapidated, how can you not provide funding? If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it, right? Once we finish our research, you can install it on other warships. Maybe then you won't have to sell those warships for scrap metal anymore. Think of how much funding this will save." Commander Lu went to great lengths to rescue Siali so that Siali could develop better things and contribute to their military strength. In fact, the idea of improving the warship really resonated with him. If he wasn't worried that the sudden loss of an active warship on the island would attract attention, he would have really wanted to grant a special permit for a Type 62 warship so that this little girl could tinker with it. He frowned and waved his hand at Siali. "I need to think about this. Besides, I don't have the money. I need to apply to my superiors. I will try my best to apply for more funding for you, and I will have someone take you to see the warships in a little while. Anyway, you still need time from design to manufacturing, so a few more days won't make a difference." Siali had no objection to this and didn't care at all how Commander Lu applied for the money. In the afternoon, humming a little tune, he followed Xiao Chang to the shipyard's backyard to see the warships that had been decommissioned. However, her good mood came to an abrupt end the moment she saw those warships, and she couldn't even hum a song. On the sea in the shipyard's backyard, the water shimmered in the sunlight, and a dozen or so abandoned warships lay crookedly on the golden sandy beach. How should I put it? Judging from their outlines, it's still clear that these are warships. But if you look closely, you'll see that the paint on each of them has long since peeled off, revealing large patches of gray undercoat. The hulls are riddled with holes, and it's unknown how much damage they suffered during their service. Some of the ships even have their smokestacks and railings bent and collapsed. Looking out over the sea, almost none of the ships, twisted and mangled, were intact. The scene was so tragic that it was unbearable to look at. Siali was certain that even the ships that had been attacked by mutated fish during the apocalypse had not suffered as horribly as these ships. Her face twitched as she asked Xiao Chang beside her, "Is this really one of our newest decommissioned ships, or one that's been sitting at sea drying out for over 100 years? If this ship were sent to Hollywood, they could easily make a 7-year-long ghost ship movie." None of the ships showed any signs of being faked or artificially aged. They were genuinely dilapidated. Xiao Chang's lips twitched upon hearing Siali's words. This ship was only produced in the 1920s. It's only been 40 years. How could it be over 100 years old? "Siali, you're really bold to talk to me like that, kid." She put one hand on Xiao Chang's shoulder and pointed to the ships that looked like ruins with the other. 40-odd years is young? In ancient times, he would almost be my grandfather. Even though it was in such a bad state, Commander Lu still let her take it for renovation. Especially with that "I'm risking breaking the rules to give you such great privileges" attitude, Siali wanted to punch Commander Lu in the face a couple of times. She really isn't a junk collector. Zhao Cheng was unaware of Siali and Commander Lu's plans, and was a little puzzled when he heard Siali's words. "We just came to take a look, right? Platoon leader, why are you so agitated?" Siali thought to herself, "If I told you that this is a boat I specially arranged for us, and that we will have to use this boat from now on, would you go crazy?" He twitched the corner of his mouth and replied expressionlessly, "It's nothing. I'm just lamenting the state of our country's military strength." Such a dilapidated Zhao Cheng didn't know how these dilapidated boats had gotten stuck on their platoon leader's old pipe again, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. She could only follow Siali's side, listening to Siali's sarcasm while humming along softly, looking like a submissive wife who could be beaten, scolded, and rubbed to death. Siali was unhappy and habitually kept babbling on and on. When he saw a ship that was slightly more intact, he even jumped on it and tried to use his lightning-type ability to help it start up. After going around in circles, Siali only came to one conclusion. That is, there's a reason why these things are being phased out. If they weren't phased out, they'd probably fall apart even if they were put into operation. Most of them can be started, but some turrets can't rotate, and some engines make a huge noise when starting, like a floating tractor with a back off ringtone effect. In short, they have all sorts of problems. It's not that they're not good at one thing and therefore fall behind the times, but rather that they have too many minor flaws and are truly eliminated by the times. Siali quickly realized that modifying this thing with Commander Lu would cost a lot of money just for replacing parts, and improving things like cannons that were unusable as a whole would also require a lot of effort, which was completely different from a car that could be modified in a week. He sighed inwardly. Old people are indeed shrewd. Someone that old wouldn't do a losing business. Or, during her improvement process, she could add an anti-theft system to make it impossible for anyone to copy, thus extorting money from Commander Lu. Otherwise, no matter how you look at it, you'll feel like you're losing out. Siali quickly led Zhao Cheng away from the shipyard's backyard, but began to plan something else in her mind. It is known that Commander Lu applied for research funding for her, but given China's current economic situation, even if he applies for it under a different name, he may not be able to get a lot of money. Those dilapidated ships that can be thrown away directly are not worth improving on a single ship. Only by investing heavily in an entire ship can she barely achieve the effect she wants. What can we do? If the budget isn't enough, we'll make up for it with technology. It seems this matter still needs to be discussed. Siali pretended nothing had happened and went home. Besides beating up the soldiers in the 4th platoon every day, he would also lead his men to run laps every night under the pretext that the battalion commander thinks you are in good physical condition and has added 50 laps of training for you. When it wasn't time for mandatory evening classes, she would go to the shipyard with Lu Dingyuan to discuss, with a group of veteran researchers, how to renovate that dilapidated ship. Life was peaceful, so peaceful that everyone in the army who knew Siali couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. None of them thought Siali had learned to be quiet. They all thought Siali was planning something big. This quiet environment continued until Commander Lu successfully secured the funding. When Siali was called to Commander Lu's office, she was very well behaved. This well-behavedness even gave Commander Lu the wrong impression that Siali has been so well-behaved these past few days because of the money. Commander Lu pointed to the stool, gesturing for Siali to sit down, and then said with a serious expression, "The funding from above has been approved for you." Siali nodded and asked calmly, "How much?" Commander Lu, 100,000. Siali's expression twisted in disbelief as she stared wide-eyed at Commander Lu, her voice rising several octaves. "How much?" Commander Lu was also somewhat embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, 100,000. Our organization isn't exactly wealthy. He himself couldn't continue speaking by the end. Military spending has always been the most expensive. Not to mention that building an aircraft carrier requires hundreds of millions of dollars. Even building their Type 62 warships requires several $1 million. This budget of 100,000 is indeed rather meager. He gritted his teeth and said, "You study it first, and if it's not enough, I'll find a way to apply to the higher-ups. You can also apply for the shipyard's existing materials and workers. These won't be deducted from your budget." The money all came from within their own faction. In earlier years, there were patriotic businessmen who supported the war of resistance against Japan and donated large sums of money to research military supplies. However, in recent years, some have gone abroad, and those who haven't are now struggling to make ends meet and can't get any foreign aid. Furthermore, since their research cannot be made public, it is indeed difficult for them to secure more funding. If I hadn't trusted Siali's abilities, I probably wouldn't have spent the money mentioned above. Siali could tell from Commander Lu's expression that even if he went to ask again, he would have to swallow his pride and ask for money, and he might not be able to get much. She had thought she might not be able to get much funding, but she never expected that the broadcast would only receive 100,000 yuan. It's important to know that in later generations, it would cost over 80,000 to manufacture a Gatling gun. Even if money is more valuable now, it's unlikely that a Gatling gun could be manufactured for just $8,000. It's fair to say that if this money were actually invested in research, it would be a complete waste, and we might not even hear a response. Seeing Siali remain silent, Commander Lu sighed and said, I know this amount of money isn't enough to do anything. If you feel it's not appropriate, we can choose not to upgrade that decommissioned warship. This time, I spoke with my superiors and also obtained a current design drawing of the Type 62 warship. If you can improve the Type 62 battleship design, we can submit the design. Once everything is done through proper channels, we won't have to worry about funding. Don't worry, you'll receive all the due merits and rewards. The rewards will be paid to you directly, and the merits will likely be awarded after peace is restored. Commander Lu preferred the latter, since they had spent a lot of money to modify the former themselves. The authorities will definitely investigate who led this research once the application is made public. If Siali's identity is exposed, the matter will become even more complicated. They wanted to apply for a secret application, but now none of them dared to make a move. Several conservatives had been demoted and were struggling to protect themselves, let alone come up with more funds. Siali sat there quietly, one hand resting on the table, her index finger tapping the surface, listening silently as Commander Lu analyzed the current situation and the difficulty of applying for funding. The more she listened, the more numb she felt. She didn't even know how the conservatives, who were now backed into a corner and had fallen to such a state, eventually rose to power. She modified the boat so that she could use it herself. If the Type 62 corvette is indeed being modified, and only one design drawing is submitted, the higher authorities will definitely find someone to study the design drawing first, and then manufacture it for sea testing. According to regulations, it will be put into production after a year of sea testing. It might take 2 or 3 years before these ships actually reach her hands. Just like her previous improved cars, China had just begun production, and had not yet distributed them to the various military units. By the time we get that ship, we'll probably have suffered a lot of mistreatment at sea, and it'll all be too late. After thinking it over, Siali shook his head. No, I still want to modify the ship myself. Commander Lu remained silent. Is that little bit of money really enough? Unless you can demonstrate some groundbreaking progress, even if I apply again, I estimate I can only get another 50,000 or 80,000 at most. Siali shrugged indifferently. There's no need to apply again. Siali pretended not to see Commander Lu's increasingly distorted face and explained quite bluntly. Anyway, you're going to sell it as scrap metal by weight, so what's the use of keeping it? I went to check them out before, and none of them were intact. If I had 3 or 4, I could dismantle and patch them up, piecing them together to create a decent ship. As he spoke, he went straight to Commander Lu's sore spot. Think about it carefully. If you take all the scrap metal out of that little broken boat, it could weigh 100 tons. The price of scrap iron is less than 1 cent now. How much can you get by selling scrap iron? 20 or 30,000 yuan. But think about it, how much would it cost to build a warship? Even the smallest warship would cost at least 10 or 20 times more, right? It has to be said that Siali's words directly hit Commander Lu's sore spot. As a border garrison, the South Island Legion has no shortage of soldiers, but what it lacks most is weapons. The country is extremely poor right now, so it's impossible to equip them with any high-tech weapons, let alone give them a warship for no reason. If we can actually build a decent warship, that would be much better than selling it as scrap metal for tens of thousands of dollars. Commander Lu already felt somewhat guilty about not securing enough funding for Siali, so after a little thought, he agreed. Okay, you choose. However, there's one thing. You can make changes, but you can't make the ship too flashy. You can't do things like painting yourself red or wearing ribbons all over your body. Siali's expression was somewhat strange, and she looked at Commander Lu with complicated eyes, as if she were looking at an unreasonable old man. Why do you have such a strange idea? A red boat with ribbons sailed to Shanghai. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a ghost ship. Who would choose such a color scheme? To everyone's surprise, when Commander Lu heard her words, his expression was even more complicated than hers. Li Qingnan is your childhood friend, right? Siali. I have a feeling that this beginning is the reason why I was tricked from afar. What's wrong with him? Commander Lu's expression was indescribable, and he said in an inscrutable tone, I heard that after he went to the northeast, he raised a military dog, a beautiful German shepherd. But he felt the military dog wasn't imposing enough, so he mixed red paint with hair wax and gave the dog a hairstyle and tied a green ribbon around its neck. I figured you all came from the same compound and had such a good relationship, so you must have some common ground in your thinking, right? Siali. Siali's face was stern, her refusal written all over her face, and she said firmly, no, absolutely not. Never let your childhood friend ruin your reputation. Commander Lu didn't believe him at all. He had previously thought that Siali was difficult to manage, and he complained to his old comrade about how difficult it was to manage his soldiers. However, his comrade was even more eager to complain than he was, and he rattled off all about Li Qingnan's affairs. He only stayed for 2 months, and he was eager to cause chaos in the Northeast Production and Construction Corps. The two of them vented their righteous indignation for a long time, and after checking, they found out that these two troublemakers came from the same compound, had played together since childhood, and had a particularly good relationship. Curious, the two asked around about the other kids in their compound, and heard about 2 other oddballs who had been close friends with Siali and her friend since childhood. One young man married a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Committee who was over 50 years old, and every day he would try to ruin the people who had wronged her in the past. The other man had already made a name for himself in 5 cities and 3 streets. He was a well-known hoodlum, and even the lower-ranking officials in the street offices had to bow and scrape to him. It's all right then, maybe all kids from that compound are like that. Feeling a bit tired, she waved her hand at Siali. Go ahead and do it, but don't make too much noise. I can't send anyone to guard the shipyard, so be careful. Siali had no desire to stay in this place that made her so embarrassed that she wanted to dig her toes into the ground, so she decisively agreed. Then I'll go first. Siali had been looking forward to these 3 ships for several days, and now that he had them, he was in a great mood. That very night, he went to the secret research base. The group of veteran researchers were overjoyed to hear that they could modify 3 warships. At Siali's urging, the group secretly went to the shipyard's backyard where the ships were moored. Lu Dingyuan stood at the back gate, leaning against the wall with a relaxed air, keeping watch while smoking. Siali then went inside with a group of researchers to see what the prototype of the modified ship looked like. Everyone arrived excitedly, but when they got to the shipyard's backyard, they all fell silent. The night sky was pitch black and, because it was overcast, the stars and moon were barely visible. Several boats were stranded on the shore, tilting and leaning about, resembling a ruin of stranded ships. The sea breeze blew gently at night, salty and damp, with a biting chill. Night, old dock, cold wind, wrecked ship. No matter how these 4 words are arranged, they all give off a chilling feeling, making their hearts feel extremely cold. Si Qiuyu shone her flashlight back and forth on the ghost ships, her voice trembling slightly. Lily, are these the ships you want to modify? Siali, Si Qiuyu. After hearing Siali's affirmation, Si Qiuyu took a deep breath, his voice tinged with anger. Old Lu is really shameless. What difference does it make whether I give you one of these broken ships or 10? Siali answered quite sincerely. A single search can yield tens of thousands in scrap metal. Everyone present. So you came back just to sell scrap metal? Do you even remember your grand pronouncements about upgrading warships and improving China's international standing? The only way to get this piece of junk onto international news is to take a picture, publish it, and add the hashtag shocking. Such a dilapidated ship, China is still using it. Is it nostalgia, or is it because they're so poor they can't even afford to cover their underwear? No, perhaps it's some kind of divine intervention from Satan. Please watch the headline hashtag Chinese Black Witchcraft. Si Qiuyu sighed, reached out and touched the big guy in front of her, her eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia. It's too dilapidated, it's not even worth using in the water. Another person walked around the boat and nodded in agreement, saying, your boat has no major problems, but a lot of minor ones. It's full of small issues. If we're really going to have someone else fix it, it's better to have them redo it. It might even save less time and effort. The group chatted amongst themselves, their main point being that the dilapidated ship was not worth repairing. Even if Commander Lu allocated 2 more of the same dilapidated ships to Siali, it would only increase the number of ships from 1 piece of junk to 3 pieces of junk. As Siali listened to their words of advice, Commander Lu said that if our refit is successful, most of the 121 warships that Russia provided us can still be used, which can solve our immediate problem. Russia is a major industrial and military power. Its tanks and warships are all compressed into blocks and sold by weight. During World War II, the fighting was chaotic. Later, during the self-defense war, our organization was completely aligned with the Russians, while the branch on the island was aligned with the United States. It could be said that what was ostensibly a civil war within China was also, in a sense, a contest between Russia and the United States. The two sides have never skimped on military support. Siali, analyzing the current situation from the perspective of looking back at history from a later time, naturally didn't think that these 121 dilapidated ships were anything special. But the older generation of researchers were extremely excited when they heard Siali's words. The elderly men and women were so excited that their faces turned red, and their voices trembled with a strong, forceful quality. It can be changed. It absolutely can be changed. If we have the conditions, we can change it. If we don't have the conditions, we'll create them to make it possible. This matter must be put on the agenda. That's right. So, what if the ship is a little damaged? We're right next to the shipyard. Surely we can repair it? We must overcome difficulties and elevate China's military strength. Since the organization trusts us, we must handle things quickly and well. I will stay here tonight to check on the ship's condition and provide a solution as soon as possible. I'll stay too. Looking at the elderly men and women who were all excited and raising their fists, Siali couldn't tell who the elderly were for a moment. Judging from the level of enthusiasm of these grandparents, they seem like radical young people, but when it comes to her, she seems like a retired, languishing old cadre, completely contradicting her age. In a short period of time, the researchers had put forward more than 40 follow-up plans, and they explained them in great detail. Lu Xiaoying, with her hair in a messy, graying bun, her face flushed and her skin slightly shiny, looked excitedly at Siali. Xia, how much money did the higher-ups allocate to us? I need to go back and work out the budget and allocate funds for each department. It's all the organization's money, we can't waste it. Siali slightly twitched the corner of her mouth, without using any superfluous adjectives or explanations, and simply said, 100,000. A number that you can't squander even if you want to. Everyone present. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Most of these researchers were either government-sponsored students who studied abroad in their early years, or they returned to China after achieving certain successes during their studies abroad and wanting to serve their country. Having visited laboratories in developed countries and seen the budgets they allocate for science and technology, some people's first reaction to seeing that lonely 100,000 is that it's a meal allowance. I knew the country was having a hard time, but I never imagined it would be this bad. Even when some of them were university professors in China, no research lab would research warships and allocate such a small amount of funding. They weren't studying a single weapon, a single engine, or a single signal transmission system. They were studying an entire warship. Although Si Chuyu is an aircraft carrier designer, she still has some understanding of the warship building industry. He sighed and said with a hint of something unspeakable, if we were building an ordinary ship, this money might be enough. But we're building warships now, and the cost is completely different. To put it bluntly, if a large warship were bombarded, the repair costs alone might exceed this price. This money is far too little. When Xiu thought for a moment, our number 2 research lab still has 30,000 yuan in funding, which we can use to fill this in first. But that was just a drop in the ocean, far from the actual cost. Any researcher with a proper academic background would feel that the funding is far too little to complete such a task. But Siali is different. She is a researcher forced into this role by the need to survive. Wandering around in the apocalypse, there's never any concept of funding. It's basically all cobbled together from scraps and piled up, making it a prime example of freeloading. Having no money is not scary. Having no supplies is the scariest thing. Seeing the group of researchers looking extremely worried, as if they were about to lose a few hairs on the spot, he calmly replied, that's why I asked for 3 warships. If we have nothing, we can just take apart a few warships and patch them up. Anyway, we own this shipyard, and if we need materials, the shipyard will provide us with materials and workers. We'll research and develop the equipment ourselves. We'll have them make the parts we need, as long as we can design them. Even without a large budget, it shouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon her. Si Chuyu asked, how do you replenish it? Siali turned around, raised her hand and pointed to the single-barreled cannons on the warship. For example, these outdated cannons are slow, weak, and have a short range. They can't hit targets in long-range battles and are useless for close-range defense. They're basically no different from being useless. However, if we modify it to fire 11 rounds in succession and increase its firepower and kinetic energy, it can be used as a close-in weapon system, and its speed, firepower, and range can be significantly improved. The gun barrels are all here. The parts makers have prepared them for us. All that's left is for us technicians to manufacture the design and put it into use. As she spoke, she gave everyone a very kind smile, but one that sent chills down their spines. The Americans can roam freely in the Pacific with their aircraft carriers, and they can also come to our borders and do whatever they want. Wouldn't it be better if we built our own small aircraft carrier? The island is still in the hands of those people, who even have spies within China. Why shouldn't a man carry a woohook and seize 50 states beyond the passes? She hadn't forgotten that the men who tried to assassinate her on the train on her way back to the South Island were spies from the island. Although she has many enemies, as long as her fighting strength is strong enough, she can kill them all. As soon as Siali said this, the entire backyard fell silent once more, so quiet that even breathing was barely audible. The only sound in the empty shipyard backyard was the chirping of cicadas. Perhaps it was because Siali spoke in such a matter-of-fact tone, or perhaps it was because the content of her words was so resounding that the people present remained silent for quite some time. Finally, someone shouted, "What a fine line. Why shouldn't a man carry a woohook and seize 50 states beyond the passes? Xia is a woman who is just as capable as any man, and is by— Don't worry about that. You can go about your work during the day. The research projects we old guys have aren't in a rush. We'll just take these parts apart first, and then slowly figure out how to modify them." These veteran revolutionaries became incredibly excited when the topic turned to what was beneficial to China, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. No one even objected to the fact that with 3 warships and a total of 12 gun emplacements, it would require dismantling at least 6 ships to install 2 close-in weapon systems. Although Si Qiuyu was also fired up by Xiali's words, as someone who designed ship hulls, he still had to pour cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. He lowered his hands and raised his voice to interrupt. "Everyone, calm down." Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Si Qiuyu then revealed the reality. "I know everyone wants to build the ship well, but the ship itself has a draft, and we can't just add as much weight as we want. The ship is too small, the close-in weapon system is too heavy, and once the waterline is too deep, it is easy to run aground and cannot stay on shallow waters, which will be a great limitation in pursuit and landing operations. Releasing 2 wouldn't be enough to stop it." Upon hearing such a realistic question, everyone calmed down. Lu Xiaoying frowned. This is indeed a bit difficult to handle. With the current materials, making the cannon barrel too thin would easily cause it to crack, and the same goes for the base. There's simply no way to reduce the weight. As she spoke, she looked at the old man beside her. "Old Wu, is there any progress on your materials? Could you perhaps replace some of the materials with lighter ones?" Upon hearing this, Lao Wu shook his head. "I have been analyzing and strengthening the new steel produced by our shipyard recently, and it has indeed increased the strength by 8 percentage points. However, the improvement is minimal, and even if you want to lose weight, you can't lose much. For an 11-barreled cannon weighing several hundred or even 1,000 pounds, subtracting a dozen or 20 pounds is completely meaningless. To unleash its full potential, we need to focus on weight loss. Moreover, China currently lacks the capability to manufacture close-in weapon systems, CIWS. Even if we wanted to develop an 11-barreled CIWS, wouldn't that be a bit too far ahead of its time?" Upon hearing this, Siali took out a document from the small bag slung across her body and shone a flashlight on the words and pictures on it. He calmly said, "I have a close-in weapon system design here, which has exactly 11 barrels. Why don't we work together to think of a way to reduce this thing to a 6-barreled Gatling gun version of a close-in weapon system? As for load-bearing capacity, this ship prioritizes military might. Anything useless can be dismantled. All that stuff in the recreation room is completely unnecessary. A deck of cards is enough to relax at sea." The people present. Xiali's words were full of flaws, and for a moment everyone didn't know whether to be shocked that she could casually produce a close-in weapon design, or to be speechless at the first time hearing about weapon degradation, or to be horrified by her harsh treatment of her soldiers. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, they all curiously crowded around Siali, craning their necks to look at the contents of the blueprints. It was as if everyone had opened the door to a new world. Even feeding mosquitoes on the beach in the middle of the night, they watched with great interest. Siali took out the design drawing without any psychological pressure. So what if her dad's superiors still only have half a design drawing? This was a drawing she made herself. She can show it to whoever she wants. Why would she hide it from herself? Is she stupid? The group of elderly men and women, stimulated by Siali one after another, were as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and they were all incredibly energetic. Not only did he discuss things with Siali for several hours, but after seeing the person off, he even took his toolbox and went to dismantle the ship that very night. Their identities are kept secret. Even if they want to study the ship, they have to do so behind the back of others and dare not wander around in the shipyard's backyard when there are people around or during mealtimes. Every day I live in fear of being discovered on this path, yet I'm also like I'm on steroids, unable to stop. The group in Research Lab number 2 maintained this routine. Siali would go to work during the day, the researchers would disassemble parts and draw diagrams, and in the evenings they would discuss the design drawings with Siali. The level of dedication involved was comparable to the intense gaming sessions of later generations, where young people would grind through games to collect all 12 cards to unlock a set. From time to time, eerie, clanging sounds would come from the shipyard's backyard in the middle of the night. They were very faint, very oppressive, and very frightening. Some people wanted to go and check, but were either pulled away by their colleagues or didn't dare to go on their own. The shipyard inexplicitly gained a reputation for being haunted. The demolition took more than 20 days. When Siali finished discussing things and was about to go back that evening, he discovered that they had even carried the cannon barrels back to Research Lab number 2. Siali looked at the table full of small parts, each wrapped in a small package of craft paper and labeled, neatly categorized and placed in several large boxes. She was amazed by the practical abilities of these old revolutionaries. This generation is really capable. If you want her to dismantle that ship, either the ship will exhaust her energy and she'll give up, or the ship will wear down her patience and she'll destroy the evidence. There will absolutely not be any option that involves disassembling all the small parts, sorting them, packing them up, and organizing them properly. Sichoyu carried the 4 large boxes to Siali one by one. Lily, these are the parts that we picked out that are still usable. However, some of these parts are rusty and need to be polished by the shipyard workers. These are all basic parts. They'll definitely come in handy later, so it's a shame to throw them away. Your Uncle Wang and the others are still finishing up at the shipyard. They should be completely done by tonight. Siali nodded. Okay, the shipyard shouldn't be completely closed yet. I'll take it over now. She had originally intended to go over and stack the 4 boxes together to pick them up, but when she turned around and saw Lu Dingyuan sitting at the door, she decisively said, "Come on, let's move things." Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan didn't refuse. He went over, stacked the 4 boxes together, and easily picked up the nearly 200-pound parts and walked out. Let's go. A group of researchers. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan's biceps and raised an eyebrow slightly. I didn't realize that this guy was so strong. I thought he wouldn't be able to lift it. Siali waved to the group of people in the room. I'm going cross-country running tomorrow morning, so I'll go straight back after delivering the stuff. Going to work was the important thing, so everyone had no objections and said goodbye to Siali. The two followed the quiet path and silently made their way to the shipyard. There were people working overtime at the shipyard at night, and quite a few carrying large bags, so they weren't too surprised to see Lu Dingyuan carrying so many boxes. The two walked all the way to the polishing area, where Siali met the old master craftsman she hadn't seen in a long time. She immediately waved to Lu Dingyuan. You take it in, I'll chat with Master Feng for a while. Lu Dingyuan. Okay, I'll come out in a bit. Lu Dingyuan felt that he was now looking after Siali no differently than a child, afraid that she would run away if he didn't take care of her. Siali curled her lip in mockery. Okay, hurry up. Without waiting for Lu Dingyuan's reply, she went straight to chat with Master Feng, who had greeted her earlier. She was chatting away when her exceptionally sharp ears overheard something else shocking. Siali didn't recognize the 2 porters who were chatting while carrying goods, but she was immediately drawn to their conversation. A middle-aged man in his mid-40s, with his hair parted in a 3/7 ratio, remarked with admiration, Old Feng and his gang are really brave. That matter had been going on for more than half a month, and no one had dared to go and check it out, but these few people actually went over in a group. What if something goes wrong? Upon hearing this, another young man traveling with him widened his eyes, his expression one of utter surprise. Didn't our shipyard issue an order that no one is allowed to go to that area? I heard that the ships in that area all fought against the Japanese, and every day the Japanese would cry and wail on those ships, wanting to blow them up to avenge themselves. What if something dangerous happens? Shoo! The middle-aged man immediately interrupted the young man upon hearing his unrestrained words. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think you can just say things like that? You need to believe in science and break free from feudal superstitions, understand? The young man realized he might have said something wrong, so he immediately composed himself, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found no one too close to him. It's gotten really bad lately. I heard they even smashed the temple behind their village. If what he said really gets out, who knows what will happen to him? He chuckled awkwardly. I was just too worried about them. Just pretend you didn't hear me. The middle-aged man smiled indifferently. What's the point of talking about ghosts and gods in this world? Instead of worrying that those people might encounter something unscientific in the restricted area of the backyard, it would be better to worry that their presence in the backyard will be discovered by higher-ups and dealt with severely. It's a strict order from above. We can't go. The young man was puzzled. If there's no problem, why not let everyone pass? Those warships that have just been decommissioned will be sold sooner or later. They're so big, we can't steal them. The middle-aged man sighed and said, even if you can't steal a house from a construction site, you can steal steel bars. You can't steal a big ship, but you can't steal small parts. If you ask me. Siali, who had been listening intently to their conversation, could no longer bear to hear the middle-aged man's "if you ask me," and took off running towards the backyard. A warship that has just been decommissioned, the backyard, noises heard more than half a month ago. Each keyword clearly indicates that the destination of those so-called inspectors is the shipyard backyard where the old revolutionaries dismantle ships. If she remembered correctly, Sichoyu had said that there were several people there to finish up. If it were Siali herself, she wouldn't be afraid of being discovered at all. Her identity was perfectly legitimate. However, the veteran revolutionaries in Research Room Number 2 were all people rescued by Commander Liu and his men from various places. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were kidnapped from the hands of other forces. Once their identities are exposed, what awaits them is likely not just being sent to a cowshed, but possibly being labeled as reactionaries and dragged out to be shot. She wanted to build a ship herself, but ended up dragging so many senior researchers into it. What kind of nonsense is that? Siali didn't care whether she had promised Lu Dingyuan that she would wait for him here. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Meanwhile, it was already dark and the night sky was dotted with stars, shining with a faint light, but the light was not as bright as during the day. At the entrance to the backyard of the shipyard, a group of 6 men walked cautiously toward the backyard. The leader was holding a flashlight, which illuminated a small, circular area ahead that was not very bright and was even somewhat yellowish and blurry. The sea breeze howled, producing a sound that was not human-made, but more like the wailing of wronged spirits at night. The 18 or 19-year-old man in the second position tightly hugged the arm of the burly man standing in front of him, as if he wanted to hang his whole body on his arm. Looking around suspiciously, like a frightened cat, she asked in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, do you think there really are ghosts in this backyard? I'm a little scared." The burly man with the flashlight turned around and glared at him, annoyed. "Afraid you'll come back? I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you're so scared. Do you expect me to take you back after we've come this far?" The young man looked up at his brother-in-law, his eyes revealing a clear naivete, yet an extraordinary stubbornness. "I'm not going back. I want to see a ghost story." Burly man. The burly man now felt that he must have been out of his mind to agree to his brother-in-law's unreasonable request to come to the shipyard yesterday. After seeing this, he urged his wife to give him a good beating. "What kind of man are you, so scared? There are no ghosts in this world. Those sounds must come from a thief. Once we catch the thief and take him to the security office, we'll go back. My brother-in-law will be rewarded for his service, and your sister will cut off some meat for you to eat. Don't hold me back now, understand?" Although the young man didn't think that anything making those bang 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 sounds was like a summoning of evil spirits, and that it was a thief, he still nodded obediently. "Good." One of the men following behind them was getting impatient. He frowned and said to the burly man, "Old Fong, if you want to discipline your child, go home and discipline him. We're getting down to business now. Don't waste time." Old Fong nodded. "You guys need to block the intersection in a bit. Don't let the thief get away, understand?" The group immediately agreed. Although they weren't speaking very loudly, the shipyard's backyard was so quiet that there was nothing but the sound of the wind. Even a soft sound can travel a long way in this quiet environment. The researchers who were organizing the follow-up naturally heard their voices. The group exchanged glances and immediately hid. When Old Fong spat on the ground and said coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for coming over." He then waved to the people behind him, "Block those 2 entrances and exits. Everyone else, follow me." One vote after another. "I just don't believe it. Can a living person grow wings and fly away? Once I catch you, you thief, I'll send you straight to the police station." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually had one hanging from his arm, followed by 2 others, and they began searching boat after boat. For researchers were hiding on a boat when they heard footsteps fading away outside. They knew that these people were definitely going to start their search from the innermost boat. Even if their search is slow, there are only so many ships in total, and they will eventually find them by conducting a thorough search one by one. What should we do then? But if they wanted to run, both exits outside were blocked. Even if they managed to find their way to the exits, they would alert others and still be unable to escape. The researchers exchanged glances, all noticing the anxiety in each other's expressions. This anxiety reached its peak when they heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. Thump. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Then came a somewhat annoyed female voice, "Tisk, I should have known better than to act so quickly. There are people outside now and I can't shout loudly. Do I really have to search for them one by one?" The voice was full of frustration, clearly indicating that the person didn't want to do this kind of physical labor. The 4 researchers in the cabin. Although the 4 researchers were completely baffled, they could still recognize the owner of the voice. Immediately, someone called out uncertainly in a low voice, "Xia." Siali was surprised by the coincidence. Not only were the people conducting the search on the ship, but the researchers were also actually on it. If she had arrived even a fraction of a second later, all of these researchers would probably have been rounded up. "It's me." Upon hearing her reply, the people in the cabin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They immediately opened the door a crack to see Siali in person, and only then did they completely let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you came." He was halfway through his sentence when he saw the 4 unconscious people piled up on the ground, and he was so startled that he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Siali didn't care that the other party only said half of what they wanted to say, and asked directly, "Is everything all right?" They all shook their heads and replied, "It's nothing." but their gazes kept drifting towards the ground. Siali said nonchalantly, since everything's alright, let's go. Kemming looked down at the people on the ground, frowned, and couldn't help but feel worried. What about them? We can't just leave them here like this, can we? Most of the windows on the ship are gone now. If someone sleeps here for one night, they'll probably get sick the next day. And if we just leave like this, they won't be able to find out anything. Will they come to the backyard every day from now on? That will definitely slow down our progress. Siali didn't care too much whether these people slept on this glassless boat overnight. They were all grown men. As long as they didn't freeze to death, they could just drink a few bowls of ginger tea when they got back. But it's really frustrating if they slow down the progress. We need to find a way to solve this once and for all, so that these people will never dare to come to the backyard again, which will make it easier for them to carry out their next actions. Otherwise, if she were to manage a ship all by herself, it would probably take forever. Looking up at the sky, the once bright and clear night was now obscured by thick, dark clouds. It's about to rain. Siali thought for a moment and came up with an idea that almost made her laugh out loud. Turning to Kemming, he said to the four of them, they should wake up in another hour. I'll go outside and drag those two over too. Uncle Ku, you can put them in the important control position on the crew and then go back. I'm going to get something, I'll be back in a bit. Leave this to me. Kumingdong was a little confused and had no idea what Siali wanted to do. Seeing that she had a plan, he felt a little relieved and quickly waved his hand at her, saying, go ahead, leave things here to us. We'll wait for you here. We can lend a hand if there's anything we need to do later. Siali knew they were worried, so she didn't force them to put the people in their positions and return to the underground base. He nodded and replied, okay, I'll be back in a bit. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Kemming didn't know what Siali wanted to do, but out of trust in Siali's other, military identity, he still followed her orders and worked with the others to put the 6 people in a series of important positions, such as driver, gunner, and controller. After seeing the person off and leaving the backyard, Siali took out 2 large locks from her spatial storage and locked the doors leading into and out of the shipyard. Since Kemming and his group don't want to come out, their safety must be guaranteed. What if someone else comes along and ruins things? Siali sneaked back to the underground base. Instead of returning to Lab 2, she slipped away quietly and ran to Lab 6. Peeking slightly through the doorway, I saw a woman in a white lab coat, with her hair in a bun and a very serious expression, looking down at the documents in her hand. Siali immediately grinned, revealing a cheerful smile, Aunt Lu. Lab number 6 is the chemistry lab, and this Aunt Lu is none other than Huang Mingho's wife from their lab. Despite her serious appearance, she is a very kind person, especially her cooking skills, which are impeccable. Siali often ate at their house. When researcher Lu heard the girl's sweet and crisp voice, she turned her head and immediately saw the youngest girl in her husband's research lab. Her expression softened involuntarily. Xia is here. What's up? Siali, Aunt Lu, does your lab have anhydrous copper sulfate and anhydrous methanol? Upon hearing these 2 things, researcher Lu seemed to make a connection and subconsciously raised an eyebrow. I heard their lab. I don't have anhydrous copper sulfate and anhydrous methanol, but I do have copper sulfate and methanol, which I can prepare for you on the spot. Siali continued with a smile, then please help me prepare a 5% white anhydrous copper sulfate and a 95% anhydrous ethanol solution. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Researcher Lu nodded to Siali, wait here for a moment, I'll get it done for you now. Chemistry is similar to alchemy in medieval Europe. Although not quite as divine, it is still incredibly fascinating. As long as those chemical reagents are available, chemists can conjure up a whole bunch of things that are unscientific for this day and age in no time. Siali waited at the door for a short while before researcher Lu brought out a glass bottle for her. Be careful when watering, and don't get choked by the smoke. Siali nodded, thank you, Aunt Lu. After saying that, he grabbed the small bottle and ran wildly towards the backyard of the shipyard. Researcher Lu watched Siali's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. Their secret research institute has few young people, and even fewer energetic young people like Xia. Hopefully, she can maintain this drive and not let the years slip away. Siali cautiously made her way to the shipyard's backyard, only to find that no one had touched the lock. She then swiftly climbed over the wall and entered. As soon as she ran over, she saw that Kemming and the others were already waiting for her on the ship's side. When Kemming saw that Xia was back, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xia, you're finally back. We were all so worried. We were afraid that someone else would come and find these unconscious people, and then we wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Siali, it's okay. I locked both doors when I left, so they can't get in. Kemming, this new brain is really useful. It can even do this. Siali ignored what these people were thinking. She opened the reagent bottle, found a small brush, and began to apply the solution from the reagent bottle to the ship's side. The solution is colorless, the boat is gray, and applying it to the surface leaves no color. Kamingdong stood behind Siali, watching him carefully apply ink to the ship's side with a small brush, and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Are you writing? But if there's no color at all, what's the point of writing on it?" Siali nodded. "Yes, write poetry." Kamingdong. His gaze fell on the wide-mouthed bottle in Siali's hand. Although he wasn't a chemist, he knew that such bottles usually contained either medicine or chemical reagents, and definitely not water. "What's inside?" Siali's hands didn't stop moving as she swiftly wielded her brush, answering honestly, "I just asked Aunt Lu to prepare the medicine for me." After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at Kamingdong and extended a sincere invitation from the gossip expert. "There's probably going to be some excitement in about 30 or 40 minutes. Do you want to stay here and watch? However, it might rain, and I think it's going to rain quite heavily tonight." Although Kamingdong was curious, he didn't want to get soaked in the torrential rain, so he shook his head and said, "No, we have different identities, and we can't let others find out. Moreover, catching a cold or fever would seriously disrupt the research progress. Once you've finished these things, we'll head straight back. The only reason I stayed behind was in case those people woke up halfway through, or if outsiders discovered that these people had fainted before Siali returned, and things escalated." Now that Siali had clearly made up his mind, they decided not to linger there any longer. Siali originally meant well, thinking that if Kamingdong and the others wanted to watch the excitement, she would stay and watch with them for a while before going to find Lu Dingyuan. Since they don't want to watch, given how quickly Lu Dingyuan finds people, even if she wanted to watch, she wouldn't have any reason to stay for so long. What a pity. Okay, then let's go together in a bit. Once the group reached an agreement, Siali's men worked extremely quickly, applying a lot of chemical reagents to various parts of the ship's hull. After everything was done, he and his men left the shipyard's backyard. As soon as he climbed over the wall, he splashed water on Lu Dingyuan, who was trying to unlock the door with a wire. Their eyes met. One was expressionless, radiating a death stare. The other looked astonished, his eyes filled with innocence. Kamingdong's voice came from inside the wall. "Xia, what are you doing sitting on the wall? Is it hard to get down from there?" "I just saw the ladder. I'll bring it to you in a bit." Lu Dingyuan. Siali. "It's not easy to play, but it's not the kind of game that's impossible to play." The ladder might not have been brought over to help her climb down the wall, but rather to erase someone's memory. Siali called out to the inside, "No need. I saw Battalion Commander Lu outside. I'll go down now." After saying that, she climbed cleanly and neatly, demonstrating that she didn't need a ladder at all to get down this 3-meter-high wall. Lu Dingyuan knew this wasn't the time to explain, so he didn't waste any more words. After catching the keys Siali tossed to them, the two of them, along with the other 4, quickly slipped away and left the shipyard's backyard. About 20 minutes later, the night was completely covered by dark clouds, and it was pitch black. Crack! A bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, like a giant blue-white sword cleaving the heavens, producing a deafening sound, followed by a rumble of thunder. As Lao Feng, who was lying on the cockpit of the warship, gradually regained consciousness after hearing a loud noise outside, he only felt a slight pain in the back of his neck. Seeing all sorts of dashboards in front of me, I was immediately taken aback. He immediately jumped up and found himself sitting in the driver's seat inside the ship, where he could see the backyard of their shipyard by the light of the lightning. He reached up and rubbed his neck. He tried to recall what happened before he fainted, but found that his memory stopped abruptly when he was searching for one of the ships. He completely forgot why he was inside the ship and sitting in the driver's seat. He felt a chill run down his spine. Could it really be haunted? Crack! Thunder rumbled across the sky once more, and rain poured down, large raindrops pelting the only remaining windshield of the ship in front of him. A cold wind blew by, making him shiver. Old Feng immediately got up and tried to run outside, but before he could run out, he saw that the glass that was originally directly opposite him was gradually showing color. No, it wasn't just the color, large amounts of white smoke were also billowing out of it. Upon seeing this, Lao Feng's heart jumped into his throat. Even though he had never seen a real ghost, he had heard those folk ghost stories. Something unusual suddenly appeared on the wall. This is a sign of a ghost. Otherwise, why would white smoke be coming out of the glass? Cold sweat immediately streamed down Lao Feng's forehead. Without caring about anything else, he turned and ran outside. But before he could take a step, he heard his brother-in-law scream from the side of the partition. There's a ghost. There really is a ghost. Brother-in-law, help me. Old Feng. Immediately afterwards, apart from his brother-in-law, screams rang out one after another from all directions, all from the people he had brought with him. The white smoke on the window gradually stopped, revealing increasingly clear writing. Old Feng turned his head in fear and saw 2 lines of poetry appear before him, the handwriting of which was extremely grotesque. If he hadn't been afraid that fainting now might actually lead to him being eaten by a ghost, he almost would have fainted on the spot. Old Feng watched as the large amount of white smoke on the glass dissipated, and the writing gradually became clear. On the transparent glass, a deep blue color, like the ocean, gradually appeared, and a powerful sentence was engraved on the glass. Their loyalty will never fade, their noble spirit will live on forever. Even if Lao Feng's knowledge base isn't very extensive, he can still tell that this is a statement full of patriotism. The problem is, no matter how patriotic one is, the term loyal soul is not something a human being can use. Moreover, the neat and elegant calligraphy on the glass, which had originally been quite striking, began to drip as the rain intensified. It's just like the blood letter he saw on the wall of the house written by someone who had been taken away a while ago. Old Feng could no longer bear it. The string of reason in his head snapped immediately, and he yelled a whoa before running away. It's haunted. He wasn't the only one shouting this on the ship, there were others too, creating a successful sextet. When Lao Feng ran to the deck, he saw the same blue characters on the ship's side. After death, there is no shortage of brave generals. Loyal souls will still guard Jiangdong. He froze on the spot, his whole body began to tremble, and he knelt down with a thud. Ignoring the torrential rain that had soaked him to the bone, he clasped his hands together and kept bowing, crying and pleading, I know you all died for your country, you are all great heroes. I, Feng Ning, have never done anything wrong in my life. Please, for the sake of us being Chinese, stop using your supernatural powers. I will never dare to bother you again. Whether someone heard his confession or not, the writing on the ship's side gradually blurred and eventually disappeared completely, as if it had been diluted. Old Feng's brother-in-law ran over from the fort and was overjoyed to see him. Because he was too scared, he didn't notice that Old Feng was kneeling on the ground. He rushed towards the old house with a frantic expression, glancing back every now and then, and shouted in a trembling voice, brother-in-law, help me. This ship is haunted. I just saw a plume of white smoke coming from the gun emplacement, and then a line of words appeared on the wall. I only know how to die for my country on the battlefield. I need not return wrapped in a horse's hide. It must be the spirit of a soldier who once sailed on the ship that wrote the words on it. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you kneeling? Old Feng's brother-in-law ran up to Old Feng in a panic, only to see his tall and imposing brother-in-law kneeling with his hands clasped together in front of the ship's wall, looking as if he were praying to the gods. Old Feng's brother-in-law, Old Feng. Because of his funny brother-in-law, Lao Feng, whose heart was about to jump out of his mouth from fear, had his fear greatly dissipated. The man stared at his brother-in-law with a deathly gaze, his ears turning slightly red. He stood up with a stern face and forced himself to say, what's all the fuss about? These were undoubtedly soldiers who sacrificed their lives for their country. Their greatest goal was to defend their homeland and protect their people. They would never harm us. Don't make a fuss here. Let's get Lao Huang and the others and leave quickly. Don't disturb these revolutionary martyrs' rest. Old Feng spoke with a firm and forceful tone, as serious as could be. Old Feng's brother-in-law looked at his brother-in-law and unconsciously twitched his lips. I thought to myself, if you're really not scared, then don't shake your legs. Judging from your appearance, you don't even need to go to the threshing ground to sift the seeds. You can do it all by yourself. Old Feng's brother-in-law may have been complaining in his heart, but he was also genuinely afraid. She quickly ran over and hugged her brother-in-law's arm, her voice trembling with tears, and obediently replied, okay, brother-in-law, let's find the person quickly, and then let the revolutionary predecessors rest in peace as soon as possible. I want to go home. The last 4 words were the most sincere thing he ever said in his life, even more sincere than his desire to eat meat. Just then, 4 other people ran over. They couldn't care less about anything else and started shouting nonsense like, we are grateful to the revolutionary martyrs, we'll burn paper money for you when we get home, and please don't follow us, we'll secretly set up longevity tablets for you. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Siali and Lu Dingyuan have already returned to their unit. Lu Dingyuan was strict with his subordinates, but not to the point of being unreasonable. Siali explained what had just happened, and the two sat in the car enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet for the entire journey. Siali was surprised to find that not only the living room but also the lights in the other rooms were on when she arrived home. These days, people go to bed very early to save electricity and fuel. By 8 p.m., almost every household is already asleep. In the past, when she returned late from the research institute, everyone else in the family would go to their rooms, turn off the lights, and go to sleep. Only her father would wait for her in the living room with a light on, and he would only go to sleep after making sure she was all right. Why is no one sleeping tonight? As soon as Siali opened the door, she saw Sister Bai sitting in the living room, chatting happily with her mother. When Sister Bai saw Siali return, she immediately smiled and said, Siali is back. Come and sit down. Siali readily agreed and sat down next to two women who were chatting animatedly. Hearing her own mother say to sister-in-law Sister Bai, you don't need to be so polite to her, just treat her like your own child, Siali felt more and more that she was calling her by the wrong generation. The word sister-in-law was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't quite say it out. No matter how I think about it, I feel that calling her sister-in-law would be blatantly taking advantage of her mother. He simply omitted the formalities and said, yes, you don't need to be so polite with me. When Sister Bai heard Siali say that, she immediately smiled broadly. She thought to herself, Xia has a good temper, but it's just that her husband thinks Xia's temper is tough every day. Xia, when you first arrived, your commander said that since you were new to our South Island Legion, he wanted to throw a banquet to help you get to know everyone, and also as a welcome party for you. But you were always busy with other things, and it wasn't convenient to hold a banquet, so it was just kept getting postponed. Now that you're back at work, I was thinking, when do you see if you have time to have a get-together with your whole group at my place, so you can all get to know each other? Xiaoli's lips twitched. Thinking to myself, Sister Bai's words are really nice, and her being tied up with something is also very subtle. Being suspended from duty for nearly a month is indeed not appropriate for me to hold a large banquet, as if it were a celebration of getting a holiday and salary. That would be a little too extravagant. Okay, I have plans to go out tomorrow. Is the day after tomorrow okay? Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Sister Bai immediately recalled the rumors that Sister Yang had witnessed Xiali going out with Lu Dingyuan at night twice a few days ago. Her expression remained unchanged, but her eyes held a hint of ambiguity. Okay, then I'll have your team leader make all the arrangements. We'll get together the day after tomorrow night. Siali felt a chill run down her spine from that strange gaze, but still agreed, okay. After seeing sister-in-law Bai off, the family went to bed early. The next morning, Siali beat up his teammates as usual, went home for lunch, continued beating them in the afternoon, and took his nephew to class in the evening before sneaking back to the shipyard. When Siali arrived at Research Lab number 2, everyone else was already working enthusiastically. Previously, a group of researchers had been sidelined, and the authorities could not provide them with large sums of funding. At most, they could only conduct some simple experiments and do some basic tasks such as drawing and speculating. But things changed after Siali proposed to work together to build a ship. Although less money may not necessarily allow for the construction of better ships and hinder the development of Chinese warships, it is still good to save China the money spent on those more than 100 decommissioned warships. With this belief, the group of elderly people seemed to have taken a rejuvenation pill, and their energy and spirits immediately soared. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm every day, wanting to use all their skills to build the best ship possible without spending any money. Siali came in and immediately joined in the lively work. Lu Xiaoying stood next to Siali, watching as Siali welded several cannon barrels together with metal sheets. Siali could also skillfully assemble all the other parts by himself. He seemed to be able to make even a screw by drawing a spiral on a nail. Lu Xiaoying kept clicking his tongue in amazement. Xia's hands-on skills are really impressive. Unlike us old folks, most of us only know the theory. Our practical skills are really weak. A while ago, the screws on their cabinet broke, so they replaced them and tried to tighten them. But it was like shaving sawdust out of the cabinet. Not only did a lot of sawdust come out, but the screws kept coming loose and couldn't be tightened properly. Several men studied it for a long time, and finally the one who worked with the machinery in the room suggested that they use an expansion plug to tighten the cabinet. If Siali hadn't guided them to weld these cannon barrels themselves, they probably would have fallen off after they were welded. Si Qiuyu took a sip of water and said with a smile, "Isn't it because you're good with your hands? Back when I was in the 1st Brigade of the South Island, this little girl made her own batteries and engines for the brigade to use in farm work. I've seen it, it's simple, but it has everything you need and works perfectly." Inside the room, everyone was chatting and laughing when suddenly someone said, "Have you heard about the ghost story at our shipyard?" Upon hearing this question, Siali's subordinate paused slightly, and the other 4 people who were with Siali in the shipyard's backyard also shut their mouths and remained silent. Clearly, there's no shortage of people who love a good show, and someone immediately asked curiously, "What's going on?" The person who first shared the gossip vividly recounted everything they had heard. "I heard that someone went to the shipyard's backyard and somehow fainted. When they woke up, they were all lying in the most important positions on the warship, and when it rained, many patriotic poems written by those who had died in battle appeared on the ship. Those people were terrified. I heard that several of them are still sick with fevers and staying home, too afraid to come out." Si Qiuyu found it somewhat amusing. There are no ghosts in this world. Someone must be playing tricks. Isn't anyone going to investigate? The person who shared the gossip immediately said, "I checked. I heard the factory manager felt this was misleading, so he sent an investigation team to investigate and try to dispel superstition, but they found nothing." Lu Xiaoying was also curious. So how did the shipyard handle this? What can we do? Just tell everyone to keep quiet. Things are getting so bad outside, the shipyard is afraid of getting itself involved. If only one person thought it was haunted, that would be one thing, but all 6 people thought it was haunted, and they even said that the words came out after emitting white smoke, and then disappeared after a short while. Just hearing it made me feel uneasy. Previously, we weren't allowed to go to the shipyard's backyard, but everyone was stubborn and insisted on going in to see for themselves. Now that we're allowed in, nobody goes in. How come we didn't run into them during all that time we were at the shipyard, but those few people did? Si Qiuyu was also puzzled. With the destruction of the 4 olds going on so seriously outside, if word gets out, it will definitely be bad for Siali. He decisively stated, I didn't see it, I don't know, maybe I went the wrong way? The group laughed it off and glossed over the matter. Siali kept her head down and worked the whole time, pretending she knew nothing. However, despite the uproar surrounding this matter, it did make things convenient for them in one way. Since that day, those who used to be eager to go to the backyard, even if they wanted to steal screws to sell, no one dared to go there anymore, which made it easier for Siali and the others to work. No matter what clanging or banging sounds came from the backyard, no one dared to check. The workers, on the contrary, all said they hadn't heard anything. The next evening after get-off work, Siali went home briefly, then took 2 salted fish and a bottle of wine that Li Shengli had kindly provided to Bai's commander's house. By this time, the house was already full of people. A group of men in military uniforms were chatting, while the women were working enthusiastically in the kitchen. Seeing Siali come in, Sister Bai picked up her apron, wiped her hands, and went out to greet her with a smile. Xia's here. Seeing what she was holding, he frowned slightly. Why did you bring so much stuff with you? This banquet was mainly for you. Although everyone is struggling financially these days, it's common to bring a dish or other gift when you visit someone's home for a meal. But Xiali's situation is different. They invited Siali over specifically to ask her to come, and she is a young woman who has just started working. How could they ask her to bring anything? Siali handed the things in her hand to Sister Bai and said with a grin, let's add some dishes. How can we not drink when there are so many people? When Commander Bai heard Siali's words, he immediately laughed. Xia told you to keep it, so just keep it. It's true that you need to drink when there are a lot of people. Moreover, this little girl is different from ordinary little girls. Last time she received a reward of over 1,000 yuan, so she's not short of money. Bai's sister-in-law glared at him upon hearing this, but didn't say anything more, and reached out to take the things from Xiali's hands. All right then, add another fish to this meal. Then he called to Siali, Xia, why don't you sit down and chat with them for a bit? Dinner will be served soon. Siali nodded obediently and found a place to sit down. She glanced at the men filling the living room, then at the women who were all busy at work. Given that she still had a clear understanding of her own gender, she craned her neck and asked Bai's sister-in-law, who had already returned to the kitchen, Sister-in-law, is there anything I can help you with? I can't do anything in the kitchen except move things around. The group of sisters-in-law in the kitchen. The men are chatting outside. Commander Bai tossed an orange to Siali and said irritably, why are you interrupting? With so many grown men carrying things, do we need you to help? How old is she? She still can't do kitchen work. How will she manage to get married in the future? Siali wasn't exactly a polite person. He took the orange, peeled it deftly, and while stuffing orange segments into his mouth, he said casually, well, I should ask you something too. What if Commander Bai, you're the kind of person who doesn't like to do housework at home? A rustling sound of laughter suddenly came from inside the room. Commander Bai, known for his henpecked nature in the family compound, was somewhat embarrassed by everyone's laughter and threw another orange at Siali in an annoyed manner. Go away. Go find somewhere cool to stay. Don't talk to me before we eat. Siali ate another orange with an innocent look on her face. Siali's home is close to Commander Bai's home. Although he went home before coming over, he was not as fast as those who lived in the single dormitory and came directly, but he arrived earlier than others who lived a little further away. Before everyone had arrived, Commander Bai introduced the people who were already in the room to Siali one by one. Those who came to the gathering were all officers of platoon level or above. According to the 3/3 system, apart from those who were on duty and not at home, there were quite a few people left. Siali wasn't very familiar with these people. Her own company commander hadn't arrived yet. Apart from the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion interrogating her, she was only relatively familiar with Lu Dingyuan. Moreover, since they were from the same battalion, they decided to sit together. While the others discussed military strategy, Siali wasn't very interested and simply sat there in a daze. Lu Dingyuan was usually a man of few words. When others were chatting, he would not say much and would just sit there quietly. Commander Bai was discussing the upcoming recruitment when he looked up and saw 2 men from the 1st Battalion sitting opposite him with blank stares, like door gods who wouldn't move an inch. He was immediately furious. What are the 1st Battalion's opinions on the subscription? Lu Dingyuan, it's all up to the higher-ups. Those who can join their Marine Corps, even new recruits, are all top-notch soldiers. They don't need to be specially selected. Their recruits are of higher quality than those in other units. Lu Dingyuan felt that if he could handle someone like Siali, then no matter what other people came along, they would be more troublesome than her. Seeing his expression, Commander Bai said irritably, "Don't you have any type you'd like?" He clearly wasn't listening. Lu Dingyuan glanced at Siali subtly and said in a very calm tone, "Be obedient, right?" Commander Bai. Siali. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan with a cool look, grinned, and said with a kind smile, "If you're going to listen, then listen. Why are you looking at me like that? I thought you were going to say something funny when you glanced at me." Lu Dingyuan. Everyone else in the room couldn't help but chuckle, but not wanting to embarrass their comrade, they let out bursts of pft laughter. Commander Bai was already a little angry when he saw the 2 battalion members of the 1st Battalion slacking off during their discussion, and now seeing Siali like this, he felt even more troubled. He slapped his face hard, and was about to say something when the curtain at the door made a crackling sound. Obviously someone had come in. Everyone looked towards the doorway. Siali was no exception. When she looked over, she saw a rather unpleasant face, and her expression immediately changed from calm to disgust. This little brat who can't even argue. As soon as MOC entered, he was met with Siali's disgusted expression, and his brows immediately furrowed. With a frown that looked neither like a nose nor eyes, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Siali was too lazy to waste words with a newbie who couldn't even argue, so MOC participants who joined the group without a welcome party. MOC immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you talk to me like that, you platoon leader? I'm your superior." Siali. "The Qing dynasty is gone. Where did such big rules come from?" "What? You want to make a comeback in a couple of days?" As she spoke, she nudged Lu Dingyuan's arm, who was sitting next to her, and said, "Our battalion commander is sitting right here. Do you really think he's dead?" Lu Dingyuan. When Siali was being targeted by MOC, she didn't know why and thought that MOC was in cahoots with Fu Cheng. But after joining the army, she finally realized that she had been completely taken advantage of by Lu Dingyuan. The 2 of them don't get along. I don't know what kind of structure the MC is in, but it thinks that she and Lu Dingyuan are close and that she is on his side, so it started targeting her. When you encounter such an annoying person, how can you not take responsibility for the culprit? Clearly, the culprit was in a worse relationship with MC than she had imagined. Lu Dingyuan glanced coldly at Mukajin and said, "You don't need to worry about what happens in our camp. Just mind your own business." Mukajin was so angry with these 2 that his face turned red, and he wished he could throw the bag of apples he was carrying at their faces. Just as a fight was about to break out, Commander Bai quickly stood up to stop it, saying, "Come on, stop arguing. Today's meal is to make you shake hands and make peace. We're all in the same group, and who knows, we might even have to defend our country together in the future. Although the internal strife has ended, the border is not peaceful, and we may have to go to the front line at any time. We're all comrades in arms, bound by blood. If we don't build a good relationship, how can we entrust our lives to each other in the future?" Hearing his words, which sounded like he was trying to build relationships with the 3 people in the room, none of them appreciated it. MOC Jean looked resentful, clearly not wanting to get along well with Siali and Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan remained expressionless, silently expressing his refusal. Siali was the most blatant. His face was full of disgust, and anyone who saw it would think that he had a bad relationship with a pile of shit rather than a person. Commander Bai felt a sense of helplessness. These were all his soldiers, but the 2 battalions were sworn enemies. Initially, MOC Jean targeted Lu Dingyuan because of his petty motives, but Lu Dingyuan retaliated by completely crushing him. In the military training assessment, he was outperformed in every indicator, which made him feel like he was stuck in the mud when it came to the military field. The day after the evaluation, Mukajin, still seeing things with anger, ran into Siali, whom Lu Dingyuan had specifically instructed him to take care of. He went and targeted the young girl, and was beaten up on the spot and ended up in the hospital. Recently, Siali and Lu Dingyuan have clearly been at odds, and Siali is always looking for an opportunity to cause trouble for him. Unexpectedly, these 2 people who didn't get along well before have now found themselves on the same side after seeing someone they both dislike. There are only so many people in a regiment, and the leaders are all at odds. The one in the 3rd Battalion is a smiling tiger who just sits around all day with a grin and doesn't move unless provoked. How can he, as the regimental commander, not be troubled? "Come on, the food is ready. Let's eat first, and we can talk about everything else after we finish eating." Just as Commander Bai was at his wit's end, trying to smooth things over between the 3 of them, his wife came out carrying 2 dishes. Following closely behind her were several other women carrying dishes. Sister-in-law Wang followed sister-in-law Bai out and smiled brightly when she saw Siali. He put the dishes on the table and sat down next to Siali. In the blink of an eye, Xia has already joined the army and become a company commander. I was saying before that we should have a good get-together after you join the army, but unfortunately my wife and I only came back yesterday after going home for a funeral, and we only saw you now. From now on, we'll all be living in the same compound. Whenever you have time, come visit your sister-in-law and we can chat. As he spoke, he gave Siali a look that said, "You understand, I understand, we all understand." Siali naturally understood what Wang's sister-in-law meant by that look. After all, the reason the two met was because Wang's sister-in-law was a gossip. She went to listen to gossip, and they formed a strong friendship as a gossip team under the same big tree. Seeing her look like she had a big surprise in store, he immediately flashed a bright smile, his eyes gleaming with a meaningful light, and gave her an okay sign. No problem. When Battalion Commander Gao Chang saw the appearance of the two men, he involuntarily shuddered. He hadn't forgotten how, during his interrogation of Siali, this woman almost revealed the color of his underwear. He quickly urged, "Eat, eat. Eat quickly. We've finally managed to get a good meal from the commander, so we'd better eat our fill today." As he said this, he picked up a bottle of liquor from the table and started screwing on the cap. Commander Bai shook his head helplessly, pointing at him and saying, "You." Sigh. None of the people in his hands are easy for him to deal with. Commander Bai was not one to dawdle. Seeing that everyone had wine in their glasses, he stood up, raised his glass, and said, "One of the main purposes of our gathering today is to welcome our comrade Xia to join our Marine Corps family. I hope that in the future we can unite, help each other, trust each other, and become close friends and family who can rely on each other. Cheers." Everyone was very accommodating, standing up to clink glasses with Commander Bai and enthusiastically saying, "Cheers." Although Mu Kejin genuinely disliked Siali, he wouldn't embarrass his group leader, so he stood up with a less than pleasant expression and clinked glasses with him. With sister-in-law Bai around, the conversation at the table wasn't just about Commander Bai's official business. People also talked about everyday matters, and the lively chatter made everyone enjoy the meal. Siali showed no restraint whatsoever, eating with great gusto. Just kidding, she only drinks when she's treating others to dinner, and of course she eats when someone else is treating her. Normally, if there's nothing to talk about, who would swallow a whole bucket of water while eating? She was happy, but Commander Bai wasn't so happy. Although Siali has a researcher's identity and cannot be used as an ordinary soldier, her combat skills alone make her an elite soldier in his hands. The other two were his right-hand men. Any one of them could easily become a regimental commander in another unit with their military merits. They were all outstanding soldiers, but they didn't get along at all, so how could he not be anxious? Out of desperation, Commander Bai decided to make one last desperate attempt. He stood up again, raised his glass high, and said, "We are all part of one big family, and we should love and care for each other. Xiao Lu, Xiao Mu, we're all in the same group, seeing each other all the time. If we don't get along, everyone will feel uncomfortable, right? Come on, let's have a drink." There was no movement in the room for a while. Siali continued eating, Lu Dingyuan took a cup to drink water, and Mu Kejin looked down at his bowl. The three of them obviously did not want to get involved. An eerie silence fell over the room. Commander Bai was somewhat troubled by the sight of the three of them. If someone like them dared to show such disrespect to their superiors in any other regiment, they would have been punished long ago. As a result, these people actually dared to keep quiet to him. "Are you taking advantage of his perceived weakness?" He deliberately put on a stern face. "What? Don't I have enough face?" Mu Kejin's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but his family was different from Lu Dingyuan's. They had no background, so he really didn't dare to give the group leader a hard time. He felt a little resentful towards group leader Bai for being nosy, and was torn about whether to get up and clink glasses. Lu Dingyuan frowned, and just as he was about to speak, someone stepped on his foot. The force was quite strong and painful. It was obvious who it was. He looked at the person beside him with some confusion. Siali withdrew her foot after stepping on the person, not caring what the other person's mood was. She'd seen Commander Bai's deliberately intimidating expression countless times with Lao Xia. She already had 108 ways to deal with it, enough to write a book. Why take it so seriously when you're just trying to please your father-in-law? Today, he stood up, picked up his glass, and clinked it against Commander Bai's. "Let's drink." Just when everyone thought Siali was bowing her head first and trying to shake hands with the other two battalion commanders because she was the lowest-ranking officer, she continued with a grin, "Regimental commander, come find me anytime if you want a drink." He has the attitude of, "You're right about everything, but I'll do it again next time." Commander Bai. Others. Despite Commander Bai's less than pleasant expression, Lu Dingyuan stood up, clinked glasses with Commander Bai, finished his drink, and sat down. He said in a normal, serious tone, "If the leader wants to drink, he can come to me." Commander Bai. Others. Both of them were tough as nails, and when the MOC member stood up to toast Bai, the others were already used to it. Everyone knows that the drinks were consumed, but no favors were given to anyone, so the attempt to resolve the issue was completely unsuccessful. With a straight face, Mukajin clinked glasses with group leader Bai and then readily said, "Group leader, you can also ask me for a drink if you want." When Commander Bai saw their attitude, he immediately wanted to lose his temper. Siali lowered her head to eat, then glanced up and saw Commander Bai, who looked like he was about to explode with anger. She said leisurely, "You two both copied me and said, let the commander come and drink with you. Aren't you afraid that the commander will invite the three of us together again?" Lu Dingyuan, Mukajin, and group leader Bai. Others. Commander Bai's anger was instantly extinguished by Xiaoli's words, and he even laughed in anger. He looked at the most slippery and difficult of the three troublemakers with a chilling gaze and said in a sinister tone, "Well, that's a really good idea. I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't mentioned it. Our regiment is recruiting new members, so the three of you can go down to the regiment in a couple of days and recruit our new recruits for this year. Don't you want to say the same thing? The three of you get along so well, it would be a waste if you didn't act together. Mooks are coming in." Lu Dingyuan. Siali. I should have kept my mouth shut. Watching old Bai smash a cup would have been better than going on a mission with these two bastards. Especially with Mukajin, compared to Lu Dingyuan, who, although his temper was annoying, at least had a decent face. Mukajin was consistently annoying to her, inside and out. What a terrible thing. Commander Bai originally thought that after Siali joined the army, he should go on a mission at least once a month, so that people would not find it so abrupt. He had been on a mission at sea before, and then had a leave of absence for almost a month. With the month almost over, he was thinking of having her participate in this recruitment drive. There was no danger, and it counted as a mission, so it was entirely beneficial. But the more I think about it, the better it seems to me to let Lu Dingyuan and Mukajin go with Siali. The more you interact, the better your relationship will naturally become. If they don't integrate properly, let's see what kind of trouble the three of them can cause together. Bai Tuanzhong had a way of keeping the three of them together, and as long as they spent a lot of time together, even if their relationship wasn't good, they would become good. The three people who were being ordered around didn't look too happy. Siali wasn't averse to the mission itself, but the problem was he didn't want to go with these two. Don't we all recruit from within? Before I came in, I heard that our Marine Corps recruits only the best from each military region. Shouldn't Commander Lu be looking for other people? It shouldn't be our turn to recruit, right? Seeing that the three men's expressions weren't very pleasant, Commander Bai felt a little better. He calmly took a sip of wine and said, "I can bring him back and teach him slowly." As everyone knows, there are many positions available in our Marine Corps due to personnel changes for career advancement. There's a war going on in the West right now, and many people from other corps have been sent to Vietnam. The Russians are also causing trouble on Junbao Island, so we need to expand recruitment in the South Island this year. You three go and pick carefully. Bring back any you think have good potential. Bring back the rest as usual. That's quite obvious. Each battalion has a limited number of recruits, and the Marine Corps obviously cannot absorb that many people. If there are good prospects, bring them into your own Marine Corps. Otherwise, send the average ones back to Commander Lu and his men. The three of them had somewhat complicated expressions, but they didn't argue. The group resumed their lively meal. But as they were eating, for some reason, Mukajin and Siali started arguing. The two of them drank so fiercely that it scared the people around them. Lu Dingyuan sat between the two, his face showing an expression that said, "I will absolutely not participate in such a boring activity," decisively refusing to drink with Siali, who had a history. That's not drinking, that's self-harm. Commander Bai was at his wits' end seeing the relationship between the three of them, so he stopped trying to persuade them and adopted a "you three are going to be in trouble in a few days, I'll just ignore it for now" attitude. In the end, MOC Jean had to be carried out. Mook's wife, Xin Jiao, looked at Siali with a hint of shame. "I'm sorry, Comrade Xia. Old Mu has a bad temper, but he's not a bad person. Don't take it to heart." Siali looked at the woman in front of her with an oval face, sparkling almond eyes, and a gentle and delicate demeanor, exuding the aura of Lin Dayu. She felt a little strange. How could someone as temperamental and strong-willed as MOC Jean actually like this gentle, weak, and somewhat childish type? Could it be to show off his masculinity? He secretly cursed the old man who was dating a young girl, but on the surface he politely, "It's okay, you should take your people back first. She wasn't the one who got drunk and passed out, so why should we apologize to her?" After everyone finished eating, they dispersed. Siali didn't have to go to the research institute today, so she went home. Turning her head, she saw Lu Dingyuan, who was only a little over 200 meters away, and still wanted to take her back. She really wanted to ask him, "Are you afraid I'll get lost halfway? Why is this person watching her so closely lately?" Siali even had the bizarre thought that if this were in the future, Lu Dingyuan might have to be right next to her, listening intently, afraid that she would disappear without a trace if she made a phone call. I'm home. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Lu Dingyuan could naturally tell that Siali didn't genuinely want to invite him in, and he had no intention of going in either. With a very military bearing and his back straight, he firmly refused. No, you can go in. We'll meet on the parade ground tomorrow morning. If he wasn't afraid she would secretly find a chance to beat up Mukujin, he wouldn't have come to see her off, even though it's such a short distance. Siali. Oh, right, he also has to go recruit soldiers with 2 annoying guys. Okay, the 2 went their separate ways. The next morning, the reveille sounded, and Siali once again became someone who had trouble getting out of bed. He was forced to sit up only after his father pounded on the door repeatedly. Even though I sat up, I still couldn't open my eyes and really wanted to lie down and go back to sleep. She felt she must be cursed. The bed always wanted to hold her, not let her leave. The pillow kept clinging to her hair, not wanting to be separated from her. The blanket is the most hateful thing. It tries every day to seal her in, making it impossible for her to get up. What kind of magic is this? It's terrifying. Siali, what are you dawdling for? I've called you so many times, why aren't you up? You're going to be late for work. Are you still going to work or not? Siali. With a whoosh, she jumped out of bed, quickly put on her shoes, and reluctantly walked out, saying, coming. As she got ready to go, Lu Dingyuan and Mukujin were already waiting on the playground. They weren't the only ones traveling with her. Zhao Cheng and another person she didn't know were also with them. Zhao Cheng introduced, this is Qiu Yang from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion. He's here to be our driver this time. Siali nodded, greeted Qiu Yang, and then turned to Zhao Cheng with a puzzled look. Then why did you come over? Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng gave a smile that was almost tearful. The regimental commander asked me to be your orderly, to run errands for you when I have nothing to do. That's what they say, but Zhao Cheng knows in his heart that although he's supposed to be a service soldier running errands, he's actually just a punching bag and a mediator. Their platoon leader and battalion commander didn't have a good relationship to begin with, and with the addition of Mo Kajin, who also didn't get along with their platoon leader and battalion commander, you can imagine the atmosphere on the bus. He even suspected that their commander was afraid the 3 of them would start fighting halfway through, so he put him in the middle to act as a buffer. Sure enough, this idea was put into practice within 20 minutes. After Siali and his group collected their equipment from the logistics department, they rode together in one car to the 1st Brigade of the South Island. The driver was from the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion commander ignored the other 2 men and sat directly in the passenger seat. The 2 battalion leaders sat on either side of the car door, leaving Zhao Cheng sandwiched between them. At this moment, Zhao Cheng, sitting between the 2 leaders, had no intention of trying to make a good impression on them, thinking that he was surrounded by leaders on both sides. My only thought is, could the iceberg on the left and the iceberg on the right please stop emitting such unpleasant aura? Both of them had such powerful auras, he felt a lot of pressure sitting in the middle. Fortunately, the military vehicle, named Siali, which has been widely promoted by the military, is very fast. The group quickly arrived at their destination and began to organize their work in a flurry of activity. Recruiting soldiers is a major event for every brigade. In an era when the general level of education was low, it was difficult to find high-paying and respectable jobs within the system, and families couldn't afford to send their children to factories to become city dwellers. Joining the army was the best way for ordinary people to secure a government job. This has led to people resorting to all sorts of methods to get their children into the army. After Siali finished recruiting soldiers again that day, he casually found a wash basin, filled it with some water, and started washing his face. Moc Jean also looked completely drained, slumped in a chair with his back against the wall, looking like a walking corpse. Lu Dingyuan squatted next to the hand pump well, washing his face and hair while pumping the well. Siali wiped the water off her face and stood up straight, complaining, I think the commander is messing with us. Human wisdom is truly amazing. In order to get my child into the military, I, an officer in the army, have been surrounded and ambushed by people in the past 2 days. Offering chickens, ducks, and candy as bribes was acceptable. Some people would sit on the ground crying and begging for their children's attention, while others would kneel on the ground and plead for a sincere gift for their child. If your child, Lu Dingyuan wiped the water off his face and sighed, objectively speaking, life in the army is indeed better than in the brigade. At least we can eat meat once or twice a week, and we can usually eat our fill. Siali scoffed, they risked their lives for it. Is it safer to stay at home than to be a soldier? Moc slumped in his chair and sneered, when you can't even afford to eat, who cares about safety? A full meal is a full meal. Lu Dingyuan, let's rest for a bit, and then head straight to the 1st Brigade of the South Island. After completing the last leg of the journey, I can return to my unit. Normally, the two people who both looked down on Lu Dingyuan would definitely have argued, but now neither Siali nor Mukajin had any objection to the decision. Mokajin simply stood up, pulled up his belt, and said, "No need to rest. We're not the ones driving. Let's go now." Lu Dingyuan glanced at Siali, and seeing that she nodded, he readily agreed, "Okay." As the group walked outside, Siali twitched her ears slightly and looked up at the sky. "Did you hear anything?" The two men turned to look at Siali and saw her looking up at the sky. Trusting her martial prowess, neither of them doubted his judgment. "Lu Dingyuan, what was that sound?" Siali listened intently. "I have a feeling it should be an airplane." Moc frowned. "Probably not. When I came out this morning, I didn't hear anything about any missions or drills that required aircraft to be deployed." "Did you hear me correctly?" Siali felt she hadn't misheard, but there was indeed no plane in sight. "Forget it, let's go recruit soldiers first. The sooner we finish, the better." The exhausted trio all walked outside. Once outside, they were all as upright as evergreen pines and bamboos, their backs straight and their youthful vigor shining through. When the villagers who had been watching saw them come out, they immediately came up to them and said warmly, "Comrades, are you leaving?" MC nodded. "There are other things we need to do in the army. Let's take the men and head to the 1st Battalion of the South Island." The old lady immediately said, "Then I wish you a safe journey. Go Danner is a capable man and will definitely be a good soldier. We hope you can recruit more soldiers from our brigade next year." Although Mukajin wasn't liked by Siali, he was actually quite good at socializing. Hearing similar words again, he quickly declined indirectly. "These are quotas given by the higher-ups. We are just here to recruit soldiers and cannot make the decision." The old lady was a little regretful, but she still saw the person off with a smile. Siali glanced at Mago Danner and Zhao Qingheng waiting beside her, and gestured with her chin toward the military truck. "You two take the car in the back, let's go. We can't leave." Just as Siali was preparing to finish her work early and lie down, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the direction of the village entrance. Everyone looked in that direction. A man wearing a slightly yellowed white jacket and black trousers covered in patches ran from the direction of the village entrance with a look of despair on his face. He cried and roared at Siali and his group with heartbreaking cries, "You can't leave. I am Mago Danner, he took my place. You cannot tolerate this kind of unexplained impersonation." These days, impersonating someone else to join the army is a serious crime. At best, you'll be sent back to your hometown. At worst, you might even be executed. Upon hearing this, Siali and his group immediately became serious. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Lu Dingyuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Upon seeing this scene, the captain of the 4th Brigade frowned, stepped forward, and swung his cane, striking the crying man. "Lei Changming, stop talking nonsense and go back to where you came from." The man called Lei Changming stared at the captain of the 4th Brigade with bloodshot eyes. "That spot was originally mine. It was left to me by my father. Why should I give it to him? My mom doesn't want me to join the army, and that spot isn't even hers to have. Plus it wasn't my own wish." He turned to look at Lu Dingyuan, "Comrade soldier. You must stand up for me." Siali frowned. "Are you Magodan? Impersonation is a serious crime. You'd better be able to explain yourself clearly." They were all ready to go, but then this unexpected thing happened. It's so frustrating. Seeing that the soldiers' expressions were not good, the old lady who had just warmly seen them off immediately came forward and explained anxiously, "He's not Mago Dan. He's Lei Changming. The whole village can vouch for him." Upon hearing the old lady's words, everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, we watched him grow up. How could we be wrong? Soldiers, don't listen to his nonsense." Hearing the cacophony of voices, Lei Changming instantly flew into a rage. "That spot was originally mine, left to me by my father. You're the ones talking nonsense." It's likely that the people in the brigade already knew Lei Changming would react this way. When the brigade leader's wife heard him being so unreasonable, she immediately became displeased. He immediately stepped forward, frowning as he said to Lei Changming with displeasure, "It was your mother who went to the brigade leader and said she wanted to exchange a military enlistment spot for Go Danner's family property. Now that your house has been built for you, what else do you want besides a house and a spot in the army? You're greedy beyond belief. Even I, an old member of the Lei family, can't stand by and watch." Lei Changming's face flushed red upon hearing this. "I never said I wanted those assets. You made the decision behind my back. I never agreed to it. My dad is a veteran who was seriously wounded in battle. I'm his only child, and he promised to give me his military enlistment spot. You can't treat me like this." Upon hearing that he was a veteran who had been wounded on the battlefield, the expressions on the faces of Lu Dingyuan and the other soldiers immediately became even more serious. The amount of information in this passage was so great that Siali, who had been somewhat impatient, immediately perked up. This is clearly a family drama. She immediately perked up her ears to listen. Lu Dingyuan frowned and looked at the captain with a serious expression. Please explain this matter clearly. Although I don't know what kind of deal you made, the spots must be The military quota on Lei Changming's person was registered with the military by Lei Guangyi before his death, and it was intended to be given to his biological son. He was wounded on the battlefield and is a pillar of the nation. We must deal with this matter strictly. Whether it's impersonation or unauthorized alteration of quotas, it's all illegal. This must be handled seriously. Upon hearing that this matter involved illegal acts committed against one's own will, everyone present immediately tensed up. An old woman ran over from a short distance away, grabbed Lei Changming, shoved him behind her, and looked at Lu Dingyuan obsequiously, bowing and scraping, saying, "Comrade, please don't misunderstand, Changming did it all voluntarily." As she spoke, she grabbed Lei Changming hard, her face full of anxiety and anger, and said, "Changming, hurry up and come home with Mom." What would Mom do to you? It was one thing before, but now is no better. There's a war going on in the West. Why are you getting involved? Don't you want to die? Mom is doing this all for your own good. For my own good. Lei Changming's ferocious face revealed a cold smile, and he said sarcastically, "You're probably doing this for your own son, aren't you? When my dad was dying, he said he wanted to leave me the spot for military service and leave the rest of his property to Ma Dan. Now that my father is dead, you immediately changed your mind and gave the spot that should have been mine to your own son. You're trying so hard to ruin my future. Is that what you call being good to me?" The old lady's face was filled with disbelief upon hearing his words, and she even showed a hint of sadness that she couldn't hide. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she said, "How could you think of me like that? Don't you know how I've treated you all these years? Seriously, tell me, who's better to me, you or Godan?" As she spoke, she drew a circle in the crowd with her finger. "Ask your fellow villagers how I, your mother, have treated you. How could you say such a thing to me? Oh my God. I can't live like this anymore." The old lady plopped down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and began to wail in despair. Her desperate appearance was truly unbearable to watch. Immediately, someone in the brigade who couldn't stand it stepped forward and said, "Changming, putting everything else aside, everyone in the village has seen how Aunt Ma has treated you all these years. Your father is blind. After retiring from the army, he felt he couldn't take care of you alone, so he found you a stepmother. It's no exaggeration to say that you were raised by Aunt Ma. This matter itself shows that your father owed Aunt Ma something, but she not only didn't mistreat you, she gave you everything she could. When you have a conflict with Ma Dan, Aunt Ma always beats Ma Dan to death. That's really hurtful to hear you say that." Lei Changming's face was contorted with rage, and his eyes even held a hint of despair. "But that's what my father left me. Why should I give it to someone else? You only see how good she is to me outside, but she saves the opportunity to succeed for her own child. My dad died, and they took everything that should have been mine away. Is this what you call she was good to me? If you don't let me join the army, I'll report you. If you don't want me to have a good life, then nobody else will." Siali stood not far away, clicking her tongue in amazement. I thought to myself, how can someone with such character be a soldier? It's not that he shouldn't have a spot, but in this era where right and wrong can't be determined by normal theories, the behavior of reporting others at the drop of a hat is really annoying. He glanced at the other soldiers standing nearby and saw that their expressions were not very pleasant. They clearly didn't like this man named Lei Changming. However, the Lei family's affair seems to be quite a drama. Just when Siali thought this was a case of a stepmother deliberately spoiling her stepson and raising him to be this way, what happened next completely opened her eyes. Ma Dan, who had never been born, looked at Lei Changming, who was shouting and yelling, and said, "Then go ahead and report it. This spot originally belonged to me." This time, not only Siali was confused about what was going on, but the entire 4th Brigade was also full of questions, looking at him with bewilderment. Lei Changming stared wide-eyed at Ma Dan, whose expression remained indifferent. "What do you mean by that? You're in cahoots with your mother." Ma Dan looked at him with icy eyes. "It's not me and Ma Xiao who are in cahoots, it's you and Ma Xiao. He is your biological mother, and Lei Guangyi is my biological father. 19 years ago, after your biological mother married into our family, she took advantage of my father being blind and switched the two of us. This spot was originally mine." Siali, whose melon was about to fall, exclaimed. Everyone else present. Grandma Ma's face turned pale. She stopped sitting on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying. Pointing her trembling finger at Ma Dan, she said angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? You heartless bastard. You'd even abandon your own mother for a spot in the army." As she spoke, she looked urgently at Lu Dingyuan, "Comrade PLA soldier, such a heartless person cannot join the army. Someone with his character would definitely corrupt the other soldiers if he went in." "Shut up." This time, it was none other than the captain who had been standing quietly to the side. He stared fiercely at old Madame Ma with his sharp eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, "Ma Xiuxiu, even at this point, you still want to harm the bloodline of our Lei family. How could the Lei family have married such a shameless wife?" The 4th Brigade was originally called Lei Family Village. Almost everyone in the brigade was surnamed Lei. Ma Xiuxiu was originally an outsider who fled to their village during the famine. If it weren't for the fact that Blind Lei married her, and that she had always been exceptionally kind to Blind Lei's son, even more so than to her own son, most of the people in the village with the surname Lei wouldn't have accepted her so quickly. Upon hearing the captain's words, everyone immediately became anxious. "Captain, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Godan really is one of our team members and Lei Changming isn't one of us?" An elderly man with a full head of white hair emerged from the crowd, leaning on a cane. Even though his whole body was trembling slightly, he still looked at the captain with a serious expression and asked, "Dazhuang, what exactly happened? Explain yourself. This concerns the Lei family bloodline. Absolutely no one is allowed to question it." The captain had originally wanted to leave a way out for the sake of each other's reputation, but things had come to this point, and he had nothing left to hide. He looked at old Mrs. Ma with disgust. This story goes back to when Blind Lei came back from the army. His wife ran away, leaving him with only one child. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of the child, so he wanted to marry a wife to help him take care of the child. As everyone knows, he later married Ma Xiuxiu, who had fled from famine. Ma Xiuxiu also has a child of her own, who is only 2 months younger. What no one knew was that, taking advantage of Lei the Blind's blindness, she switched the 2 children. Children grow so fast, and by the time they are a year old, no one can tell which one is the Lei family's child anymore. No one ever thought that anyone in the world would dare to replace their husband's child with their own. When the 2 children were young, Ma Xiuxiu always treated Lei Changming better than Ma Godan. Whenever something happened, she would always take sides and sometimes even beat Ma Godan to death over a disagreement, just to vent Lei Changming's anger. Everyone in the brigade thought she was a good stepmother and genuinely kind to the Lei family's children. Lei the Blind felt the same way, so he felt sorry for the mother and son. He gave his military service quota and other family property to his own blood relative and another stepson who did not need to serve in the military, and then passed away. The 2 children grew up like that. If it weren't for the fire in our backyard woodpile last month, when Godanner accidentally burned his clothes while putting out the fire, revealing the birthmark on his waist, I would still not know the truth. Later, when it came to the military enlistment quota, I originally wanted to try to get one for Godanner and bring the matter out into the open. But Godan is an honest kid who doesn't want to tarnish his family's reputation. Just then, Ma Xiuxiu was afraid that her son would die on the battlefield and didn't want a spot, so she wanted to push Godan out. I went to ask Godan, and he agreed to be a soldier. We just went along with it. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that there would be such a bizarre truth behind a good mother. Is she a good mother? She is indeed a good mother, but this goodness is only shown to her own children, not to the Lei family who have been kind to her. Not only does she have the reputation of being a good stepmother, but she also beats other people's children to death. Is her heart made of stone? How can anyone in this world be so evil? The elder of the Lei family looked shocked, staring wide-eyed at Ma Godan before turning to the brigade leader. Is this really true? The captain nodded. I've already confirmed this with Aunt Li, who delivered the baby, and the birthmark does match. Aunt Li, who was in her 60s, immediately nodded to everyone in the crowd. I remember it very clearly. That child had a red butterfly birthmark on his waist. When I was delivering the baby, I thought to myself, it's not like it's a little girl. It's a big, chubby boy with such a feminine birthmark. His wife will definitely laugh at him when he grows up. Because it was so special, I haven't forgotten it to this day. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. This is just too inhuman. I remember when Ma Xiuxiu came to our brigade, her clothes were barely covering her body. If no one took her in, she was sure to die. Wouldn't Blind Lei be her savior? How could she do something so despicable? That's right. He loves his own child, so why would he harm someone else's child? Whose child isn't precious to them? If Blind Lei were alive, wouldn't he be haunting Ma Xiuxiu in her dreams every night, trying to strangle her? No wonder he beats Godan to death every day. He's not even his own son. All those years we spent praising her, thinking she wasn't an ingrate and was a good stepmother, turned out to be the most venomous woman ever. To let your son take someone else's place, and then not treat them well is disgusting. Puh. The jeers came one after another, making the person at the center of the mockery feel incredibly ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to bury themselves in. Lei Changming couldn't believe it and turned to look at Ma Xiuxiu in astonishment. Mom, are they all lying to me? How could I not be my father's child? My surname is Lei. He said that, but after living together for more than 10 years, looking at Ma Xiuxiu's pale face, what didn't he understand? He was the one who had been called a burden, a bastard, and a scumbag since childhood, while the one who had been called that by him was the real child of the Lei family. Then what is he? He took 2 steps back in alarm, clutching his head and exclaiming, "Impossible. This is impossible." "What's impossible?" "You and your son are cut from the same cloth. Neither of you is any good." Some people in the crowd, who couldn't stand the mother and son bullying Ma Dan, immediately spoke up and turned to look in the direction where Siali and the others were. "Comrades, these people are wicked. Can you arrest them?" Siali had just witnessed a great show, and upon hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. Their military unit really can't handle this matter, since the quota is correct and these things are their own business. As expected, Lu Dingyuan replied directly, "This matter is not under the jurisdiction of the military. If you want to pursue the matter, you can go to the local police station." Before the word "place" could be finished, a buzzing sound suddenly came from above, followed by small black dots flying in from a distance. Children may not be familiar with this voice, but whether they've been on the battlefield or are older people who have experienced the war, they're extremely familiar with it. Looking up, they saw several planes flying in their direction. A scream rang out from the crowd, "Run! There's an air raid." Lu Dingyuan's expression changed. There were no exercises scheduled for the South Island today, and even if there were, it would be absolutely impossible for bombers to fly over the villages with shells, causing unrest among the people. He immediately shouted, "Get to the air raid shelter quickly." The people in the brigade could no longer care about anything else. They gathered in 2s and 3s, dragging their families along, and ran towards the air raid shelter. Some families with elderly people and children who hadn't taken them out returned to their homes and fled with their elderly relatives and children. The continuous wars of previous years still cast a shadow over the hearts of those who experienced those wars. Even before the planes dropped bombs, people below were already running and crying. Everyone else could run, but Siali and his comrades, being soldiers, could not. Lu Dingyuan, Mu Kejin, Zhao Cheng, several trained individuals immediately organized everyone to evacuate. Although Siali has not received any training, she has plenty of experience in the apocalypse, being chased by zombies and escorting ordinary people to the protected area. Without hesitation, he immediately joined the evacuation efforts. However, there were simply too many people in the 4th Brigade, not only in terms of the number of people, but also in the large number of families with many children. Adults were carrying toddlers who couldn't walk yet, some carrying 2 on each side, and dragging several other toddlers behind them. Some had to carry their elderly mothers on their backs, and even toddlers had to run alongside them, stumbling and falling, some even taking only a few steps. Siali would occasionally run over to lend a hand, pulling the person towards the air raid shelter. There were too many people and the scene was too chaotic. Just like any place where a stampede would occur, when a large number of people were running around, the order was completely out of control. Just then, the 2 consecutive explosions sent the entire village into a frenzy. The house collapsed with a roar. Those who were right under the bomb's impact point were instantly blown away, leaving no trace of their bodies. However, it seemed that the plane above was not willing to let go of the village below, and the bombers following closely behind it continued to drop bombs. Siali watched helplessly as a 5- or 6-year-old girl, who was holding her mother's hand and stumbling forward, tripped and fell face-first to the ground. The air raids continued. The little girl's mother carried a little boy on her back with one hand, and there were several other children beside her. The mother struggled for only a moment before turning away with tears in her eyes and running away with the other children. "Mother!" The little girl's desperate cries echoed through the sky, but were quickly drowned out by the sounds of bombing and noise, becoming almost inaudible. "Help! Wah! I twisted my ankle. Someone help me out." "Ouch! That hurts!" Desperate cries and calls echoed everywhere. Many areas on the ground were charred black by the explosion, with dust and white smoke billowing out, making it difficult to see even far away. Siali never imagined that such a human tragedy could occur in a world without zombies and mutated beasts. Isn't this a peaceful era? Why do some people always have to disrupt this peace when they can have a good life? She disregarded everything else, rushed towards the fallen child, scooped the child up, and ran forward. In an era where families typically have 7 or 8 children, and sometimes even more than a dozen, it was not uncommon for families to abandon the less favored children or those who could no longer escape, in order to ensure the survival of more members of the family. We cannot say that what they did was entirely right, but we also cannot completely condemn them. The criticism from above never stopped. Some people, once they fall, can never get up again. Once they fall, it's for life. Are you suggesting we let them all die together? Other children's lives matter too. Siali closed her eyes and rushed towards the other child again. She really couldn't control the ones who were too big, but she could save the children. Even in the apocalypse, children are the hope for the future, and they're the first to be rescued when there is danger. Fortunately, she was used to doing this kind of thing, and in no time, she had 4 children on her shoulders and in her arms. It was probably because the pilots saw everyone else running, but only one woman was dawdling around picking up children, which they considered too arrogant for those ordered to bomb. A fighter pilot spotted Siali's location and launched a targeted delivery. Another bomb fell from the sky, right above Siali. Siali didn't care about anything else. The moment she felt a shadow overhead, she immediately mustered all her strength and ran forward. Bang! Bang! 2 bombs landed, the closest one landing less than 5 meters from Siali. Although Siali wasn't hit by shrapnel, she was still struck by a small pebble that had been kicked up. The immense force was no different from a directly fired bullet. Siali immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain in his back, and he began to grit his teeth, but his steps quickened. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, don't let her find out who these people are, or I'll kill them all sooner or later." My mind was filled with all sorts of filthy curses, but I didn't dare stop walking. The planes above dropped bombs several times, as if they had targeted Siali, all landing in the spot where she had just been standing. If she hadn't run fast, she might have actually been hit. The planes in the sky also got angry, dropping bombs and flying lower and lower, from more than 700 meters to more than 300 meters, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed that arrogant woman holding 4 children. Another bomb fell, and Siali could clearly feel the shadow cast from above. She knew that at her current speed, she probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. Should we use our superpowers? With so many people outside, wouldn't revealing my superpowers cause unnecessary trouble? Just as Siali was struggling with whether or not to use her superpower to leave this dangerous place at high speed, her body was suddenly bumped, and then bumped again. The force of the impact was immense. Whoever knocked her away must have used every ounce of strength they had. Siali managed to maintain her balance after the first blow, but the second blow completely knocked her off her feet. She was hit hard twice in succession, causing her to lose her balance and fly away with several children hanging on her. In order not to use the children as cushions, Siali tried her best to adjust her body shape to protect the 4 children, and she was thrown away by retreating. Bang! Siali's back slammed solidly against the wall, and a clear crack appeared in the less wall.